Upon awakening a century later, Ivy Grindelwald discovers that her former juniors now occupy the position of Hogwarts headmaster. Suddenly propelled into an unexpected generational leap, she grapples with the stark realities of the modern world. Subways, the elderly, and smartphones. Tales of an unspeakable figure from the 20th century magical realm, known only as you-know-who, resonate with dread, painting him as the embodiment of malevolence. In her diary she muses, "Oh no, Voldemort merely seeks amusement. The true Dark Lord is none other than you, my esteemed senior." Voldemort retorts, "Is this your rationale for betrayal?" With a hint of indignation, Ivy acknowledges her formidable prowess in curses, capable of slaughtering with ease, yet she insists that all her actions are in pursuit of peace for the wizarding world. She is, after all, a champion of order. Sirius Black remarks, "You wield the killing curse like a lightning chain, invoke the Cruciatus curse over meals, intimidate teachers with fiery threats, and yet you expect to be called sister by Grindelwald?" Ivy counters, "Just tell me if I have saved the wizarding world." With her life now restarted a century into the future, Ivy resolves to take charge. Upon encountering reports of her younger brother's disastrous defeat by an old flame, alongside the notorious reputation of Grindelwald's family as dark wizards, she raises her banner high. Failure is but a fleeting moment. Our goal is to make Grindelwald great once more. Chapter 1, Transcendence. But a century later. Snow. Upon opening her eyes, Ivy is greeted by an expanse of pristine, silent snow, devoid of meaning, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold as the mountain winds howl against her skin. Furrowing her brow, she casts a warming charm upon herself, exhaling warmth into her palms, standing still to allow her body to regain its heat. Then, feeling a bit disoriented, she gazes down at her feet, shifting the hand that clutches her wand back to her line of sight. Marvelous! Time magic has whisked her away to some obscure corner of the world, causing an age shift that may or may not be reversible. Her 16-year-old soul is crammed into a body resembling that of an 11-year-old. Perhaps she ought to be grateful that her magic stems from her soul. Had she regressed entirely to 11, she would likely freeze to death in this snowy wilderness, unable to wield her powers. Heaven forbid the founder of the ancient clandestine meetings perish from an inability to cast a warming charm. All right, perhaps I should ascertain precisely where I have landed. Muttering to herself in mild despair, she trudges along the snow-laden path, battling the fierce winds as she moves forward. The rugged mountain trail makes it difficult to see, and the swirling snow forces her to squint. Just barely, she discerns a solitary, pure white tower that seems to merge with the snowy peaks on the other side of the mountain. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of a structure is promising. It suggests the possibility of human habitation. Ivy tightens her grip on her wand, her instincts sharpened by a year of warfare. She notices a flicker of movement beyond a sparse cluster of fir trees, and with resolve she raises her wand. Who goes there? English. From behind the trees emerge three men clad in wizard robes, seemingly unconcerned by the presence of a small girl. As they step forward, murmuring, "Is she British? Doesn't seem like it." They converse in German. Ivy hesitates, then effortlessly switches to their tongue, calmly inquiring, "Who are you? What is this place?" Her tone remains composed, yet she grips her wand tightly, magic surging toward her fingertips. These three men are no innocents. She spots a snow-white creature, the snowy ram, lying lifeless on the ground, its pure eyes filled with agony. It has lost a horn and looks at Ivy as if pleading for help. Poachers. Ivy's gaze hardens as she studies the trio of dark wizards. Even without observing the bags they carry, the dark mist emanating from them, visible only to her, betrays their identity. The men exchange glances, and the one in the center offers a peculiar smile, addressing Ivy in German. "Little girl, did you accidentally stumble upon the key to our door? Do you not realize that not every place is suitable for adventure? Where exactly is this?" She repeats her question. Poor little thing. The man does not answer her, instead surveying her with a gaze that mingles pity with malice. He withdraws his wand from his robe. "I'm afraid this question can only be answered after your death, should you become a ghost of Avada Kedavra." He should not have initiated combat so soon. Ivy had anticipated this and deftly evaded the green light, sighing internally. She retrieves her wand, casting a shield charm that deflects the subsequent curses aimed at her. The two other wizards regard her with astonishment as she murmurs incantations, her wand tip twisting in a practiced manner. After all, when she had once decimated followers of fairies and poachers alike in England, these men had been nowhere in sight. "Exit your soul." Moments later, Ivy lightly kicks the three dark wizards, bound and helpless under her binding charm, and chuckles softly. "Is this all you can endure?" The three adult wizards, stripped of their earlier arrogance and menace, now regard Ivy with terror, as if she were a monstrous entity clad in the guise of a little girl. The one who had previously been on the receiving end of her Cruciatus curse shrinks back, realizing there is a precipice behind him with nowhere left to retreat. What do you wish to know?" "Hey," Ivy replies, "I preferred you when you were so defiant." Strangely, the combat prowess of these dark wizards seems to have diminished remarkably. She had expected a prolonged struggle, Yet they had crumbled before her in mere moments. Their lack of practical experience appalling. First, she tends to the injured snowy ram, releasing it before turning back to the men. What year is it? They momentarily falter, and the man in the center responds 1991. Madam. Ivy. She must admit, her expression momentarily fractures. Wait a moment, if her time magic was indeed meant to reverse time, then she should have returned to the past, not leaped into the future. While a leap into the future could be overlooked, how could she have jumped from 1891 to 1991 in the blink of an eye? A century has passado. Her vision blurs momentarily as Ivy finally comprehends why her body has undergone an unexpected transformation. She ought to be grateful to Merlin for allowing her to traverse 100 years forward, the price being merely a reduction in age. What a relief! Ivy presses on with her inquiries. What is your purpose here? As you can see, madam, we are merely here to hunt the snowy ram, to acquire its horn, hide, and entrails. We have been rather short on funds lately. The man, feeling the weight of Ivy's dispassionate gaze, shudders and quickly adds, we would never do this again. Aging potions, restorative drafts, or transfiguration, whatever it may be, he could never again trust that the appearance of another matched their actual age. A witch of her apparent youth should be at home eagerly awaiting her acceptance letter from a magic school, not traversing the Alps to unleash dark magic upon them. The Alps? Yes, we are currently within Austrian territory. Having clarified the situation, Ivy sinks into a snow chair, pondering how events could have unfolded in such a manner. Time magic has transported her to an unknown future a century ahead, utterly derailing all her meticulously laid plans. It is worth noting that prior to her abrupt journey, she was merely in the 6th grade, having yet to pass her NOTS examinations. Could it be that she is destined to become the first student in the annals of Hogwarts unable to graduate due to an unforeseen time displacement? Yvonne, as far as I am aware, the magical creatures of the Alps are few in number, and species such as the snow-melting sheep hold limited utility and yield modest profits. What brings you to this remote and seldom trodden locale? Chapter 2. Visiting the prison. But dear brother. The three exchanged glances, perplexed. Not a high profit? The man in the middle struggled to comprehend. But madam, the magical materials produced in this vicinity have been exorbitantly priced for many years. Yvonne tilted her head in confusion. Why? Are you unaware? Came the response. After Gellert Grindelwald instigated the Wizarding War and was defeated, imprisoned in Nurmengard, dark wizards have been exceedingly wary of this place. For it possesses the most formidable defense system in the entire magical world. No one can guarantee the extent of its coverage, or the breadth of its surveillance. Especially considering that Gellert Grindelwald is housed within Nurmengard. Who would dare gamble on the degree of the magical community's concern for him? As Yvonne's expression grew increasingly rigid, the man's voice dwindled, eventually fading into silence. Yvonne succumbed to a prolonged silence. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth twitched, and with a strained smile, she inquired. You speak of Gellert Grindelwald instigating the Wizarding War? Indeed. Isn't that a lesson taught in the annals of magical history? Yvonne pointed a finger at herself. Do you know who I am? The trio's expressions mirrored their confusion as they collectively shook their heads. Yvonne chuckled. I am Yvonne Grindelwald. Greetings. The trio erupted into screams that could rival those of the world's finest tenors. When did Grindelwald have a child? Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder a little witch could be found amidst the desolation of the Alps. No wonder she had easily incapacitated all three of them. She was, after all, a Grindelwald. How could it not be reasonable? The three adult wizards huddled together in despair, their eyes reflecting terror and helplessness. One question had been resolved. Yet another arose. Having fallen into the hands of this little witch named Grindelwald, did they truly have any path to survival? The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate. Just as Yvonne could not sense their fear, they were oblivious to the chaotic and gloomy thoughts swirling in her mind. The good news. Having traversed a century into the future, the first piece of news she received was concerning her dearest brother. The bad news. Her brother had met a dire fate, sentenced to a life of imprisonment. How had her brother, who should only be 8 years old this year, managed to instigate the Wizarding War? Yvonne sighed, shaking a now frightened wizard. You mentioned Gellert Grindelwald in that. Nurmengard? Peering beyond the three figures, Yvonne gazed into the distance. Her sights fixed upon the towering structure obscured by mist and snow. She tightened her grip, pointing at the tower and asking, Is that it? She cast the three adult wizards aside into a corner, instructing them to remain there obediently, before setting off alone towards Nurmengard. She assumed she would trigger a series of magical defenses. The path ahead would surely be no easier than her battles with Rolak in the depths of Hogwarts. However, Yvonne soon discovered something remarkable. The magical fluctuations enveloping the tower appeared dim and restrained from the outside. The magical runes etched into the stone walls seemed to have been eroded by time, losing their efficacy. Yet when she placed her hand against the wall, she was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming surge of magic radiating inward. As the three dark wizards had claimed, the defensive magic of Nurmengard was indeed of the highest caliber in the wizarding world. Yet, they were mistaken about one crucial aspect. This defense system was not designed to repel intruders, but rather to contain those within. Countless top-tier wizards had dedicated their efforts to constructing this intricate, multi-layered defensive system, encompassing every conceivable breach, from physical incursions to magical curses, from the depths underground to the heights above, entirely to prevent a single prisoner from escaping? To go to such lengths to secure the confines of a captive? Yvonne withdrew her hand, feeling as though her palm was colder than the snow outside. She then sought to sense the magical energy of the Tower's runes. Should there be any disturbance, even a slight one, she could trace that fissure to glimpse an icy fragment of her brother a century hence. Yet, disappointment awaited her. The response was an ancient, profound silence. The magical reserves were full, indicating that the defensive magic of Nurmengard had never been activated since its inception. This meant that the countless efforts of so many wizards had been in vain, and that the prisoner they had so fearfully sought to contain had never even contemplated escaping. The more troubling revelation was that her brother's fate seemed to be sealed. What had driven him to willingly confine himself here? What had extinguished the light within him to such an extent? Without even laying eyes on him, Yvonne felt a pervasive ache in her heart, akin to being pricked by a splinter left unshaved from a plank. Not a piercing pain, but a deeply unsettling discomfort. She ascended further. What had he endured over the past century? Welcome. The elderly man, idly leaning against the wall, suddenly turned his face towards Yvonne, offering a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Long time no see, sister. If it were not for her recognition of his eyes, she might have stood there in shock. Yvonne approached silently, crouching down to meet his gaze, and he returned her scrutiny. Gellert softly asked, "You always perceive things that escape our sight. So, my dear sister, what do you see this time?" Yvonne pressed her lips together, a surge of bitterness roiling within her heart. She gazed at Gellert and his soul, inwardly questioning, "Do you truly have the right to inquire of him?" Even though he had become a terrifying shadow across Europe, inciting bloodshed upon this land, what right did you, a person who had abandoned him since he was 8, failing to uphold your promises, have to stand in judgment of his choices? Yet in her memories, Gellert had been a boy who would write her 3 or 4 letters a week, endlessly inquiring about her life at Hogwarts. A child filled with boundless wonder for the magical world. What had she once told him? She seemed to recall lifting him into her arms with a smile, gazing at his hair, which shone like gold in the dawn light, and naturally proclaiming, "Indeed, Gellert is my pride. No matter what happens in the future, I shall always be by your side." The boomerang of her past words had struck her squarely, leaving Yvonne speechless. Chapter 3. Kinship, yet the overlap of time and space. In the end, all she could muster was a dry apology. "I'm sorry." "Oh." To her surprise, Gellert laughed. "Sorry? Is that all you wish to convey? Come now. Sister, do you truly believe I would blame you? So many years have passed, and your old habits remain unchanged." The frail palm of the elderly man reached out, and after a century apart, she could distinctly feel the lines etched into his hand, those marks of time's abandonment, aged wrinkles. His touch was gentle, almost tender. His voice resembled a low sigh. "In truth, I am grateful for our reunion amidst the settled dust of events, for you did not witness me at my most disheveled." "What?" Gellert lifted his gaze to meet hers, his mismatched eyes reflecting amusement and nostalgia, those emotions mingling into a complex blend that even she found difficult to decipher. A stubbornness ingrained in the Grindelwald lineage. "Oh, proud one, when you obstinately make your choices, refusing to retrace your steps, as you resolutely take your strides, severing the delicate threads that bind you. Have you ever paused to consider who holds the other end of those threads?" His words gradually lost their potency, nearly fading into a whisper. "Yet I found joy in encountering you in this state, having lost the will to settle scores with you. Otherwise, what would be the difference between you now and a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web? Do you have any inkling of how fervently I have longed to see you? For a century, every minute and every second ceaselessly, while my ambitions paved a path strewn with corpses and recklessly scorched the earth, I especially yearned for you. How splendid it would be if you were here to witness me shatter the magical realm you cherish into utter chaos." He laughed hoarsely, a cackle reminiscent of half a century steeped in blood and fire. Yet instead of merely embodying madness, he gazed at Yvonne with a look of pity. "Do you not wish to know?" He leaned forward slightly, eager to share how the world has been turned upside down since your departure. Yvonne replied, "Such matters. You do not care, do you? Because they have already transpired." Gellert laughed oddly, And what of your friends, your teachers, your companions? Do they not care either? Too sharp. Yvonne thought, gazing at him, murmuring to herself that a century later, Gellert was indeed too ostentatious and aggressive. Was this the transformation wrought by time? But when did he begin to direct his brilliance towards his sister? I detest them, Gellert stated at one point. Why? Yvonne inquired. It is simple. For the former me, the one who never attended a magic school, and was confined to the confines of the Grindelwald estate, only glimpsing the magical world through my sister's letters. You were everything to him. You were his sky, his world, his ray of sunshine. The possessiveness of a child can be overwhelmingly intense. Sometimes I wonder, if only you had heeded your parents' advice and obediently gone to Durmstrang, how much better it would have been. You could have been very close to me. Without being inexplicably entangled in ancient magical disputes, without being dragged into the war with the fairies, and without leaving half of your heart across the English Channel. Yet later I think, perhaps it is for the best, as it signifies enduring a parting that transcends time, a wound inflicted not solely upon me. Gellert's tone took on a curious lilt, filled with a mischievous misfortune that could not be borne alone, as he openly reminisced about their youthful fragments. Yes, to him, conversing with Yvonne meant she had returned to his side. Was there anything more he could do? It was merely a casual chat, informing her of how much time had diluted, that what was missed was irretrievable, and she ought to grasp that. Yet he would accompany her in slowly adjusting, for since Yvonne chose to return to his side first, he did not mind extracting a sliver of warmth from his nearly withered heart to be with her, waiting for her to acclimatize to the change. Yvonne indeed discerned the deeper meanings concealed within Gellert's words. She closed her eyes, settled down, and said to him, "Let us converse, Gellert, about the magical realm, about time, about you." At last, Gellert smiled with satisfaction. Upon hearing that Gellert had been expelled from Durmstrang for his escapades with dark magic, Yvonne remarked, "My brother truly excels." When Gellert mentioned spending his summer at his great-aunt's house in Godric's Hollow, Yvonne nodded. Good, he knows to seek family. Hearing that Gellert met a kindred spirit in Godric's Hollow, Yvonne felt a sense of comfort. Even after my departure, Gellert's life remains vibrant. Yet upon hearing Yvonne's expression grew serious, and she abruptly raised her hand to interrupt. Wait a moment. You mentioned Albus Dumbledore. Are you two truly kindred spirits? Don't deceive me before I finish my studies. Observing Gellert's choice of descriptors, the only English rose blooming in Godric's Hollow, the sole genius capable of understanding my heart, the only wizard I acknowledge as the greatest white wizard of this century, Yvonne touched her chin and spoke gravely. I believe you two are rather too intimate. All right then. Dear brother, what on earth has England done to you? Gellert smiled unexpectedly at her. Guess. Yvonne stared at him for several seconds, an incredulous thought bubbling to the surface. The absurdity of her speculation made her eyes widen uncontrollably, her composure faltering. Not you. Oh sister, that was long ago, as I told you. We cannot resonate with one another. Wait a minute, damn it. Sister, he will not forgive me. I cannot see him. Can you guess how long it has been since we last met? Yvonne exclaimed. But my brother has been courted. My sweet, soft, lovely brother has been courted by England's wild boar. Even if he has been courted, this is outrageous. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, right? Do you think Gellert would mourn for you? Chapter 4. The prison break, yet a beautiful phoenix. The sky continued to snow, and the heart trembled in the chill. The three poachers bound by Yvonne outside Numungard dared not stir. The warmth charm on them was nearly spent, leaving them frozen in place, too afraid to seek warmth. It was not that they were cowardly. Rather, this place could be deemed the most terrifying forbidden ground in the wizarding world this century. No one knew if the slumbering dark wizard would notice the disturbance caused by three hapless souls. Nor could anyone ascertain how many layers of restrictions the International Magical Court had imposed on this wretched locale. If they rashly used magic, would they trigger some alarm? When Yvonne finally emerged from the towering fortress, she beheld three snowmen. Hesitantly, she approached and waved at them. The three snowmen sluggishly blinked, pouring all their strength into their eyelids to convey a message. Help save us. We three. Yvonne stepped back, clapping her hands and smiling. How marvelous. If I had arrived a few hours later, I would have witnessed the magical world's first case of an adult wizard freezing to death. With a flick of her wand, a warm current rushed toward the trio, rapidly melting the thick snow into wisps of white mist rising into the air. Before they could catch their breath, a piece of parchment suddenly appeared before them. Yvonne shook the parchment, and the devil whispered, You wouldn't want to be discovered by the Aurors for stealing magical creatures, would you? Come perform a task for me. The parchment displayed a list of names, each possessing formidable weight. Omini's Gaunt, Sebastian Sallow. She mused aloud. Omini's probably one to stay at home, and Sebastian will likely accompany him. Pabbity, Gareth Weasley alone Malfoy. Malfoy and Weasley were somewhat traceable, but Pabbity posed a conundrum. Yvonne sighed gently, her expression a mix of sweet vexation, for she had always enjoyed running amok. Sirius Black, Catalina Crouch. Upon spotting a familiar name, the lead poacher could not help but rub his eyes. Sirius Black? Yvonne asked him. Do you know young Sirius? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, leaning in eagerly to inquire. Her cerulean gaze radiating an innocence that perfectly matched her youthful appearance. However, the poachers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a myriad of unspoken complexities. As if they had been unexpectedly struck by her words. Young Sirius? He twitched the corner of his mouth. It was hard to believe that a decade ago, this name was known to all. A decade? Yvonne keenly sensed that they were not referring to the same individual. Indeed. The three poachers diligently filled her in on the history of magic, including, but not limited to, the rise of the Dark Lord, the emergence of traitors, the birth of the Savior, and that unfortunate Voldemort who was bested by a mere infant. Yvonne fell silent for a moment, covering her forehead. The Black family seemed to have an affinity for the name Sirius. Her younger schoolmate was one, and this one associated with the orange was another. She had thought that the only one among the pureblood families who was truly mad was Gunter, but it appeared that the Blacks had followed suit. Sigh. She missed her sweet and soft younger schoolmate, the crystal cabbage from Professor Phineas's home, who would once spring from the garden to chase after her in their clandestine meetings. Well, it didn't matter. It was not a significant issue. She couldn't let these three poachers go just yet. Having just arrived, she was in need of manpower. If the ancient order was to revive in this era, she would need to recruit some talent from Azkaban. Yvonne decided to have the three of them accompany her. Though they wore faces of despair, they dared not oppose her. Azkaban, situated on a solitary island in the North Sea, was where Yvonne temporarily sought refuge in a seaside town. Procuring some potion-making tools, and commencing her preparations with a flurry, she found the skills of the other three woefully inadequate, and couldn't be bothered to seek assistance. Skillfully handling the potion ingredients, and tossing them into the cauldron. With a flick of her wand, the cauldron sprang to life, exuding a peculiar fragrance as bubbles gurgled to the surface, and within mere seconds, a vial of potent potion emerged freshly brewed. After repeating the process several times, a row of potions stood neatly arranged on the table. Yvonne packed the potions into her backpack and cast a puzzled glance at the three laborers. What's the matter? The laborers watched in astonishment as this inconceivable scene unfolded before them, their faces etched with shock, feeling as though their 7 years at Hogwarts had been in vain. What are you intending to do? True warriors never shy away from challenges. Yvonne smiled slightly, thinking that Azkaban wasn't so bad after all. The trio responded with confusion. Yvonne only shared part of her reasoning. Had she been at her peak, a trip to Azkaban would have felt like a stroll in the park. There would have been no need for such extensive preparations. She cast a sidelong glance at the potions tucked away in her bag, feeling utterly helpless. Oh, this cursed temporal theorem of Merlin's. The limitations of this body she now inhabited were far too great. Her body and soul were in extreme discord, and her rich reservoir of magical power was squandered on a physique as fragile as a sieve. Indeed, the body of a 15-year-old was still too. The only consolation was that she could now replenish her magic swiftly from the atmosphere. Yvonne had been diagnosed as a leaky vessel this night. Well, it was better than reverting to being a mute. This time, she would not be facing those three comically inept poachers. Yvonne instructed the trio to remain here and not wander off, promising to return shortly. As she stepped out of the inn, barely exiting the alley, her pace halted. She glanced sideways, catching sight of a shadowy figure concealed in a hidden corner, the sound of apparition drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. A silhouette cloaked in black robes fleeting past. No hostility. She casually redirected her gaze. Someone once asked, what is the prevailing theme of Azkaban? Darkness, dampness, endless mental torment, every conceivable manifestation of hell. A black monster looms above the prison, its shriek piercing through the eardrum, shattering the defenses of the heart. It is the nightmare of all who dwell here, where even the luxury of sleep is a rarity in this boundless cold. He had nearly lost all sense of time, unaware of how long he had been here, and whenever his mind stabilized momentarily, he would self-deprecatingly laugh at the fact that he had not completely lost his sanity. He etched lines of numbers against the wall, starting from the day he was imprisoned, with intervals that became increasingly chaotic, the final tally a jumbled mess. The disparity between memory and reality stark. He struggled to maintain lucidity, though he didn't quite understand why he was enduring such torment. Perhaps he simply didn't want to become like those madmen, reminding himself that he was not one of them. Occasionally, He would think of that child, the child he had betrayed, cruelly stripped of everything in their formative years. He fantasized with guilt, wondering if the child had grown up by now, how old they were, if they resembled their parents, and if they had learned something useful. As for himself, it mattered little. He had long since stopped wishing to escape this hell. The anger and helplessness that sprang from his heart were a toxic cycle, magnified by the Dementors, seared into the depths of his soul. Perhaps this was the penance he deserved. So thin? Yvonne's gaze grew complex as she stood before the cell. Using an animagus to combat the mental encroachment of Dementors was a viable method, but alas, it was merely a temporary fix, unable to withstand a decade of torment. No wonder this big black dog was as thin as a skeleton. The moment it saw her, it hunched its back and emitted a low growl in a reflexive reaction. Sirius Black. Upon seeing this big black dog, Yvonne immediately severed the connection with her sweet, soft younger schoolmate. They shared the same name. Yet their souls were utterly different. Can you hear me, little Padfoot? The big black dog remained unresponsive. However, immediately thereafter, an icy chill began to creep up from her feet. A fleeting glance caught a shadowy figure, bringing with it an overwhelming frost. An intangible cold that penetrated flesh and froze the heart. The black dog instinctively curled up, adopting a feeble defensive posture, trembling in fear. Yet, Patronus, a silvery, ethereal creature of pure beauty, with fluttering wings and a mist of silver, she beheld a magnificent phoenix soaring and dancing, its silent yet gentle power weaving threads of silver to dispel the bone-chilling cold. The warmth enveloping her heart felt like the benevolent rain from a phoenix descending upon the world. Yvonne turned abruptly, and beneath the flowing galaxy, she smiled at the stunned big black dog. Allow me to introduce you to the most beautiful creature in this world, my guardian spirit. So romantic, so unique. As if stepping into a fairy tale come to life, to rescue one from despair, an embodiment of her dearest companion, the Phoenix. Chapter 5, Provocation, yet her declaration. Like silver-white jade, igniting the purest water, with each graceful dance, rain descends upon the earth. This is her Phoenix, the one she once had. She named that beautiful boy Lyra, with wings resembling crimson clouds, radiant and bright, his cry like shattered emeralds, the most exquisite melody of nature. He was her closest friend. Now a century later, she wondered where Lyra was. Yvonne's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. She longed to touch the big black dog. But the moment she saw his full form, her hand froze mid-air. Yvonne spoke solemnly. Hey, perhaps you wouldn't mind that the bathing facilities here are rather poor? Little Padfoot's sluggish mind hadn't fully processed the meaning behind her words when suddenly, a warm cascade of water drenched him, thoroughly soaking him. After the cleansing deluge, he saw her lips mouthing the words all clean. Following this, Yvonne was satisfied to dry him off. Although he was still nothing but skin and bones, at least he was soft enough to see and hold. The large black dog rested its forepaws upon her shoulder, and she urged him to hold on tightly. However, the canine remained motionless, his gaze unfocused. With no other option, Yvonne had to embrace the hefty creature with one arm, a considerable challenge given her current physique. As she retraced her steps to stealthily escape from Azkaban, the desolate corridor echoed only with the sound of her hurried footsteps, and whenever an unusual noise broke the silence, the dog nestled closer into her embrace, instinctively seeking warmth. Yes, warmth. The warmth of the human body, the warmth of touch, was the most coveted treasure for prisoners in this damp, frigid prison, where the bone-chilling cold threatened to freeze one's very marrow. The moment the large black dog made contact with her, he was reluctant to let go. He softly whined, resting his head on her shoulder, his furry head brushing against her neck, absorbing the precious warmth that emanated from her. Fortunately, most people would not resist the comfort of a furry companion. She made sure to speak to him, attempting to rouse his consciousness. Hey, Sirius? You should still remember your name, right? Merlin forbid you suffer any madness from those Dementors. My healing magic is not particularly adept at that. I will get you out of here. Do you see? The exit lies ahead. Suddenly, the trembling of the fur against her back intensified, and an icy gust surged in from the seaside, a frigid blast that penetrated the skin and seeped into the bones, causing teeth to chatter and blood to freeze. If one did not concentrate, even a momentary lapse could summon the most terrifying memories. The Dementors instinctively sensed the disturbance and began to converge. Although they were a soulless horde, one could argue that they were dutifully fulfilling their role. What a hellish joke. All right. I don't wish to create too much of a commotion, Yvonne muttered, pondering which genius at the Ministry of Magic had concocted the brilliant idea of having Dementors guard Azkaban. The furry creature behind her had evidently been unsettled by the presence of the Dementors, but fortunately, she had some experience dealing with them. Expecto Patronum. Silver smoke swirled like light-footed sprites, rapidly coalescing in the air. Phoenix, arise. The silvery Patronus, a phoenix, twirled and flapped its wings with grace, performing what resembled a silent ballet. Regrettably, the Dementors before it were deprived of the privilege of admiration. As the Patronus approached, they scattered in panic, like creatures confronted by their most feared nemesis. With the Patronus leading the way, there were no further obstacles to impede her. Yuan followed closely behind, racing forward, bursting through the oppressive confines of the prison into the expansive corridor, and beyond the heavy iron gate. With a crash, moonlight burst forth, spilling like liquid silver, and the waves donned a shimmering veil. She felt the tremors of the large black dog gradually subside, as he gazed up at the vast night sky, where the luminous moon hung like a dream, an unimaginable scene where he could once again breathe the air of freedom. He heard the girl's laughter, close at hand. Look, what a beautiful moon! The Phoenix Patronus descended before her, folding its wings, and then bowed its head, gently extending it towards her. Yuan reached out to touch her guardian in the void, quietly watching it dissipate. Turning around, Yuan gazed at the prison, where a crimson light shot skyward, the activation of an alarm system. Stealthily liberating a prisoner was ultimately a fantasy. Even if she managed to vanquish all the Dementors, she could not prevent the second line of defense from being triggered. Surely, the Auror office would notice soon enough. It would be even more worthwhile if it could rouse Dumbledore. Thanks to that unknown genius at the Ministry, who proposed using Dementors to oversee the prisoners. This wretched place had no living guards, providing Yuan ample time for her escape. However, before departing, she still needed to offer a grand gift to the wizarding world. With an arched brow, she fixed her gaze upon the glowing alarm device high above, a piece of alchemical apparatus, her expression almost taunting. She estimated the magical energy expenditure, raised her wand high. Let us express our gratitude to Professor Snape for his invaluable guidance. This incantation has now become one of the most proficient spells in my repertoire. Transitioning from the frigid to the searing heat required but a breath. Flames erupted like arrows loosed from a bow, slicing through the darkened night sky and striking her intended target with precision. A thunderous roar followed as the crimson light over Azkaban extinguished. Before Yuan lay a trail, clearly indicating how the fiery bolt had surged from her wand towards the alchemical apparatus. The lawn scorched and the earth charred, extending in a straight line ahead. The silence that ensued was palpable. Narrowing her eyes, Yuan beheld the chaotic remnants left by her spell, murmuring her own original incantation. All spells to the void. Instantly, those magical traces visible only to her vanished, as if erased by an unseen eraser. Satisfied, Yuan took the large black dog, and departed along the designated route from the isolated island. Chapter 6. The Saints, Remnants of a Bygone Era. Shortly after Yuan's departure, Azkaban. The absence of any magical fluctuations was exceedingly peculiar. Clad in Auror robes, Rufus Scrimgeour, the current head of the Auror Command, paced back and forth, his serious demeanor betraying a hint of concealed anxiety. A seasoned Auror rarely lost composure. His subordinate, having returned from a reconnaissance mission, reported in hushed tones. Generally speaking, any object subjected to magic will leave traces of magical energy, and the Ministry possesses the necessary detection apparatus to reconstruct the scene and ascertain the number and types of spells cast. However, despite our efforts with wand tracking spells, monitoring the flu network, or the methods Aurors use to investigate crime scenes, we have found that this technique has now failed. No matter how we attempt it, the results remain the same. There is absolutely no evidence of magic being used nearby. These signs of destruction are naturally occurring. Naturally? He must be out of his mind to think that. The Dementors could not possibly contain this individual. Preliminary assessments indicated that the escapee possessed the ability to conjure a Patronus. This was the most troubling aspect of the situation. It was well known that dark wizards could not produce a Patronus, at least in Rufus's recollection. Those who could summon one were individuals with a profound inner belief and a heart inclined towards the light. Why on earth would such a person attempt to break into Azkaban? Here, one would find only the most ruthless of criminals. Even more alarming to Rufus was the visible, indelible trace of fire. It was as if a bolt of lightning had shattered the carefully protected alchemical apparatus, sending shockwaves that blackened and fractured the stone walls, leaving a scorched line across the ground, with the air still tinged with the scent of burnt grass. When did such a person emerge in the contemporary wizarding world? Director, one of the Aurors remarked, more shaken than Rufus. Should we notify that individual? Rufus sighed heavily. He did not wish to be in debt to anyone. But the reality was that he was outmatched. The only recourse now lay in the hope that the greatest white wizard of the century could discern a clue from these provocative remnants. A cup was slammed down upon the table. Here, drink. The man seated across from Yuan was gaunt, his once handsome features marred by years of torment, and his eyes were shrouded in a gray mist, devoid of any glimmer of light. At Yuan's words, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, offering no response. Yuan crossed her arms, glaring at him in exasperation. All right. This staring contest of who blinks first cannot continue. I cannot bear to see you in this half-alive state. Sirius. Can I call you that? He tugged at the corner of his mouth without any emotion. Thank you. You don't seem particularly happy, she observed. He gazed at her for a while. If you wish, he replied tersely, perhaps you could first enlighten me on the purpose of all this? Going to such lengths to disguise your identity, employing either a polyjuice potion or a youth serum, and traveling all the way to that dreadful place, Azkaban, merely for a notorious wanted criminal? His skepticism was palpable. Firstly, I must clarify, Yvonne interjected, it is neither a polyjuice potion nor a youth serum. For the first time, Sirius displayed a flicker of emotion. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized her. And then he exclaimed, huh? Believe it or not, Yvonne replied bluntly, this is my true appearance. By the way, I saved you, so I suppose I am your employer now. Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the ancient society. A timid 3 knocks interrupted them. Yvonne's train of thought was disrupted, and she raised her voice slightly. Come in. The door swung open to reveal the 3 workers returning, accompanied by a cloaked figure whose face and age were obscured. They shuffled slowly into the room. Ma'am, the worker stammered, this gentleman wishes to see you. Yvonne squinted, recognizing the cloaked wizard as one who had silently trailed her. Oh, it's you, she remarked. After following me for so long, you finally decided to show yourself. He hung his head, moving like decaying wood, yet his response was sincere. I apologize. There must be more than one of you, correct? Why are you following me? She stroked her chin thoughtfully. He slightly lifted his gaze, and a silver chain hidden beneath his voluminous robe emerged. It bore a pendant, an unusual, symmetrical triangular geometric shape. A circle nestled within the triangle, and a vertical line descended straight down, dividing it into 2 halves, symbolizing the Deathly Hallows, and representing a follower of Grindelwald. Those who recognized the emblem turned pale, their gazes toward him akin to encountering a specter. The 3 poachers nearly screamed. With Grindelwald's retreat, how could a saint, long vanished from the wizarding world, suddenly reappear here? They turned to Yvonne. Is it because of you? It must be because of you. There is no other reason. Having recently delved into magical history, Yvonne recognized the symbol, her expression subtly shifting. Could it be that Gellert sent you? Sirius interjected. Gellert who? The saint shook his head. Speaking softly, it was not the will of the gentleman. We acted on our own accord upon sensing your presence. Yvonne's expression grew even more nuanced, tinged with resistance. Let me make this clear. I have my own ancient society and I want to take you on. I understand, the saint replied, one hand resting on his chest as he bowed slightly to Yvonne. We merely wish to offer you whatever assistance we can. He cast a glance toward Sirius, causing him to tense. Yet he did nothing but approach quietly, handing Yvonne a piece of parchment. Perhaps this contains the information you seek. He turned to leave, and Yvonne made no attempt to detain him, skimming through the parchment with keen interest. Just before exiting, the saint abruptly turned back, regarding her with a profound gaze. His bony fingers caressed the pendant. The current wizarding world was no longer their stage. They had retreated into the shadows, remnants of an era that clung to its delusions. Years had passed, and they should have relinquished all hope. If the gentleman were to discover their unauthorized actions, their contact with this lady would surely incur his wrath. Yet, they could not let go of the ideals they once cherished, of the faith they had vowed to follow, of the mere name of Grindelwald. They would not impose their bygone beliefs upon her. As he had said, it was all their unilateral desire, their own initiative. Even if she rejected them and chose to disregard their existence from now on, it mattered little. She was the sole person in many years who could bring a smile back to the gentleman's face. That alone was sufficient. Chapter 7. Information, yet a delayed truth. Who are you truly? After the saint departed, Sirius found himself compelled to overturn all prior conjectures, scrutinizing the girl before him and speculating on her connection to Grindelwald. My name is Yvonne Grindelwald, she replied, still examining the parchment. I am Gellert's sister. Sirius laughed. What a splendid jest. Do you think I'll believe that? You will learn the truth in due time. She was disinclined to elaborate further, as more pressing matters loomed. Yvonne set down the parchment and locked eyes with him. Sirius, she continued, you refuse to leave Azkaban, enduring torment, because you believe yourself guilty, don't you? His mocking smile abruptly faltered. Yvonne gazed at him intently. penetrating through his frail exterior to glimpse his very essence, to discern his soul. Amidst a haze of gray, she distinctly perceived a light that had yet to extinguish. This could not possibly be the soul of a criminal as he had portrayed himself. You loathe your negligence. You misjudged a person. Her voice was ethereal, the interim secret keeper. An unforeseen betrayal led to the death of your dearest friend. You were engulfed in despair, and in a fit of rage, you destroyed that traitor, causing an explosion in the Muggle streets. Believing you had exacted revenge, you willingly surrendered, allowing the Aurors to imprison you in Azkaban. Is this the truth? You would rather suffer in Azkaban for 10 years than consider escape? Sirius stared at her, his weary eyes bloodshot. After a long pause he croaked. How do you know this? Firstly, my eyes are rather special. They can penetrate a person's soul and reveal their true nature. She waved the parchment. Secondly, I must admit, the Saints, even in retirement, are quite adept at intelligence work. She could hardly suppress her admiration for the Saintess' seemingly vanished, yet omnipresent intelligence network. Had they clung to their positions in the wizarding world for years, preparing for the faint possibility of Grindelwald's return? Awaiting the moment her brother might impulsively step out from Nurmengard, ready to divulge the tumultuous undercurrents of the magical world over the past half-century? They have even circled the suspicious points for me, Yvonne noted, glancing at the parchment, her eyes drawn to the bolded section. Sirius. Have you never found it odd that an explosion could obliterate an adult to the point of leaving no remains? The reaction from Sirius was even more peculiar. His hands trembled as he covered his face. He should have been laughing, yet he merely managed a twisted smile, a mix of deep-seated hatred and fury. You mean he didn't die? The last few words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. There's a possibility. The Saints had emphasized this point. It should be nearly certain. Yvonne frowned. She drew her wand, stating, if you're still unsure, I can extract your memories, and we can relive the scene. Sirius took a deep breath. No need. Yvonne noticed a shift in his gaze. If it could be said that previously there was a palpable stagnation, devoid of any semblance of life's motivation, at this moment, the flames that suddenly ignited in those gray eyes infused this body with renewed vigor. Even if fueled by hatred, at the very least, this individual would not bear the indifference of merely existing, contemplating that death might be an acceptable alternative. I must express my gratitude to you, my lady, he intoned gravely, which drew my attention to the matter. Dealing with that traitor, merely uttering a phrase of literal death would not suffice. One must see the living, and the dead must be witnessed. Indeed, I admire you. Yvonne clapped her hands joyfully. Without further ado, let us hasten our departure. Sirius, caught off guard by her swift change of topic, felt a jolt in his waist. What departure? His mind was clouded. Your godson, Yvonne replied cheerfully. Peter Pettigrew has a chance of survival. Can you truly rest easy knowing your godson is out there fending for himself? She thought to herself that Sirius would undoubtedly remain preoccupied with Harry Potter, and rather than allow him to be distracted from his workday by his thoughts, it would be more prudent to keep both of them close at hand. Sirius stumbled in surprise. Mentioning his godson, he turned his head uncomfortably, his expression stiffening. Godson Harry. He had no idea how to confront him. However, Yvonne, as she claimed to be a Slytherin, exhibited a decisive action rarely seen, making an immediate decision regarding their itinerary, leaving no room for Sirius to hesitate. Very well. Sirius closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable, conceding that she was right. Peter Pettigrew was indeed a concern, and he could not ignore Harry being alone. One day he would catch that traitor. Yvonne kindly afforded him a moment of solitude to collect himself. By the time dinner arrived, the atmosphere between the two had palpably lightened. Sirius was also able to inquire about unrelated matters. Now that his mind had somewhat returned to normalcy, previously suppressed memories resurfaced, and Sirius asked, by the way, when you orchestrated your prison break, why did you deliberately sabotage the alarm system on the lookout tower? Wasn't that a blatant invitation for anyone to come and apprehend you? Oh, you mean that? Yvonne replied with delight. I have never been one to operate in secrecy. Besides, I intentionally exposed myself to the Ministry of Magic. It would be even better if Dumbledore noticed. Dumbledore? Triggering a sensitive nerve, Sirius suddenly recalled the girl before him. Do you have a grudge against him? Not exactly a grudge, Yvonne replied, her laughter devoid of emotion as she vigorously cut into a piece of steak. But as an elder sister, one cannot help but keep an eye on the pig that has taken away one's little cabbage. After all, he has left my dear Gellert in solitude all these years, still pining for him. Sirius nearly choked. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have truly spat out his drink. In solitude? Pining? What on earth are you talking about? Is this still English? Yvonne, noticing Sirius's bewildered expression, feigned surprise. What? You still don't know? Sirius grimaced. What am I supposed to know? Gellert had a past romance with Dumbledore, Yvonne said, furrowing her brow. But it ultimately ended in tragedy. Alas, I've always said that the blonde outside is unreliable. Regardless, this cannot simply be allowed to pass. Yvonne huffed. Call it a tragic romance if you will. Did he truly believe he was receiving anyone's love? It was Gellert Grindelwald's love. Sirius, in utter despair, banged his head against the table. Please stop talking. I beg you, just stop. He could hardly bear the mental strain after so many years in Azkaban. Is the world going mad? All right, let us not dwell on that any longer. Yvonne smiled as she pushed the fruit salad towards Sirius. Eat more to replenish your energy. We have quite a distance to cover. Don't you want to see your godson? Sirius lay his head on the table, weakly murmuring. I do. Chapter 8. To retrieve someone but Harry Potter. The magical world was abuzz with sensational news. Yet it bore no relevance to the Muggle realm. The Dursley household remained tranquil today. If one were to overlook the boy's daily wails, the woman's furious screams, and the man's exasperated reprimands. Number 4. Privet Drive was indeed peaceful. Just as Sirius was about to knock on the door, his hand froze mid-air. He exchanged a glance with Yvonne, both having caught the unmistakable name of Harry drifting through the door. Harry, why are you so slow? Haven't you prepared lunch yet? Mum. I want to eat out today, at that restaurant on the way home from school. Oh, my dear Dudley. The woman's formerly sharp tone instantly softened into one of affection. I heard you went there yesterday. We can't keep eating those high-calorie foods. Soon. The boy's unreasonable tantrum ensued, and though the woman was unable to persuade him, her indulgent nature led her to consider acquiescing. While the man of the house remained silent. Throughout the exchange, aside from a brief reprimand at the start, Harry's name had not been mentioned even once. In a house that was supposed to accommodate 4, the voice of an 11-year-old boy was conspicuously absent. Sirius's brow furrowed deeply as he rapped on the door. Harry, open the door. Again the sharp, dictatorial tone rang out. As footsteps approached, the door swung open, revealing a small, thin boy of similar age to Yvonne gazing at them. Yvonne was also examining him. He wore loose, old, ill-fitting clothes, appearing considerably thinner than his peers. Beneath his messy hair, curious green eyes sparkled, hidden behind round spectacles. On his forehead, partially obscured by his fringe, lay a small scar, shrouded in a veil of dark, silent magical energy. Yvonne observed quietly, deep in thought, refraining from speaking impulsively. Beside her, she heard a low exclamation from Sirius. He lowered his head, staring at the boy, unable to suppress a sound. One filled with guilt and heartache, nearly suffocating him. Good heavens, you look just like James. Sirius exclaimed involuntarily. And those eyes, they resemble Lily's so closely. Harry Potter stood at the door, bewildered by the unfamiliar man's words. His hand on the doorknob curled slightly as he hesitantly asked, May I ask who you are? Harry's gaze shifted from Sirius to Yvonne, perhaps finding it easier to make eye contact with someone of his own age. He focused intently on Yvonne's face. Hello. The boy said, pressing his lips together, offering a timid smile. Hello, Yvonne replied warmly. I am Yvonne Grindelwald, and this is your godfather, Sirius Black. We have come to retrieve you. Harry abruptly turned his head, shock evident in his eyes as he scanned between them, involuntarily stepping back. Sirius swiftly grasped his hand. It's true, Harry. I know your parents. I'm so sorry for not coming to see you all these years. Sirius crouched down. I am one of your father James's and mother Lily's closest friends. I promised them I would be your godfather. Oh, for heaven's sake. What am I even trying to say? Sirius's words tumbled out chaotically, too many sentiments trapped in his chest. And when finally faced with the person he longed to see, those words surged forth, causing his head to spin and his speech to falter. Unbeknownst to him, Harry was even more apprehensive. His first instinct was disbelief. How could this be true? Yet they spoke the names of his mother and father. And the man's gaze held no deceit. But how could this possibly be? He found it hard to believe that for 11 long years, since he had begun to understand the world, he had endured a life of exclusion, reproach, and unjust treatment in the Dursley household. At times he felt overwhelmed with sorrow, retreating to the confines of a cupboard to shed silent tears, pondering why he lacked true family, why he could not bask in the affection bestowed upon Dudley. His aunt had told him that his biological parents had perished in a car accident long ago, and that he had always been a guest in someone else's home. Hence the lack of warmth. Yet, he had often dreamed of a morning or evening when his long-lost family would suddenly reappear, explaining that they had arrived late to take him back home. Such thoughts were childish fantasies, and now at the age of 11, Harry had largely abandoned such unrealistic hopes. Consequently, when he heard Sirius's words, his first instinct was disbelief, fearing they might be false and that he would be left to face further disappointment. The prolonged silence between Sirius and Harry had drawn attention in the living room, and soon Petunia approached the door with heavy footsteps. Upon seeing Sirius and Yvonne at the threshold, her brow furrowed in immediate suspicion, her expression shifting to one of deep wariness. She swiftly brushed aside Sirius's hand that held Harry, raising her voice to demand, "There shouldn't be any guests at number 4 today. Who are you? And what do you want?" Sirius looked up, a shadow of gloom crossing his features. Just as he was about to respond, Yvonne stepped past him, positioning herself in front of the visibly agitated Sirius. Maintaining a polite yet superficial smile, she acknowledged Petunia and the approaching Dursleys, undeterred by their blatant hostility. "I would like to express my gratitude to both of you for raising Harry over the years," she began, her words carefully chosen to avoid any offense. "This is Harry's godfather. It would be inappropriate to impose further upon you, so we have decided to assume guardianship of Harry, and have come to discuss this with you." Yvonne was confident that her words were flawless, yet she was taken aback by the overwhelming emotions of disgust, shock, and rejection that radiated from her audience. "Godfather?" Petunia's voice rose, desperately masking the tremor within. "You claim to be his godfather? But he doesn't." "No," Sirius interrupted coldly. "He does," he continued. "He is the son of James and Lily Potter, heroes of the wizarding world. Tragically, he lost his parents at a tender age." Taking a deep breath, he added, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, he has no other family left, which is why he has had to live with you. I have come to take him back." "Enough. Stop." Vernon suddenly erupted, unable to contain his growing revulsion. His forehead creased with disdain as he cut Sirius off, shouting, "You come from that world of monsters, don't you? Monsters and magic, all strange things. Get out. The Dursleys do not welcome you, leave." He lunged forward, attempting to shove them out and slam the door. But before his hand could reach Yvonne, Sirius aimed his wand at him. "Do not touch her," Sirius warned, having completely lost patience with this family. Just by observing Harry's demeanor, it was evident that he had been mistreated in this household. Though Sirius had initially been willing to engage with them out of respect for their decade-long care of Harry, their crude disdain for magic had pushed him to his limits. Vernon froze at the sight of the wand, while Sirius advanced step by step, causing Vernon to retreat in a cold sweat. His eyes widened with fear, and Dudley, who had been blocking the way, collided with him, suddenly silenced by the look in his father's eyes. "No, you can't take him," Petunia cried out as if triggered by some inner impulse. In the silence that followed, she seized Harry, forcibly suppressing his resistance. "You cannot take him. Listen to me, Harry. They are lying to you. I've always told you, you have no mother or father. They are not wizards and cannot do magic. They died in a car accident. These people are deceiving you." Sirius erupted in anger. "Do not insult James and Lily." He unleashed a spell, and though Petunia screamed, the incantation missed her, leaving her to witness her husband and son sprouting pigtails. She collapsed to the ground, trembling, unable to rise. "Wow!" Harry exclaimed, though his voice brimmed with delight, his wide green eyes sparkling with joy. Sirius, growing impatient with the Dursleys, cast another spell to silence them. Once they were quiet and merely stared at him in terror, he coldly remarked, "Enough noise. It's just a simple curse. It will wear off after today. I will reimburse you for Harry's upbringing, but you will face consequences for your disrespect toward James and Lily." Silence enveloped the Dursleys as they found themselves at a loss for words. Sirius turned to Harry, his expression softening. "I apologize, Harry. Did I frighten you? Do not be afraid. I understand that all of this may be overwhelming for a child who has lived in the Muggle world for 10 years. How can I prove this to you?" Harry covered his mouth, fervently shaking his head, afraid of letting slip even a hint of the joy bubbling within him, lest he be perceived as just another noisy Dursley. Yet, despite his efforts to silence himself, happiness and affection sparkled in his eyes like stars. He had never felt this elated in his life. The Dursleys, who had tormented him for so long, were being punished, and before this man, they dared not utter a word. Oh yes, this was his godfather. At that moment, nothing seemed too incredible for Harry to accept. He believed this was indeed his godfather. Only a godfather would stand up for him when he was wronged. And only a godfather would defend his parents and punish the disrespectful Dursleys, along with the mention of the wizarding world. The very notion of the wizarding world, wizards, muggles, and those incomprehensible spells was utterly enchanting to him. Harry had long known he was different, but the Dursleys had always urged him to conceal those peculiarities. Goodness. It turned out he was not a little monster after all. He had kindred spirits. He belonged to the world of magic. Overcome with excitement, Harry could hardly find his voice, his gaze lingering on them. Sirius asked if Harry wished to come with them, and Harry nodded vigorously. Then turning back to the Dursleys, Sirius stated, "I am taking Harry with me, and this is not up for discussion." He added casually, "Perhaps you could consider calling the police. Go ahead and try. If that works for you." Sirius had revealed himself at the Dursley residence to create a favorable first impression for his godson. Yet it had devolved into chaos. He was well aware that Muggle authorities could not investigate him, and as for the wizarding world, it was uncertain whether this Muggle couple could reach Dumbledore. Regardless, Sirius was prepared. He had known since escaping Azkaban that facing them was inevitable. He had even been to Azkaban. Yvonne had assured him that she would not let him be taken away, so what was there to fear? Unbeknownst to Sirius, despite having known Yvonne for only a short while, he had instinctively chosen to trust her unconditionally and rely on her. As for the matter of guardianship before turning away, Sirius cast a furtive glance at Yvonne, his expression a blend of hesitation and unease, as if he were caught in a delicate dance of unspoken words. He tugged at her sleeve, murmuring, I don't have any cash on me, just Muggle currency." "Ahem, do you happen to have any? Consider it a debt. I shall repay you later." Yvonne rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "I knew it." Fortunately, she had come prepared. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a rather large suitcase. Under Harry's admiring gaze and the Dursleys' fearful expressions, she pushed the suitcase towards them. "This should suffice," Yvonne declared. "Even enough for a decade of comfortable living, let alone considering that Harry appears to have endured hardships. Does he not?" Petunia craned her neck, seemingly on the verge of offering some form of justification, only to remember she was currently rendered speechless. Subsequently, Yvonne drew out her wand, animatedly gesturing towards the Dursleys, who looked as if they might faint from fright. She inquired, "How about a little forgetfulness?" Sirius shook his head. "No. This is too significant a matter for Harry to leave without any news from Dumbledore. Let it be. They surely wouldn't dare to make a scene." "Very well." Yvonne sighed, retracting her wand. She took Harry's hand, smiled at him, and playfully winked. "Hey, before you lies a wondrous world of magic. Are you ready?" "Yes." Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thus, Harry's guardianship was transferred in a manner that could only be described as audacious. Thankfully, Muggle law did not extend into the realm of magic, and as for the laws of the magical community, well, they had certainly broken their fair share. Once they departed, the silencing charm on the Dursleys was lifted, and Dudley wailed loudly, while Vernon seethed with rage, casting fearful glances at the two peculiar pigtails sprouting from his own backside, his mouth spewing curses before he glanced back at the closed door, anxious not to be overheard. Only Petunia sat in silence, despondently on the ground, lacking even the motivation to open the suitcase for a glimpse inside. Chapter 9. Homeward Bound. Yet to Black Manor. The Muggle world was no longer an option. They had vacated their rented residence and now faced a new dilemma. Where to reside next? Yvonne turned to him incredulously. "Wait. You are the sole heir of the Black family. Yet you have no house?" "I do, but..." Sirius grimaced at the thought. "The place, well, it leaves much to be desired. At your age, still so rebellious?" She teased. "And what of you, Miss Grindelwald? Do you lack a roof over your head?" "The Grindelwald estate no longer exists," Yvonne replied nonchalantly. "My magical outburst blew it to bits. The new residence isn't in the UK. There are only 2 Grindelwalds left in the world anyway." The two of them exchanged glances, both aware of their dwindling family ties, before casually averting their eyes. "You truly wish to go to Black Manor? Why not?" "An available house," she answered. "I don't understand why you're so fixated on that old place," Sirius muttered. "Well, I hope it won't be too bothersome." In truth, they could find a place to stay if they truly desired. However, now that they had little Harry to consider, every decision required careful thought. At the very least, "We need a permanent, stable new home. Temporary lodging will simply not suffice," Sirius contemplated. Yet Grimmauld Place in its current state could only serve as a temporary refuge. They would find a new home in due time. Throughout, Harry obediently trailed behind them, silent and unassuming, prompting Sirius to finally inquire, "Harry, do you have any questions?" How could an 11-year-old boy, faced with such a starkly different world, suppress his curiosity? Both Yvonne and Sirius awaited Harry's inquiries, yet he remained eerily quiet. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at the two of them, their expressions radiating kindness, and he rubbed his eyes before softly saying, "Oh, I think if I follow you, I'll eventually understand everything." In truth, he had countless questions swirling in his mind, but he feared that his curiosity might become a burden. Yvonne discerned his thoughts and reflected on her own behavior at 11. She certainly hadn't been so well behaved. Sirius, who had always been the family's rebel, opened his mouth, but ultimately only reached out to ruffle Harry's unruly black hair. It's all right. Whatever you wish to know, we will tell you. Harry nestled behind him, peering out with anticipation. So what were my parents like? James and Lily. Sirius's gaze grew distant, lost in memories. This was a tender moment shared between godfather and son. And Yvonne, sensing the intimacy, took on the role of a silent driver, steering them towards their destination. They spoke at length about Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, and the vibrant tales of school life, with Harry's exclamations of wonder resounding throughout. He seemed to be completely immersed, his excitement for the magical world evident. Will Sirius take us shopping in Diagon Alley? Harry couldn't contain his curiosity when he heard that usually parents accompanied their children to procure school supplies. Suddenly, Sirius faltered. Faced with Harry's eager gaze, he chose to look away. Yvonne chuckled softly. Now you've put Sirius in a bind. He just exposed himself to the public. And now he would be apprehended. Harry looked puzzled. Huh? Sirius remained silent. I'm sorry, Harry, but I must tell you. The one responsible for your parents' deaths also bears a part of the blame. His voice, laden with guilt, cast a pall over the atmosphere. Sirius recounted the events of a decade past, and once he finished, he anxiously fell silent, awaiting Harry's anger, sadness, or accusations. Harry remained quiet for a long while, staring at his shoes without moving. Sirius feared that Harry was disappointed in him, or worse, regretting his decision to come with him. I'm sorry, Harry, it was my fault, he confessed. But then Harry embraced him, halting any further words. Harry sniffled, burying his face in the man's shoulder. It's not your fault. The young 11-year-old boy had already grasped the weight of those words, developing his own sense of discernment. He asserted confidently, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's the traitor who betrayed my parents and the murderer who killed them. I won't hate you. On the contrary, I am grateful for you and Yvonne appearing before me, revealing that such wondrous magic exists in the world, and that I still have family. Harry's voice grew increasingly choked with emotion, and Sirius held him tightly, as if to comfort this boy who had suffered so much. And truly, the bravery of Gryffindor flowed through Harry, for after shedding his tears he lifted his head, his green eyes gleaming with determination. I will clear Sirius's name, and I will capture that traitor to avenge my parents. Sirius was taken aback, then chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair in admiration. Well said. You are indeed James and Lily's son. Fearless and undaunted. You must be a Gryffindor, just like your parents. Really? Harry exclaimed with delight. My parents were Gryffindors. What about you, godfather? I am too, Sirius replied proudly. Harry glanced towards Yvonne in the front seat. And what about Yvonne? Sirius hesitated. She never mentioned, but I suspect it might be likely. Yvonne smiled elegantly. Hello, Slytherin. Ah. Sirius cradled his head in despair. His composure shattered. I knew it. I had considered the possibility that you might not have genuinely entered Hogwarts at the age of 11. But why, oh why? Must you be a Slytherin? Even a Ravenclaw would suffice. Harry glanced curiously at his godfather, then at Yvonne. What's wrong with Slytherin? He inquired. A wave of bitterness washed over Sirius. It's nothing. One of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, predominantly pure-blooded. The people there are. Well. Yvonne gazed at him with a playful smile. With great effort, Sirius suppressed his scorn for Slytherin and stated dryly, the wizards there, look, they're all like Yvonne, noble bloodlines, elegant demeanor, and formidable magical prowess, mostly hailing from renowned families with long-standing legacies. They can be a tad exclusionary, you see. He swore he had never before spoken so highly of Slytherin. So Yvonne, could you please stop staring at him? It's rather unsettling. Harry tilted his head. Is that so? It doesn't seem too bad. Harry, you mustn't go to Slytherin, Sirius exclaimed, springing to his feet, his voice rushing out in a torrent. Your parents were both Gryffindors, and your disposition aligns perfectly with Gryffindor. I am confident you will have the most splendid experience there. Whatever you do, do not attend Slytherin. Yvonne chuckled. What does it matter? After all, Harry and I are in the same year. If he ends up in Slytherin, I'll look out for him. Sirius struggled for a moment. No. That would be utterly disastrous. Amid their playful banter, they unknowingly completed their journey, Grindelwald Place now within sight. Sirius landed first, the 2 children trailing closely behind him. He waved his somewhat unwieldy second-hand wand and muttered a spell, transporting them to the black ancestral home. No sooner had they arrived than a loud explosion echoed from within. Get out! Abomination! Filthy beast! Get out! In the dimly lit house, a woman's portrait erupted in a cacophony of vile curses. Sirius rushed forward, brandishing his wand, and quickly draped a curtain over the portrait to muffle the noise. Yet, as soon as one disturbance was quelled, another arose. Yvonne stared in astonishment as the house seemed to rebel against Sirius's control, practically exerting itself to resist him in every conceivable manner. It was as if, despite him being the sole heir of the Black estate, he was viewed as an enemy steeped in the family's blood feud. In her shock, Yvonne pulled the equally startled Harry closer to her. "Merlin," she murmured. "I didn't even see such chaos when I blew up Grindelwald's old residence." Behind her, the sound of footsteps approached, and she turned to see an ancient house elf. Technically, even though Sirius had been disowned, the ancestral home itself remained unaffected. Upon the deaths of other heirs, its ownership would automatically revert to him, including the house elf. Yet, Yvonne observed the elderly creature with its peculiar, sunken eyes, muttering darkly, "Oh, look what creature sees. A disowned abomination bringing its filthy friends into the mistress's pristine home. How heartbroken the mistress must be, poor creature." Creature. Sirius appeared to have just emerged from his battle with the house. His face darkened as he approached them. Creature bowed his head before Sirius, then glared at him with a look laden with hatred. "Master, you have returned. I heard a murderer has escaped? The disowned abomination has scuttled back home? Poor creature, having to face the faces of these scum again." "Creature, be silent." Sirius stood protectively in front of Yvonne and Harry. "They are my friends and my godson. You are my house elf now and have no right to speak out of turn." Until that moment, Sirius had still harbored the desire to reprimand Creature. However, he soon realized it was futile. No matter what he said, Creature would bow and feign obedience while muttering insults under his breath. The mistress's home has been invaded by filth. Creature cannot refuse, but Creature must protect the mistress's belongings. Oh, and the precious untainted heirlooms of House Black. Harry, hiding behind, felt a sense of unease as he encountered a house elf for the first time, forming a misguided impression. "Am I unwelcome?" he whispered. "Not at all." Sirius, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "That is precisely why I dread returning. This old house is just like this. It's best to ignore it." Yvonne fell silent for a moment before saying, "Well, we're here now. What's going on?" She had visited the Black home before, but it felt remarkably different now. A wave of frustration washed over her. She had never expected a century's passage to bring such a transformation. And no wonder Sirius appeared so troubled. Harry pointed toward Creature, who was slowly retreating into the shadows. Still fixated on Sirius's status as an escaped convict. "Is it bad if he sees you?" "Creature is a house elf and bound to the house," Sirius added. "Besides, compared to the fact that Sirius has escaped from Azkaban, the return of the disowned family traitor to desecrate the esteemed Black home is of far greater concern to him." "Ha! Don't worry about it, Harry. To them, anyone who isn't pureblood is nothing but a filthy mongrel." At this, Sirius grimaced in distaste. They ascended the staircase, and Harry, seemingly grasping the situation, turned to Yvonne. "So is Yvonne pureblood?" Sirius turned his head as well. Yvonne surveyed her surroundings as she climbed the steps. "Well, sort of. But that's just my personal circumstance. The Grindelwald family doesn't place much emphasis on blood status, and not all of us are pureblood." As Yvonne passed a certain corridor, a portrait that had been hanging silently suddenly sprang to life. Yvonne Grindelwald? The figure within, who had been dozing, opened its eyes, fixing its gaze on Yvonne with an intensity that was almost palpable. "What are you doing here?" Yvonne halted, and Harry and Sirius turned to look at her. "Wow." Yvonne's tone shifted dramatically. Sirius noted that upon seeing the figure in the portrait, Yvonne seemed to unleash a hidden fire within her, radiating a peculiar and intense resolve. Her spirit invigorated, and her combativeness ignited. It was reminiscent of their quartet of marauders encountering Snape en route to class, triggering an instinct for battle. Yvonne's voice rose and fell dramatically, dripping with sarcasm, something Sirius had never heard before. "Look who it is. Our esteemed Phineas Nigellus Black, the headmaster. How fortunate I am to encounter you here. The one who has added so many delightful interludes to my brief time at Hogwarts." Phineas's face turned green with rage as he snarled, "I never expected to see you here, the most troublesome student in all of Hogwarts. Damn it. This is the Black ancestral home. Which Black did you deceive this time?" Yvonne exaggeratedly bowed. My apologies. If we're talking about being a nuisance, I could never compare to you, especially since you are the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Thanks to that reputation, I had a wonderful time impersonating you while drinking Polyjuice potion. It felt liberating to act without restraint. After all, whatever absurdity you did was perfectly normal. Wouldn't you agree? Phineas's face flushed red with anger. How dare you mention Polyjuice potion? Do you have any idea of the trouble that caused me? Oh, don't say that. I was merely trying to save Hogwarts, dear headmaster, Yvonne replied, beaming with audacity. Speaking of which, You actually contributed a bit to that endeavor. Didn't you? At least during your tenure, Principal, Hogwarts experienced an unprecedented unity among its 4 houses. There was a widely circulated phrase from that time. I wonder if you have ever heard it. Yvonne recited vividly. No matter which house you hail from, as long as you detest Principal Black, we are the best of friends. Sirius erupted with laughter. Pfft! Phineas shouted, get lost. In the next moment, the portrait vanished, seemingly seeking refuge in a place with a lower concentration of Yvonne to regain composure. Yvonne strutted towards them, chest held high like a victorious rooster, feeling invigorated. Sirius stifled a chuckle. How well done. I've been rather displeased with those noisy portraits that like to point fingers. By the way, do you recognize my great-grandfather? Yvonne shrugged. I suppose I'm one of his students during my time at school. Sirius's expression became inscrutable. Yvonne turned her head. Did I not mention? I come from 100 years ago. I am not of this era. Otherwise, can you guess why Gellert calls me sister? Wait, hold on. Sirius, weary, rubbed his forehead. Let us just say your extraordinary nature was evident from the outset. What young witch, not yet enrolled, could single-handedly break into Azkaban and infiltrate New Mongard, emerging unscathed? All right then, let us temporarily settle here. Sirius decided to bypass the topic of time travel. It was common knowledge to tread lightly around such matters. Although Yvonne appeared unconcerned, he could not allow her to encounter any unforeseen consequences due to his negligence regarding time. Harry, which room will you be in? Harry glanced at Yvonne, who had already moved ahead, and tugged at Sirius's sleeve. Can I share a room with my godfather? With me? Sirius nodded. It was permissible. However, it would necessitate a thorough cleaning beforehand. Chapter 10, Recollections, but with portraits of juniors. Dawn was approaching. Harry pulled the blanket over himself, enveloping his entire body, leaving only a small gap to gaze at the faint halo of light filtering through the window. He sluggishly realized that morning was nearing. He had barely slept all night. This was his first time residing in such a spacious room, on a soft bed, even though the house often had furniture inexplicably flying out, with Sirius grumbling as he retrieved it, battling the chaos. Yet Harry found it all splendid. Harry watched as the lamp leapt away, refusing to illuminate his space, and couldn't help but chuckle, finding it utterly adorable. This novelty was so delightful to him that his previous apprehensions about the house became trivial. He even relished the experience. After all, he had never encountered a bouncing cup in his 11 years, had he? Arriving in this entirely new environment, he was aware that he was on the brink of a fresh world. On this first day, it was only natural that his excitement would lead to insomnia, right? Having been accustomed to rising early at the Dursleys, now that dawn was breaking, Harry felt no inclination to linger in bed. He flipped over and sat up, causing the half-asleep Sirius beside him to grumble. Oh, Harry, Sirius turned over. It's still early. But there's much to do today, Harry replied. Godfather, didn't you and Yvonne say you would clean yesterday? This house hasn't had anyone living in it for a long time, has it? Sirius muttered a few incoherent curses about the cleaning. Yes, indeed. By Merlin's foul socks. This should be the house elf's task, had it not been for my reluctance. Harry chuckled, bouncing out of bed. Then let us prepare breakfast first. Prepare breakfast? Wait, you? Sirius instantly lost his drowsiness, sitting up with a start, wide-eyed in disbelief, halting Harry. Sirius grasped Harry's hand. What are you, a child, doing with such chores? Preparing breakfast is an adult's responsibility. Hey, you're still growing. Harry's cheeks flushed, joy and happiness bubbling within him, almost overwhelming him. Yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Can you cook, godfather? Sirius faltered, pondering for a moment in silence before responding. Cooking is quite simple, really. Leave it to me. With a ward to care for, along with an 11-year-old girl in need of guidance next door, Sirius unhesitatingly embraced the role of an adult, trudging towards the kitchen he had never ventured into before. The early morning in the Black family home was eerily quiet, many portraits still asleep, and there were no hostile house elves to cast them disparaging looks. Sirius's weariness vanished entirely, and for once he felt at ease. As he passed by a room, the door opened just in time for Yvonne to peek out. Sirius cheerfully greeted her. Good morning. Yvonne, what would you like for breakfast? Yvonne looked at Sirius with the same skepticism she had shown Harry. You can cook? Please have a bit more faith in me, he replied, as Yvonne's doubtful gaze followed him into the kitchen. Were the disowned blacks truly different? She pondered, recalling the two blacks in her memory. The most detestable Phineas, the principal, and the obedient younger Sirius who had always clung to her. Despite their differing personalities, both exhibited the typical aristocratic affliction of a pure-blood family, pampered, fragile, and untouched by the toil of everyday life. Before his disownment, Sirius had at least spent over a decade as the privileged young master of the Blacks. Or had life finally tempered him? Yvonne mused, slowly closing the door. Just as the gap was about to close, she heard a sudden explosion from the kitchen. Bang. Cough. Cough. What was that? Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Yvonne held her forehead, knowing it would end poorly. The entire house was reluctant to cooperate. It would be a miracle if he succeeded in cooking. Yvonne exited her room and encountered Harry in the hallway, who had clearly also heard the explosion and rushed out in concern. Good morning, Sister Yvonne. The way he addressed her brought her immense joy, and Yvonne smiled, her eyes sparkling. Good morning, Harry. Did you sleep well last night? Yes. Harry nodded. Of course. It was wonderful. Everything since I was taken feels like a dream. Even now, the simple act of waking up and exchanging friendly greetings with family was a profound happiness for Harry. As for your godfather, Yvonne shrugged, leading Harry towards the kitchen. Clearly, he is encountering some difficulties. As they reached the kitchen door, Yvonne discovered that she was not the only one present. The elderly house elf creature was fiercely clutching something, confronting Sirius. No. Creature rasped, displaying vehement resistance. You cannot touch them. You even wish to discard them. Oh, poor old creature. Unable to protect the mistress's home or the young master's belongings, creature has allowed their precious items to be sullied by the traitor, who was disowned. Sirius's expression seemed to be straining to suppress his fury. He did not wish to reveal uncontrolled emotions before Harry and Yvonne on just their second day of moving in. Gritting his teeth, Sirius exclaimed, I am merely cleaning. Look around you. This place is cluttered. How do you expect to keep it tidy? Can anything even rest here? Do these dusty old things need to be kept? Creature's emotions worsened, and Yvonne noticed tears welling in his large eyes. Throw them away. You mean to discard them? Those are Master Regulus's belongings. You have touched them, and you wish to throw them away. Regulus? Sirius retorted impatiently. What does that have to do with me? He has been dead for over a decade, hasn't he? Ha, serving the Dark Lord, he reaped what he sowed. I care not for this. Can we clean up if these things remain? Creature fell silent, yet tears as large as pearls continued to flow from his eyes, and he clutched the clutter even tighter. The house elf understood that should Sirius issue a firm command, he would be unable to refuse. Hence, the despair in his gaze deepened. Ivana interjected, well then, let us not discard them. After all, the Black Manor has plenty of empty rooms. Let creature find a place to store these items. Sirius replied, TCH. I suppose that is acceptable. She cast a glance at creature, who immediately bowed deeply, having already learned Ivana's full name, perhaps a revelation from a portrait. In any case, Creature's demeanor towards Ivana had certainly improved. My heartfelt thanks, esteemed Miss Grindelwald, he said before vanishing with the pile of disorganized belongings through apparition. Once Creature had departed, Ivana asked Sirius, is there anything of significant importance among those items? Nothing of value, merely a collection of junk. Sirius rolled his eyes, adding to a house elf. Any possession of their former master holds great significance, even old trousers, yellowed teacups, and decayed picture frames. Suddenly, Sirius recalled, however, I did uncover something in the cupboard that was snatched away before I could see it clearly, a pendant box, but who cares? He shrugged nonchalantly. Ivana nodded. The sundry items Creature had just gathered were too numerous and wrapped in old clothing, and she had not spotted any pendant box. Well, let us set that aside for now. At least no one will impede us from preparing breakfast. She stepped forward and gently pushed Sirius back. Sirius, surprised, responded Ivana. Allow me to handle it. That explosion earlier has left me too apprehensive to eat anything you cook. Harry wholeheartedly agreed, and Sirius felt quite disheartened. Thus, the rather unreliable adult was pushed aside, and the industrious children took charge of the kitchen. In the early morning, Harry's mindset was entirely different. As he peeled potatoes, he couldn't help but curiously observe Ivana brandishing her wand. The kitchen utensils obediently lined up, ready to process the ingredients. Is this what a wand does? Can I have one too? Harry inquired. Ivana nodded. Every young wizard acquires their own wand before starting school. One can find their very own wand at Ollivander's. But you never attended school. My situation is rather unique. It's complicated to explain. Just know that I have been to Hogwarts, Ivana replied with a hint of resignation. Would you like to give it a try? Harry's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He cautiously touched Ivana's wand while she introduced it. Elderwood, unicorn hair. 11 1/3 inches. It has a rather haughty temperament and won't easily accept a wizard's magic other than mine, so be careful. The warning came a moment too late, for as Harry touched the wand, he felt a slight discomfort and quickly withdrew, offering a sheepish smile to Ivana. It seems she is not very welcoming to me. Fear not. You will soon possess your own wand, and it shall be your greatest ally. The temporary supplies were limited, and soon they were depleted. In the end, Sirius only partook in the meal, offering high praises for the culinary skills of Chef Ivana and her assistant Harry. Let these utensils clean themselves. Ivana clapped her hands, addressing them. I also noticed an abundance of pests and cobwebs in this house. Let us divide the labor. Sirius swallowed the last morsel of bread and picked up his wand. Until today, Harry had never considered that tidying up could be so enjoyable. He watched the blonde girl bounce around, waving her wand like a conductor, reciting fresh water flow like a spring, as jets of water erupted from the wand's tip, forcefully washing away a swarm of pests. Meanwhile, Sirius busied himself in another area, organizing the scattered items with his wand's movements, while dirt and cobwebs vanished with each incantation. Harry hardly contributed, as he was too mesmerized by the spectacle, filled with awe. All right, they finally exclaimed after a considerable effort, the manor now bustling with life. Sirius collapsed into a chair, utterly fatigued. Now all that remains. Their gazes shifted slowly to the walls, and they fell into a collective silence. The walls of the Black Manor were adorned with numerous portraits, which also required regular cleaning. Typically, Creature would attend to these tasks. Sirius pondered whether it was even necessary. Portraits, I'll go have a look, Ivana suddenly declared. Sirius stared at her incredulously. Is that really necessary? Or do you find the noise from these portraits bearable? It was not Ivana's intent to survey the portraits. She was searching for someone. I merely wished to find one person. Sirius realized, you know another Black. From your era? Indeed, he was my junior, Ivana replied. Upon seeing Professor Phineas, she should have deduced that he likely had a portrait in the old manor as well. I must go see him. All right, Sirius rose. I want to interrupt your reunion. I'll take Harry out for a stroll. He turned to Harry. Excitement evident in his expression. Harry, would you like to experience Quidditch? What is that? It's a thrilling sport. Your father excelled at it, and being his son, you're bound to be good at it too. Sirius tugged at Harry, enthusiastically leading him outside. You'll find out soon enough. There are brooms here that will suffice. Let me take you for a game. The godfather and son soon disappeared from sight, while Ivana called for Creature. Esteemed miss, is there a task you would like to assign Creature? I wish to know where the portrait of Sirius Black, the other one sharing this name, is located. Creature bowed his head. The firstborn son of the Blacks is indeed Sirius. After him, the family frequently named their firstborn this. May I inquire which one you seek, miss? Ivana hesitated, caught off guard by this revelation. She calculated the lineage. The current Sirius was the great-grandson. She had heard of a tapestry depicting the family tree in the Black Manor. Perhaps she should seek that out first. Creature led her to a dimly lit room. As the curtains were drawn, light streamed in, awakening the portrait hanging beneath a clock. Creature then bowed again and vanished with a snap. Who disturbed my slumber? Came a languid voice, sounding as if it could never fully wake. The portrait revealed an adult Sirius Black too. Ivana gazed intently at him. The likeness in the portrait was fixed, his features now mature, yet his serene and gentle expression resembled the boy she had remembered. His softly curling black hair framed his face, retaining the scholarly charm from his school days into adulthood. She had found him. The person in the portrait had finally laid eyes upon her face. A profound silence enveloped the empty room, and for a moment, she could only hear her own breathing. Sirius, Ivana smiled, breaking the silence. It's been a long time. Oh, senior, he finally emerged from his daze, lifting a hand to rub his eyes. It's been ages, Ivana. You seem much younger than I remember. I didn't process it at first. An unexpected twist of time. Ivana transformed a stick into a chair, adopting a posture reminiscent of a heart-to-heart conversation with the portrait. Why is your portrait hidden in such an obscure place? It made it difficult for me to find you. My apologies, senior, Sirius replied sincerely, donning a weary expression, but it's mainly because they're all rather bothersome. Especially the former mistress of this manor, Walburga. If I remain outside, a peaceful night's rest is out of the question. You seem quite aloof towards them, Ivana noted. Because they're irritating, senior. From life to afterlife. Sirius, with a hint of resignation, inquired, have you quarreled with father again? I heard him lamenting for the entire night yesterday. The patriarch of Sirius Black II, Phineas Black, had been driven away in a fit of anger by Yvonne. Though she reveled in her triumph, it was the unfortunate younger student who bore the brunt of his father's wrath once more. Yvonne raised an eyebrow. Pray tell. Which side do you stand on? Of course, I stand by your side, senior, Sirius replied with a smile, gracefully inclining his body, one hand resting on his chest. It is indeed an honor to serve you even to this day, our leader. Might I inquire what you seek from me, now that I am but a portrait? Yvonne's brow relaxed, for the familiar essence of Sirius was unmistakable. Once he had been the epitome of a pure-blooded black, forever adhering to the ancestral tenets of purity, idolizing bloodline supremacy and class distinction, with noble refinement engraved in his very being, viewing honor as the essence of life. This description pertains solely to the Sirius prior to his encounter with Yvonne. After meeting her, he transformed, akin to a young cabbage sprouting legs, desperately racing towards another's garden. His admiration for her was profound, nearly fanatic, as he longed to enter her line of sight, to be acknowledged by her, sacrificing everything for that fleeting glance. No one could deter him, neither his father nor the Black family. Once Yvonne entered his life, familial ties took a back seat, becoming secondary to his newfound compass. This also elucidated why Phineas had never regarded Yvonne with favor. Any father who had to witness his son ensnared by another would inevitably feel a sense of despair. Yes, Phineas conceded that Yvonne was the most exceptional student he had ever encountered, having quelled a rebellion and vanquished the Ashen Serpent faction within her first year, thus rescuing Hogwarts, a veritable legend. It was only natural for Sirius, a quintessential Slytherin, to be drawn to her. However, dear son, if she were merely a solitary fish in the sea, it might be tolerable, but Yvonne Grindelwald was a figure of considerable repute, possessing an entire pond teeming with fish. Count the names: Gunter, Salazar, Weasley, Tuck, Crouch, Malfoy, spanning 4 houses. There was not a single soul in Hogwarts who did not languish uneasily in her pond. Truly, she did not lack for a black. Yet, what could Phineas do? The stubbornness ingrained in the bloodline of the Blacks was unyielding, and once a person was chosen, not even a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse could pry them away. Powerless. Phineas could only find solace in the thought that at least Yvonne Grindelwald was worthy of such devotion. In Yvonne's memory, Sirius had always been obedient, considerate, and perceptive. She had scarcely contemplated how a seemingly tranquil and compliant younger student could surmount numerous obstacles within a mere year, emerging victorious and being selected to join the ancient society. First, tell me about the situation after my disappearance, Yvonne said, relaxing her posture as she leaned back in her chair. How is the society? And how are you all faring? Chapter 11, a letter, yet not an acceptance. It is quite dire, Sirius replied gravely, causing Yvonne's heart to skip a beat. He continued. Everyone's spirits are utterly dismal. The room of requirement is on the verge of being turned upside down. Sirius was still being conservative in his assessment. It was not merely a matter of chaos. The members of the ancient society had convened in a tumultuous assembly, their leader's absence igniting tensions akin to a powder keg, leading to heated exchanges that transformed the room of requirement into a cacophonous marketplace. They were almost frantically searching for her, scouring every inch of England. The mental state of each member had deteriorated to a point where they could have equitably matched the despair of those surrounding them, creating an atmosphere far more terrifying than before the war, leaving a profound impression on the youngest member, Sirius. Yvonne's gaze shifted awkwardly for a moment. I apologize. It was my fault. Did the society disband afterward? No, Sirius shook his head. After your disappearance, while many divisions arose within the society, it remains one of the few legacies you left behind. Everyone has maintained a tacit understanding to uphold the society. No one has suggested disbanding or resigning. A faint smile graced his face, which also included the secrets that Yvonne had long preserved. At his words, Yvonne exhaled a sigh of relief, her tension finally dissipating. This was her greatest concern. The ancient society, which she had founded in her 5th year, was initially established to combat the Fairy Rebellion and protect the living forces of Hogwarts during wartime. Over time, it evolved into a repository of ancient magical secrets. The ancient magic, passed down through the ages, resided not solely within a select few wizards. It was an immensely formidable, unclaimed force, kept hidden in Hogwarts' underground chambers before Yvonne inherited it. It was Hogwarts' legacy, safeguarded for centuries by wizards who voluntarily took on the role of guardians. However, the invasion by the fairy leader, Lonrock, compelled Yvonne to reconsider. If Hogwarts' defenses were not infallible, would there not be others seeking to breach the school and seize its heritage? Thus, Yvonne turned her gaze toward the ancient society. Hogwarts could not suffice. She must take matters into her own hands. She extracted the power but did not directly absorb it. Rather, she stored it within a unique space, requiring 3 keys to unlock the door. The final lock was her own will. Only those who collected the keys and earned Yvonne's recognition could access the resplendent ancient magic. The guardians sealed the power, while the keepers concealed the secrets. Thus, the ancient society was born. Following deliberation within the society, the 3 keys were entrusted to 3 core members for safekeeping. Sirius recalled Omini's Gunter, Sebastian Sallow, and Poppy Sweeting. However, Miss Sweeting encountered some misfortune. Sirius sighed softly, his brow furrowed with regret. The last known sighting of her was when she entrusted the key to Katrina Crouch, after which she ventured alone into the Congo rainforest. No one knows her intentions. Perhaps she sought out a rare magical creature. Or maybe she was searching for your whereabouts. Oh, Yvonne lowered her head, her heart feeling as if it were laden with lead, sinking heavily. She could not help but feel sorrowful. Poppy Sweeting had been her closest friend during her time at Hufflepuff, and now, a century later, she was left with nothing but a silence that echoed her absence. So, the first key should be with the Crouch family? Sirius nodded. Miss Crouch remained unmarried her entire life, and was buried at Crouch Manor. I believe she would have placed the key in what she deemed the safest location. Unmarried for life? Such a notion was novel for the 19th century, especially among the pureblood families where marriages were commonplace. Sirius observed Yvonne, who was completely taken aback, and sighed inwardly, feeling as desolate as snow. What could be the reason for such a choice? Perhaps encountering someone so astonishing in youth rendered the splendors of the world thereafter unworthy of her heart. Countless individuals filled their youth with her colors, leaving no place for others in their hearts, thus delaying their lives. Katrina was one such individual. Poppy was another, yet they were far from the only ones. Nevertheless, he lacked the courage of Katrina to squander his years waiting for someone who would not return. In the depths of despair, he ultimately acquiesced to the family's arrangements. This conversation lingered for quite some time. Sirius recounted that since Poppy Sweeting's disappearance, although the ancient society had not officially disbanded, its members had gradually drifted apart. Sebastian Sallow had taken his sister abroad, and now the key likely lay dormant in the Sallow estate across the ocean. Omini's Gaunt did not choose to return to his family. He severed ties with the Gaunt lineage and moved alone to Godric's Hollow, all of this transpiring in secrecy, unbeknownst to anyone that the bloodline of Slytherin still existed there. Sirius Black opted to inherit the family legacy, steadily treading the path laid out for him by his ancestors. Countless others embarked on diverse journeys, gradually drifting apart. The anchor that once bound them together had vanished, and such a future seemed inevitable. Ivy found herself perplexed by her current emotions, her lips downturned and eyelids drooping, exuding a sense of lethargy. However, Sirius shifted the tone of the conversation, a smile curving his lips as he remarked, "I must be the luckiest among us. I have returned to the Black household, hung the portrait here, allowing me to see you once again after a century." His tone was almost tender as he added, "You probably cannot fathom how enviable I am, just for this reason alone. Especially considering those two serpents. Do they not revel in showcasing their camaraderie with you, Ivy?" Yet the first person to reunite with her was him. Sirius, relishing in schadenfreude, thought to himself how amusing it would be to witness their expressions upon learning this. Well, Ivy mused, having gathered the information she sought, she contemplated the resources at her disposal. The reconstruction of the ancient clandestine meetings was imperative. She would have to start from scratch once more, counting the individuals available to her. Aside from the 3 laborers she had conscripted from Nocturne Alley, who had yet to report back, she realized that only young Sirius remained as the sole adult wizard. Ivy's thoughts began to spiral as she counted. Never mind. I'll take it slow. As Ivy stood to bid farewell, Sirius watched her leave, and just as she was about to step over the threshold, he spoke up quietly. "Initially, I felt it was unjust. Due to your disappearance, the first-class Merlin's Order medal that should have been awarded to you was shelved, your deeds gradually fading from memory, and the trophy for special contributions gathering dust in the display room. Even the Ministry's feeble attempts to gloss over the truth regarding peace barely mentioned the history of the magical creatures." Sirius smiled faintly. "We all believed that had you grown up normally, you would undoubtedly have been the most radiant protagonist of that era. Your honors have diminished, indeed. But now, I find it rather splendid," he murmured, his expression betraying an ineffable sense of loss, yet a smile lingered on his lips, infused with a sense of relief. It was splendid. She was different from them. Their time had been frozen, while she still had a future. She had merely changed her stage. The summer sun beat down upon the earth, making one feel particularly restless. Ivy and her companions had grown accustomed to residing in the Black ancestral home, to the point where even Harry could swat at a water cup trying to evade his hand without a sideways glance, then drink it all in one go. Harry had become enamored with Quidditch, darting about in the open air with an old broomstick alongside Sirius, their laughter ringing out from early morning, which Ivy found no annoyance in. After all, she rose early as well, and while brewing potions she would occasionally peek out the window, warning Harry to be cautious as he attempted various daring maneuvers. "Your godfather is quite unreliable. I wager if you break your arm, his clumsy healing spells might just pull your bones out." Sirius shot back in indignation, I'm not that incompetent. Harry only laughed heartily, the fresh breeze tousling his hair. And he paid it no mind. With a flick of his broom, Harry soared to Ivy's window and knocked. Ivy, do you want to give it a try too? He said eagerly, it's so much fun. Who could resist the pleading gaze of her adorable little brother? Ivy promptly pushed aside her cauldron, extinguished the flame, and set her freshly brewed potion aside. She mounted her broomstick and raised an eyebrow at Harry. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Don't come crying to me later. I won tea, Harry retorted. With a laugh, Ivy shot out like an arrow the moment Sirius blew his whistle. Harry was in awe of Ivy's graceful flying skills, igniting his competitive spirit as he followed closely behind her. In this open space, Sirius had released the golden snitch, and their task was to find it. Harry was already quite adept at this. Sirius had praised his flying talent on numerous occasions, and catching the snitch was usually a simple task for him. However, Harry had not anticipated Ivy's exceptional flying prowess. She was not holding back at all, laughing joyfully as she danced with the wind, executing one spin after another, her feints leaving Harry utterly bewildered. Suddenly, she spotted something, and with a swift dive, Harry realized too late. Ivy hovered gracefully 3 feet above the ground, clutching the golden snitch, waving at him. Too slow, Harry. Slowly descending beside Ivy, Harry was filled with admiration. Ivy, you're amazing. Sirius hurried over to them, taking the golden snitch from Ivy's hand, astonished by her skill. I knew you could fly well, but I didn't expect you to excel in this regard. Indeed, Ivy replied, savoring the compliment. I was once unmatched throughout the school, with only one friend from Slytherin able to rival my flying. Yet, she mused, it would be quite difficult to find someone like Imelda, who would joyfully fly along the Craigmore coast for a full day and night with her. Curious, Harry asked, did you often lead the house to Quidditch championships? Ivy's smile suddenly froze. She cast a wistful glance at Sirius and chuckled softly, not at all. Thanks to a certain most unpopular black headmaster, the Quidditch matches were suspended after a pureblood student got injured during a flight. Consequently, throughout my time at school, I have never experienced any Quidditch events. Ah, it's truly a tale of woe, she added. Sirius, incensed, exclaimed, what? Unbelievable. Quidditch can be banned? Just how delicate are pureblood families? Who doesn't get injured while flying? Even the sharpest of forks have claimed that getting hurt during a Quidditch match is an honor. As Sirius's indignation grew, Ivy remained silent, merely gazing at him, her lines having been stolen away. After their vigorous activity, a burning hunger gripped Ivy's stomach, and she beckoned the 2 gentlemen to dine. However, an unexpected interruption occurred at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. The tightly shut doors and windows were incessantly rattled, disrupting the family's pleasant lunch. Ivy turned in confusion, her bewilderment transforming into understanding upon seeing the snowy little creatures outside. Sirius chuckled, pressing Ivy down before rising to open the window for the diligent messengers. Owls flapped their wings and flew in, dropping 2 letters that landed squarely in Ivy's and Harry's hands. Congratulations, Sirius announced, wrapping an arm around each child's shoulders. Hogwarts acceptance letters. It's about time they arrived. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched the letter, examining it from every angle. The envelope read, 12 Grimmauld Place. At the dining table, addressed to Mr. Harry Potter. Ivy. Mine is, the same as mine. Receiving a Hogwarts acceptance letter once more. And at the proper age of 11, Ivy remained far more composed than Harry. She even had the leisure to sip her oat milk before unfolding the letter. The address on her envelope matched Harry's, and the content of the acceptance letter was largely the same. The only difference was that it read, Miss Ivy Grindelwald. The first page of the letter was formatted uniformly, and Ivy glanced at it before flipping to the back, focusing on the list of required items and books. Enclosed with this letter are the items they intend to procure from Diagon Alley, as Yvonne has been diligently concocting potions for Sirius of late. She firmly believes that the most suitable companion for their shopping expedition is none other than Sirius himself. However, before that, Sirius. Yvonne lifted the parchment, took another sip of oat milk, and mused, how long do you suppose it will be before Dumbledore arrives at the Black residence? Sirius reclined languidly, who knows? At this point, I only hope that when Dumbledore sees me, he won't immediately brandish his wand but will first allow me an explanation. Yvonne chuckled, cheerfully retreating to the study to fetch some parchment and a quill, handing a sheet to Harry. She dipped the quill in ink and began to write fluidly. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, it is with great honor that I have received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I have long awaited the opportunity to meet this wondrous school of magic. Although my contact with the current wizarding community in Britain is limited, I have heard much of your esteemed reputation, and am genuinely eager to experience it firsthand. It is said that you are the greatest white wizard of this century, and I can only imagine that Hogwarts, under your guidance, must be the finest magical institution in Europe. I look forward to our formal meeting. Yvonne Grindelwald. Chapter 12. A visitor, but Dumbledore. A witch clad in a fitted robe hurriedly flung open the door to the headmaster's office, an act that was exceedingly rare for someone as composed and dignified as Minerva McGonagall. Albus Dumbledore's expression was far from tranquil as he remarked, "Oh, Minerva. The admissions book for this year." "Albus," she interjected, her tone betraying a hint of urgency. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, placing them aside. Yet his calm demeanor had an inexplicable soothing effect. He picked up a letter he had recently received and said, "None of us can predict the changes that the future may hold, can we? Even when events unfold in ways we did not foresee." McGonagall's keen eyes spotted the letter. The dried ink flowed into ornate English script, the surname glaringly prominent. Her jaw tightened, her neck arching slightly as she lowered her voice. "So it is true? Grindelwald?" Dumbledore raised a hand in a calming gesture. "There is no need for haste, Minerva." His voice remained steady, regardless of our prospective student's surname. "Once she is accepted by the admissions book, she becomes a part of Hogwarts, does she not? Moreover, everything remains uncertain," he murmured softly. "Uncertain." Dumbledore's fingertips unconsciously caressed the ornate letters on the parchment, the signature boldly declaring Yvonne Grindelwald. The elegant script danced across the page, flowing seamlessly, evoking an image of the writer's confidence and eagerness to etch her name, striking it directly into Dumbledore's consciousness. Before he could set forth, greetings from another Grindelwald had already arrived. Dumbledore's gaze was shrouded in a mist akin to that which rises from the sea, intangible and devoid of discernible emotion. McGonagall sighed softly. The surprises brought about by this year's admissions book were indeed significant. After half a century, another Grindelwald had resurfaced in the public eye, miraculously receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. The address, 12 Grimmauld Place, was none other than the long-abandoned Black residence, precisely where she found herself. As if that were not enough, Harry Potter's name also appeared beneath this address. Harry had moved out from number 4 Privet Drive at some point, and no news had emerged from the Dursleys. After Dumbledore dispatched someone to investigate, it quickly became clear that Harry had departed from his aunt and uncle's home some time ago, and the Dursleys remained silent, perhaps gripped by fear. Harry Potter was with young Grindelwald. McGonagall pressed her forehead, never having felt such a headache before. The address was still the Black residence. Merlin, what could they have done? All the questions could only be answered by witnessing the situation firsthand. Could they not? Dumbledore resolved to personally visit the Black residence. The threads of his thoughts began to weave together. He recalled the Azkaban breakout, the Auror supervisor urging him to visit the isolated island. When he beheld the remnants of flames that brazenly announced their presence, he left the anxious Aurors with a singular command. Wait. That was not a being who would only dare to move in the shadows, nor one who would deign to act against the weak. One day, they would boldly and flamboyantly declare their arrival to the wizarding world. Thus, waiting was all that was required. That said, Dumbledore closed his eyes, never anticipating that the clues would come together so swiftly. After Yvonne and the others had worked tirelessly, 12 Grimmauld Place had finally shed some of its dilapidation, taking on a semblance of dignity. Yvonne heard a knock at the door, and exchanged a glance with Sirius, who gestured for her to answer. The door swung open from within, and Dumbledore lowered his head, gazing at Yvonne Grindelwald, standing just a foot away. The 11-year-old girl possessed long, golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes slightly lifted at the corners, a smile spilling forth that diminished any sense of distance. Her blue irises held the tumultuous depths akin to the Mariana Trench. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Yvonne was wholly unperturbed by his arrival. She crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, her smile a blend of feigned warmth and youthful arrogance. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Headmaster Dumbledore," she said, stepping aside. "Would you care to come in and sit?" In a heartbeat, Dumbledore quelled his thoughts. He nodded to her, smiling gently. "I hope you will not hold this unexpected visit against me, as I intrude upon your tranquil existence." Upon entering, Dumbledore beheld the considerably brighter living room of the old residence, where the fugitive, recently featured in the newspapers, sat quietly at a table, his hands folded, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. "Long time no see." Sirius managed a strained smile. "Dumbledore." Dumbledore turned his attention back to Yvonne. "I believe I am owed an explanation regarding the recent events. Am I not? Perhaps you should inquire of him." Dumbledore seated himself on the opposite side of the sofa, as Sirius produced a vial of potion, presenting it before Dumbledore. "Oh," Dumbledore praised, observing the clear, untainted liquid. "A perfect veritaserum. Is this what you wish to show me? No, this is merely one of the potions, Sirius replied, shaking his head, and then, before Dumbledore's very eyes, he administered the Veritaserum to himself. Dumbledore's smile faded slightly. Sirius wiped his mouth and said, with your discernment, I trust you can ascertain that this vial of Veritaserum contains no impurities, and thus, what I am about to say will be the absolute truth. Should you still harbor doubts, feel free to use a pensive or any means you prefer. No, Dumbledore interrupted, that will suffice. What is it you wish to convey? Sirius took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he submerged himself once more into the memories of a decade past, tearing away the heavy truth. Yvonne quietly excused herself, recognizing that this was not her moment. She believed that if Dumbledore was indeed as wise and perceptive as rumored, he would not doubt Sirius. She ascended to an upper room, joining Harry at the windowsill, lost in thought. Yvonne, Harry roused from his reverie. That professor. He has arrived, hasn't he? Yes. Harry pressed his lips together, his expression tinged with unease. Yvonne gently patted his head, serving as comfort. Do not worry. He will not take Sirius away. They merely need to discuss adult matters. Harry, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered, Yvonne is just trying to placate me again. She laughed and said, not at all. If you don't believe me, you can go down and see for yourself. The conversation downstairs lingered for quite some time. Bored, Yvonne played 3 rounds of wizard's chess with Harry, only to faintly catch some sounds from below. She stepped into the corridor and happened upon Dumbledore, accompanied by Sirius Black. Dumbledore's brow was furrowed, tinged with a hint of sorrow and grief, as he ascended the stairs slowly and heavily, his expression seemingly mourning something, solemn and silent. Godfather, Harry exclaimed anxiously, confirming that Sirius was unharmed before belatedly greeting Dumbledore. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore offered a faint smile. Hello, Harry. I am delighted to see you adapting to this new home. You have a wonderful godfather. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Harry's eyes. You know that Godfather is innocent. Just as you believe in him, Harry, I harbor no doubts about Sirius's claims. Dumbledore sighed softly. However, it is profoundly sad, and I must apologize. For until the true culprit is apprehended, Sirius cannot venture out freely. He must remain in hiding. He is willing to be your new guardian, Harry, Dumbledore said kindly. In that case, you should stay here. Harry appeared exhilarated, nearly bouncing with joy, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. But one thing, promise me. Do not sever ties with your remaining blood relatives so easily, all right? Dumbledore crouched down, imparting his wisdom. Perhaps you do not understand now, but in time you will. Your bloodline is always a form of protection for you. Harry nodded, albeit confused, with his greatest concern alleviated. Harry felt that as long as he could continue living in this home with Sirius and Yvonne, there was nothing he could not agree to. He excitedly ran up to Sirius and slapped his palm against his godfather's, the pair sharing a moment of warmth. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Yvonne. You're right. It is I. I brought Sirius out, and it was I who raised a ruckus at New Mungos. He is my last remaining blood relative, so it is not unreasonable for me to visit him, is it? Yvonne declared, having waited long to express herself. Dumbledore paused in silence for a moment, looking at Yvonne with calmness. You are much younger than I expected. My body had a slight mishap. Yvonne gestured with her fingers to indicate a small extent. But my name should be recorded in the admission ledger, so I am indeed a legitimate Hogwarts freshman. Oh, indeed. Dumbledore chuckled at the sight of the girl with her hands on her hips. You are a student of Hogwarts, and that is undeniable. However, the name Yvonne Grindelwald triggered a long-dormant familiarity within him, a remnant of memories from his own school days. There had once been a legendary tale of an upperclassman that had circulated throughout the school, but it concluded with her mysterious disappearance. Perhaps the fragrant blossoms of Godric's Hollow had intoxicated his senses. Perhaps the sweltering summer had left scorching marks on his heart, leading him to nearly forget that he had first encountered the surname Grindelwald long before 1899. Yvonne Grindelwald. The same name, the same lineage, and a puzzling background. How could it be mere coincidence, especially with the Grindelwald family now in decline? Dumbledore harbored suspicions yet concealed them deep within, allowing only a serene smile to grace his face, a smile that had matured through countless experiences. Welcome to Hogwarts, Yvonne, Dumbledore said. Please permit me to address you as such. Dumbledore's composure exceeded Yvonne's expectations, though she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, considering her soul's age, she was merely 16. How could she fathom the depths of Dumbledore's heart? She pouted as she watched him bid farewell to Sirius, who had already reached the threshold of the estate, but ultimately could not contain herself. Professor Dumbledore, I have one more question to ask you. Yvonne interjected abruptly. Dumbledore paused at the door, and with the poise befitting a professor, He turned back, patiently awaiting her inquiry. Yvonne approached him slowly, her eyes filled with pure bewilderment, her voice piercing the heart, striking everyone present. What is the reason that Gellert Grindelwald holds such affection for you? Chapter 13. The Mundane but Birthday Celebration. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Sirius leaned against the doorknob, exhaling a long breath, and turned back to look at Yvonne with a resentful, tooth-aching gaze. Yvonne responded with an innocent expression. Sirius. Harry glanced between his hesitant godfather and the unsullied Yvonne, bravely raising his hand to pose the first question. So what is the connection between Professor Dumbledore and Yvonne's family? Ugh. Sirius swiftly covered Harry's mouth. Be quiet. I really don't want to revisit that grim scene. Heaven knows the restraint he had to exert when Yvonne posed that soul-searching question. He managed to keep silent despite being a courageous Gryffindor. In that moment, he didn't even dare to look at Dumbledore's expression. Fortunately, Dumbledore had departed without uttering a word. Sirius said, Yvonne, Harry, should we perhaps consider our shopping trip to Diagon Alley? Sure, let us go in August, Yvonne replied cheerfully, winking at Harry. Our Harry's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? Harry blinked in surprise, and Sirius suddenly enlightened, clapping his hands. Right. Generally, Hogwarts acceptance letters were delivered either on or close to one's birthday. Harry's birthday was on July 31st, and his letter had arrived nearly a week early. But that raises another question, Sirius inquired. Yvonne, when is your birthday? Yvonne shrugged nonchalantly. It has already passed. Her birthday was in May, a time before she had come to this era. Perhaps that was why her acceptance letter had arrived alongside Harry's. As Harry watched Yvonne and Sirius animatedly discuss how to throw him a grand birthday celebration, he suddenly felt a twinge of emotion, rubbing his eyes. Such a scene had never occurred before. The Dursleys would never remember his birthday, even during significant holidays. He received nothing more than a toothpick or a blank sheet of paper. Harry believed he had long since grown indifferent to such matters, until someone genuinely cared for him. His nose felt tinged with a strange ache, but warmth surged through him, flowing from his veins to his limbs, igniting a pleasant heat within. Thus, Harry stifled the moisture in his eyes, and made a concerted effort to display a radiant smile. Yvonne and Sirius argued passionately. She realized that in terms of aesthetics and etiquette, she really could not communicate with Gryffindor. The birthday celebration must be splendid. Yvonne slammed the table. Such an important day. Even if our family situation is unique and we cannot invite guests, we should not skimp on what is essential. A musical fountain, a red carpet, a dance floor, a table set with red candles and goblets. These are all necessities. Where is the excess in that? Sirius also pounded the table. Is it really necessary to go through such pomp and circumstance? For heaven's sake, this is a birthday for a child, not an elaborate noble social event. I value Harry too, but there's no need to manifest that value through meaningless, time-wasting rituals. Then tell me, how do you think the birthday party should be organized? Take Harry to his favorite places for a grand feast, buy him a broomstick he likes, let him fly freely and enjoy himself. Then gather as a family to eat cake and sing a song. That should suffice. Absolutely not. Ivy was furious. This was far too rudimentary, far too crude. Your plan is worse than having none at all. What difference does it make from usual? Sirius shouted. Are you trying to exhaust Harry with your scheme? I'm not saying etiquette is unnecessary, but this is overly complicated and utterly misguided. The two of them bickered for quite some time, glaring at each other in a huff, before they both turned sharply in unison to face Harry, exclaiming together. Harry, you choose one. What do you think is best? Harry blinked, scratching his head, grinning somewhat foolishly. I think they're all pretty good. What a vague response. Harry continued to smile. Ivy is great and so is Sirius. How about we combine them? We could go out during the day and have a family gathering in the evening. How does that sound? Indeed. Such a vague proposal proved to be quite useful. Sirius and Ivy calmed down, exchanging reluctant glances, and grudgingly agreed. Thus on the 31st, Harry experienced the most splendid birthday of his life. From the moment he opened his eyes, surprises abounded. Birds with yellow feathers flew around him, singing joyfully, chattering as they assisted him in getting ready. When he descended the stairs, he was greeted by Ivy and Sirius, who had been waiting at the door. Good morning, Harry. Where do you want to go? Harry quickened his pace, racing down the stairs, naming every amusement park he had longed to visit, but had only ever seen his cousin Dudley enjoy. Naturally, there was nothing they could refuse, as it was the Muggle world. Sirius didn't even need to go through a great deal of trouble to alter his appearance. Just a mask to slightly obscure his features would suffice. They went to the amusement park, experiencing a roller coaster ride, and all three emerged with composed expressions. Harry remarked, it's not as thrilling as Quidditch. They then ventured into a haunted house, renowned for being the scariest in all of London. Once inside, aside from Harry being slightly frightened, the other two exited calmly. Sirius quipped, "It's not as frightening as a Dementor." The amusement park also featured an immersive escape room experience where visitors had to decode clues, complete tasks, and navigate through a maze, ultimately defeating the final challenge. Ivy and the others participated and shattered the record, emerging in just 10 minutes. Ivy stated, "It's not as impressive as the Triwizard Tournament." The trio explored every corner of the amusement park, and finally exited under the admiring gaze of the staff. Ivy noted the time. It was getting late. There was still time to return home and prepare. She waved to Sirius and Harry, urging them to enjoy themselves and return early while she disapparated back to Grindelwald Place. Ivy rolled up her sleeves, brandishing her wand. "All right, let us get to work." When Sirius returned, he nearly thought he had entered the wrong house. Stepping back, he looked at the doorplate, no mistake there. Harry peeked over his shoulder, his mouth slowly dropping open in astonishment. Wow. The living room had been transformed. Shimmering silver-green stripes slithered along the walls like serpents. Dozens of candles floated in midair, dancing and glimmering. The floor was covered in a plush carpet sprinkled with gold leaf reflecting a sparkling sheen. In the center stood a round table with 3 chairs, a brand new tablecloth draped over it, and a grand cake prominently positioned at its heart. The ceiling had been bewitched to reveal the night sky, the stars twinkling above as the Milky Way flowed silently overhead. The portraits on the walls had been removed, and Ivy had silenced the portrait of Walburga with a permanent sticking charm. Yet the mistress of the portrait watched the scene without a hint of hysteria. Creature stood respectfully aside. He had worked hard to help Ivy tidy the living room, but upon seeing Sirius return, he promptly exited. Sirius blinked in disbelief. "Is this the Black Residence? Did you do this?" Ivy replied with satisfaction, "Indeed." Sirius stepped inside, glancing around. "This is even more magnificent than I remember the Black House being. Merlin, you've outdone yourself. Isn't it all for Harry's birthday?" "You're right." Sirius suddenly turned to Ivy, his tone light and cheerful. "I think I must retract my previous statement. Your taste is truly exquisite. Though, it could do with a touch less silver green." However, despite Ivy being a Slytherin, she was indeed quite different from the stubborn, extreme, and dark snakes he had known. Sirius mused that had all the Slytherins he encountered during his school years been like Ivy, he surely would have grown fond of that house. No jesting. "Your idea isn't half bad." Ivy reciprocated the compliments, and they turned to Harry, who was now at a loss as to where to place his gaze, overwhelmed, his smile seemingly glued to his face. "All of this is for me?" Harry still found it hard to believe. What else could it be? Harry was so overjoyed he could scarcely find his voice. Ivy waved her wand again, releasing the yellow birds from the morning, allowing them to circle around Harry and sing the birthday song. Sitting at the table, Harry felt the warm glow of the candlelight, closed his eyes to make a wish, and for the first time, felt a profound sense of sincerity. He wished for this moment to last forever. He hoped that such beautiful days would never, ever come to an end. Chapter 14. Earning money, yet becoming overnight rich. The scorching sun of August blazed upon the ground, leaving it weary and exhausted. Even in the temperate, rainy England, during the hottest time of the year, cicadas chirped weakly. Yet this did nothing to dampen the high spirits of the family at number 12, Grindelwald Place. Ivy placed a bottle of polyjuice potion on the table, her face adorned with an ethereal smile as she whispered softly, "Come, Sirius, try what I've prepared for you. Your tone makes me a bit apprehensive." Sirius replied playfully, though there was no hint of fear on his face, as he picked up the crystalline potion that exuded a sweet aroma, and without hesitation drank it down. Ivy crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes with a teasing hum. "Aren't you afraid I've given you poison? How could Ivy harm me?" Sirius dismissed nonchalantly, "You're not that snotty little slime ball." Both Ivy and Harry stared at him in bewilderment. Sirius swallowed his words, deciding not to bring up such a dreary topic on such a splendid day, and began to lavish praise on Ivy's potion-making skills. "I bet, Ivy, your potion talent is undoubtedly the best Hogwarts has seen in a century. Your last Veritaserum received praise from Dumbledore, and this polyjuice potion is top-notch as well. These are advanced potions, right? Your talent surely surpasses that person." Ivy replied, "Actually, I may have cheated using ancient magic." Ivy was certain that someone at Hogwarts held a grudge against Sirius, someone prominent in potion-making, causing Sirius to subtly undermine her even from miles away. As they chatted, Sirius's appearance gradually transformed. His strikingly handsome features became somewhat ordinary, his height diminished slightly, his wavy black hair dyed a light golden hue and falling straight, making him look like an average wizard at first glance. Harry marveled at the completely unrecognizable Sirius, astonished by the wonders of potion making. Potion making was indeed a significant branch of magic. Ivy instructed earnestly, "It's easy to start, but advancing is quite challenging. It requires precise operations, impeccable timing, a keen sense for materials, and a bit of inspiration. Even the slightest error can alter the potion's effects." Ivy pondered. "If you're interested, I can give you a preview after we finish shopping." Harry nodded enthusiastically, unaware of the hellish tutoring awaiting him. Sirius gazed into the mirror, somewhat dissatisfied. So ordinary. As a fugitive, one ought not to seek the limelight, should one? Yvonne rolled her eyes, grasped Sirius's hand, and urged him to move along. It was a jest. In her discerning opinion regarding appearances, she doubted there existed even a handful of individuals in London who could rival Sirius's striking good looks. Having encountered countless faces, she was nonetheless astounded by Sirius's visage at their first meeting, even considering that he had just endured a decade of torment in Azkaban. Yvonne had never ventured to Diagon Alley. It was Sirius who led the way. She had suddenly transferred to Hogwarts as a fifth-year student, with her school supplies procured after the term commenced, thanks to her dear friend Sebastian. Back then, the wizarding shops were located in Hogsmeade. Like Harry, Yvonne found herself quite intrigued by the new wizarding street that had emerged a century later. The Leaky Cauldron, a modest, dimly lit establishment nestled between a record shop and a Muggle bookstore, was obscured by concealment and confusion charms, rendering it invisible to Muggles. Sirius escorted Yvonne and Harry into the tavern, where the sparse clientele immediately turned their attention to the newcomers. "Ah, welcome." The proprietor, Tom, glanced up briefly before returning to his task of polishing a glass. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He looked up sharply, a spark of recognition illuminating his features as his gaze was drawn to Harry's face. More specifically, it was the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, partially concealed by his fringe. May I ask who you are?" Harry, feeling somewhat uneasy, brushed aside his hair and clutched Yvonne's sleeve. "I am Harry Potter." The bar seemed to freeze in time. Men and women alike halted their activities to turn and stare. Among them was a wizard swathed in a heavy turban, emanating a peculiar garlic scent, who regarded Harry with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. At that moment, his gaze met Yvonne's as she slowly raised her head. In her blue eyes, it seemed as though 1,000 icy needles pierced through the moment their eyes connected, prompting Quirrell to hurriedly avert his gaze, bewildered as to why he felt intimidated by such a young witch who had yet to attend school. Ugh, Harry rubbed his forehead. "Are you all right?" Yvonne inquired softly. Meanwhile, Sirius was engaged in conversation with the tavern owner, as his presence alongside Harry Potter was bound to attract attention. Harry shook his head and quietly replied to Yvonne, "Just a brief sting in my head, but it will pass soon. Perhaps it was merely an illusion." "An illusion?" Yvonne mused, glancing thoughtfully at the turbaned wizard. "That may not be the case." Curiously, the dark presence emanating from Harry's scar seemed to resonate with something lurking on the back of the turbaned wizard's head. To her, the remnants of dark magic were unmistakable. Yet, that aura was perilous and foreboding. The turbaned wizard did not appear to be as meek as he seemed, and even she, with her current strength, was ill-equipped to confront such profound matters pertaining to the soul. A single misstep could easily render Harry a mere shell of his former self. Sirius, too, was not a viable option. He tended to lose all rationality when it came to matters concerning his godson. Perhaps she ought to pen a letter to Dumbledore at the earliest opportunity? Sirius approached them with a relaxed smile. "Let us go." Harry promptly dismissed the earlier incident from his mind and followed Sirius, while Yvonne, exasperated, trailed behind. Using her wand, she tapped the bricks in a distinctive pattern, and soon the wall began to shift, revealing a spacious archway before the trio. On the other side of the wall lay the bustling Diagon Alley, where witches and wizards draped in robes and donned with pointed hats could be seen among the throngs. Sirius surveyed his surroundings with a hint of nostalgia. "It's been ages since I've been here. Where shall we head first?" Harry pulled out his shopping list, still contemplating, but Yvonne decisively answered, "Gringotts." She shot Sirius a look that conveyed her disbelief. "Forgive my bluntness, but are you truly planning to forego the substantial inheritance from the Black family, even if we have enough money to spend? One must remember that our previous expenses were largely covered by some underground dealings I conducted in Nocturne Alley, and even the payments to the Dursleys were drawn from here. We have sufficient funds, but the full moon. Surely, no one would disregard a pile of galleons right before their eyes?" Sirius replied, "I haven't brought the key." "Then ensure you have your family crest." Yvonne shot him a quizzical glance. Sirius rubbed his face and calmly stated, "There's also the inheritance left to Harry by James and Lily. It is to be passed on to him." "My parents left me something?" Harry asked. "Indeed." Sirius replied gently, "You shall see. It amounts to a considerable sum." They promptly made their way to Gringotts. Before the towering white edifice stood formidable goblin guards, who bowed in unison as Sirius and the others entered. This bank, managed by goblins, short in stature and inherently avaricious, was known for its stern warnings etched upon the doors, capable of frightening even the most timid. Yvonne felt a myriad of complex emotions. To be candid, just a year prior, she had been embroiled in a fierce conflict with the goblins, battling against the rebellious faction that had spilled across borders. Now, witnessing these goblins conducting business in the bank felt rather surreal. Although a century ago, it was indeed the goblins who managed the finances. Gringotts had always been the only magical bank operated by goblins, and one of the reasons for this was that only they could mint the currency used in the wizarding world. As Sirius approached the long counter to register for a withdrawal, another goblin responsible for their transaction scrutinized his face with suspicion. Number 687, 711? Mr. Potter is indeed permitted to access Vault 687. But what of this Mr. White? Vault 711 belongs to the Black family, and you must provide sufficient proof of identity. Proof. Will this suffice? Sirius rummaged through his belongings and produced a family crest. The goblin examined the crest closely, employing a magnifying glass. Ah yes, the crest is made of pure silver, crafted by our goblins. There is no chance of forgery. That will do. After all, goblins were not inclined to delve deeply into the identities of those withdrawing funds. Even if Sirius were currently in disguise as a result of Polyjuice Potion, they would merely assume he was an unrecorded heir of the Black family. The goblin stepped away from the counter and bowed. Since the proof is valid, I shall escort you all to retrieve your funds. However, just then, a goblin behind the counter, busy reconciling the ledger, let out a piercing scream, interrupting their conversation. The trio turned in confusion, only to witness the goblin staring at a name on the registration form with sheer terror, nearly fainting. Ivone Grindelwald. At the utterance of that name, silence enveloped the room. The other goblins in the hall turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost, gasping for air. Yvonne smiled. Hello, it's me. Is there something amiss? The goblins collectively turned, and upon realizing that the owner of the name was merely a young girl, they all exhaled in relief. The goblin who had been assisting them was drenched in sweat, hastily wiping his brow. Oh, it's nothing, miss, just your name is somewhat stimulating for us. May I ask, are you the heir of the Grindelwald family? Yvonne replied, one might say so. After all, there are only two of us left from that lineage. The gobliness demeanor transformed to one of utmost courtesy as he swiftly flipped through the ledger. Miss Grindelwald. Is it? Should you provide proof of your identity, we shall escort you to Vault 648 belonging to Grindelwald. Ivana was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, she stammered. What? My family's vault? The goblin flipped to the very front of an ancient ledger, pointing to a page that read, 50 years ago, a Mr. Grindelwald deposited funds at Gringotts, leaving behind a magical artifact for identification. He stated that in due time, another heir of the Grindelwald lineage would come to withdraw the funds, and that this vault, number 648, should be granted to said heir. Ivana stood frozen, watching as the goblins hurried to retrieve the magical item. A unique alchemical creation, disc-shaped, possessing the capability of bloodline recognition. Please place your hand upon it. Following their instruction, Ivana watched as the grooves on either side of the disc gradually flushed red, until they were completely filled. The goblin nodded, confirming her identity. Very well, please follow me. Ivana had anticipated witnessing two others suddenly become wealthy. She never imagined that the true fortune would be hers. Sirius and Harry accompanied her to the Grindelwald vault, concerned about her peculiar state. The goblins slowly opened the vault door, and a blinding golden light burst forth, nearly rendering them unable to see. Once their eyes adjusted, they gazed in astonishment. Sirius inhaled sharply, while Harry's mouth fell agape, capable of holding 2 eggs. Merlin, Sirius murmured weakly, contemplating the vast wealth that could purchase several Malfoy estates. Ivana felt dazed, overwhelmed by a mountain of gold coins, needing to lean against the wall for support. She felt as though she might kneel. Brother! She cried inwardly, tears streaming down her face. Gale, you have left me enough wealth to squander for 8 lifetimes. I regret it. Can I still go and cling to your leg to live off you? Chapter 15. A meeting, yet as familiar as ever. Ivana exited the vault with trembling legs. Her voice was airy. All's well on my end. Serious, Harry, perhaps you should check on your matters. Inside the vault, she had spotted numerous rare alchemical products, unique and priceless. Even a single item tossed into Nocturne Alley would incite chaos among the elite magical community. Gellert had carelessly cast a multitude into her vault, as if they were mere cabbages. It was laughably indulgent. The brilliance of the gold dazzled Ivana's eyes, and she struggled to suppress the urge to rush to New Mongolia to cling to her brother's leg and live off him, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "All right then," Harry said. With Ivana's wealth as a benchmark, neither Sirius nor Harry displayed any signs of concern when it was their turn. When Harry emerged after withdrawing his funds, Sirius took his hand, and as they walked out with Ivana, they unexpectedly collided with a broad-shouldered man. "Oh, excuse me, pardon me." The man hastily apologized, his frame significantly larger than theirs, towering above them. He hurriedly tucked a package under his arm, not bothering to acknowledge the person he had bumped into. The cavernous dim light made it difficult for Sirius to discern the man's retreating figure, squinting slightly. "Was that a giant?" Ivana inquired. "Giant blood," Sirius replied slowly. "Must be Hagrid." "Oh, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Sirius yawned, finding it peculiar to see the man being so secretive. However, he had little interest in other secrets. Upon exiting Gringotts, the group deliberated that splitting up would enhance their shopping efficiency. Once they had gathered all the items on their lists, they would reconvene outside Ollivander's wand shop. Harry appeared eager for the opportunity to explore independently, and upon hearing they could separate, he nodded enthusiastically. Ivana smiled as she ruffled his hair. "Go on." She turned away, hands in her pockets, meandering in another direction. Sirius lingered, quietly observing her retreating figure. "Godfather?" Harry tugged at Sirius's sleeve, pulling him back to reality. Ivana had already left. "Oh, I see," Sirius remarked. "I'll head off to buy you some books then. Where is the leaky cauldron?" He mused, recalling fragments of familiar memories as he followed a vague route, hoping he wouldn't stray too far. Harry blinked, and once they had all departed, he shot off like an arrow toward the Quidditch specialty shop. He knew first years were prohibited from having flying brooms, but that didn't diminish his desire to see the new brooms. Wow. Harry pressed his hands against the glass of the broom display, mesmerized by the various models. The most expensive one, the Nimbus 2000, was breathtaking yet dauntingly priced. Tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes as he stared, glancing at the price tag, then nervously at his own savings. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. His parents had left him a substantial inheritance, and he now had a godfather. However, due to his experiences over the past decade, he had grown accustomed to frugality. In his subconscious, spending lavishly on non-essential items felt like an extravagant waste. Unlike his cousin Dudley, he wasn't accustomed to indulging in whims. "Hey!" Suddenly, a boyish voice called out, "Are you looking at the Nimbus 2000? Do you like Quidditch too?" Harry turned to see a boy approaching, pale-skinned, with a slight smile, his platinum hair impeccably styled. His slightly raised chin gave him an air of arrogance, but Harry found no offense in it. After all, his sister Ivana often held her chin high whenever she successfully cast a spell or brewed a new potion. Harry smiled back at the boy. "Yes. I subscribed to the Complete Guide to Broomsticks and saw the introduction of the Nimbus 2000 in the latest issue. I bet no Quidditch enthusiasts can resist it when they see it. Don't you think?" The boy's eyes brightened. At their age, it was difficult to conceal excitement, especially in Diagon Alley. Encountering a peer with shared interests thrilled him. Once the topic of Quidditch arose, he couldn't contain his enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm still using a Comet Series broom at home. I must convince my dad to get me a Nimbus 2000 as soon as I can." "Have you played Quidditch at home?" "I have," Harry replied smoothly, "many times. I even tried to imitate the Montrose Magpie's Seeker-S flying style, although my sister always stopped me due to the danger. It was just too cool." "Exactly." The boy's pale cheeks flushed with excitement. "But compared to the Montrose Magpies, I personally prefer the Puddlemere United team. They may not have as many championships, but I adore their tactics." The two boys hit it off instantly, chattering away at the Quidditch shop entrance until a platinum-haired man approached, interrupting them. "Draco." The man's voice was elegant and magnetic. "Is this your new friend? We should be going." "Yes, father." Draco replied eagerly, turning to introduce his new acquaintance. "Let me introduce you to," he faltered, realizing he had conversed extensively with his new friend without asking for his name. Harry smiled, stepping in. "I'm Harry Potter." "Nice to meet you, sir." He noticed the immediate change in the expressions of the father and son. Lucius remained impassive, but Draco's face flushed crimson, filled with excitement at this serendipitous encounter. "Harry Potter. So it's really you. I've heard your story since childhood." Thank you." He truly did not comprehend why the incident of a 1-year-old infant rebounding the killing curse warranted such repeated mention, or even the crafting of a bedtime story. When Sister Yvonne concocted potions, she often employed the killing curse, and Harry had encountered this on several occasions. To be frank, he had grown accustomed to that green light. However, when their godfather happened to pass by, he would invariably mutter about wasting magical energy, while his own body resembled a sieve. Yvonne would retort with evident dissatisfaction, asserting that he did not understand that this was a method of preemptively adapting to magical depletion. Reflecting on his two family members, a radiant smile spread even more brightly across Harry's face. Draco felt his father's tug, realizing that he could no longer linger, and reluctantly turned away. "I am Draco Malfoy. We shall meet again on the Hogwarts Express." Harry waved goodbye, watching the father-son duo depart, their striking resemblance evident. He had gotten a bit too carried away. After glancing at the time, Harry hurriedly made his way to the next shop, hoping they would not wait too long for him. Chapter 16. The Wand. Yet destiny is preordained. Yvonne had just finished customizing her school robe, and promptly headed to the potion shop. She did not actually need to purchase a cauldron, as one already resided at home. The primary purpose was to procure supplies for Harry, and to stock up on potion ingredients. After selecting a cauldron, she meandered through the displays of potion materials. With a swift glance, she gracefully retrieved vials of liquid essence and double ears herb, then moved to another cabinet to collect a few bottles of lacewing flies, and some unprocessed leeches. As she sauntered around the shop, Yvonne finally spotted an empty display housing the last piece of bicorn horn. This potion ingredient had become quite rare, and it seemed luck was on her side today. She reached out to grab it, only to have another man's hand swoop in from the side, and snatch the bicorn horn before she could. Her hand froze mid-air. "Excuse me, sir?" Yvonne hesitantly greeted, feeling that this wizard, who had intercepted her, was not particularly amiable. It was rare for someone to project such a cold and unapproachable demeanor, even before speaking. Perhaps due to his entirely dark attire, and the deep furrows etched into his brow, the result of countless frowns. At that moment, he scrutinized Yvonne and the assortment of potion materials she cradled. He cast another glance at the bicorn horn she had intended to take, his brow slightly raised, and spoke in a low, sardonic tone. "A new student this year, I see." His gaze leisurely swept over the potion materials, and he emitted a brief snort. "Polyjuice potion? Grounded in reality, rather than foolishly aiming high. Potions are not frivolous endeavors. Perhaps you should consider reading a few books first." His blunt remarks were quite unpalatable, yet he appeared indifferent to their impact. Without hesitation, he seized the bicorn horn, leaving Yvonne no opportunity to contest. And she watched in dismay as he decisively paid and exited, his black cloak billowing behind him. Yvonne stood in place, her irritation simmering. Did he just insult me? Who is being unrealistic here? She glared at the retreating figure of the man in black, until she finally calmed down after completing her transaction. She pondered that perhaps he had discerned the intended use of those potion ingredients, and for someone her age, the polyjuice potion was indeed quite ambitious. But was it not possible for her to take it home, and have others assist her in brewing it? Did he possess such confidence that the polyjuice potion was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary witch? Yvonne clicked her tongue in frustration. If circumstances permitted, she would have loved for Sirius to vouch for the efficacy of her polyjuice potion. After purchasing the remaining odds and ends, she checked the time and arrived at Ollivander's wand shop just in time. Sirius was already waiting there, having divided the textbooks into 2 parcels, one of which he handed to Yvonne. "Here for Harry." Yvonne also distributed her purchases to him, who politely thanked her, and the 3 of them turned their attention to the wand shop behind them. With a history steeped in tradition, the Ollivander family had been crafting wands for generations. Now, the elderly man, his eyes clouded, was busy polishing the table at the back of the shop. This was the current Ollivander. "Welcome," his hoarse voice resonated. "You 3 wish to select wands, yes? Who shall begin?" Yvonne was in no hurry regarding wands, as she had no intention of replacing her current wand made of purple wood. She stepped back, nudging Harry forward. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward due to the chaos he had caused while trying out wands, but the others accepted it well. After all, trying out wands often led to a bit of commotion. Yvonne reassured him, after all, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Indeed, the wand chooses the wizard. It seems this young lady is quite knowledgeable, Ollivander noted as he hunched over to retrieve a wand from a rectangular box. "Let us see how this one fares." Hollywood. Phoenix feather. Miraculously, the holly wand suited Harry perfectly, and he held it with an attachment that brought a smile to Yvonne's face as she watched him wield it with slight motions. She turned to look at Sirius. "Are you not going to buy one for yourself?" "What?" Sirius was caught off guard. "Me. You must acquire your own wand," Yvonne insisted, pushing him gently. "That second-hand wand does not suit you. You need one that belongs to you." Ollivander glanced at Sirius and turned back to rummage through the stacked boxes. "And this gentleman requires one as well," Yes? He murmured. Let us try this one. In fact, sir, I sensed this wand's restlessness the moment you stepped into the shop. He produced a box from the corner and opened it to reveal a wand inscribed with peculiar patterns. Upon seeing the wand, Yvonne's expression shifted slightly. Ollivander's voice was slow and deliberate. This is a special wand made of red oak, with a phoenix feather core, 12 inches in length, and remarkably sturdy. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable history, as it was crafted with the assistance of the only ancient witch of her time, who inscribed it with ancient runes. Ancient magic? Harry echoed curiously, having never encountered such a term. Indeed, ancient magic is said to be the most potent form of magic in existence, though it regrettably became lost in the last century. The runes inscribed by the wielder of ancient magic can amplify its effects exponentially. Consequently, this red oak wand remains the only one to bear such inscriptions. Ollivander's aged hands caressed the wand with utmost delicacy, his gaze distant, as though he were lost in a series of faded, sepia-toned memories. And its core, the phoenix feather, is not from the same phoenix as Mr. Potter's wand. This phoenix is of a much older lineage, its feathers burn with a fiercer intensity. Lyra, Yvonne whispered. Oh yes, that is indeed the name, Ollivander replied, his expression becoming one of realization. The phoenix, named Lyra, has graced us only once with its feathers for wand-making, and this is that very wand. Sirius furrowed his brow as he tentatively grasped the wand. In an instant, a surge of fiery warmth resonated with his heartbeat, sending a rush of energy throughout his veins. It was an unparalleled fit. He waved the wand, and vibrant clouds burst forth in the shop's air, painting the ceiling with golden red hues, akin to the most spectacular fireworks display. Sirius was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a perfect match, even surpassing his first wand. Take it, Yvonne sighed, a sense of fate enveloping the moment. In the end, it was meant to be yours. However, it was she who had personally inscribed the ancient magical runes. Initially, she had merely learned the runes of the Nini language on a whim, testing them with a new wand from Ollivander's. Little did she anticipate that this wand would endure through the ages and ultimately choose Sirius. Perhaps it was due to the subtle intertwining of her essence within Sirius' fate line? Well, it is now time for this young lady, Ollivander said slowly. Ivan, I don't require a new wand. No, I believe you still do, Ollivander replied, retrieving a box from beneath the counter. Wands choose the wizard. However, when it was Ivan's turn, the process was not as swift as it had been for the previous two. Inappropriate, still inappropriate. Her arm grew weary from waving, and all she could do was watch as the wand tip emitted a despondent plume of smoke. Thankfully, Ollivander was remarkably patient. For him, the quest to find a wand for a wizard was an extraordinarily fascinating process. Perhaps I have overlooked something, Ollivander mused, surveying the surroundings. His gaze settled on a specific direction, and at the far right, at the very bottom of the shelves, he retrieved a rectangular box. Here you go, my lady. Give this one a try. Ollivander approached her with the box, presenting the rarest of wands. Elderwood, unicorn hair, 11¼ inches, with a supple texture. Elderwood? Ivan exclaimed, her hand already grasping the wand's handle. Indeed, elderwood and unicorn hair, a most extraordinary combination, Ollivander gently explained. Perhaps you know that the last renowned elder wand was shrouded in taboos of death and rebirth, wielded only by the most powerful of wizards. Elderwood can only yield to absolute strength. However, with a core of unicorn hair, it transforms the narrative. Ollivander stepped behind the counter. My lady, you possess a unique and chosen mission. Yet you shall never lose your way in the pursuit of power. Your heart is as steadfast as rock, unwavering in your principles. Perhaps, the future magical world shall be forged by your own hands. Ivan quietly felt the warm surge that flowed directly to her soul as the wand's tip burst forth in a cascade of sparks, shimmering with golden light. From her first wand of purple wood to this elder wand, her core had always been unicorn hair. She carefully stowed the wand, expressed her gratitude to Ollivander, and then exited with Harry and Sirius. Is there anything else we need? By now, the day was waning, and the flow of wizards had diminished significantly. Harry compared their shopping list, reciting books, cauldron, wand, telescope, all accounted for. Perhaps we require an owl? Harry entered the owl shop, selecting a snowy owl, which he named Hedwig. He playfully prodded Hedwig's beak with his finger, glancing at Ivan with a smile. Ivan, would you like to buy one? Or do you prefer another pet? I think not, Ivan shrugged, casting a pointed glance at Sirius amidst Harry's puzzled expression. I already have a large black dog at home, so there's no need for anything else. Harry, a dog at home? Sirius suddenly cleared his throat awkwardly. Chapter 17. A restart, yet an ancient secret society. No. Why not? I said no. Do I need to explain this to you repeatedly? Ivan was exasperated, slamming the book shut with a heavy thud. Too weary to turn back and glare at Sirius. Merlin only knew why she had to reiterate to Sirius that he was a fugitive. Even with his animagus form, he couldn't simply sneak into Hogwarts, such was common knowledge. Sirius was reluctant but did not openly challenge Ivan. Instead, he sat on the single armchair in the study, hugging a pillow, resting his chin on its soft surface, those striking gray eyes fixed on her with an intense gaze. The effects of the polyjuice potion had long since worn off, and now Sirius appeared in his true form, having been well fed and cared for in the Black household. The deep hollows in his cheeks had begun to regain their fullness, and his already handsome features now bore an added allure of maturity. Clearly, Sirius was aware of how he looked, and at times he did not mind employing a few tricks to achieve his ends. Ivan, he said, feigning vulnerability, his voice low. His gray eyes cast downwards like a forlorn, abandoned dog wagging its tail pitifully. Look, you and Harry have started at school, and here I am, all alone in the Black Manor. Can you truly bear to leave me in this desolate place without any company? Ivan. She silently diverted her gaze, mentally cursing. She had to admit, his tactic was remarkably effective. Yet, Sirius underestimated her. While she possessed the typical vanity that every woman harbors, what of it? She would never compromise her principles for it. First and foremost, you are a wanted fugitive, Ivan stated earnestly. Hogwarts is a gathering place for the most powerful wizards in all of Britain. Are you truly unafraid of being captured? I have my animagus form, Sirius asserted. I can transform into a black dog, just as you suggested before. I could be your pet and accompany you inside. Just one anti-animagus spell. And how many people do you think can cast it? And you, Ivan stammered, her cheeks tinted a faint pink as she finally spat out. You really wish to sneak into the Slytherin girls' dormitory with me, don't you? Ivan transformed the object in her hand into a pillow and threw it at Sirius's face. Get this straight. You are a grown man, an adult Gryffindor. Sirius. Caught off guard, he was struck by the pillow. As it slid down from his face, he exclaimed, "Ah," with a dazed expression. He truly had not considered that aspect. Then I'll go to Harry. Yes. That won't do either. Ivan sighed, rising from her seat, brushing off her robes, and stepping forward to face Sirius. She gently touched the side of his face, gazing intently into those misty gray eyes. Sirius, listen to me. I understand your concerns about your godson, but I am here with him, am I not? Ivan summoned all her patience, moreover. There are certain matters at Hogwarts that require someone to handle them outside, and you are the only one suitable for this task. Simply put, I need you. Do you understand, Sirius? Sirius blinked rapidly, as if a particular phrase had struck a chord within him, and he let out a long, drawn-out sigh. You need me? Then tell me. What do you want me to do? Successfully diverting the topic, Ivan silently smiled, producing a notebook she had prepared for quite some time, and handing it to Sirius. I recall mentioning the term Ancient Secret Society when we first met. She opened the notebook, revealing her plans from the past period. You see, I intend to re-establish my organization in this era. The current climate in the wizarding world is not any better than it was during my time. We must have a solid support system. Sirius perused the detailed notes, his brow furrowed. So you want me to do this for you? It's not exactly a nefarious task, Ivan reassured him, patting his hand. Look. It all begins in Nocturne Alley. There are no good wizards there, and having lived through the war, you wouldn't show mercy to dark wizards, would you? Ivan fixed him with a knowing smile. You seem quite familiar with dark magic. You must have used it quite a bit, haven't you? Sirius cleared his throat. Flipping to the next page. Although Nocturne Alley was adjacent to Diagon Alley, the forces behind the shops there were far more convoluted. Sirius calmly pointed out. You should know that many pureblood families profit from it, especially in the realm of unsavory transactions, which are often highly lucrative. As the conversation progressed, Sirius Black's lips curled into a distinctly mocking arc. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for pureblood families, detesting the so-called glory of pure bloodlines, largely due to having witnessed the sordid deeds these families concealed. Indeed, it was essential that we pry open a gap in their defenses. Evelyn produced a piece of parchment and sketched a rudimentary map of Nocturne Alley, pointing to an inconspicuous shop. There are 3 subordinates I previously recruited. They possess little skill, but they can run errands. You'll be in charge of them from now on. What do you intend to do? Sirius inquired. First, we shall seize control of this alley, and then extend our reach, Evelyn replied, her face adorned with a gentle smile. By leveraging the network of connections behind Nocturne Alley, we will unearth those pureblood families lurking in the shadows. After all, I have matters to discuss candidly with them. It is imperative to possess some leverage. Sirius stroked the parchment, sensing the underlying peril of her words. The danger did not stem from Nocturne Alley or the pureblood families, but rather from the girl before him. Of course, he felt no fear, merely a hint of hesitation. Her tone was excessively Slytherin. Each punctuation seemed to whisper of conspiracies, triggering Sirius's instinctive caution. "You owe Sirius." Evelyn's soft, delicate hand gently covered his, her awareness of his shifting emotions prompting her voice to soften, light as a breeze caressing the leaves. Her gaze was sincere and untainted, reflecting his visage entirely. "I swear, I merely seek a semblance of security. I do not wish to be alone. You and Harry are both incredibly important to me, and I would never wish you harm. In truth, the existence of ancient assemblies serves to uphold peace and tranquility within the wizarding world." Evelyn spoke with unwavering conviction. Just as Dumbledore does now. He is growing old, and he will eventually depart this world. If at that time, the wizarding world remains in peril, shrouded in darkness, who will shoulder that responsibility? Only we. Sirius's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. "I did not foresee you contemplating such far-reaching implications, especially since you have only just begun your studies. You know I am not truly 11, Evelyn chuckled, gazing at him with amusement. All right, it seems I must adapt to conversing with someone of my own age. Mustn't I?" Sirius feigned nonchalance. Evelyn mused internally. She was not merely a peer, but rather a significant generational leap. Or perhaps Sirius. You are incapable of resorting to juvenile taunts. Surely, the heir of the Black family possesses some fundamental administrative skills? Have you never undergone any relevant training? Sirius smirked, playfully swatting her on the head with his notebook. I stopped falling for such tricks at 15. Besides, I was disowned long ago. Returning to inherit the Black family estate is a last resort. I never aspired to be the head of the family. All right, fine, you are correct. So, you truly won tea? Well, it's not that I can't, Sirius replied, a frown of annoyance creasing his brow as a memory surfaced. It's just rather bothersome. Those matters. However, since you've entrusted them to me, there's no choice in the matter. Evelyn cheered, hooray. Then it's in your hands. At last. She had achieved her primary objective of rescuing Sirius from Azkaban. With a light heart, she bounded out of the study to seek Harry and fulfill her tutoring promise. Sirius remained seated, extracting his wand to extinguish the light, and tucking the notebook into the lining of his coat. He then turned his wand, casting a glance towards the door through which the girl had rushed out. The force with which she slammed it still causing it to sway. Humph, he chuckled, casting a spell to secure the door in place. Cunning little serpent. Chapter 18. Scruffy but Avada Kedavra. With just a week remaining before the start of term, Evelyn and Harry engaged in an intense and thrilling review of their upcoming classes. Or rather, it was Harry who experienced the thrill. You insisted you wanted to learn potions, Evelyn remarked, tapping her wand against the cauldron, her gaze fixated on the swirling colors within, oblivious to Harry's pained expression. Don't even think about giving up halfway. Turn to page 96 in your textbook. We shall discuss the Scabbers potion. This marked Evelyn's first attempt at teaching a first-year student, and she enthusiastically lectured for 2 full hours, assigning Harry a wealth of homework. By the end, Harry's eyes appeared nearly vacant, reflecting a certain dazed beauty akin to a brain devoid of function. Evelyn's rigorous tutoring extended beyond potions. It encompassed herbology, transfiguration, and charms. She merely skimmed the textbook, yet grasped the entirety of the first-year syllabus, delivering a comprehensive explanation of the vast knowledge without even needing to open the book. Harry certainly admired Evelyn's extensive magical knowledge, but admiration was one thing. Learning was another entirely. He could hardly fathom how he had spent the past week. Every time he closed his eyes, images of hedgehog quills, slugs, daffodil bulbs, and mugwort swirled around him uncontrollably. If that day involved tutoring in transfiguration or charms, he dreamt of wielding his wand, waking up with a phantom pain in his arm. During this time, Sirius could hardly bear the relentless tutoring, brandishing his broom in an attempt to intervene and take Harry out for some fun, only to be met with a barrage from Evelyn. What? Fun? At a time like this, with merely 3 days left before school starts? And sleep? How can you even think of sleeping at your age? I will not tolerate anyone around me who cannot achieve good grades. The formidable Evelyn's wrath left Sirius no choice but to retreat, broom in hand. Harry in despair witnessed Sirius's retreating figure, sorrow flooding over him like a river. On the day of the new term, Harry was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He sprang from bed early, finding Evelyn and Sirius already prepared downstairs, as they always seemed to rise before him. As Harry rushed down the stairs, Sirius waved at him. Let us go, Sirius said cheerfully, platform 9 3/4. Evelyn and Harry followed closely behind Sirius, who appeared invigorated as if he had consumed a potion of vitality. He simply had to be present on such a significant day. Behind them, Evelyn and Harry whispered to one another. Wait, so Evelyn has never taken the Hogwarts Express? Harry inquired. Not at all. You might find it hard to believe, but when I first enrolled, I traveled by carriage, pulled by thestrals. They can fly. But we encountered a dragon attack along the way, and unfortunately, someone lost their life. Harry gasped in astonishment. Goodness. Sirius interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. The station was bustling with travelers preparing for long journeys, and Evelyn and Harry blended seamlessly into the crowd, dragging their 2 suitcases. However, there was no sign for platform 9 3/4. Thankfully, Sirius's memory proved reliable. He led them to a barrier, pointing it out and grinning at the 2. Run into it. Harry hesitated. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Just run straight into it. Harry, you're not afraid, are you? This isn't like your father. Harry exchanged glances with Evelyn, steeling himself as he grabbed his luggage and charged headfirst into the barrier. Evelyn sighed, turning back to nod at Sirius. Goodbye. Goodbye, Evelyn. Sirius said, watching her depart. I will miss you and Harry. She turned to enter the platform. Within platform 9 3/4, the absence of muggles was palpable. It was filled with young witches and wizards, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Hogwarts Express. Harry's white owl was exceedingly conspicuous, and Yvonne spotted him at once. She noticed Harry conversing with a boy possessing a shock of red hair. Wow, red hair. Yvonne couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be a Weasley? Hey, Yvonne. Harry also saw her and promptly beckoned her over. This way. Hello, Yvonne greeted the red-haired boy with a friendly smile. I'm Harry's sister. You can call me Yvonne. Oh, hello, Yvonne. The boy replied somewhat awkwardly. You can call me Ron Weasley. Indeed, it was a Weasley. Their family genes were remarkably strong. How many generations had passed? And they still sported red hair? Just like the Malfoy family, which was predominantly blonde. The lineage of wizards was indeed fascinating. As they chatted, Yvonne caught sight of a train slowly approaching the platform, its whistle resonating through the air. With billowing smoke, the train came to a halt beside the station. Hogwarts students boarded one after another, while parents crowded together outside the compartments, bidding farewell. Ron and Harry settled into the same carriage, loudly exchanging parting words with their families. Harry's eyes were darting around as he searched for someone when suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder from Yvonne. She pointed toward the right side of the window, signaling him to look outside. Harry's face lit up as he spotted Sirius. He raised his hand high, waving goodbye to his parents. Just like many other students aboard the train, Sirius smiled back, nodding and saying something that Harry couldn't hear. He wants you to enjoy your time at Hogwarts, Yvonne remarked. Oh, I certainly will, Harry exclaimed, brimming with joy. The boys were quite boisterous. Ron appeared intensely curious about Harry, incessantly inquiring about the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, expressing a mix of horror and awe as he uttered that name. That name. You said it. Voldemort? Yvonne interjected. Ron's eyes widened in fear as they shifted to Yvonne. You must be related, he said. Yvonne pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh at their youthful exuberance over a mere name. Ah, the innocence of 11-year-olds. Around 12:30. Their compartment was rapped upon by a train attendant, a pleasantly plump lady who asked if they would like some snacks. Yvonne decisively tossed her book aside. 3 of everything. I'll take them all. Harry nodded, sorry for the trouble. Oh, not at all. A few minutes later, the attendant departed with a bulging bag, her face radiant. Ron glanced at Harry, then at Yvonne, silent but clearly conveying thoughts of admiration for their family's apparent wealth. Your family must be quite affluent, Ron remarked, unlike mine. Everything I use is second-hand, even my pet is an inherited rat from Percy. He sighed glumly. Yvonne felt a shiver run down her arm. Excuse me, but a rat? How could anyone keep such a creature as a pet? And it wasn't he even a hamster or something adorably cute. Oh. Ron suddenly remembered that there was a girl in their compartment. He shyly covered his pocket, where something was stirring. Don't worry, Scabbers 1T bite. If you're scared, I 1T let him out. Yvonne, you really do have a rat. She decided to shift her attention back to the delightful snacks. A century ago, the wizarding world lacked such peculiar brands. She tore open a package of chocolate frogs, deftly catching the frog that attempted to leap away and popped it into her mouth. Harry opened a package as well, discovering a card inside. It's Professor Dumbledore. And Harry cautiously glanced at Yvonne. Grindelwald? Yvonne leaned in closer. What is that? Let me see. The card depicted a wizard with silvery hair and a white beard, adorned with half-moon spectacles, with text inscribed on the back. Yvonne read aloud. Albus Dumbledore's primary contribution includes defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945? Her expression darkened. Harry fell silent, apprehensive. Only Ron, completely oblivious, chimed in. Oh, I know about that. I've seen it at home. He was the leader of the Dark Wizards before you know who, nearly ruling all of Europe. The first Dark Lord. Yvonne chuckled softly, speaking of which, Ron. I realize I haven't properly introduced myself. My full name, by the way, is Yvonne Grindelwald. Huh? Aren't you Harry's sister? Ron looked at her, puzzled. Yes. But my last name is not Potter, Yvonne smiled. Ron's mouth gaped slowly, the sweets in his mouth tumbling out as a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans hit the floor with a crisp sound. Silence enveloped the compartment. Only Harry found amusement in it. Indeed, with Yvonne by his side, he needn't fret about his own name drawing attention, for Yvonne would be far more eye-catching. The stillness was shattered, not by any of the three, but by Ron's rat suddenly leaping out of his pocket. Hey Scabbers! Ron scrambled to catch it, but the rat darted too swiftly, slipping beneath the seat, unreachable. Yvonne drew her wand, measuring the distance, preparing to cast a spell to keep the rat away from her. While teasing Ron, your rat is quite agile. Yes, Ron squatted down to peer beneath the seat, lamenting, I'm baffled. Scabbers has been with us for nearly 10 years. And for such an old rat, how can it still be so fast? Yvonne halted her wand's motion, staring at Ron in disbelief. 10 years? Ron's expression was one of innocent ignorance. Yes, what's the problem? Yvonne paused for a moment before saying, typically, a rat only lives for about 13 years. It shouldn't be an ordinary creature, should it? Ron was taken aback, realizing Scabbers was merely an ordinary rat. Harry pondered, recalling knowledge from a recent intensive tutoring session. Could it be a curse? Ron inhaled sharply, a curse. What an intriguing thought. Yvonne waved her wand, summoning the rat onto the table. She scrutinized the trembling creature, narrowing her eyes. A curse perhaps, Ron. Since Scabbers entered your home, have any peculiar occurrences transpired? Ron racked his brain, growing increasingly uneasy. I remember. Our ceiling often has drafts at night, and recently, a goblin stole George and Fred's joke toys, and Percy's badge mysteriously disappeared. Of course, none of these incidents were related to the rat. However, led by Yvonne's suggestion, Ron naturally associated these misfortunes with the rat. The more he thought about it, the more dreadful his expression became. It can't be a cursed rat that brings misfortune, can it? Merlin. Ron wished to distance himself from Scabbers by several meters. He kept it as a pet because it was inherited from Percy, thus considered part of the family, but if it were indeed a cursed creature causing his family harm, Ron would have gladly thrown it out of the compartment on the spot. He had no doubts about Yvonne's words. After all, she had just revealed her surname. If Grindelwald said it was a curse, then it must be true. It seems it has caused your family quite a bit of trouble over the past decade. Yvonne declared solemnly. What a naughty rat. Ron, would you mind if I dealt with it here? Ron shook his head vigorously. Not at all, please. Don't let it bring any more misfortune to my family. But how will you handle it? Yvonne silently smirked, waving her wand at the rat. A drab little creature cowering in the corner of the table, its fur dusty and unremarkable, yet missing a toe. The tip of the wand emitted a blinding green light. Yvonne, Avada Kedavra. Chapter 19. A long-awaited return to Hogwarts. Ron Aya. Harry Aya. At exactly 12:40, within a compartment of the Hogwarts Express, a piercing explosion reverberated. Ron and Harry, startled into a frenzy by Yvonne's incantation of the killing curse, transformed into screaming chickens, flailing about in a chaotic panic. The former was rendered speechless, his mind faltering as he witnessed the unforgivable curse, a sight only found in tales meant to silence the cries of children, manifesting in a green glow that even the most terrifying nightmares would scarcely conjure. The latter's screams erupted upon realizing that Yvonne had audaciously cast the curse before onlookers, wielding a spell that was unequivocally criminal. Despite their overwhelming terror, the boys' fright paled in comparison to that of Wormtail, who quivered in the corner like a rat caught in a storm. The moment Yvonne uttered the first syllable, his fur bristled in alarm, and with an explosive leap, he shot 3 feet into the air, vanishing into the crevice beneath the seat. The deadly green light just grazed the fur of Wormtail, striking the wall of the carriage with a resounding crack. Wow. A cold smirk played on Yvonne's lips. It seems he can comprehend my words and predict spells. Truly, he is no ordinary rat. Raising her elder wand anew, the pale tip flickered with green specks. Narrowing her eyes, she pointed the wand towards the corner where the rat had hidden, and declared once more, Avada. Enough, Yvonne. Harry sprang up, forcibly pulling Yvonne back into her seat, interrupting her incantation. There's no need for this really. It's just a cursed rat. We can simply secure it and hand it over to a professor. You need not involve yourself directly. Harry hastily retrieved a suitcase, opening it to extract a small vial of potion, which he offered to Yvonne. You've worked hard. I imagine casting Avada is rather taxing. Here, take a sip to replenish your magic. Yvonne accepted the potion, taking a modest sip, her impeccable upbringing preventing her from disregarding Harry's kindness. Thank you. The potions in her suitcase were her reserves prepared before the school year, as she was acutely aware of her propensity for mischief. She needed to be ready for the demanding moments that awaited her, and Harry was well aware of the location of her potions. With a delicate sip, Yvonne gestured towards the corner, constrict. With a snap, the rat attempting to escape was ensnared by sudden chains, rendered immobile. The rat was swiftly returned to Yvonne's grasp, who regarded Wormtail with a chilling gaze that sent shivers down his spine, a smile curling her lips. Harry, you are right. We cannot let this rat perish so easily. Even if it is Avada, it should be Sirius who delivers the final blow. Turning her attention to Ron, she politely inquired, May I have this rat? As you can see, it is a wretched creature, unsuitable as a pet for you. After a pause she added, If you do not mind, I can provide you with another pet as compensation. Ron recoiled, shaking his head fervently, his back pressed against the wall in a state of fear. No. That won't be necessary. His hair seemed to scream refusal. He was astounded that he still sat in this compartment, his courage almost overwhelming. Take it, please just take it. Ha, take it. Merlin, Ron thought, his heart still echoing with high-pitched terror. Yvonne was indeed the genuine article, an unadulterated Grindelwald, with not a trace of dilution in her character. That was the killing curse, a spell reserved for the most malevolent dark wizards, the very same employed by Voldemort, leading to swift incarceration in Azkaban upon detection. How could she dare? How could she even possess such power? Mother, I pray you see your little son return home intact, a complete Ron. As Ron mused, Harry intervened. Yvonne, do you plan to put Scabbers in the suitcase? If necessary, I can keep him here. No, Yvonne replied, I'll keep him with me. There will be tasks to attend to once school begins. It will suffice. She cast a petrification charm on Wormtail once more before placing the rat into the vial, adding casually to Harry, Oh, and he is no longer Scabbers. Perhaps you should refer to him as the rat that escaped death. To have eluded my killing curse. This rat must be exceptionally agile. Harry, Ron, and Wormtail shared a collective bewilderment at this absurd jest. The compartment fell into silence, with Ron obediently seated in a corner, munching on snacks, while Yvonne seized the opportunity to explain the spells she had just cast to a grim-faced Harry. Soon, a knock echoed at the compartment door. Entering was a small witch with fluffy hair, who surveyed the room and inquired, Have you seen Neville's toad? Oh, why do you all look so pale? Are you feeling nauseous? Ron, his face ashen, replied, No, I'm fine. Who are you looking for? Harry, equally pale, suggested, Perhaps you could try the summoning charm? The girl's gaze flitted skeptically between them, but before she could inquire further, Harry's mention of a specific term piqued her curiosity. The summoning charm? She exclaimed. I've read about it in books. It's a rather advanced spell. Can you already perform it? Her enthusiasm was palpable as she took a seat, eager to witness their magic. Ron and Harry exchanged a knowing glance, turning to Yvonne. Yvonne sighed, contemplating her only recourse, indulgence. With a flourish, she drew her wand, asking the girl to describe Neville's toad. After receiving the details, she nodded and intoned, Neville's toad, come forth. Suddenly, amidst the gasps of passing students outside the compartment, a small shadow darted through the air, landing precisely on the table before Yvonne and her companions. Wow, you're amazing. The girl stood, her face lit with excitement. I've tried some magic at home, but it's all quite simple. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. As Hermione introduced herself, she brought the toad to the compartment door, where a hesitant boy stood, visibly relieved to see his pet return, profusely thanking her. It wasn't me who found it. You should thank her for that stunning summoning charm, Hermione said, gesturing for Neville to acknowledge Yvonne seated within. Now, two pairs of innocent, wide eyes were fixed upon Yvonne. She could not ignore their gaze. I am Yvonne Grindelwald. Grindelwald. Hermione gasped, and upon noticing Yvonne's exasperated expression, she quickly corrected herself. Oh, I didn't mean any offense. I've just studied a bit of magical history at home, and that surname is quite renowned. Yvonne shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Harry, who was struggling to suppress a grin. He hastily covered his mouth, though his mirth was unmistakable. It was a guilty pleasure for him to witness Yvonne endure the attention that always accompanied their introductions. Hermione soon noticed another boy who seemed to be of no ordinary caliber. After inquiring about Harry's name, she marveled at her own fortune. However, she remained composed, refraining from any excessive display of emotion. After exchanging a few words with Harry and the others, she bid farewell to Neville and departed. As the train gradually slowed, the sky had darkened, and passengers bustled to disembark. Accompanied by Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, they made their way to the edge of the Black Lake. The dim light rendered the path unclear for many, causing a number of students to stumble. Amidst this chaotic throng of students, a small area illuminated by a bright white glow stood out distinctly. It was Harry who raised his wand, uttering the incantation for Lumos. It was rare for first years to be able to perform magic before even starting school, and Harry's display drew gasps of admiration from others, to which he responded with a bashful smile. He, Ron, and Yvonne huddled together, preparing to board a boat, though one person was still missing. At that moment, a golden figure slipped into their circle. Harry Potter, I knew it was you. The platinum-haired boy wore a broad grin. I searched for you on the train for ages. Why didn't you tell me which compartment you were in? Oh, it's you. Harry felt a pleasant surprise at encountering a kindred spirit here. I remember your name. Malfoy. You may call me Draco, the boy replied with an air of arrogance, yet there was a friendly undertone. I'd like to share a boat with you. Are these your other companions? This is my sister Yvonne and this is Ron Weasley. Draco's brow furrowed slightly, his disdain unmistakable, mirrored by Ron's expression of disapproval. I must say, Harry, you need to discern which friends are worthwhile. Many are drawn to your fame, but some are simply not worth your time. Are you talking about yourself, Malfoy? Ron retorted sharply. Draco scoffed derisively. No, it's quite obvious I'm referring to a certain red-haired rodent. Ron's face flushed to match his hair, and Harry stood dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the two friends he had met consecutively would clash so vehemently. How peculiar. Yvonne interjected, observing the two boys with curiosity. Is it truly the case that in your generation, the Malfoys and the Weasleys harbor such animosity? You should ask them. The traitors of pure blood, Draco shot back. Or perhaps one should say that your family comprises nothing but vile dark wizards, he declared with conviction. This was the first time Ron found himself agreeing with Draco's sentiments. Yvonne with a playful grin interrupted, is that so? Yet a century ago, members of both your families collaborated, joined the same organization, and assisted one another. Why not inquire with your family portraits? How can that be? Draco instinctively denied. But seeing Yvonne's assured expression he hesitated. Who are you to know about the Malfoy family? Ron's expression increasingly morphed into one of malicious glee, eagerly anticipating Draco's reaction upon learning Yvonne's surname. However, this anticipation was swiftly interrupted as Hagrid urged the remaining students to board the boats. They could no longer delay. Yvonne boarded first, followed by the other boys. After the earlier commotion, the conversation shifted. The boats glided serenely across the lake towards the distant, illuminated castle. Yvonne gazed quietly at the ancient edifice, still resembling the image etched in her memory. Long time no see Hogwarts. Chapter 20. The Sorting Hat by Grindelwald. On the boat, Ron and Draco positioned themselves as far apart as possible, as if the other were covered in repugnant slime. Yet they refrained from hurling insults, their minds consumed by the impending sorting ceremony. I dare say, if I'm sorted into Hufflepuff, my father will disown me, Draco whispered, his anxiety palpable. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? Yvonne asked. Draco frowned. I truly don't understand your perspective. Hufflepuff is timid and cowardly, achieving nothing. Being sorted there would spell doom for one's life. Not necessarily, Yvonne countered. In fact, I quite like Hufflepuff. She thought of her dear friend, Poppy Sweeting, the Hufflepuff girl, who was warm-hearted yet possessed a bravery that rivaled Gryffindor's. She had even dared to single-handedly rescue a Ukrainian Iron Belly, infiltrating the Dark Wizard's camp with only Yvonne by her side. Yvonne wistfully pondered where the Sorting Hat would place her this time. She truly harbored a fondness for Hufflepuff. Among the four houses, the most. As the first years disembarked, they were met by Professor McGonagall, who explained the procedures. Soon they entered the Great Hall, where the air was filled with floating candles and stars. The long tables of the four houses were neatly arranged, and the professors were already seated. Yvonne spotted Dumbledore seated at the center, who flashed her a friendly smile, prompting her to awkwardly avert her gaze. Upon shifting her focus, she noticed the dark-robed wizard she had encountered earlier in the potions shop, who had left a lasting impression with his sharp tongue. However, the robed figure did not regard her. After the first years entered, his gaze was fixed intently on one spot. Yvonne followed his line of sight, and found it resting on Harry's face. The ancient sorting hat was presented by Professor McGonagall. As names were called one by one, the line of new students grew thinner until, in no time, the queue in front of Yvonne had vanished. Next, McGonagall glanced at the list, paused for a moment, and called out loudly, Yvonne Grindelwald. A remarkable scene unfolded. First, the Slytherin table fell silent. As if a pause button had been pressed. All eyes wide with terror and confusion, unsure of how to react. Then came Ravenclaw. Followed by some children from wizarding families within Gryffindor, who ceased their hushed conversations, their eyes widening with shock. And their silence prompted others to lower their voices until they fell completely mute. At the Hufflepuff table, many of whom hailed from Muggle families, initially chatted unaware, but those who had studied history of magic fell silent, leading the less knowledgeable Badgers to also hush. What on earth? By the time Yvonne reached the Sorting Hat, the entire hall was utterly silent, all eyes fixed upon her face as if they intended to burn through her. This included even the professors. Merlin, oh dear. She heard someone at the Slytherin table inhale sharply, in a whisper, Grindelwald. Yvonne remained unfazed, picking up the Sorting Hat and placing it atop her head, curious to discover if it could unveil her secrets. Child, you as expected. The Sorting Hat hesitated. Am I simply too old and senile to remember? Didn't I sort you once before? Yvonne suppressed a grin, mentally replying to the Sorting Hat. Perhaps it was in a past life. No need to dwell on that. Sorting Hat. Ah, very well then, let us see him. Child, do you have a particular house in mind? I have no preference for any of the 4 houses. Yvonne replied nonchalantly. Just sort me according to your first instinct, as you have done countless times before. First instinct. Are you certain? Oh, very well then. The old Sorting Hat's folds parted, twisting slightly, and then it suddenly shouted, Slytherin. With a jolt, Yvonne sprang up as if bitten by fire, promptly removed the Sorting Hat, and hurled it to the ground with great force. The Sorting Hat was tossed to the ground by her, appearing shriveled, flat, pitifully frail and helpless. Ivan's chest rose and fell slightly. She stared at the Sorting Hat, her mind inundated with questions. What on earth was happening? Did it think she wouldn't recognize that syllable? She was merely 11, still a child, and was it really suggesting she be sorted into Azkaban? Was she to be imprisoned upon her arrival? The hall was steeped in silence. Did the Sorting Hat just propose Azkaban? With a forced smile, Ivan glanced at Professor McGonagall, who exhibited a similar look of bewilderment. Professor McGonagall, Ivan politely interjected, I believe there may be an issue with this Sorting Hat. That last suggestion doesn't count. Shall we try again? Oh, certainly, McGonagall replied, as if awakening from a dream. She bent down to retrieve the Sorting Hat, dusting it off before placing it back upon Ivan's head. This time, Ivan gritted her teeth and declared, If you fail to sort me properly, I shall ensure you are rendered into tatters. Do not presume that the protective enchantments left by Godric Gryffindor can shield you. I am an heir of ancient magic. The Sorting Hat, obedient as a docile chick, chose from the heart. Slytherin. A sigh of relief escaped Ivan's lips, her chest settling as she made her way to the Slytherin table. The atmosphere at Slytherin remained eerily quiet until she was but a few steps away, when the prefect, somewhat dazed, led the applause to welcome the new students. As Ivan arrived at the first-year table, she casually selected a spot to sit. Behind her were Hermione and Neville, both of whom had been sorted into Gryffindor. When it was Draco's turn, he appeared somewhat anxious, yet the Sorting Hat declared Slytherin without hesitation. Draco strode towards the Slytherin table. Despite having been sorted, he walked with a stiff posture and awkward gait, as if even more nervous than before. Draco Malfoy? Ivan tentatively greeted. Draco abruptly halted, slowly turning around. Hello, Miss Grindelwald. He was a stark contrast to the boy on the boat. Observing Draco's darting gaze and the flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, Ivan stifled a laugh, mindful of the young man's pride. She gestured for him to sit beside her. Now that you know my full name, don't you? Draco replied, Yes, you are correct. The question then arose. How could he phrase his letter to his father tonight, so that the distant patriarch would maintain his composure and not erupt in sharp indignation? When it was Harry Potter's turn, the atmosphere surged to a new climax. He took an unusually long time, seemingly locked in a stalemate with the Sorting Hat, which eventually called out Gryffindor. As Harry placed the Sorting Hat down, he cast a wistful glance toward the Slytherin table before reluctantly heading to Gryffindor. The Slytherins, who had all observed Harry's expression, exchanged glances. Did it seem as though the savior, Potter, wished to join Slytherin? On the first night at Hogwarts, Ivan found herself in the Slytherin common room, located beneath the Black Lake. A century ago, when she first arrived, she had met her closest companions, Sebastian and Ominis. Time had passed, and the students of Slytherin had changed, yet the dim, damp common room remained as she remembered it, a place where prolonged stays might lead to rheumatism. Ivan organized her belongings neatly. As luck would have it, this year as Slytherin first years, including her, formed an odd number, allowing her the fortune of having a room to herself, perhaps arranged intentionally by the professors. This arrangement proved quite convenient. For instance, she now opened her suitcase to retrieve a glass bottle containing the petrified Peter Pettigrew. The rat's face displayed a human-like terror, likely bewildered as to why a simple petrification spell could last so long. Rest assured, Ivan's voice was devoid of emotion. You shall not perish, at least not yet. She sat at her desk, unfurling a piece of parchment, and dipping her quill in ink. Like many new students at that moment, Ivan was writing a letter. Though hers was not addressed to Sirius, but to Dumbledore, who she had heard was often away. She hoped the busy headmaster might have time to read the letter delivered by Owl the following day. In her letter, she detailed two matters. The first concerning the entity attached to the scar on Harry's forehead, a manifestation of a soul's essence, which she could not yet identify. Perhaps the well-informed Dumbledore would have answers. The second matter involved Peter Pettigrew, the true traitor who had betrayed the Potters, hiding for the past decade as a rat in the Weasley household. No wonder he had been so elusive. Ivan had almost given in to the urge to cast an Avada Kedavra on him right then and there, but the thought of Sirius restrained her. Sirius needed Pettigrew to clear his name, and while Pettigrew could die, it should be done under the scrutiny of many witnesses. She entrusted her letter to the owl, placed the bottle containing the rat in a cabinet secured with an unbreakable lock, and after ensuring everything was secure, extinguished the light. Climbing into her bed, weariness washed over her, and as she drifted off, she wondered if she had forgotten something. Yet this fleeting thought soon succumbed to the weight of her heavy eyelids. Beneath the silent, silver-green depths of the Black Lake, Ivan fell into a sweet slumber. The following morning, en route to the Great Hall for breakfast, Ivan encountered several clumsy first years. Be careful on the stairs over here. They can collapse suddenly. She assisted a Hufflepuff girl, who was nearly tripped by the stairs. The girl, with her hair in two braided pigtails, turned crimson at the sight of Ivan and quickly lowered her head, stammering her thanks. Ivan smiled. It's no trouble. If you don't mind, you can walk with me. Oh, thank you, Miss Grindelwald. You're very kind. The Hufflepuff girl's voice dropped even lower, and she followed closely behind Ivan until they reached the familiar hall. There, she gave a gentle bow to Ivan before rushing to her friends. At the Hufflepuff table, some Badgers were astonished to see her entering alongside Ivan, considering that during the sorting ceremony, the two most notable figures were none other than Harry Potter and Ivan Grindelwald. They whispered among themselves, "Hey, you actually dared to walk with a Slytherin. Isn't that Grindelwald? She didn't harm you, did she?" The girl with the braids frowned and earnestly countered, "No, Lena, stop spreading those rumors. Grindelwald isn't what everyone thinks. She is very nice." Really? Some classmates remained skeptical. Upon returning to the common room yesterday, students from wizarding families, along with those familiar with that segment of magical history, had provided a thorough explanation regarding the Grindelwald surname. Consequently, when they returned to their dormitories, the Badgers felt a tad uneasy, especially since Ivan had been sorted into Slytherin. "Honestly," the girl insisted, "when I almost fell, it was Grindelwald who caught me, and she guided me all the way to the Great Hall. If it weren't for her, I'd still be lost." She is very friendly. The Badgers exchanged surprised and enlightened expressions. Naturally kind-hearted, they preferred to view others in a positive light, and after the girl defended Ivan, they dispersed, trusting and pleased. Ivan arrived at the Slytherin table, where Draco had saved her a seat in a gesture of mutual courtesy. "Thank you. Don't mention it." After a brief pause, Draco hesitantly remarked, "I mentioned you to my parents yesterday." "Oh really?" Evangeline inquired, gracefully slicing her bread with a knife and fork. "What did they say?" Just as Draco was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the Great Hall. Owls flapped their wings, resembling a flurry of white clouds as they entered, delivering the students' packages to their respective seats. Evangeline glanced towards the Gryffindor table. Harry had not yet arrived, presumably still lost. A package struck Draco with precision, and upon opening it, Evangeline discovered a letter along with a beautifully wrapped bag of sweets. Draco unfolded the letter, revealing his father Lucius's elegant cursive, which began with encouragement for his son to study diligently in Slytherin and listen to his professors. However, at least half a page was devoted to discussing Evangeline Grindelwald. Draco's expression was subtly complex. "Little dragon, I must say, the Malfoy family does not possess extensive knowledge about Grindelwald, but it seems there was some connection in my great-grandfather's generation. You need not worry. Getting along with Miss Grindelwald may indeed prove advantageous in the future." Draco maintained a composed demeanor as he tucked the letter away and shared the sweets with Evangeline. "These are homemade by my mother. Do try them." Draco's pride was palpable, claiming they surpassed anything from a shop. Evangeline took a delicate bite. The crisp exterior revealing a creamy center, accented by a hint of fruit jam sweetness, yet not overly rich. Her eyes sparkled. It was truly touching to witness such culinary prowess from an Englishman. Draco selected another exquisitely crafted sweet and set it aside, craning his neck towards the entrance. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Evangeline instantly recognized who he was waiting for. Fortunately, Harry did not miss breakfast. He hurried into the great hall, spotting Draco and Evangeline, and rushed toward them breathless. A little lion, adorned with the Gryffindor crest, seamlessly blended into the Slytherin crowd, seemingly oblivious to the glare from the professor's table. "Good morning, Evangeline." "And you too, Draco." Harry accepted the drink Evangeline offered, gulping it down. Draco wrapped the last sweet and complained, "You're awfully late. If you weren't sorted into Gryffindor, you wouldn't have gotten lost." Clearly, Draco still harbored considerable resentment over his Quidditch friend's placement in Gryffindor. "I'd like to be in Slytherin too," Harry sighed. "What's wrong with Gryffindor?" Ron interjected. "It's not that, it's just that Evangeline is here." "Oh, what a pity," Draco lamented. "Here, have some of my mother's sweets. Gryffindors are mostly brainless lions. You'll probably find yourself lost every day if you follow them." Harry accepted the treats politely, saying thank you. Ron, trailing behind him, voiced his discontent. "You better pray you don't take a wrong step this week, Malfoy." "What does that have to do with the houses?" Draco scoffed. "At least I won't be wandering around the castle like a red-haired mole today, Weasley." "Hey, Harry came with me. Clearly Harry has been dragged down by you." "Ah, here we go again." Harry scratched his head in frustration, wishing to intervene, but his words were abruptly interrupted by two packages that fell from above. One struck him, while the other hit Evangeline. Wow. The boys' quarrel ceased as Draco leaned in, astonished by the mirror in Evangeline's hand. A two-way mirror, quite an expensive item. "Did your family send it to you?" "Well, it certainly wasn't anyone else," Evangeline replied, her expression complex as she turned the mirror over, revealing the carefree handwriting of Sirius, for Evangeline Grindelwald. There was also a letter filled with Sirius's grievances. "On the very first night of school, such an important occasion. And you didn't write to me." "Harry wrote to me. I spent the entire night worrying about you. Don't tell me you ate well, drank well, and slept soundly, or I might just turn into an animagus and swim to the bottom of the Black Lake to bite you." "Never mind. I suppose a busy young lady like you wouldn't remember me. Here's a two-way mirror. Contact me anytime." Evangeline, sighing, she touched her nose, recalling what she had forgotten to do last night. However, it was only a day without writing. Sirius's lengthy complaints were rather unwarranted. Looking up, she saw Harry grinning with the letter in hand. "What did he say to you?" "He said a lot," Harry replied, unable to suppress his smile. "He originally bought me a Nimbus 2000 as a back-to-school gift, but since first years can't bring brooms, he left it at home for me to use later." "Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed, his face filled with envy. Draco felt envious too, muttering, "I should write to my father to get me one." As Harry dragged Ron away, the atmosphere around the Slytherin table finally lightened after the two Gryffindors departed. At the Gryffindor table, two red-haired twin brothers eagerly surrounded them, and their expressions revealed their curiosity. Ron sighed, gazing at the ceiling. His new friend's sister was a dark witch, and his friend's acquaintance was the infamous Malfoy, who had also expressed his thoughts on this matter during their whispering last night. Yet Harry became particularly serious whenever his sister was mentioned, seemingly wearing some sort of filter. "Merlin, that is Avada. The unforgivable curse, the most dangerous spell in existence. Aren't you even a little afraid?" "But Evangeline would feel exhausted using it," Harry replied earnestly. "Ron, I hope you refrain from speaking ill of Evangeline and Slytherin. My sister wouldn't misuse spells. Those she targets surely deserve it," Harry declared emphatically. "They merely lost their lives, but Evangeline is the one who wears herself out." Ron, from that moment onward, he wisely avoided topics related to Slytherin, realizing he could not reason with someone so infatuated with his sister. Now he could only engage in petty arguments with Malfoy, though he wondered how long he could endure Harry's peculiar logic. Chapter 22, Evangeline, yet living like a student on Monday morning. The herbology lesson for Slytherin was held alongside Ravenclaw. The first-year curriculum was rather simplistic for Evangeline, yet she was nonetheless thrilled to rush to the greenhouse on the first day of herbology. Draco looked on in bewilderment as Evangeline dashed down the stairs like a golden whirlwind, exchanging glances with Blaise Zabini beside him. Why is she so excited? Who knows? Blaise pondered. Perhaps Grindelwald has some undisclosed secrets. Unlike Draco, who boldly attempted to befriend Evangeline from day one, the other Slytherin students largely observed her from a distance. They revered her surname, hesitant to approach, while secretly anticipating what surprises this long-awaited descendant of Grindelwald might bring to Slytherin, as the little snakes were, after all, drawn to strength. Evangeline was the first to arrive at the herbology greenhouse, where lush plants stretched beneath the arched glass walls, and mischievous vines climbed the walls. When she reached out to touch them, the leaves shyly recoiled from her hand. Professor Sprout was tending to some potted herbs, and upon seeing Evangeline cross the threshold, she greeted her warmly. "You are the first to arrive, Miss Grindelwald. I am delighted to see your enthusiasm for herbology." "Yes, of course." Ivy surveyed her surroundings with keen interest. The greenhouse, serving as a nurturing environment for the first-year classroom, was populated with relatively innocuous flora. She spotted several potted white ginsengs, which were likely to be the materials for their upcoming lesson. "White ginseng," Ivy mused with a light chuckle, "if I recall correctly. It serves as a primary ingredient in the invigorating potion, does it not? And let us not forget the addition of horklump juice. The essence of white ginseng offers minor healing properties." "Indeed," Professor Sprout replied with evident delight, her smile deepening. "I must commend Slytherin and Miss Grindelwald for her diligent preparation before class." Ivy merely offered a modest smile, her demeanor poised and refined. The plant she yearned to see the most was the Chinese chomping cabbage, a seemingly unremarkable, cabbage-like plant that had played a pivotal role during her tumultuous encounters with the Ashwinder gang a century prior. If she were to rank her magical creature companions, the Phoenix Lyra would undoubtedly take the first place, with the Chinese chomping cabbage firmly in second. Just imagine, at the brink of exhaustion with dark wizards pursuing you, to suddenly toss out 3 chomping cabbages and watch as they wreak havoc among your foes, leaving them in disarray and despair. What a delightful sight that would be. Give me but a chomping cabbage, and I could level oceans in less than 30 days. Equip my soldiers with 3 chomping cabbages each, and no army in the world could rival me. General Douglas MacArthur. As Ivy engaged in light conversation with Professor Sprout, the first-year students gradually arrived at the greenhouse. Sensing that class was about to commence, Ivy returned to her designated spot. Professor Sprout distributed a pot of white ginseng to each student, instructing them on the care and handling of the plant. The students donned gloves with utmost caution, experimenting carefully. Sprout made her rounds, eventually pausing before Ivy's potted plant, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "Miss Grindelwald's white ginseng exhibits the finest vigor I have ever observed. Thus, I award Slytherin an additional 2 points." Some young serpents cast furtive glances, while the nearby eagles, stifling their frustration, intensified their efforts. At the conclusion of the lesson, Ivy lingered a moment longer to request seeds for the Chinese chomping cabbage from Professor Sprout. "Oh, are you certain you require that?" Professor Sprout inquired, her surprise palpable. This is not typically a plant one would introduce to first years. In fact, it is usually 5th-year students who begin to study such perilous flora. "I am aware, Professor Sprout," Ivy replied earnestly, her cerulean eyes wide with anticipation. "I have already acquired a substantial understanding of herbology at home, and have successfully cultivated several hazardous plants. My interest in this field is genuine, and I assure you I will not put myself in harm's way." Professor Sprout hesitated. Reluctant to dismiss such a promising student in herbology, she resolved to extend a measure of encouragement. "Very well, Miss Grindelwald," she said with a grave tone. "But you must prioritize safety. Should I discover you injured by this dangerous plant, I will confiscate it immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor." With her objective achieved, Ivy clutched the small pouch of chomping cabbage seeds, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She placed the charming little plants in her dormitory, transforming a spare stool into a rectangular shelf, arranging the pots neatly atop it, and burying the seeds one by one. With a buoyant spirit, she watered them while humming a German folk tune. The afternoon class was History of Magic, the only course that transported Ivy back a century. The atmosphere remained as drowsy as ever, with Professor Binns, the ghostly lecturer, droning on. While his monotonous delivery could easily be overlooked, Ivy diligently perused her history book, meticulously taking notes. This was the sole subject she needed to revisit, having missed all significant magical events of the 20th century. "Hey, Ivy." A gentle poke on her back prompted her to turn, and behold a pleasantly surprised Draco, who opened his book to reveal a name that mirrored her own. The line he pointed to mentioned Ivy Grindelwald. Ivy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the page. As she had suspected, her name indeed appeared among the notable events of the 19th century magical history, albeit in a modest corner, easily overlooked if not scrutinized. She now comprehended the peculiar sensation Harry must have felt, witnessing her name inscribed in the annals of history. Ivy Grindelwald, born May 7, 1875, date of death unknown. The first 5th-year transfer student in Hogwarts history, She led her group in a valiant struggle against the malevolent forces, including the Ashwinder leader Lucius and the Goblin leader Ranrock, ultimately achieving victory. Oh, so the historical account states I am deceased. Ivy closed the book expressionlessly, forcing a fabricated smile at the inquisitive Draco. Perhaps it refers to an ancestor of the Grindelwald lineage. You know, long-established wizarding families often bestow upon their children names reminiscent of their forebears. Draco accepted this explanation without question. You make a valid point. In Transfiguration class, attended alongside the Hufflepuff Badgers, Ivy encountered the previously bumbling girl with the braided hair. She offered a friendly smile, which caused the girl's cheeks to flush, yet she shyly returned the gesture. Hello Grindelwald. May I sit with you? Eleanor Laneri. Of course, Ivy replied with enthusiasm. She happily nestled among the Badgers, blissfully ignoring the incredulous stares from Slytherin, while Eleanor, bold enough to sit beside her, garnered the admiration of her fellow Badgers. When Draco entered the classroom, he was met with the sight of Ivy, adorned in her green scarf, sitting comfortably among the Hufflepuffs. His expression one of disbelief. You've truly abandoned me. The Transfiguration professor, the stern yet fair Professor McGonagall, informed them of the intricacies and challenges of the subject. She distributed the materials for their inaugural lesson. With renewed confidence, the students seized their matches, eagerly waving their wands, only to find, as anticipated, no transformation occurred. The difficulty of transfiguration became immediately apparent, as Ivy observed Draco, perspiration beading on his brow, grappling with the matchstick, while other Slytherins bore similarly strained expressions. Oh, Eleanor. She sighed, lowering her weary arms, her brow furrowed at the unchanged match. Grindelwald, do you have any solutions? Eleanor turned to her, her innocent and endearing eyes brimming with hope. Ivy's heart, fond of badgers, could not resist. Well, let us give it a try, though she spoke of merely attempting. The moment she raised her arm and waved her wand, the matchstick underwent a remarkable transformation. Its surface smoothed out, one end morphing from a rough circle to a sharp point, gleaming like a needle now resting on their desk. Excellent, Professor McGonagall remarked as she approached, a rare smile of approval gracing her features. A splendid transformation. Slytherin earns a point. Their desk was situated towards the back of the classroom, and following McGonagall's praise, the Badgers and Snakes in front turned to regard them with a mix of envy and admiration, while Draco's gaze bore a hint of resentment, as if questioning, "Why did you abandon me for Hufflepuff?" Evelyn smiled silently. As the class drew to a close, she casually transformed the matchstick in her hand into a delicate flower and, upon leaving the classroom, presented it to Professor McGonagall. "For you," Evelyn said. "Thank you for your hard work." McGonagall gazed at the flower, and then back at Evelyn. Her astonishment unmistakable, before the lines on her forehead smoothed out, and a smile crept into the corners of her eyes. Though she did not voice it, her joy was palpable. "Your exceptional transfiguration skills suggest that your abilities have surpassed those of the majority of your peers, Miss Grindelwald," Professor McGonagall remarked. "Slytherin earns an additional 2 points for your academic prowess and your thoughtfulness towards the professor." Thus, not long after the term commenced, a world where only Slytherin amassed points in a frenzy was born. Chapter 23. Potions class featuring the academic prodigy Harry. On Thursday evening, Evelyn multitasked, tending to the biting cabbage while conversing intently with the two-way mirror. TSK. Sirius Black's discontented visage appeared on the other side. "Your head of house is him, you know." "Oh right. Tomorrow you'll be sharing potions class with Gryffindor, correct?" "Indeed." Evelyn removed her muddy gloves. "What's the matter?" "I don't need to think. Severus Snape will undoubtedly target Harry." Sirius grumbled, his displeasure evident, especially considering Harry's striking resemblance to his father. "Do you have a grudge against my head of house?" "More like we do." Given that Evelyn had been sorted into Slytherin, her sense of honor was quite strong, causing Sirius to temper his words in her presence. For instance, when discussing Severus Snape, he refrained from using derogatory nicknames, and instead addressed him directly by name. Sirius briefly recounted their school days, detailing the rivalry between the Marauders and Snape, prompting an exasperated glance from Evelyn. "Mate for against one? You're a bit off there. You must understand that some revel in stealthily attacking others with venom, and technically, it can't be deemed a fair fight." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Not to mention, our two from this side, Snape and his band of Slytherin misfits, are no saints either." The animosity that had begun on the train escalated when Snape made a provocative remark about Harry's parents, igniting a series of retaliatory exchanges that spiraled into an unending cycle of hatred. It was pure animosity born from mutual grievances. The Gryffindors, led by James, often sought to provoke Slytherin, while Snape's own Slytherin clique harbored a penchant for bullying Muggle-born students, fervently pledging allegiance to Voldemort and secretly studying lethal dark magic. Victims included Lily's roommate, compounded by their fundamentally opposing beliefs, leading to a rivalry that felt as though it were steeped in ancient enmity. At that time in Hogwarts, an incessant malevolence permeated the air among students. Evelyn sighed, choosing not to comment on the actions of the previous generation, merely stating lazily, "Let us be grateful to have been born in a better era. Whether it's Slytherin or Gryffindor, your internal strife only proves that external threats have yet to encroach upon Hogwarts." She mused, "Imagine a century ago, can you believe it? Didn't they see the host of dark wizards and poachers lurking outside Hogwarts? How could they afford the luxury of bullying their classmates while still managing to graduate from 7th year? I recall when I was involved in the war against the goblins. Even my third-year juniors were conscripted into battle. In our time, the weak did not survive," Evelyn asserted emphatically. "In my first defense against the dark arts class, someone actually used blasting curse on a fellow student. This was not even a targeted attack. It was merely reflective of the general level of Hogwarts students, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Students back then could leave the school at will, casually dispatching any dark wizards they encountered along the way, a commonplace occurrence. Thus, upon arriving at the present-day Hogwarts, Evelyn couldn't help but feel that peace had indeed rendered people complacent. Just look at the current young wizards. Each one resembled a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, unable to withstand even the slightest gust of wind or rain." Sirius interjected, "Is it possible that you all were just excessively extreme back then?" However, Sirius's concerns were not unfounded, as the following morning, during the joint potions class with Gryffindor, Snape indeed targeted Harry. The head of Slytherin, perpetually clad in his dark robes, exuded an intimidating presence as he entered the potions classroom, instantly silencing all students. At that moment, Harry squeezed himself beside Evelyn, becoming the sole Gryffindor amidst Slytherins, standing out conspicuously. Unsurprisingly, he was immediately subjected to Snape's venomous remarks. "I assume Mr. Potter has not allowed his fame to inflate him like a balloon under the expansion charm." Snape hissed ominously, akin to a serpent slithering from a dark cellar, his voice dripping with a chilling undertone. "I trust those 2 beads on your nose are not mere decoration. You should be aware of your proper seat, correct?" Harry, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Evelyn, wondering if they weren't allowed to sit apart by house. With Snape having called him out, there was no alternative. Reluctantly, Harry stood, distancing himself from Evelyn. Evelyn heard her head of house emit a particularly cold grunt. Snape subsequently called on Harry again to answer a question, forcing the boy to rise once more before he had settled into his new seat. The first question left Harry trembling, yet his response came with astonishing speed, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. "The elixir of life, Professor." Snape paused momentarily, though the hesitation was barely perceptible, as the second question quickly followed. Hearing it, Harry leaned back, a smile already forming on his face. "The stomach of a goat, Professor." "Isn't that quite simple?" Snape's expression darkened, his pitch-black, abyss-like eyes fixed on Harry, who met his gaze fearlessly, his bright green pupils shining behind thick glasses. Yet, the questioning did not cease. Upon hearing the final query, Harry completely relaxed, initially expecting Snape to challenge him, but instead he found the questions to be rather easy. After a week of rigorous training under Evelyn, during which he had dreamt of memorizing 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, Harry was no longer the same boy he once was. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was now Harry James Potter. Confidence radiated from his face, illuminating the potions classroom. "There's no difference, Professor. Aconite is a category. People simply have 2 common names for it, both of which are documented in the textbook." Snape fell silent. Eventually, he dryly instructed, "Very well, Potter, sit down." "Did none of you hear his answer? Why aren't you all taking notes?" Seeing Snape's expression, everyone understood that Harry had answered everything correctly. And even Hermione looked at him differently now. Harry obediently sat down, still gazing expectantly at Snape, believing the professor might award him points. Snape, however, awarded no points to Gryffindor, leaving Harry to fixate on him with wide, hopeful green eyes. Snape turned away, his back to the class, and began in a cold, hard tone instructing them to set up their cauldrons, for their first practical lesson was about to commence. The students were consumed by anxiety, yet only Yvonne seemed unfazed, her shoulders constantly twitching. Having learned about the past of the previous generation only last night, she was on the verge of laughter. Chapter 24. Speculation. Though it was far from accurate. As the cauldron simmered gently over a low flame, and the potion emitted wisps of white vapor, the classroom fell silent once more. Snape prowled like a vigilant serpent surveying its territory, and Yvonne discreetly glanced at him, noting the highly critical and intensely focused gaze he directed toward Harry, seemingly poised to pounce on any mistake. To his disappointment, however, Harry, basking in the professor's scrutiny, maintained his composure, skillfully handling the herbs, whether weighing the nettles or crushing the snake fangs, without a single error to be found. Harry even lent a hand to Neville, who had misjudged the timing for adding the hedgehog spines, prompting a quiet thank you from him. During a lull in potion brewing, Harry found the leisure to look up and offer Snape a polite smile, which caused Snape to avert his gaze as if he had been scalded. In that moment, he noticed Yvonne in the front row of the Slytherin seats, her hand raised, signaling with the potion she held. Snape approached swiftly, snatching the potion from her grasp to inspect and examine it, confirming it was indeed the potion they were to brew that day. The vividness of its hue suggested it could rival high-quality potions sold in stores. Snape's professional acumen allowed him to arrive at this conclusion in an instant. However, just mere seconds had passed. Miss Grindelwald, Snape regarded her with a gaze filled with skepticism and confusion. How did you manage to brew this? Generally, concocting a potion, even a simple one like the Scabious potion, takes over an hour, while more complex brews, like the Polyjuice potion, can take over a month. Yet, you claim to have done it in mere seconds. That time is hardly sufficient to handle the ingredients. Yvonne innocently shrugged. I just brewed it. Impossible, Snape scoffed coldly. If I may be blunt, Miss Grindelwald, are you questioning the expertise of your potions professor? Well, shall I demonstrate for you? Those deep, abyss-like eyes bore into her, filled with profound doubt. Due to the commotion they were causing, Snape took her aside, leading her to the cauldron positioned on the podium. He then sat down, observing her intently. Use this, Snape instructed. I wish to see how you do it. Thus, Yvonne calmly repeated the previous process. Throughout, Snape's gaze never wavered, fixated on her hand movements as she transitioned from handling the ingredients to heating the cauldron, finally producing the potion. Indeed, in under a minute. If he hadn't been under the influence of some hallucinatory potion, he witnessed the liquid in the cauldron transform at an astonishing rate, its color shifting from clear to thick, its scent changing from mild to pungent, all within mere seconds. He observed as Snape swiftly extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron, cleared the bottom, and then, with remarkable speed, retrieved some ingredients from the cabinet drawers and offered them to her. The forgetfulness potion, Snape stated bluntly. Can you brew it? Yes, Yvonne nodded. Very well, try again. Yvonne took the ingredients Snape provided and, following the recipe from memory, fluidly crafted a second batch of potion. Snape counted the seconds, 45. He held the vial of forgetfulness potion in his hands, scrutinizing it with a fastidiousness that belied his demeanor. All his professional knowledge told him that this was a flawless potion, crafted in a mere 45 seconds. At that moment, Snape's gaze toward Yvonne underwent a profound transformation. He was reluctant to doubt the knowledge of potion-making that had been ingrained in him since he first set foot in Hogwarts, knowledge that was as inseparable from his life as his very existence. He had shaped potions, and potions had shaped him. Yet, in this instance, he found himself compelled to re-evaluate the foundational principles of potion-making that he had held for decades, all shattered by the presence of this girl before him. Did this imply that his past knowledge was erroneous? No, it proved that Yvonne Grindelwald was exceptional, a once-in-a-century, or even a millennium, prodigy of potion-making, endowed with a talent that could not be equaled by the Order of Merlin's commendations. Her extraordinary capabilities would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on the entire wizarding world. Severus Snape had never encountered anyone capable of reducing the brewing time of a potion to under a minute without compromising its quality. Such a discovery would send shockwaves throughout the wizarding community, marking her as a genius among geniuses. Excellent, Miss Grindelwald, splendid, he repeated, his deep voice harboring an unspoken emotion akin to dormant lava. For the first time, Snape regarded her with genuine attention. Given your extraordinarily rare and exceptional talent in potion making, to prevent it from going to waste, you are to come to my office every Friday evening. I shall personally guide you on how to advance further along this path. No potion master could overlook such a remarkable talent without feeling compelled to nurture it. And Severus Snape was no exception, especially since she was from his own house. Yvonne fell into contemplation. What, is this because I excelled too much that I am now rewarded with detention every week? After class, Yvonne did not accompany anyone, but instead yawned her way back to the dormitory alone, preparing to catch up on some much-needed sleep. With no classes on Friday afternoon, she could indulge in rest until evening. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy stealthily navigated around his housemates, crouching to evade prying eyes, finally overcoming numerous obstacles to reach Harry and his companions. Harry and the others were already waiting at the foot of the stairs, where Ron, with a sour expression, awkwardly questioned, "Why did you have to tell Malfoy about this?" "Oh, but I recall that Draco seems quite fond of dragons." Harry pondered aloud, remembering that Hagrid had a dragon egg to show. "Aren't you interested?" "Interested? Extremely interested." Draco nodded vigorously, casting a sidelong glare at Ron. "For the sake of the dragon, I suppose I can endure accompanying the Weasley. By the way, why would the keeper of the grounds tell you about this? Hagrid seems to be friends with my parents. They exchanged a few words after I enrolled." Harry lowered his voice. "However, the dragon egg was something Ron and I stumbled upon, and we just wanted to confirm it today. I had intended to tell Yvonne, but she left too quickly." Harry sighed regretfully. Perhaps Yvonne wouldn't be interested anyway. Draco hesitated. For girls, a beauty sleep is far more significant than anything else. "Not necessarily," Ron retorted, "at least not for Hermione, right?" Hermione was concerned that the boys might cause trouble and incur points for Gryffindor, so she had followed them. However, she did not join in their bickering, instead lost in her thoughts until Ron repeatedly called her name, prompting her to respond. Harry too was curious. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Hermione hesitated before speaking. "I was pondering the potions class. Why do you think Professor Snape's demeanor was so peculiar?" Draco instinctively defended. "Is he? Our head of house is always rather serious." "But perhaps overly so," Hermione mused. "I mean, there were others in class who could answer questions. I kept raising my hand, but Professor Snape seemed to ignore me entirely, only calling on Harry, and then he remained focused on Harry's cauldron until he turned to Yvonne. However, the voices of Yvonne and Professor Snape were too soft, and as they later moved to the podium for reasons unknown, the others did not hear them." Ron disdainfully remarked, "Oh, it's clearly aimed at Harry." "Why? There must be a reason." Draco retorted, "There is no hatred without cause. Rather, our headmaster has never shown much interest in matters beyond potions. So it's not targeting him, is it concern instead?" The moment those words were uttered, they drew the attention of others. Ron, with a look of disbelief, turned away with a huff. Harry's expression was conflicted, while Hermione pondered, "Now that you mention it, I realize Harry has been troubled by some rumors ever since he enrolled." Harry looked enlightened, awakened by Hermione's words. "Yes, because of the so-called chosen one reputation. I feel like I'm an animal in a zoo. Some are friendly, but there are many who are quite unfriendly." Harry sighed helplessly. "They are envious of your fame, Harry." Ron stated, "Perhaps, but indeed, there are people everywhere claiming I'm merely a name, full of hot air, with no real talent." As Harry spoke, he seemed on the verge of sighing again. He never desired fame, as it brought him more negative troubles since his enrollment. Draco realized, Slytherin has many such individuals. "So, Professor Snape deliberately chose to call your name during the joint potions class with Gryffindor to dispel those rumors about you? That explanation is more reasonable. There is no hatred without reason, but if it's merely the awkward concern of a teacher, from a student's perspective, Hermione and the others could easily accept that notion." "Look." Harry successfully answered 3 of Professor Snape's questions, while the rest of the class was criticized by him, except for him. "Doesn't that prove he possesses genuine skill? The rumors are self-refuted." So it was. The children concluded their reasoning amongst themselves. In the end, even Ron began to doubt his own life choices. So, Professor Snape aimed to dispel rumors about Harry, allowing him the chance to showcase and prove himself? "Exactly," Draco replied with an air of certainty. "We Slytherins have always revered the strong. I bet that after this class, the number of Slytherins speaking ill of Harry will decrease significantly." "Is that so?" Ron murmured. "Then Professor Snape is rather nice, isn't he?" They whispered and deliberated, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that was logically sound, reasonable, and self-consistent. One that even Snape himself would find faultless, yet far removed from the truth. After all, since they could not find a reason for Snape to target Harry, they could only speculate in another direction, right? "Then I shall strive even harder to prove myself," Harry declared with confidence. "Come, let us go see Hagrid." Yvonne remained blissfully unaware of the mischief the children were quietly plotting in their world of truths. She was simply relieved that no one was bothering her. Harry and the others had finally grown up and become sensible. However, just as she happily covered herself with a blanket, ready to take a nap, someone knocked on the dormitory door. "Grindelwald, Grindelwald. It's Pansy from the same year. Wake up. Professor Snape is looking for you." "What? ISNT the weekly assignment for writing and reading guidance starting next week?" Yvonne, bewildered, climbed down from her bed, tidied herself up a bit, and happened to see Professor Snape approaching her. His expression was grim, and after a brief glance at her, he tersely stated, "Dumbledore is looking for you." Yvonne perked up. Had she finally received a response to her letter? Chapter 25. Re-examination, but clearing the injustice. Wizengamot, the highest court in the wizarding world. The moment Yvonne learned the name of this place, everything became clear to her. She told Professor Snape to wait a moment, then turned back to the dormitory, retrieved the ailing rat, Peter, locked in her cabinet, and tucked it into her sleeve. Snape eyed her suspiciously, his expression not particularly pleasant, though it was more due to the disruption of his routine than anything else. Given his demeanor, Yvonne speculated that Snape might not be aware of what had transpired. The death of the Potters, the change of the secret keeper, and the long-awaited truth that had taken a decade to surface. To petition for a re-examination of the case from 10 years ago generally required considerable effort to navigate the process, and success was not guaranteed. Yvonne's letter sent on Monday had received a reply by Friday, summoning her to observe the trial at the Wizengamot, a speed that was evidently the result of Dumbledore's vigorous facilitation. He had been busy with this ever since receiving her letter. Yvonne felt a mix of emotions as she walked alongside Snape out of Hogwarts. Snape grasped her shoulder and, with decisive precision, performed a disapparition. After a moment of dizziness, Snape furrowed his brow and glanced at her, relaxing slightly upon noticing her calm demeanor and lack of signs of nausea. Listen. I don't know what you've done or what trouble you've stirred up, and I have no interest in it. Snape led her forward, his tone as straight as an arrow. But you are currently a young witch without independent criminal capacity, just having entered Hogwarts. I hope you remember this. Yvonne looked at him, somewhat astonished, noticing the tension in his jaw, like a hardened sculpture, weathered by time, reduced to mere gray dust. Her emotional intelligence was high enough to discern the underlying meaning in Snape's words. Yet it was precisely for this reason that she was surprised to find that this seemingly distant headmaster would care for her. Suddenly Snape halted. Yvonne narrowly avoided colliding with his back. She observed Snape standing rigidly, fists clenched, knuckles white, as if confronted with something profoundly repugnant, suppressing a wave of nausea. Perhaps even hatred. Yvonne sidestepped this cold, unyielding barrier, her gaze unimpeded as it directed toward two figures ahead. Dumbledore stood there calmly and beside him. Serious? Snape's reaction was far from exaggerated, for Sirius wore the same expression as he regarded Snape, and it could be said that if Dumbledore were not present, a fierce confrontation would likely ensue upon their meeting. Upon Yvonne speaking, Sirius turned his gaze toward her, his expression softening slightly as he extended his hand. Yvonne. Sirius called gently, "Come over here." Just as Yvonne was about to step forward, her vision was abruptly obstructed by a patch of black, along with the path ahead. Snape had placed himself in front of her, frowning deeply, staring intently at Sirius from a distance. Snape. Sirius's smile vanished, coldly regarding him. "What do you mean by this?" "That is a question I ought to pose to you, Black." The surname dripped with venom from Snape's lips, each letter steeped in hatred, as if he believed Black belonged among the Dementors in Azkaban, and like a rat, had scurried away from captivity, now eager to offer a kiss to them. Sirius laughed mockingly, his eyes gleaming with derision. "I'm here for that, Snape. It's you who seems to be the unnecessary one." Sirius's voice dropped, and if looks could pierce, his gaze would have bored 2 holes through Snape's hand. "Now immediately, remove your filthy hands from Yvonne." All right, Sirius, Dumbledore intervened. He gestured toward Yvonne, who immediately ran to his side, handing him a glass vial. The mouse in the bottle struggled desperately, but to no avail. It was now in the hands of the century's greatest white wizard. Albus Dumbledore merely cast a calm and indifferent glance at it, causing Peter Pettigrew to slide down in the bottle, utterly drained, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The time wasted had already been ample. "I believe the court session is approaching, Severus," Dumbledore said gently. "If you wish, you may attend as an observer." The truth, though long overdue, was at last within reach. Albus Dumbledore, the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, held an unparalleled reputation within the wizarding community. When he petitioned for a case review in this capacity, even the minister could not refuse. The Supreme Wizarding Court was already filled to capacity. The jurors of the Wizengamot donned matching crimson robes and hats, adorned with silver embroidery on their left breasts. Minister Cornelius Fudge occupied the highest seat, evidently unwell, his pudgy face slightly contorted as he dabbed at the fine sweat beading on his forehead. Seated behind him was a reporter from the Daily Prophet, a witch who strained her neck like a gander, her eyes gleaming with the eager light of a vulture scenting carrion, impatiently awaiting the commencement of the proceedings, her quill poised for action. Ivy and her companions were the last to enter. As the doors swung open and Ivy, Severus, Dumbledore, and particularly Sirius Black came into view, she noticed a few members of the Wizengamot exchanging glances, their expressions shifting, murmuring softly, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. It was as if Fudge's seat had sprouted thorns, causing him to squirm uncomfortably, his expression increasingly anxious. Rather than seeking to exonerate Sirius, perhaps this feeble and incompetent minister preferred to believe that this was a calculated attack orchestrated by Dumbledore. He could not help but wonder if Dumbledore had had a hand in Sirius's escape from Azkaban. I see no suspense left in this concluded case, Dumbledore, Fudge hastily remarked upon seeing him. I'm glad to see you have recaptured the escaped prisoner. Henceforth, it is a matter for the Auror office. Is there any necessity for a review of this decade-old case? Similarly, Tubulus Ogden, a senior official of the Wizengamot, interjected, you assert this case was a miscarriage of justice. Might I inquire what compelling evidence you possess? Evidence indeed exists, Dumbledore responded. Countless eyes scrutinized him, some filled with curiosity, others disbelief, and still others harboring malice. The scrutiny directed at Dumbledore from the outside world had never waned. He had grown accustomed to it, remaining unperturbed. Dumbledore produced a glass vial. Perhaps I owe my thanks to our new witch from Hogwarts, Miss Ivy Grindelwald. Upon the utterance of that name, several wizards in the court visibly trembled. She has captured Peter Pettigrew. She has revealed to us the truth of a decade past. And we now comprehend who the traitor was that precipitated the tragedy of the Potter family. As his words resonated, Severus's expression shifted dramatically. He glared at the glass vial in Dumbledore's hand with such intensity that it seemed he wished to inflict 1,000 tortures upon it. Now he understood the purpose behind the Veritaserum Dumbledore had instructed him to bring. Dumbledore uncorked the vial, seized the mouse's tail, and with an expressionless demeanor, cast the Counter-Animagus spell. Before the assembly, Peter Pettigrew reverted to his original form. A collective gasp echoed through the court. The wizards in attendance uncertain, while reporters scribbled furiously, save for a singular laugh that rang out, jarring in its abruptness. Ivy turned towards the sound and beheld Sirius. Amidst the tumult of hatred, shock, fear, and disbelief in the raucous courtroom, his laughter alone stood out, short, jarring, infused with a chilling madness. A shiver ran down the spines of many present. Sirius was laughing. And Peter saw him. He stared intently, a look of horror etched across his features, as he too began to laugh. Chapter 26. The Trial, Yet a Demand for Justice. No, no. Peter Pettigrew's expression contorted in terror, his diminutive frame curling up helplessly. Having been a mouse for a decade, he could not escape the sewer-like instincts that clung to him even in his human form. But this was the open supreme wizarding court. Where could he hide? Severus. Dumbledore spoke softly. Severus moved, striding directly to Peter Pettigrew, forcibly gripping his chin to compel him to open his mouth, and amidst Peter's futile struggles, Severus crudely administered the Veritaserum into his mouth. Afterward he dismissed his hand as if repulsed by some foul creature's slime and stepped back. Now, let us begin the inquiries, Dumbledore said, seated with hands clasped, his keen blue eyes fixed sharply on Peter Pettigrew. His voice was gentle yet firm. Regarding the truth of the secret keeper's switch, and the incident that resulted in the deaths of 13 Muggles, who was the true culprit? The only two suspects present, Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, stood before the court. Yet after Peter's transformation, few dared to cast suspicion upon the latter. After all, the wizards present were not dim-witted. A hero presumed dead had now materialized before them. Was he truly still a hero? The effects of the Veritaserum manifested immediately. Peter Pettigrew, despite his desperate attempts to resist, found his tongue betraying him, spilling forth secrets uncontrollably. Yes, it was I. The secret keeper was not Sirius. It was I. Sirius was a smokescreen, a decoy. Though anticipated, the raw truth, once laid bare, elicited a buzz of murmurs throughout the courtroom, compelling Fudge to call for silence repeatedly to regain control over the proceedings. Meanwhile, the row of invited reporters were poised with their quills, particularly the lead journalist, with her bizarre golden curls, whose quill danced across the parchment almost of its own volition. Fudge endeavored to steady his racing heart as he inquired, "So you were the one who leaked their location?" "Yes, it was I who disclosed James and Lily's whereabouts. I informed him," Peter confessed, his breath heavy yet suppressed. Ivy turned to see Severus. His expression bore an eerily calm demeanor, as though he was forcefully containing a tempest of emotions within, his eyes vacant and hollow. Were it not for the confines of the Wizengamot, Ivy believed he might have unleashed a lethal curse upon Peter Pettigrew without hesitation. Something felt amiss, she pondered. The hatred Severus displayed towards Peter far exceeded the norm. If he were truly enraged at the betrayal that befell the Potters, it contradicted the previous information. Did he not harbor disdain for James Potter, wishing for his demise? Was there some hidden truth from the previous generation? Dumbledore's voice was calm and unyielding, his questions relentless, leaving no space for breath. Peter Pettigrew had no choice but to follow his rhythm. Why did you betray them? Peter suddenly cried out, sweat cascading down his face, his eyes wide with terror. Even after more than a decade, recalling that moment filled him with an overwhelming fear that eclipsed all else. Because I was blackmailed. The diminutive figure of Peter Pettigrew trembled as his teeth chattered, overwhelmed by fear. That individual, the one you all know, is terrifying beyond measure. I find myself utterly powerless to resist him, compelled to act against my will. You cannot fathom the depths of his menace. He will kill me. He will kill me. I had no intention of divulging secrets, but he has coerced me into submission. A heavy silence enveloped the court of Wisengamot, casting pallor upon the faces of nearly all present. None were unaware of whom Peter Pettigrew alluded to. He loomed as an inescapable shadow above them, a harbinger of white terror that had ruled this land for a decade. No one dared utter his name, except for Albus Dumbledore, who succinctly interrupted, So? Voldemort instructed you to undertake these tasks? You are a Death Eater, are you not? How long have you been serving him covertly? What do you know of his schemes? A few wizards inhaled sharply at the mention of Voldemort's name, while many others fixated intently on Peter Pettigrew, their anticipation palpable. They awaited a long overdue reckoning that could significantly elevate their own reputations now that Voldemort had vanished. Peter's face contorted grotesquely as he quivered, yet Snape's Veritaserum would not be diluted in its potency. In despair he uttered the truth. Yes, I have submitted to him, I have worked for him. A wizard pointed at him, casting a spell, and with a shriek from Pettigrew, the fabric of his sleeve shredded, revealing the horrific dark mark upon his arm. Sirius Black let out a quiet laugh. Yet the inquiry was far from over. The most critical aspect regarding Voldemort's plans remained. What Wormtail was privy to. Under the fervent gaze of the onlookers, Peter opened his mouth, but a sudden transformation occurred. He erupted into a piercing scream, silencing all unsaid words. His skin ignited, flesh burning bright red before peeling away, his visage distorted beyond recognition, as he frantically lunged towards the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who sat paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. Fudge, caught off guard, slowly reached for his wand, but it was too late. He could only watch as the fire-engulfed figure of the diminutive man charged towards him. A cold, deathly green light suddenly cleaved through the courtroom, like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, silently ripping through the air and striking Peter Pettigrew. The speed was astonishing. From the moment he erupted to the instant he fell lifelessly, scarcely 2 seconds had elapsed. Now Minister Fudge slumped in his chair, shaken, instinctively glancing across the room. Dumbledore had indeed raised his wand, but that fatal curse had not originated from him. In truth, all eyes were drawn to a singular direction, including the astonished gaze of Ivana. It was not she who had cast the spell. She possessed the capability to intervene, even brandishing her wand, yet someone present was swifter than them all. She fixed her gaze upon him. Sirius Black stood there, merely a few meters away, quietly poised. One hand rested in his pocket, while the other held his red oak wand, pointed straight at Peter Pettigrew. Sirius's eyes were icy, devoid of warmth, as if encased in a multitude of frost spells. His expression a blank canvas. He seemed oblivious to the stares of the other court members, or if he was aware, he cared not. He simply gazed silently at the lifeless form of Peter Pettigrew before sheathing his wand. Fudge, too, scrutinized Sirius, his face twitching slightly. This man had recently been a suspect. And now, brazenly before the high-ranking officials of Wisengamot, he had employed the unforgivable curse. Silently. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 27. Warmth, yet unique. Sirius Black, what are you doing? Oh. Sirius replied coldly, I apologize. I am simply suffering from a slight mental affliction. The others were left stunned. The trial concluded in a manner none had anticipated. Peter Pettigrew was dead, and discussions ensued among Fudge and others concerning how to address Sirius Black's actions, given that everyone present was not blind to the use of the Avada Kedavra curse. Even though Peter was destined for the death penalty, even though Fudge had effectively been saved, to maintain the stability of his position as Minister of Magic, he felt compelled to address Sirius's public use of the unforgivable curse, under the pretense of providing an explanation to others. Peter Pettigrew's body was removed, and the courtroom erupted in chaos. Ivana regarded Sirius, who had taken a seat. Reclining with his eyes closed, an arm draped over his face, seemingly indifferent to the commotion surrounding him, as if he were not the focal point of the discussion. Fortunately, or perhaps due to Dumbledore's influence, Sirius would not have to return to prison. After careful deliberation, the Ministry of Magic decided to retrieve the compensation owed to Sirius Black for his wrongful conviction, and to revoke the Merlin medal intended for him. Given his admission of prolonged exposure to Dementors, resulting in a mental breakdown, The ministry resolved to reduce his sentence. Sirius Black would be placed under house arrest for 3 years, monitored by Chief Warlock Dumbledore, and would be required to attend therapy sessions with a mental health professional dispatched from St. Mungo's. On the surface, this was how matters proceeded. The case still had many procedural steps to follow, but Dumbledore gently assured Ivana that he would handle everything, allowing her to set aside her worries. Dumbledore patted her shoulder kindly, and she stiffly turned, making her way out with an awkward gait. Her cheeks flushed crimson. How to put it? Despite Dumbledore having imprisoned Gellert for decades, despite the betrayal of a love with Grindelwald, there was something undeniably warm, gentle, and endearing about him. Apart from his inability to foster unity across the entire school as Phineas Black had, he excelled in every other regard. Within Hogwarts, apparition was not permitted, and Ivana did not rush back to school. Instead, she meandered towards the outskirts. There she found Sirius. As dusk settled, Sirius sat with his knees drawn up, leaning against a tree trunk on the grass, staring vacantly ahead, emotionless, neither smiling nor crying, devoid of expression or focus. Ivana crouched down beside him. After a long silence, Sirius spoke, his voice hoarse. "Why have you come? Aren't you returning to school?" "Because I thought you might need some company," Ivana replied, observing him. She had noticed during the trial that Sirius's mental state was appallingly fragile. It was not merely resentment or anger, but a more complex amalgamation of negative emotions that could not easily be defined. After the calamity of 10 years prior, Sirius had nearly devoted the latter part of his life to avenging himself against Peter Pettigrew. Even his godson Harry Potter seemed to fall behind this singular aim. Such intense emotions became the driving force within him, leaving Sirius little consideration for what lay beyond that pursuit. The Dementors had drained so much of his joy, happiness, and hope for life that he had nearly forgotten what it felt like to live unburdened as a human being. He had succeeded in his quest for vengeance, personally slaying the traitor. Yet following the profound joy and sorrow, he found himself in a void of emotion. This was the state in which he now languished. Like a ship aimlessly navigating the vast sea, lost amidst a shroud of fog, his heart felt an abyss of emptiness. What once seemed unattainable was now within reach. Yet he lacked the strength to extend his hand. "Sirius." Her voice gradually became clearer in his ear, and Sirius's chaotic gaze finally began to focus. He looked at her. So near. Those beautiful, sky-blue eyes brimmed with his essence so intensely. "Sirius, look at me," Yvonne enunciated deliberately. Oh, Sirius suddenly chuckled. "You've grown up. Is this truly your original self?" The hands that cupped his cheeks, compelling him to meet her gaze, revealed the most primal truth. Yvonne had consumed an aging potion, momentarily reverting to her appearance before her time travel. She felt that her once fragile, diminutive form was unfit to serve as a safe harbor for a wayward vessel. She had to convey her seriousness to him. She had to tell him. Sirius Black could wholly rely on Yvonne Grindelwald. Sirius tilted his head slightly, gazing at her with an air of distraction. Yvonne's golden hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, the dusk casting a warm orange hue. Her features had matured, no longer juvenile. Her eyes, cat-like with upturned corners, were adorned with gently curved lashes. Unbelievably beautiful. "You brought this potion with you," he murmured. "Did you anticipate this moment?" "It is of no consequence, Sirius." "Sirius, if you are weary, I can accompany you home for a restful sleep." Yvonne's voice was gentle. "Tomorrow, we can brew a steaming cup of oat milk, tend to the garden, cultivate some land, plant a few herbs, and perhaps ride a broom, a flying carpet, or a motorcycle to wander among the stars. Then we can thoughtfully reconsider our life as new plans. After all, there are still many things left undone, are there not?" Yvonne recounted. "You have yet to witness Harry's graduation. The wizarding world's crisis has not been fully resolved, and I still need to discuss the secret meetings with you. Godric's Hollow holds the house of Harry's parents. We could choose a time to return and take good care of it. If you dislike the Black residence, perhaps we could relocate, provided Harry agrees." Her hand was grasped. Even after consuming the aging potion, Sirius's hand enveloped hers effortlessly, significantly larger. He rested his forehead against that hand. "All right, enough, Yvonne." He inhaled deeply, his eyes blinking rapidly. Yvonne noticed a hint of crimson around his eyes. He leaned closer, resting on her shoulder. "Let me lean for a moment," Sirius whispered, "just for a while." He nestled into that warmth, the first touch of warmth and light in his long, dark decade. Yvonne lowered her gaze, concealing the calmness within that azure expanse. "That's enough, Sirius." Sirius leaned against her shoulder. The deep furrows of his brow had softened, a faint, helpless smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Ah, that cunning Slytherin. They were ever so perceptive, effortlessly piercing through one's vulnerabilities, breaking down defenses. thus seizing control of one's entire life. He understood that the tenderness Yvonne Grindelwald exhibited was a feast prepared solely for him. Perhaps genuine feelings were concealed within. Yet how much could he dare to hope for? How could she have approached him with such impeccable timing? How could she have known he sat there, having intentionally brought along that aging potion? Sirius was no fool. He had been surrounded by serpents since childhood, and he was all too familiar with these venomous creatures. The absurdity lay in the fact that he willingly succumbed, finding sweetness in the bitterness. Chapter 28. Child, yet thoroughly dealt with. Severus Snape was in search of his student. Generally, students were prohibited from leaving school without permission. Yvonne's case was exceptional. Dumbledore had mentioned that only Yvonne's name was reported by Sirius Black as a family member for the trial. When Snape heard Dumbledore recount this, his expression resembled that of someone who had swallowed a fly. Who could fathom why a Slytherin student, with the surname Grindelwald, would be considered family by Black? Oh right. And even referred to as sister by Potter. Snape sought Yvonne, ready to drag her back to Hogwarts. Soon he halted in a remote wilderness. Beneath a lush canopy, he spotted two individuals leaning comfortably and intimately against each other. Sirius Black lazily reclined against his student, eyes closed in repose, entirely devoid of the distance expected of an adult male. Snape stared at him, his expression impassive. He raised his wand. 3 seconds later, Sirius was suddenly struck by a red beam, rolling off the grass like a bowling ball. His clothes now speckled with grass clippings as he angrily glared at Snape from a distance. "What are you doing?" Returning the sentiment, half his head filled with weeds, half empty, Snape's voice dripped with a venomous edge. "Have you been dazed by the ministry, or has a rebound spell backfired, resulting in an overgrowth of weeds in that walnut-sized brain of yours? Do you still recall that you were under a restriction order? Do I need you to remind me of whether or not I will return?" Sirius's eyes nearly spat fire, his teeth clenched. "Or do you wish to duel Snape?" "Right here, I would gladly oblige." He was furious. What had begun as a delightful atmosphere, a rare chance to see Yvonne again after her enrollment, was utterly ruined. Indeed, this sticky, snot-nosed nuisance was born to vex him. Did you think I would still indulge in your childish games?" Snape coldly lifted his lip, casting a contemptuous glance at Sirius before turning his gaze to Yvonne. Upon seeing that Yvonne did not conform to the appearance of an 11-year-old, he tightened his brow. The potion's effect is wearing off." Yvonne innocently raised her hands. "I will return with you right away. Please don't deduct our points, headmaster." Sirius cast a cleansing charm on his attire, removing the messy grass bits, and looked up with a scoff. How could that be? Given his biased nature, he would sooner deduct 50 points from Gryffindor than take a point from Slytherin. Snape believed that engaging with a foolish mutt's rant would only diminish his own intelligence. He seized Yvonne by the collar of her robes, apparating to near Hogwarts, and they proceeded along a path back to school. Yvonne had anticipated being dragged back to the dungeons, but Snape merely released her halfway, stiffly instructing her to return to the dormitory early before departing alone. Yvonne rubbed the crumpled collar, letting out a soft sigh. She had thought this week would herald the commencement of the potion's intensive training class. She indeed felt somewhat mentally fatigued. Did Snape perceive this? Yvonne fell into contemplation, pondering if the headmaster was a brooding, awkward type of wizard. That archetype was rather outdated. Yvonne yawned as she returned to the Slytherin common room, her eyelids drooping. She lazily spoke the password to the portrait on the stone wall. "Honor." With a clatter, the stone bricks flipped, revealing the silver and green-themed common room. Upon her arrival, several small snakes cautiously greeted her. "Grindelwald, good evening." "Good evening," Yvonne politely responded, glancing around, unexpectedly not spotting a certain conspicuous platinum blonde. "Is Draco not back yet?" "No." Pansy Parkinson shrugged as she sat on the sofa, engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Daphne Greengrass, while Draco Malfoy had been conspicuously absent all afternoon. Oh. He was undoubtedly off mingling with those foolish Gryffindor friends of his. Beyond the large transparent glass, a group of boys from the same year were gathered, their voices still tinged with youthful innocence, yet their mocking tones rendered their words all the more piercing. Ivy furrowed her brow as she followed the sound. The short-haired boys huddled together, derisively commenting, "Is there anything wrong with what we said? By consorting with those Gryffindor lions, where does he place the honor of pure-blood families? Is he being true to his fellow Slytherins? Instead of befriending respectable allies, he is eagerly gravitating towards the savior." One of them maliciously remarked. If his parents were to find out, do you think he would become the second pure-blood traitor after Black, a disgrace to the aristocracy? Their words were undeniably harsh. The fabric of their school uniforms bespoke considerable wealth, suggesting they hailed from influential families, emboldening them to launch such public attacks on Malfoy. Ivy observed that, despite the formidable reputation of the Malfoy family, few dared to voice their support within the common room. Yet several young Slytherins wore expressions of agreement. Clearly, in Slytherin, disparaging Gryffindor was deemed politically correct, while someone like Draco Malfoy, who displayed a friendly demeanor towards Gryffindor from the moment he arrived, was viewed as an outlier, a target for ridicule. Had he borne a different surname, Draco's school life would likely have been far less tranquil. As it stood, these individuals only dared to whisper behind his back, "Enough, shut up, Pruitt." Pansy and Daphne both rose, their expressions darkening, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, Draco's usual lackeys, who were perpetually excluded from his Gryffindor gatherings. However, these two oafs were indignant on behalf of Draco, seething at the insults hurled at him. The atmosphere in the common room grew taut as if stretched to the brink of snapping, thick with tension. Pruitt glanced at their adversaries standing defiantly across from them, his demeanor gradually darkening. Truly Malfoy, even after committing such despicable acts, still has so many defenders. Is it possible that the ones with the mental affliction are you? Ivy was astonished. She hadn't anticipated that a simple return to the common room would erupt into such a scene. The two wizarding wars of the 20th century had significantly exacerbated the divisions among the houses, creating a chasm between what were essentially just different factions within Hogwarts. Yet they behaved as if they were sworn enemies. Rationally, did these children even comprehend this? It's all right, they are merely children, so they must be dealt with more sternly. With a flick of her wrist, Ivy discreetly summoned her wand. The boys led by Pruitt instinctively shrank back upon noticing her, only to adopt a false bravado. "Oh, I forgot, there's a Slytherin traitor among us. What's this, Greengrass? Are you going to defend Malfoy too?" Ivy suddenly smiled, her wand aimed at the group of boys. "After all these years, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner," she murmured. "You know my surname is Grindelwald. Do you understand what that signifies?" For these younger wizards, half a century was an eternity. The shadow cast by Gellert Grindelwald seemed to dissipate gradually with the passage of time. Ivy had no qualms about aiding them in recollecting what it meant to be dominated by the fear of Grindelwald. As the boys' faces drained of color, Pruitt widened his eyes, exclaiming, "No, you can't attack me. I am also from one of the 28 pureblood families. If you dare to strike me, you'll be expelled. You will absolutely be expelled." Ivy narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. She didn't even need to utter a spell. With a mere flick of her wand, the boys uncontrollably began to undergo transformations. Fur sprouting on their faces, their limbs shrinking, their stature diminishing. They transformed into 4 guinea pigs, round and plump, squeaking incessantly in terror, struggling to control their bodies as they tumbled about, dizzy and disoriented. The onlookers erupted into laughter, with Pansy clapping her hands in delight. "Ha ha ha, awesome! Pureblood? Who cares?" Ivy scoffed. Not to mention that their bloodlines had been diluted for generations. Before her time travel, even Omnius Gaunt, the legitimate heir of Slytherin, had to obediently work for her. Daphne was equally amused, provocatively addressing the transformed guinea pigs. "See how formidable she is? Who gave you the audacity to speak to Grindelwald like that?" "Exactly. Do you even know what Grindelwald represents?" "Ah, they deserved it." Ivy's actions thrilled them to their very core, while her display of magical prowess earned her admiration, even from older students. That spell was something none of them could replicate. Ivy sheathed her wand and casually glanced back. Among those who cheered like Pansy, some who had previously discreetly sided with Pruitt now wore pale faces, guilt-ridden, hastily lowering their heads as Ivy's gaze fell upon them. She caressed the handle of her wand, nonchalantly stating, "I hope that after today, I do not hear similar rumors again, or certain individuals should be aware of the consequences." A smirk graced her lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. "After all, those things you take pride in, flaunting them to threaten others, I find utterly unimpressive." With that, Ivy tucked her wand away and made her way back to her dormitory. As her door closed, the other occupants of the common room exchanged glances, then looked down at the quaking guinea pigs on the floor. Pansy suppressed an excited squeal, whispering, "That was so cool." Chapter 29, Clarification. Yet the Lion and the Serpent. Without a moment's pause to mourn Pruitt and the others, Miss Grindelwald was promptly summoned. Mr. Snake King, who had just returned to the dungeons, now found himself enveloped in a chill, obstructing Ivy's path due to the ruckus caused by his own student. Ivy's expression remained unchanged as she dutifully nodded to Snape. "Very well, please lead the way, Headmaster." The Hogwarts headmaster's office was located atop the 8th floor tower, and as Ivy followed Snape up to the 3rd floor and arrived before the gargoyle, she heard him coldly announce the password, "Lemon Drops." The incantation correct. The gargoyle leapt aside, and the stone wall opened to reveal a spiraling staircase ascending in layers. The password was rather charming, sounding sweet as it rolled off the tongue. Ivy maintained her composure as she entered the headmaster's office, where she beheld an array of peculiar silverware adorning the long-legged table, and the walls were lined with lively portraits of past headmasters, among whom she recognized a familiar face. Ivy smiled faintly at the portrait of Phineas Black, who immediately darkened in countenance, emitting a displeased snort from his nostrils. Perched on a branch behind the door was a phoenix with fiery red feathers, resting with its eyes closed. Ivy felt a pang of nostalgia, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. To her surprise, the phoenix did not resist her touch. Instead, it leaned forward, brushing her fingertips with its soft, beautiful feathers, gently nudging her twice. It seems Fawkes has taken a liking to you, Ivy. I am equally delighted to be favored by him. Is his name Fawkes? Ivy smiled serenely as she approached Dumbledore, who was not alone in the office at that moment. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, her expression serious, while 4 trembling Slytherin boys stood behind her, their eyes wide with fear. A closer look revealed that they were none other than Pruitt and his companions. And Draco, surprisingly, was also present. The boy with platinum hair appeared oblivious to the unfolding events, his expression one of confusion as he cast a questioning glance at Yvonne. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Headmaster Dumbledore trembled as they pointed a shaky finger at her, accusing her of transforming me and Dare into guinea pigs. Could I receive an explanation, Miss Grindelwald? McGonagall's stern gaze fixed upon her. It was indeed my doing, Yvonne replied flatly, but professors, why not inquire about what they have done? The group shifted their attention back to the 4 children led by Pruitt, including Yvonne. Yvonne's voice remained calm. Draco happens to be present as well. Pruitt, why don't you repeat to him what you said in the common room? Pruitt clenched his jaw, lowering his head to evade the puzzled gazes of others. Because I am infuriated, Professor, Yvonne continued, her voice chillingly composed as she recounted. I witnessed individuals maligning my friend behind his back, branding him a traitor to the house simply because he chose friends from Gryffindor, inciting classmates to ostracize him. What would have happened to my friend if I had not been there to intervene? Draco's pupils dilated in realization, and he swiftly turned to Pruitt and the others. The movement so abrupt it seemed he might strain his neck. McGonagall directed her gaze at Pruitt, asking, Is that true, Mr. Pruitt? All eyes were upon them. Under the pressure, Pruitt's composure crumbled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a deep breath, he glared at Draco. Is it not? Look at what you have done since enrolling. Do you honor your surname? Draco retorted defiantly. What does it matter to you? It matters immensely. You are a part of Slytherin. Do you not care for the pride of Slytherin? Pruitt shouted, his face flushed with agitation. Potter may be excusable. Perhaps you were bewitched by the name of the savior, but look at that Gryffindor group. Pureblood traitor Weasley. And even a mudblood. Do you not feel sullied? Silence. The outburst did not originate from Draco. Both Draco and Yvonne turned in shock to the suddenly enraged Professor Snape. Snape glared at Pruitt, his lips pressed tightly together. The corners turned downwards, his face resembling a frosted visage, exuding an intimidating aura. Pruitt, taken aback, had not anticipated that his first reprimand would come from his own head of house. Yvonne thought to herself, as if your family had no ties to the Weasleys. McGonagall quickly regained her composure, her expression austere as she interjected. Insulting a fellow student without remorse, Mr. Pruitt. You must be held accountable for your words. Slytherin loses 20 points. Amidst the commotion, the assembled individuals began to grasp the situation. McGonagall swiftly turned her attention to Yvonne. Observing the girl who had remained unflappable throughout the ordeal, her brow slightly relaxing. I am aware of your motivations, Miss Grindelwald, she stated calmly. Regardless, resorting to violence against a classmate is unacceptable. Slytherin will lose 10 points because of your actions. However, a trace of warmth broke through McGonagall's icy demeanor as she continued. You have successfully intervened to prevent bullying, stood up for your friend, and halted the potential further deterioration of house relations. I must commend your integrity and kindness by awarding Slytherin an additional 20 points, Miss Grindelwald. Mr. Pruitt, I hope you take this as a lesson. At the sound of Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice, Pruitt lowered his head, muttering a reluctant acknowledgement. Very well, children, you may return, Dumbledore announced. I appreciate your efforts to come here on a day off. Things are not as dire as we had feared. As Dumbledore exchanged a wink with Yvonne, she understood and nodded in acknowledgement. First, Snape departed in silence, followed by a dejected Pruitt and his companions who left the headmaster's office like defeated geese. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Yvonne departed alongside Draco, and with McGonagall being the last to exit, the office fell into tranquility once more. Dumbledore sat at the long table, mist swirling over the silverware, his blue eyes behind the lenses now blurred. He seemed lost in thought, deep in contemplation. Suddenly he addressed a painting Headmaster Black. "What is your opinion of her?" Phineas Black replied with a scowl. "I thought you understood Grindelwald better than I do, Dumbledore." Oh, Dumbledore gently shook his head. A wry smile gracing his lips. "It is different. She is unique. Let me put it this way. I seldom use the term outrageous to describe a student's excellence." Phineas Black remarked in a gruff tone, "But Yvonne Grindelwald is an exception." In the corridor, Yvonne could no longer contain herself, and turned to face Draco, who was following closely behind. "Say what you wish to say, Draco," she sighed. "You need not feel this way." "Yvonne, I am not." Draco averted his gaze, a hint of frustration evident. "I was pondering what Pruitt and the others just said." "What about it?" Yvonne inquired, surprised. "You don't truly believe them, do you?" "No." Draco's tone was vehement before it softened, and she could see the bewilderment on his face. Their words were harsh. "I dislike them, but I also feel they weren't entirely wrong." He hesitated, asking, "Should I really maintain some distance? After all, I am the heir of Malfoy, and they are Gryffindors, including Weasley and a mudblood witch. Slytherin and Gryffindor are not suited to be the best of friends." He now believed that if his father were to learn of these occurrences at school, he might send a howling letter to warn him. "Who said that?" Yvonne fixed him with a disapproving gaze. "Do you think that is why I stood up for you? Draco, let me ask you. Do you enjoy your time with Harry?" "Yes," he admitted, unable to deny it. "Then that is sufficient," Yvonne said, patting his shoulder. "At your age, you are too easily swayed by external influences. I will tell you, friendships are deeply personal matters. Whom you like, with whom you wish to befriend, and which circles you want to integrate into are entirely your own decisions. No one can force or coerce you, not even your parents. I have said it before. A century ago, Weasleys and Malfoys could harmoniously assist one another within the same group. Nothing in this world is absolute." Yvonne turned his shoulder, gazing into the boy's pale eyes, her tone gentle yet imbued with a reassuring strength. "If anyone pressures you from the outside, do not worry, leave it to me. If someone bullies you, fight back. If someone insults your friend, point your wand at them. If anyone attempts to distort your thoughts, immediately distance yourself from them. Trust that your choices are correct, and that is all that matters. Do you believe it? Many people are bullies when it comes to the weak. If you stand firm, they will falter." "It is dreadful," she lamented. "The state of house relations is truly dismal." On a smaller scale, she was safeguarding the precious friendship between Harry and his companions. On a grander scale, their camaraderie could potentially serve as a breakthrough for the long-frozen relations between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Yvonne earnestly yearned to revive the glorious scenes of a century past. Her hand rested upon Draco's shoulder. Her warmth, though not particularly high, inexplicably dispelled the lingering unease within him, leaving him with a comforting sense of warmth. "Do not be afraid. I shall steadfastly safeguard the bond of your friendship." At the end of the corridor on the third floor, in a shadowy corner untouched by light, Yvonne suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark robe swirling open, swiftly vanishing into the realm of her blind spot. Confounded, Yvonne tilted her head. "Professor Snape?" Chapter 30, Reports. Yet a classic tale of beauty, strength, and tragedy. Within the cellar, wisps of vapor floated above the simmering potion, the dim light revealing only the drab gray-brown of the standardized furniture and bookshelves of the school. In the stillness, the only sound was the faint popping of bubbles bursting from the cauldron. The splashes of water reflected the profound emptiness in Snape's eyes. He lowered his gaze upon the cauldron. Had someone well acquainted with him, such as Dumbledore, been present, they would surely have noticed his momentary distraction. An occurrence exceedingly rare for the master of potions. Friendship is an intensely personal affair, and no one can coerce you into it. Trusting in the correctness of your choices is sufficient. How audacious, how brazen. It was almost laughable to hear such words from that young Grindelwald. Did she ever contemplate the current rift within Hogwarts? Or perhaps she was not merely uttering grandiose platitudes, but spoke with such conviction because she had borne witness to it herself? Was she not setting forth an ethereal goal, but genuinely yearning to recreate the glories of yesteryear? Gurgle. The potion in the cauldron bubbled once more, and Snape flicked his wand, extinguishing the flame. Unbeknownst to himself, a trace of a nearly sardonic smile lingered at the corners of his lips, distant and aloof, akin to a hedgehog, with its spines raised in defense against any encroachment. Those words were meant for young Mr. Malfoy. What relevance did they hold for him now? Yvonne's words hung in the air, giving rise to her own doubts. In her recollection, Draco indeed associated closely with Harry, but merely to the extent of competing for desk space in class, and exchanging greetings when their paths crossed. How could such trivial interactions escalate into conflict within Slytherin? This question would find its answer in less than 2 days. In the Great Hall, Yvonne exasperatedly set down her knife and fork, observing as Draco stealthily made his way over to Harry. It was an afternoon devoid of classes, and several children were conspiring to sneak out, though she knew not for what purpose. If they were to continue in this manner daily, it was no wonder that whispers stirred within Slytherin. "Where are you off to?" "Whoa. Yvonne, don't scare me like that." Yvonne suddenly popped her head into view, catching the group of children attempting to slip away. Draco and Harry jumped, only relaxing when they realized it was her. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. "You seem rather guilty. You aren't planning to engage in any mischief, are you?" "No, of course not." Harry shook his head vigorously, adding, "I was actually going to tell you, Yvonne, that." He leaned in closer, whispering, "We found a dragon at Hagrid's and want to go see it." "Good grief." Yvonne gasped, leaning back in astonishment. "A dragon?" "To be precise. It's a dragon egg," Draco interjected, his face lighting up with a dreamy expression at the thought of the adorable dragon egg yet to hatch. "It hasn't hatched yet." "That's probably for the best." Yvonne sighed in resignation. "You all are certainly daring. The incubation period for dragons is lengthy, yet their growth is rapid. Once they hatch, it might only take a fortnight before they outgrow a wooden hut." She had only ever cared for a phoenix in the room of requirement. While these children were rushing headlong into the realm of dragons, were they? Hermione voiced her agreement with Yvonne. Indeed, raising a dragon privately is illegal. Anyone with even a modicum of responsibility towards the school would recognize that. "I have consistently advocated for sending the egg away before it hatches." "But think of how heartbroken Hagrid would be," Ron countered. "Did you not see the way he looked at that Norwegian ridgeback? Like a mother gazes upon her child." Hermione shot Ron a serious look, furrowing her brow. "But do you comprehend the trouble this could invite? Let us not be overly sentimental. We are merely students, and our foremost priority is our studies." Ron rolled his eyes. "Then why don't you just go to the library and study? What is stopping you?" Hermione gathered her books, coldly remarking, "I was just about to do so." She turned to leave, and Ron glanced at her retreating figure, opening his mouth as if to say something, but Harry stopped him. Harry tugged at him. "Let it go, Ron, just drop it." "TCH. Ron turned away in irritation. "You didn't see her attitude. Who does she think she is, always bossing us around, acting so high and mighty?" Ron suddenly glanced at Draco, adding the latter half of his statement, "Just like Malfoy." Draco's expression remained impassive. "What do you mean by that?" Yvonne shook her head. She understood that these children were currently caught up in their curiosity about the dragon egg, and no amount of persuasion would sway them. "Let us wait until it hatches," she decided. It should still be some time away. Yvonne walked alongside them towards the Black Lake, pulling out a newspaper and handing it to Harry. "Harry, have you seen this issue of the Daily Prophet?" she said with a smile, a delightful surprise. "What?" Harry leaned in with curiosity, upon a single glance. His green eyes widened behind thick lenses, as he was caught off guard by the revelation. Grasping the newspaper, he could not resist reading and rereading the headline that dominated the front page, subsequently bursting into joyful laughter. "This is fantastic." Harry's exuberance was infectious, drawing Ron and Draco's attention as well. Draco, astonished, exclaimed, "Sirius Black? Wait, isn't he?" Ron echoed his shock. "Isn't he a convicted dark wizard? This article is claiming he has been exonerated? He was wrongfully accused?" "Indeed," Harry exclaimed joyously. "I can finally introduce him to you all openly. Sirius Black is my godfather, the one I lived with before coming to school, along with Yvonne. We all know that Sirius was framed. He isn't the one who killed my parents. I can't believe he has been exonerated so swiftly." Harry declared that this was the most exhilarating news he had received since the start of the school year. Yvonne, equally engrossed in the newspaper despite having read it multiple times, couldn't help but admire Rita Skeeter's sensational yet skillful writing. It was evident how she exaggerated the facts to stir public opinion, portraying Sirius Black as a pitiful figure to enhance the discussion surrounding the case. One could only imagine how he would feel reading such an article himself. Many assert that while justice may be delayed, it is never absent. Yet I remain perplexed, pained, and deeply regretful. If this belated trial is to be deemed justice, who then bears the blame for the decade of imprisonment that the unfortunate soul endured? He was meant to be a hero. Yet look at our Ministry of Magic, at the unyielding judges who mistook a hero for a villain, and a villain for a hero. The re-emergence of Peter Pettigrew is nothing short of a resounding slap in the face of the ministry. I cannot fathom how he survived 10 years in Azkaban. I have witnessed too many succumb to madness, despair, or death under the relentless torment of dementors. Yet he endured for a full decade. What extraordinary willpower. What indomitable spirit to refuse to yield! I cannot suppress my curiosity. Amidst my admiration, a question arises. What sustained him until this day, until the truth was unveiled, and his name cleared? I surmise it was the sorrow and regret over his friends' deaths, the selfless love and dedication to his godson, and the unwavering commitment to bring the true culprit to justice that enabled him to bear the weight of infamy and endure 10 hellish years. As I delved deeper into the hidden intricacies of the case, I inadvertently uncovered a lamentable truth. Due to a decade of unwarranted imprisonment, Sirius Black has succumbed to severe mental illness, frequently plagued by hallucinations and an inability to control his emotions. Nevertheless, the lethal curse cast in the courtroom was aimed squarely at the true malevolent perpetrator, Peter Pettigrew, who has never harmed an innocent soul. The corruption and negligence of the Ministry of Magic are as contemptible as Sirius's steadfast resilience is admirable. Indeed, he is a veritable hero. The headline of this article boldly proclaims, "Who is the true hero?" Accompanying photographs, captured during the trial, vividly document the transformation of the rat into the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, leaving no room for doubt. Perhaps Ron has suffered some psychological trauma. Merlin's foul socks. How could Scabbers be Peter Pettigrew, sharing a home and bed with an adult wizard? He now finds himself overwhelmingly grateful to Yvonne for her discerning insight that led to Pettigrew's capture. Upon the publication of this report, a tidal wave of outrage surged forth, with complaints flooding the Ministry of Magic. While the populace vehemently condemned the ministry, they simultaneously showered Sirius Black with maternal warmth and affection. Oh, how pitiable yet resilient he appears in this article. The images reveal him painfully gaunt, evoking profound sympathy. Consequently, wizards from the outside world, particularly a number of witches, began to leverage their connections to inquire about Sirius's well-being. Even Narcissa, residing within the Malfoy estate and possessing a distant blood relation to Sirius, received a plethora of veiled inquiries. This caused Sirius to retreat in fear, transforming into a dog and seeking refuge in Black Manor, seldom daring to venture outside, only willing to engage in late-night rants to Yvonne via the two-way mirror, with his head buried beneath the covers. What the ministry's house arrest could not achieve, these suddenly fervent admirers, dubbed Mama fans, successfully accomplished. Yvonne mused, Rita Skeeter truly understands the essence of a tragic yet beautiful character. As she perused the article, she found herself questioning whether the individual depicted was indeed the Sirius Black she knew. Sirius himself, perplexed, lamented, "How was I unaware that I fit this archetype?" While Harry felt a rush of joy, a flicker of concern nagged at him. Was Sirius's mental illness truly that grave? Not at all, Yvonne replied coldly. It was merely an artistic embellishment by Rita Skeeter to craft a tragic hero persona, and one need not concern themselves with it. Chapter 31. The Witch Who is Both Powerful and Pitiful. After the defense against the dark arts class, Yvonne emerged, her expression impassive as she covered her mouth and nose. The defense against the dark arts class a century hence was rather peculiar. The pervasive odor of garlic was one matter, but the overall ambience conveyed a sense of time wasted. After listening to Quirrell stutter through his lecture for a mere 10 minutes, she decisively cast a silencing charm upon herself and commenced self-study. Well, it was 1991. One couldn't expect too much. Engaging in the kind of lively exchanges and spell duels that characterized Professor Hecat's classes, akin to Sebastian's explosive encounters where everything was petrified, now seemed a distant dream in this era. Yvonne rested her chin on her hand, her thoughts drifting far away. She recalled the recent days when the Daily Prophet published the story of Sirius's exoneration. He had been in hiding for a while, and although he constantly lamented to her and Harry, both Yvonne and Harry remained lighthearted. She had also received a letter from Dumbledore at night, who treated her not as a mere child, but as an equal, meticulously informing her of the changes within the magical world over the years. Among these updates was a mention of the scar on Harry's forehead. Dumbledore explained that Harry was protected by the blood magic of his parents, which, despite his disdain for his aunt and uncle's household, prevented him from severing ties entirely. Regarding her inquiry about the dark magical traces on Harry's scar and Quirrell's peculiar behavior, he harbored a conjecture but deemed it prudent to refrain from action for the time being, suggesting they might engage in discourse later. What piqued Yvonne's interest most was a particular note at the end of Dumbledore's letter. The Philosopher's Stone is housed within Hogwarts. I trust you have heard of it, Yvonne. Should there be any malevolent individuals infiltrating Hogwarts, it is likely for this reason. The mention of Nicholas Flamel was indeed rare. In this era, encountering a familiar name was a novelty. This extraordinarily long-lived alchemist was already renowned in Yvonne's time, and she had often contemplated visiting him. Alas, she found herself overwhelmed, juggling the task of catching up on 5 years' worth of knowledge in a single year, preparing for examinations, rescuing scattered magical creatures, and organizing clandestine meetings to unravel the secrets of ancient legacies and thwart goblin conspiracies, leaving her unable to pursue that plan. The Philosopher's Stone, a treasure among treasures. The secret of immortality, said to harbor immense power. Yet Yvonne found it uninteresting. Her admiration for Dumbledore was rooted in his audacity to conceal such a secret within Hogwarts. Oblivious to the castle's notorious vulnerabilities from a century past, even Grindelwald had breached the castle's defenses. Dumbledore's willingness to share the secret of the stone with her was a testament to his trust, which Yvonne silently appreciated. Very well, she thought. I shall begrudgingly lend you a hand. Yvonne, where do you intend to go next? Draco inquired, halting her. Clutching her books, Yvonne pondered for a moment. I suppose I should prepare a speech. Halloween is approaching, is it not? Indeed, Draco replied, his neck slightly elevated. I can have my mother send more bags of candy. Oh, Yvonne beamed. Then I thank you in advance, young master. With several days remaining until Halloween, she could not afford to neglect her studies, especially with Professor Snape's remedial classes looming. In the common room, everyone was engrossed in their assignments. The Slytherin students were largely disciplined, eager to complete their work before the holiday. Hey Yvonne. Since that day when Yvonne had boldly retorted against Pruitt and departed with Flair, a circle of small snakes had gathered around her. Now Pruitt would sidle along the wall when he saw her, while Pansy and Daphne, in stark contrast, approached her with exuberance. The dynamics within Slytherin were subtly shifting. Perhaps someone had noticed, but no one dared to speak out or offend the recently renowned Grindelwald. Astutely aware of the changing tides, Pansy cleared her throat. Have you finished your spell essay? Here, Yvonne readily handed over her paper, and Pansy's eyes lit up. Marvelous. Yvonne. I just knew you were nothing like those foolish boys. Clutching the paper, she rushed to Daphne, and the two girls eagerly began translating their assignments into English. Draco trailed behind, somewhat displeased, and scoffed. You're too kind to them. If you wish, I could share my essay with you, Yvonne replied casually. Though I doubt you would find it necessary. Humph, Draco retorted, arms crossed, resembling a proud little peacock. I certainly do not require assistance from others. Indeed. Young master is the most formidable. Yvonne navigated through another tranquil day of school life, and after ample rest she made her way to Snape's dungeon. While most students might groan at their professor's enthusiastic extra tutoring requests, Yvonne was not among them. Despite the confinement of attending once a week, she relished the experience. Yvonne took pride in her abilities, yet she was never arrogant. The magical world was replete with exceptional talent, and there was always something to learn from others, especially from a master of potions recognized in this era. The cellar was not cold and damp. Only when one approached the cabinet of potion ingredients could a slight chill be felt, a necessary measure for preservation. On the left wall, a fireplace flickered with a steady flame, and at the solitary long table sat an empty cauldron. Severus Snape's one-on-one guidance was devoid of any frivolity. As she gazed at the abundant potion ingredients within the cabinet, she could not help but marvel at the sheer volume, enough to sustain her collection efforts for 2 or 3 years. It was truly overwhelming. Miss Grindelwald, Snape began. I shall not squander time on futile and inefficient inquiries. With this cauldron, I want you to brew a potion that you are most adept at, and one that represents the utmost challenge you can currently undertake. Present both to me afterward. This indeed posed a challenge for Yvonne. She was well aware of her proficiency. Thanks to Sirius, the polyjuice potion was one she could concoct with her eyes closed. However, the most difficult? After years of brewing potions, had she ever encountered something particularly daunting? Yvonne pondered deeply for a few seconds, only to conclude that she had not. Snape, observing her expression, discerned her thoughts. The Dark Lord's lips curled slightly as he ominously stated, I refer to the potion that is objectively the most challenging of those you know. Realization dawned upon Yvonne, and she rolled up her sleeves to commence her work. Snape stood beside her, scrutinizing her every movement. It was undeniable that the master of mental occlusion possessed remarkable composure. When Yvonne presented him with a polyjuice potion, a task that typically took others over a month to complete, within mere minutes, Snape merely twitched an eyelid. He recalled their initial encounter in Diagon Alley, realizing she was not merely aiming high. She was indeed capable of producing the polyjuice potion, and in a matter of minutes. As for the most challenging potion, he noticed Yvonne's hands falter momentarily before she deftly retrieved rare ingredients from the cabinet. Upon recognizing the order in which she selected them, Snape narrowed his eyes. The Felix Felicis? There was, however, one caveat. The potion required a fresh ingredient, a piece of snake skin with living muscle cells still intact, which was absent from his cabinet. Then, Snape watched as Yvonne prepared to handle the snake skin. She raised her wand and calmly uttered, Serpensortia. A nearly 8-meter-long golden python, as thick as a man's arms, slithered forth from the tip of her wand, instantly dominating the cramped space. Snape's eyelids fluttered. He drew his wand, suppressing a curse, even with him present. Yvonne Grindelwald was audacious beyond measure. Yet before Snape could cast a spell, he saw her direct her wand at the golden serpent and calmly pronounce, Avada Kedavra. Snape was left in shock, watching as a flash of green light illuminated the entire cellar, causing the golden python to collapse lifelessly to the ground. All right, Yvonne said cheerfully. Now we can process the snake skin. She turned to Snape, innocently blinking her eyes. Headmaster, what's wrong? Dumbledore. Now immediately. Expel this little dark sorceress, named Grindelwald. Unless you wish to await a multi-billion renovation plan for Hogwarts next year. Professor Snape. Yvonne tugged at his robe, feigning innocence. The snake lunged at me. Was I not within my rights to defend myself? Killing a snake isn't illegal. And is there a quicker, more effective way to dispatch it and skin it? Snape glared at her, still poised with his wand drawn. Yvonne met his gaze unflinchingly, peering into the depths of his dark eyes. Snape's chest heaved as he exhaled, inhaled deeply, and exhaled again. 3 minutes later, Yvonne had joyfully mastered the disarming charm. Chapter 32, Halloween but Gellert. Halloween in the wizarding world was a cacophony of chaos. Even with Yvonne's composure, upon entering the Slytherin common room, she was momentarily taken aback by the grotesque sights before her. The eerie green lighting, the enormous shadowy figure lurking in the black lake outside, and within the room, pumpkins adorned with flickering blue flames illuminated the colorful faces of the young serpents. In a literal sense, those faces were colorful. Just from a brief glance, Yvonne spotted at least 3 vampires merrily leaving in pairs, 2 Medusas with serpentine bodies twisting about, one of whom was a particularly charming boy. Some of the younger snakes had painted half their faces with grotesque scars, bulging eyes, and decaying skin, making a bold statement against societal beauty standards. Fortunately, the majority of the young serpents adhered to more aesthetically pleasing forms, with only a few embracing avant-garde styles. Yvonne, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Draco Malfoy fell into the category of the aesthetically pleasing. The Malfoy family's traditional upbringing prevented him from transforming himself into a ghoul. Even on Halloween, he simply donned a black cloak and fake fangs, his hair meticulously styled, appearing even more refined than usual. Yvonne decided to observe him more closely, indulging her eyes. Draco, too, regarded Yvonne with curiosity. On such an important traditional holiday, she was keen to partake. With a flick of her wand, she shortened her golden locks, her bangs no longer falling naturally but defiantly spiking upwards. She wore a dark long coat with a blue collar embroidered with mysterious runes, her wand tucked into her pocket, and one of her eyes transformed into an unusual silver hue. She exuded an air of rugged masculinity and charm, particularly with her disdainful sidelong glances, radiating an aura that could render anyone weak at the knees. What are you dressed as? It doesn't seem to fit the Halloween theme. You look handsome, but not particularly frightening. Yvonne replied solemnly, Gellert Grindelwald. Draco paused, momentarily at a loss for words. That is fantastic. Is there any costume that aligns more with the terrifying theme of Halloween? I think not. Excitedly, Yvonne beckoned Draco, let us go trick-or-treating. While Draco was accustomed to the sweets prepared by Narcissa, he couldn't dismiss the tradition of Halloween, so he readily agreed. All right, let us invite Harry along. Thus, Yvonne pulled Draco along, who called for Harry, and Harry dragged Ron, officially uniting the 2 snakes and 2 lions in a trick-or-treating squad. Yvonne peered around him. Where's Hermione? Harry's expression grew slightly awkward, while Ron huffed in annoyance. We're not bringing her. Ron frowned. Why would we want someone who critiques others more than a professor? Harry leaned closer to Yvonne, and quietly explained the situation. It was simply a matter of children having a spat. Initially, Ron had a decent impression of Hermione, but after spending time together, he grew irritated with her personality. The conflict had ignited during their visit to the Dragon Egg, and it had escalated during the recent charms class, culminating in Hermione running off with a book, while Ron chose to ignore her. Kids, Yvonne remarked. Draco clicked his tongue, seizing the opportunity to mock Ron. I must say, Weasley, you truly lack gentlemanly decorum. Stay out of Gryffindor's affairs. Ron retorted. Yvonne thought to bring Hermione some sweets later. All right, let us not dwell on unhappy matters during this rare celebration. Let us get going. We'll start from the headmaster's office. Fortunately, the password to the principal's office had not changed. Standing before the stone gargoyle on the 3rd floor, Ewan recited Lemon Snowdrop, and the 3 boys behind her watched in awe as the stone wall shifted, revealing a spiral staircase. Upon entering the office, Yuan peered in quietly. Professor Dumbledore. The boys followed suit, leaning in unison and exclaiming, "Oh, children!" Dumbledore chuckled, lifting his gaze from behind a silver object to meet the children's eager faces. Yuan, with her vision of 50, could swear that Dumbledore paused for a breath upon seeing her costume. Each of the four held a pumpkin basket, and as Dumbledore regained his composure, he jovially turned. "I must be fortunate that my supplies have yet to be depleted, correct?" A colorful array of candies soared into the air, lining up obediently before cascading into their baskets. "Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. I hope you all enjoy this delightful holiday." Having received what they desired, the children prepared to depart, but before leaving, Yuan turned back, playfully winking at Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, her smile mischievous, "I spent days perfecting this Halloween costume. How would you rate my accuracy?" Dumbledore replied, "You seek a score?" His expression softened, laughter mingling with a hint of resignation. "Very much so," he said, "as if you stepped right out of my memories." He spoke truthfully. Dumbledore's fortitude was beyond question. Yet at the moment Yuan emerged, laughing as she approached him, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. She resembled him so closely. Every feature, every expression, the unwavering pride in her eyes, seemed as if they were cast from the same mold. Although Yuan had chosen to embody the vibrant adult Gellert, Dumbledore's first reaction was to recall the sweltering summer of 1899, where a bold, laughing youth, a golden bird soaring through the air, had abruptly entered his line of sight. Yuan indubitably evoked memories of that initial, pure, spirited boy, ablaze with vitality. Satisfied with his response, Yuan hummed a tune as she skipped down the stairs. Throughout the day, they roamed in search of sweets, and with her costume, Yuan meandered around the school. Aside from a few older professors staring at her distortedly for a while, the most significant impact she had on the school was the increasing number of starry-eyed girls wishing to be close to her. As night fell, the long-awaited Halloween feast commenced. Yuan, with her bountiful haul, joined her friends in the hall, taking her usual seat, where twice as many gazes were fixed upon her. "Wow," Pansy exclaimed softly. "Is that Yuan?" "Merlin, she's stunning." Daphne was equally mesmerized, her cake slipping from her fork unnoticed. So beautiful," she murmured, laughing. Who could resist the allure of Gellert Grindelwald? Indeed, she was on the verge of becoming Hogwarts' heartthrob with her impeccable portrayal of the saintly figure, when an unexpected incident involving a troll unfolded. The professor of defense against the dark arts, whose strong garlic scent had left a lasting impression on Yuan, stumbled into the hall, shouting about a troll before fainting helplessly. Yuan gazed at him for a moment, her hand gently caressing her wand tucked away in her coat pocket, contemplating whether to cast a spell that might turn the unconscious Professor Quirrell into an instant medical miracle. Alas, both her house head and the principal were watching. Regretfully, she relinquished her wand and amidst the chaos of the hall, tugged at Draco's sleeve. "I need to step out." Draco immediately tightened his grip on her, lowering his voice in concern. "Where are you going?" "To find Hermione. Look, Harry and Ron have slipped away too." Draco glanced towards the Gryffindor group, and indeed spotted the two stealthy little lions sneaking away. A twitch appeared at the corner of Draco's eye. Yuan patted his arm and softly cautioned him to be careful, suggesting the troll might have been summoned by someone, urging him to stick close to his group. "What about you?" Draco couldn't hold her back, watching as Yuan waved her wand, her figure gradually shifting in color, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Disillusionment charm. Draco felt his hand go empty. He knew Yuan had left the Slytherin ranks, and he lagged behind. Glancing back at the chaotic yet orderly Slytherin group, he turned to see the direction Yuan had gone. A struggle of indecision etched across his face. "Trust that your choice is the right one." The calm, resolute words of the girl echoed in his ears. With a determined grit, Draco stomped his foot in frustration and quickly bent down, hastily breaking away from the line and rushing towards Yuan and the others. In the girls' restroom, separated by a thin wall, faint sobs of a girl could be heard. Yuan knocked on the door. "Hermione? Hermione?" The crying paused momentarily, the instinctive sniffling subsiding, though a slight nasal sound still leaked through. Yuan was the first to find Hermione in the quiet, dripping restroom, leaning against the door, her wand twirling between her fingers. "I came to find you because you hadn't shown up. Happy Halloween. Want to build a candy person?" The tip of Yuan's wand sparkled brightly, and Hermione, peering from the stall, looked up in awe as a cascade of candies tumbled down, floating before her and forming various candy figures. These candy figures struck lively and comical poses, circling around her. The gestures of the candy figures formed a line of letters that read, "Hermione, don't cry." One candy figure floated to her, holding up a life-sized lollipop and stuffing it into Hermione's mouth. The sweet flavor burst on her taste buds, and despite her tear-streaked face, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. With a soft click, the stall door opened a crack, revealing Hermione's flushed face. Yuan looked down, feeling quite bashful, opening her mouth to say something more. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she glanced swiftly towards the restroom exit. Hermione! Hermione! Ron and Harry rushed in. And upon seeing Hermione, the two boys sighed in relief, hurriedly informing her of the troll's appearance in Hogwarts. Hermione's complexion paled a few shades as, at that moment, a strange, unbearable stench wafted in, assaulting their nostrils. Hood, hood, hood. The three children instinctively took a step back, while Yuan stood her ground, arms crossed, creating the illusion that she was shielding them. An enormous troll, wielding a wooden club, lumbered into view. It exuded a nauseating odor, its murky eyes swiveling towards them. And Yuan seized her wand. With a crack, a spark flew towards the wall, diverting the troll's attention. Its gaze shifted toward the source of the noise, and Yuan stared in shock at the corner of the wall, where unmistakable platinum hair was barely concealed. How did he come here? Although Draco's earlier distraction had caught the troll's attention, he now stood paralyzed before the creature's imposing shadow. The massive club looming like a threat that felt as if it could crush him with a mere squeeze. The shadow of the wooden stick loomed closer, and amidst the chaos someone shouted, "Malfoy!" Then a somewhat clumsy yet effective levitation spell was cast, striking the wooden stick, causing the giant's hand to suddenly relinquish its weapon, leaving it swaying unsteadily. Well done, Ron. Ivy's eyes reflected the entirety of the monstrous creature, and at the grotesquely swollen back. The tip of the elder wand silently aimed at it. There were no incantations uttered, nor were there the thunderous sounds of violent attacks. It was as if a sigh from 1,000 years ago resonated through time, a soft and lingering sound, as the ancient magic converged at the tip of her wand, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that transcended human imagination. It was akin to a historical reenactment. In 1890, Ivy, then a newcomer in her 5th year, had first unveiled ancient magic during the troll crisis in Hogsmeade. Reconstruction, convergence, fusion, and then disintegration. Unlike the overt and immediate disturbances caused by the unforgivable curses, ancient magic required no incantation, yet its power had eluded the comprehension of wizards for centuries. It surpassed the logical bounds of spells, shattering the understanding of reality. The giant's body froze, as if erased by some invisible eraser. Its formidable frame began to melt away, disintegrating into ash, and in the blink of an eye, the giant had transformed into a cloud of dark dust. A soft thud echoed in the deathly silence, the only sound being the wooden stick clattering against the stone floor. Ivy slowly lowered her wand and turned around. The expressions on the faces of the children were beyond description. Ron and Draco, momentarily forgetting their enmity, huddled together, as if drawing courage and strength from each other's warmth. Finally, it was Harry, brave as ever, who ventured, "You look a bit pale. Are you all right?" I'm fine. Of course I'm fine, ugh." Ivy suddenly covered her mouth. After swallowing the wave of nausea, she flashed a perfect smile at the group. "No worries, I'm perfectly well." Harry and the others replied, No, you don't look fine at all." The hurried footsteps grew increasingly clear, and the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin appeared, their expressions more terrifying than the last. "Merlin," McGonagall exclaimed, "I can hardly believe you were supposed to return to the common room with your respective head of house. Why are you here? Do you not know there's a troll in Hogwarts?" McGonagall's tone tapered off, tinged with a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, Snape's gaze was fixated on the broken wooden stick, the most direct evidence of the troll's presence. He scanned the group of children, his brow furrowed tightly. "You." "It was me." Ivy stepped forward, raising her hand. "You may find it hard to believe, but I did indeed kill the troll." McGonagall looked at her in disbelief. While Snape did not challenge her statement, he merely pointed out a pressing issue. "Where is the troll?" It's dead. My hearing hasn't failed me, Miss Grindelwald." Snape said with slight impatience, "I mean, where is the troll's body?" Harry and the others fell silent, all casting expectant looks toward Ivy. Embarrassed, Ivy turned her head away, her wand hidden behind her. It turned into stardust. "What?" Snape asked. The troll turned into stardust, though it was the kind that was broken down to its atomic level. Chapter 34. Hollowed out, yet discharged. Although Ivy's display of defeating the troll was impressive, the consequences they faced were undeniably dire. Professor McGonagall had never been so furious, and the point hourglasses for Slytherin and Gryffindor had reverted to their prior state. "And you, Miss Grindelwald, I know you may come from a distinguished lineage and possess exceptional talent, but you are merely 11 years old. Hogwarts has a plethora of professors." McGonagall glared at her. "Relying on your abilities is not a justification for recklessness. Why did you not seek help from a professor during the crisis?" Ivy's pale face dropped. I'm sorry. Professor McGonagall, I truly made a mistake. Waves of nausea surged within her, and her vision began to darken, tears threatening to spill. She had overestimated the capacity of her 11-year-old body. Ancient magic indeed consumed magical energy, and she had never before experienced such an overwhelming emptiness. It even triggered physiological nausea. Ivy covered her lips, humorously thinking that it was fortunate she had hardly eaten anything at dinner. Otherwise, it would not have been mere dry heaving. I can't be hollowed out. My image cannot crumble. Anyone with eyes could see how poor Ivy's condition was. McGonagall fell silent, casting a glance at Snape. Snape, with a darkened expression, pulled Ivy closer, to the hospital wing. Ivy staggered down the corridor of life. Professor Snape, I truly am fine. A few potions will suffice. In your current state, a mere cat could knock you over, and you think you can brew potions? Snape retorted coldly. Their pace was brisk, and within minutes they ascended the staircase. Ivy's already blurry vision vaguely discerned the silhouette of an elderly man with silvery hair approaching her. Oh, Severus. The old man looked at them with surprise. What has happened? Ivy, suppressing her nausea, wobbled free of Snape's grip and stumbled towards Dumbledore. An overwhelming fatigue washed over her. Her head felt as if it were turning to mush, and her eyelids were heavy in a battle against each other. Dumbledore. Her steps faltered, and she collapsed softly into Dumbledore's embrace, losing consciousness completely. Ivy. Dumbledore called softly, nestled within Dumbledore's robe, which sparkled like a field of stars. She found an inexplicable sense of comfort and slept soundly. Dumbledore then cast a questioning glance at Snape. We'll discuss it later, Snape replied. When Ivy awoke, she found herself staring at the pristine white ceiling of the hospital wing. She touched her hair, realizing the transformation charm had long since worn off. Her golden locks cascading down and covering the bed. She was clad in a hospital gown, propping herself up while clutching her forehead. Dear, you should be lying down and resting a bit longer. Madame Pomfrey's voice came from behind the curtains as she drew back the bed curtains and placed a potion on the bedside table. She looked at Ivy, quite the adventure. Miss Grindelwald. To think you dared to confront a troll alone and emerged without a scratch. Only magical exhaustion is a stroke of luck. I am sorry, Ivy replied earnestly. Who brought me to the hospital wing? Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey said. These potions were sent by Professor Snape. The headmaster visited you 5 or 6 times while you were unconscious, as did your friends. They sent all of this. Ivy then noticed a plethora of get-well gifts piled up beside her bed. A large bouquet of flowers from Hermione, sweets from Draco, chocolate frogs from Ron, and a two-way mirror from Harry. Wait, a two-way mirror? Madame Pomfrey smiled. Well, I shall take my leave. And kindly drew the curtains closed. Hesitantly, Ivy picked up the two-way mirror, and as soon as her fingers brushed its surface, the image of Sirius appeared. Ivy. Sirius smiled, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. I've heard everything from Harry. Ivy. Sirius inhaled deeply, anger flickering in his eyes. So you won't say a word to me with that expression? How many times must I repeat myself? Your health. At this rate. Why do you keep forcing yourself to do these things? Ivy frowned. I don't believe a troll could do anything to me. You underestimate me too much. Underestimate? Sirius clutched his left chest, seemingly in distress. Is that your main concern? Do you understand my point? You can act solo, but at least wait until you're 15. Ivy straightened her posture, feeling irked. From what position are you making that statement? Sirius, understand that you are not my elder. Why should I heed your words? What position do I stand in? Sirius's temper flared, and he growled in a low voice. If it were just anyone, I wouldn't care if they perished. But you are different. Damn it, if it weren't for my concern for you. His voice abruptly trailed off, as he fixated on her reflection in the mirror, silenced, and turned his head away. You know it too, it is what it is. Oh. Yvonne snapped back to reality, lowering her head to scratch her cheek. I understand. Thank you, Sirius. Sirius replied, all right then. Acknowledging that Sirius's intentions were rooted in care rather than reproach, Yvonne found herself unable to remain angry. After assuring him that she was well aware of her situation, and would not allow herself to fall into peril, the tension between them subsided. Yvonne learned from Pomfrey that she had inadvertently slept through the Quidditch match, much to Harry's dismay, as he had resolved to participate in next year's Quidditch tryouts. Draco had also planned to join him in seeking a seeker. Yvonne felt a whirlwind of emotions. Clad in her hospital gown, she watched the children animatedly recount the thrilling Quidditch match, maintaining an outward calm while her heart ached with regret. Quidditch. Oh, Quidditch. The little voice within her wept. Was she destined to be at odds with Quidditch throughout her life? Though she had never been particularly passionate about sports, Quidditch was something she had missed due to that wretched Professor Black's suspension before her transmigration. And now, she had missed the match again simply because she had fallen asleep. Her curiosity was piqued. Had she known, she would have eschewed ancient magic. Trolls were unworthy of her time. Yvonne pondered heavily, contemplating how much simpler it would have been to just cast an Avada Kedavra. Hermione, however, informed her that she had taken notes for all the classes Yvonne missed during her recovery, and would share them upon her return. Thank you, Hermione. Anytime. Hermione flashed her a kind smile, adding, if it weren't for you, I might very well be the one lying here right now. Get well soon. Draco patted her shoulder. The entire Slytherin house is eagerly awaiting your return. Me. You may not know, but even though Professor McGonagall docked our points, she announced your deeds to the whole school. While Professor McGonagall's original intent may have been to publicly reprimand in order to deter others, it was not perceived in the same light by the students of Hogwarts. What? A first year single-handedly defeated a troll. Moreover, in Slytherin, although Yvonne had indeed cost them points, those 50 points had garnered her the admiration of the entire house. Slytherin revered power and esteemed the strong. It had always been thus. Yvonne tugged the blanket closer around herself, glancing back and forth at the group of children. You all seem to have become much closer? Harry replied with a smile. Of course. There was no need to elaborate on Hermione. The girl had embraced their camaraderie after they had risked their lives to rescue her. The milestone friendship between Draco and Ron was also attributed to Ron's timely spell, which had saved Draco from being struck by the Trolls Club. Prejudices instilled by one generation may directly impact the next, but that does not imply they are unchangeable. During their formative years, when their worldviews are still malleable, there is ample time for growth. As the children bid farewell, Madame Pomfrey gazed at their departing figures with a sense of nostalgia. It has been years since I have witnessed such camaraderie between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Yvonne smiled, perhaps not just these two houses. There may also be Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw in the future. How delightful, Madame Pomfrey sighed. But for Hogwarts it may indeed be a challenging journey. Not necessarily, Yvonne contemplated. For instance, if a person despised by all 4 houses were to exist at Hogwarts, perhaps it could lead to a great unification? Madame Pomfrey turned back to her, speechless, and placed her hand gently on Yvonne's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with astonishment, as she firmly stated, You shall be discharged. Chapter 35. A beginning in Knockturn Alley. In contrast to the bustling and noisy Diagon Alley, the wizards traversing Knockturn Alley were predominantly solitary figures, hurrying along, their dark robes obscuring their faces. This made the lone man, casually dressed and seemingly unconcerned as he lingered by the roadside, all the more striking. Passers-by cast glances of astonishment, curiosity, and subtle malice in his direction. Yet the handsome man appeared oblivious, calmly scrutinizing the pocket watch in his palm. Even adept in alchemy, Sirius mused, placing the exquisitely crafted watch beneath the slanting sunlight, observing the glint of white light reflecting off its metallic edge. Is there truly anything you cannot accomplish? I've heard Yvonne has only been exposed to magic for 2 years. How does her mind operate? The watch gleamed silver, fashioned from fairy silver, with 2 metallic rings revolving around it, the edge inscribed with ancient runes. Upon opening the circular casing, the varying lengths of the hands moved in a rhythmic pattern. Under the light, a wondrous design emerged outside the watch's face. Silken, silver-gray ribbons spiraled downward in a flowing motion, resembling inverted branches, shimmering with the hues of the moonlight. When the owl had delivered the package to him, Yvonne had included a small card, for you. This spiral symbol represents ancient magic. Perhaps I am the last to know its significance, but now there is you as well. It was said that the watch served as an identity marker for clandestine meetings in ancient times. A century ago, each member of those gatherings possessed one. Created by Yvonne herself, this alchemical product proved immensely useful, capable of linking to the life signs of its owner to ensure their safety. It also allowed for real-time conversation over distances, more convenient than a two-way mirror. This is not solely my achievement, Yvonne's voice emanated from the watch. It was crafted in collaboration with Ominis, Sebastian, and Aloan. I am merely replicating it now. Ah, so it is an alchemical product forged by 4 individuals. Sirius mused. His gaze cast downward, a shadow crossing his features. He tucked the watch into the pocket of his coat, and just as he and Yvonne were engaged in idle chatter, his awaited visitor finally arrived. The 3 dark wizards Yvonne had subdued guided a portly man towards him, whose forced smile belied the tension in his posture. Even clad in finely tailored, fashionable robes, his slightly hunched frame and fidgeting fingers shattered any semblance of authority. Mr. Black, the man extended his hand. You've become quite the sensation in the magical community of late. I wonder what purpose brings you to seek me out. Sirius perfunctorily shook his hand. scrutinizing him until the man began to squirm. With a sardonic smile, Sirius finally said, "A pleasure, Mr. Melrova. I wish to inquire about the old shop at number 07 in Nocturne Alley. What do you know of it?" The color drained from Melrova's face. Merlin above. What is this about? He's being so direct, with no pretense whatsoever. Melrova quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he turned and gestured for Sirius to follow. "Yes, Mr. Black, if there is a way, that would be most fortuitous. This way, please." With his head bowed, Melrova led the way deeper into Nocturne Alley, nearing its boundary, where a dilapidated shop stood. The sign, eroded by years of rainfall, rendered its name illegible, and the entrance's railing was in a state of disrepair. Sirius instructed the 3 laborers to wait at the entrance while he followed Maraway inside. Is this the place? Indeed. A profound, ineffable fear glimmered in Maraway's eyes as he fixated on the room. It was here months ago that my family and I sought refuge, intending to rest for the night in this dilapidated establishment. Yet, from the very next day, everything began to take a bizarre turn. My son and wife spoke of nightmares filled with monsters, which I dismissed at first, but one by one, they met with accidents that mirrored the horrors they had described in their dreams. They were slain. It must have been the creatures from their nightmares that murdered them. A month apart, their deaths occurred, and now in December, it is my turn. Oh. Sirius maintained a stoic expression, his hands buried deep in his coat pockets, the tone of his voice suggesting a curse. I concur. It is indeed a remarkably potent and malevolent curse. Maraway lowered his voice. I have exhausted every avenue to uncover the source of this curse, but it is undoubtedly linked to this establishment. If you can resolve it, Mr. Black, I shall acquiesce to any terms you propose. Is that so? Sirius chuckled, glancing at him with amusement. In that case, I require you to transfer ownership of the assets you hold here to me. Ah, and I recall your family's connections within the International Magical Cooperation Department? That must be how you managed to orchestrate such perilous smuggling of magical creatures, correct? I demand you grant me access to those connections. Maraway's face twitched. His heart bled. And simultaneously, it screamed. What is going on? Merlin's foul socks. Wasn't this Black supposed to be a scion of a pure-blood family? You call this Gryffindor? Why does he appear so adept at extortion? Maraway clenched his eyes shut. Nothing was more important than his own life. He nodded at Sirius and nervously stepped out of the confines of the barrier. Now, only Sirius remained in the store, and suddenly, the silence was pierced by a burst of laughter from the pocket watch that had been silent until then. Who would have thought, Sirius? Yvonne giggled. I expected you to show some compassion. That gentleman's family situation is rather dire, isn't it? I'm no fool, Sirius retorted, rolling his eyes. Firstly, Maraway is far too familiar with this area. Anyone who frequents Nocturne Alley for smuggling is unlikely to be a good person. And guess why he feels the need to hide in this cursed establishment? Why seek refuge in peacetime? The interior of the store was significantly larger than it appeared from outside, and as Sirius stepped onto the damp wooden floor, it creaked loudly beneath him. The deeper he ventured, the darker his surroundings became. Sirius raised his wand and muttered Lumos. He calmly addressed the pocket watch, most likely. He was so fatigued during the pursuit by Aurors that he failed to notice the oddities of this house, inadvertently falling into a trap. To tire an adult wizard to such an extent is no small feat. It would require days of relentless fleeing, and the intensity of such a pursuit likely involves more than mere smuggling of magical creatures. Sirius furrowed his brow, a look of distaste crossing his features. It is highly probable that he has committed murder, stained with the blood of Aurors. The very notion of a cold-blooded killer panicking when his life is threatened seemed a common affliction among such individuals. A round of applause erupted from the pocket watch. Yvonne exclaimed, Bravo! A perfect analysis. Points for Gryffindor. Sirius jestingly chided, Enough. Yvonne laughed, their light-hearted banter starkly contrasting with the desolation of the room. You seem rather proficient at extortion. Isn't it even more fitting than you anticipated? Sirius replied, I detest such methods. Yet they do not conflict with what I am capable of. The years spent as the heir to the Black family were not easily forgotten. Regardless, the targets were heartless dark wizards, leaving Sirius without remorse. Chapter 36. Rest in peace, yet sin and hatred persist. The rhythmic dripping of water from an unknown source added an eerie note to the silent air. There are no innate curses in this world, Sirius proclaimed, directing the glowing tip of his wand downward to illuminate the path ahead. Addressing the pocket watch, moreover, the timing is too convenient. If this curse truly emanates from this establishment, why has only Maraway been ensnared after all these years in Nocturne Alley? Yvonne replied. Do you suspect someone is deliberately targeting him? Precisely, but for what? Wealth, status, or revenge? It would indeed be strange for a dark wizard frequenting Nocturne Alley to have so few enemies. Sirius intensified the magical energy flowing into his wand, causing the light to brighten further. This establishment, before its decline, appeared to have been a bookstore. He stood between two wooden bookshelves, crouching down to meticulously search for any clues. Yvonne lamented, "If only I were there, I could reveal all the inconsistencies in an instant." Sirius retorted, "Only you could utilize your animagus form for a complete 360-degree perspective. A normal person must engage in a more methodical approach." Perhaps a decade in Azkaban had exhausted Sirius's bad luck. As he shifted the bookshelf aside, he caught a glimpse of a translucent figure gradually fading into the corner. Sirius chuckled, "Oh, what do we have here? This ethereal substance, typically unable to exist without a tangible contract or host. Much like the ghosts of Hogwarts who are bound to the castle. That too is their weakness." The room, dimly lit and devoid of anything substantial, still held his attention. He cast a summoning charm, drawing a necklace towards him. The necklace was simple, a delicate chain adorned with a string of white pearls, their luster long faded. Sirius pointed his wand at the necklace. "Dear miss, or perhaps young sir, if you do not reveal yourself and clarify the matter of the curse, I shall have no choice but to destroy this trinket." No response came. Sirius sighed and calmly uttered, "Incendio." "Wait please." A ghostly girl, no older than 18, emerged from the pearl necklace, her hair cascading around her. She regarded Sirius with a mixture of caution and subtle panic, perhaps sensing the threat. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Please do not burn it. It is all I have left." "I understand its significance to you," Sirius replied, "but could you kindly explain how you used this necklace to curse the Marroway family? Ghosts cannot intervene in reality." Sirius noted a palpable hatred on the ghost girl's face upon mentioning Marroway. "Because I curse myself as well," she confessed. "I sacrificed my soul's complete disappearance to ensure the demise of the Marroway family. This has nothing to do with you." The ghost girl fixed her gaze on him. "Please leave, sir. I will not harm anyone other than Marroway." "Oh, that simply won't do," Sirius chuckled lightly. "After all, I have made a deal. I must uphold my end of the bargain." He observed the ghost girl's fists clenched tightly, her demeanor visibly tense. "Do not be alarmed, Miss," Sirius reassured, placing his wand back into his pocket and clapping his hands. "Perhaps you would be willing to share why you desire their demise?" Confusion, rejection, and uncertainty flickered across the ghost girl's face. After a moment's hesitation, she closed her eyes and, as if surrendering, murmured, "It's quite simple. I despise them because they destroyed everything I held dear. The Marroway family may not be a renowned name in the magical community, but in the shadows untouched by the law, they amassed wealth through nefarious enterprises, thriving amidst corruption." The ghostly girl, Diana, recounted her once blissful family life, where her parents, both magizoologists, resided in a quaint village nestled within the Scottish Highlands, close to a mysterious forest. They had settled there to closely observe and protect a fantastical and beautiful mutated unicorn. This unicorn was unlike its species, which typically emerged as pure white in adulthood. Instead, it shimmered with a golden hue, its stature significantly larger than that of an ordinary unicorn, and its magical potency several times greater. It was her parents who had discovered this extraordinary creature. Merlot, once a close friend of her father, betrayed him for the sake of greed, Diana lamented. From that moment on, Merlot clandestinely engaged in the smuggling of magical creatures. His ability to uncover traces of rare magical beings was, in large part, due to the trust that Diana's family placed in him, sharing their findings in their correspondence. Her father had hoped to enlist Merlot's connections within the Ministry of Magic to find suitable guardians for the unicorn, but Merlot had other plans. Driven by his desire for the golden unicorn, he resorted to despicable means, incapacitating her parents with poison to steal the unicorn away. However, fate did not unfold as he wished. Diana caught sight of Merlot's furtive actions, and in that moment of shock, she stood frozen, confronted by his twisted face and the ominous green light approaching her. Not everyone emerges unscathed from dire circumstances. Struck by the killing curse, Diana perished, her soul consumed by profound despair and fear, transforming into a specter. Upon awakening, her parents discovered her lifeless body and, in their grief-stricken frenzy, sought vengeance against Merlot. Yet, he had prepared for this, laying a trap for them to fall into. Merlot's wife, complicit in his treachery, murdered Diana's parents while he distracted them. Diana witnessed her beloved parents perish before her eyes. Overwhelmed by despair, she longed to weep. Yet she was acutely aware that she might dissipate before dawn. In her search for solace, she discovered a string of pearl necklaces, her mother's cherished possession. Diana's voice softened, imbued with nostalgia and love. "It is through this love that I cling to the necklace, existing to this day." Yet, she pondered, what significance does a ghostly existence hold? With a chilling resolve, Diana declared, I shall exact my revenge. I will make Merlot taste the bitterness of loss, to live perpetually in fear and ultimately perish within it. After a prolonged wait, she finally seized her opportunity. Concealed within a dilapidated shop, she awaited the moment when Merlot's family sought refuge inside. At the cost of her own dissolution, she cast upon them the most malevolent curse. First, it would be their gluttonous son, who feasted upon the flesh and blood of the innocent, followed by Merlot's wife, who had aided in the murder of her parents, and finally, the architect of their demise himself. You claim to be here to lift the curse, Diana calmly interjected after releasing her pent-up emotions. Do you intend to stop me? I know I cannot resist you, sir. The disparity between us is too vast. No. Standing like a statue, Sirius Black lifted his gaze, finally speaking. His voice was eerily calm. I merely wish to inquire, Mississippi. You appear to be nearing your limits. After cursing 2 individuals, do you believe you can endure for the next? Diana pressed her lips together in silence. Very well, Sirius shrugged, adopting a tone of reluctant goodwill. Allow me to assist you in completing this final task, shall we? Diana turned to him, her face a mask of astonishment. Why would you do this? Sirius twirled his wand between his fingers. If I must provide a reason, it is this. Betrayers shall not meet a peaceful end. Mr. Black, are you serious? The curse is lifted? In the back garden of Merlot's estate, the master nodded gratefully at Sirius, exhaling a long sigh of relief and warmly inviting him inside. No wonder my sleep has improved recently. Please have a seat, Mr. Black. I was unaware of your extraordinary prowess as a wizard. Merlot's demeanor was remarkably cordial, employing formalities in his address. I shan't tarry, Sirius replied. I have many matters to attend to. I trust, Mr. Merlot, that you will honor our agreement and compensate me accordingly. Until we meet again. Very well, take care. A smile devoid of sincerity lingered on Merlot's face. As Sirius turned, exposing his unguarded back, Merlot's cold smirk emerged as he raised his wand, hoping to extort something from him. This Mr. Black was rather naïve. Merlot aimed his wand at Sirius's back, murmuring a deadly incantation, its lethal brilliance quietly materializing. Yet, in an instant, Merlot felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Clutching his mouth and nose, he was overtaken by a metallic taste, violently retching blood as disbelief coursed through him. Stumbling backward in shock, he collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Sirius, who watched him with a bemused expression. Your nose, mouth, ears, and eyes are bleeding horrifically. You said the curse was lifted. It is lifted. Sirius replied nonchalantly, but I just bestowed another upon you. How does it feel? A curse from an adult wizard is far more potent than that of a mere girl fresh from Hogwarts. Wouldn't you agree? Lucky for him, Merlot's arrogance left him unguarded, making the task all too simple. Why? Merlot struggled to widen his eyes. What about the compensation we agreed upon? Sirius scoffed lightly, pointing his wand at Merlot. Finding his cursed visage too grotesque to endure, he resolved to end his suffering swiftly. After much deliberation, I concluded that dealing was too cumbersome. He grinned malevolently. Raiders prefer to take what they desire directly. Merlot's face twisted in unwillingness, his voice rising in desperation as he begged for mercy. But it was all in vain. The green light of death had descended. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 37. Woolen socks, but love comes from Gilly. In a single phrase, Sirius's current state could be summarized as follows. He felt as if he had completed 8 lifetimes of work in a mere few days. Merlot was dead. Yet the challenge of concealing his death without arousing suspicion, as well as the rightful transfer of his assets and connections to himself, a man with no prior association, required considerable mental exertion. Sirius was a weary worker, tirelessly spinning like a top for over 10 days, sustained only by the fortifying potions provided by Yvonne. Moreover, there was an important matter to attend to. Diana had already dissipated, the white pearl necklace reduced to a lifeless relic left for him. However, Sirius chose not to keep it. Instead, he carved out a moment to visit Diana's home. The village now lay desolate, and Sirius located their former residence, burying the necklace before the gravestone. They were not as fortunate as I, Sirius remarked softly. At least I still live. They do not. Sirius. The gentle voice of Yvonne echoed from the pocket watch, like a soft breeze brushing past his ear, stirring his heartstrings. Do not grieve. Death is not an end. They merely chose to move forward. Yes. Thank you, Yvonne. Spending an afternoon burying the pearl necklace for the ghostly girl resulted in an overwhelming accumulation of work the following day. Sirius felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as the burdens of labor were shared by all. He had not failed to express his frustrations to Yvonne, lamenting how he was stretched thin, nearly driven to madness by the workload, but Yvonne simply chuckled from within the pocket watch, saying, "Oh dear, being busy is good. Do not always think of what you can gain from the secret meetings. Consider what you have contributed to them." With earnest conviction, she addressed Sirius, imparting that work should not solely be pursued for mundane material pleasures, but rather to realize one's spiritual values. We must set our sights on loftier, more distant aspirations. Sirius retorted, "Would you care to reflect on what you are saying?" After wiping his face, he acquiesced, "Fine, you are the boss. Your word is law." As Sirius gradually leveraged Malorva's connections and forged ties with the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, where Yvonne resided, grew increasingly jubilant. With December well underway, the ancient castle was blanketed in snow, its branches adorned in shimmering white, and the frost-laden ground silenced the usual clamor, rendering the exterior even more tranquil. Yet within the castle, warmth prevailed. It was festooned with lights and decorations in anticipation of Christmas. The corridors, hall, and stairwells were embellished with vibrant green and red garlands, while some students donned antlers and draped themselves in fluffy red robes, merrily dashing past. Yvonne pushed open a door, cradling several borrowed books from the library to pass the time, and proceeded along a shortcut through Hogwarts. At the end of the passage lay a spacious hall, its floor immaculate and smooth, despite the lack of windows that rendered the light dim. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the most conspicuous object present, a massive mirror with a golden frame that reached the ceiling. She stared at it, momentarily bewildered, blinking in confusion. Who placed this mirror here? At the top of the mirror, a line of English text was inscribed, and Yvonne unwittingly read aloud, "Heiress." As she approached, the mirror's surface began to transform, yet it did not merely reflect her own image. Rather, it revealed much more than that. Upon witnessing the scenes within the mirror, Yvonne was genuinely entranced. She stood before it for what felt like an eternity, books still clutched in her arms, her feet rooted in place, gazing intently at the visions conjured by the heiress mirror. From behind her, footsteps echoed, and the gentle, benevolent voice of the headmaster shattered the silence of that space. He approached Yvonne and softly remarked, "This mirror reflects the deepest desires of the heart, Yvonne." Standing by her side, Dumbledore continued in a calm, measured tone. "People are often captivated, even ensnared, by the images revealed within the heiress mirror. Yet the falsehood remains merely that, false." Yvonne's lips parted slightly, a faint sigh escaping, almost imperceptible. Her hand grazed the mirror's surface, feeling its icy texture akin to mithril, and she lowered her gaze, replying, "I understand, headmaster. When I saw those who should no longer be here, I had my suspicions." She spoke introspectively, her attention absorbed in her thoughts, completely disregarding Dumbledore's reaction. She pointed to the lower left corner of the mirror, a faint smile gracing her lips. "This is Sirius Black, the second. He is 2 years my junior. The last to join the secret meetings. Yet his contributions are no less significant than those of his predecessors." Her finger glided upward to the right, landing on another figure. "This is Gareth Weasley. He should be regarded as the patriarch of the Weasley family today. He struggled with potions, and during our potions class, he coaxed me into sneaking into Professor Sharp's office to steal a feather from a vile creature, which resulted in him blowing up his cauldron." Yvonne traced a small arc with her finger, resting it in the center of the second row. "I sit here." She touched either side of her position, indicating the two individuals beside her. "They are Omini's Gaunt and Sebastian Sallow, my first and second friends in Slytherin, who have supported me wholeheartedly from the very beginning. This is Elvira Malfoy. She joined us later but possesses remarkable skills in alchemy and potions." "Oh, I heard that after Elvira, the Malfoy family had no daughters for several generations? What a pity." Yvonne continued, "And there are Poppy Sweeting and Catalina Crouch. They belong to Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, respectively. Yet they share a close friendship." Her finger's movement gradually slowed, and Yvonne found herself entranced, gazing at the vivid scenes displayed in the mirror. Behind her chair stood two individuals she had never encountered, young versions of Gellert Grindelwald. The exuberant youth, with his golden hair, leaned casually against her chair, one hand grasping a white cuff, draped over the backrest in a relaxed yet graceful manner. Yvonne's gaze shifted from him, only to freeze in place. "And you, Dumbledore?" "What?" Dumbledore, who had been silently observing her with a patient and gentle demeanor, suddenly felt uncertain if he had heard correctly. Yvonne patiently reiterated, "There you are? Standing beside Gellert, headmaster. The heiress mirror reveals the innermost desires of the heart." Yvonne observed the young Dumbledore standing beside the young Gellert, and though she was taken aback, she soon comprehended the entirety of the situation. She believed her feelings for Dumbledore were not profound enough to warrant his presence in the mirror, leaving only one possibility. Her subconscious considered Dumbledore as a symbol of Gellert's happiness, and she earnestly wished for her brother to lead a fulfilling life. Having come to this realization, Yvonne's expression grew complex. The mirror displayed not only those who should not appear but also impossible scenes, shattering the barriers of time. She even saw a smiling Sirius and Harry within it. Yet how could they possibly be by her side? A mere illusion, yet capable of ensnaring so many. Yvonne understood this, though she felt no empathy. She closed her eyes, swiftly detaching herself from the melancholic emotions and returning to reality, calmly stating to Dumbledore, "It is merely a beautiful illusion." She shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "But I am quite curious, Headmaster. What did you see in the mirror?" "Oh." Dumbledore tilted his head slightly in her direction, suddenly breaking into a warm, gentle smile, sharing a dreamlike sentiment. "I saw myself receiving a pair of woolen socks, Yvonne." Yvonne pondered this question all the way back to her dormitory. Woolen socks? After deep contemplation, she abruptly pulled out her pocket watch and quickly contacted Sirius. "Sirius." Yvonne's tone was bright and buoyant. "I've made a decision. Let us travel to Germany to purchase a bundle of locally sourced, high-quality wool yarn. Then send it to Nurmengard." Sirius, sporting dark circles under his eyes, responded, "Wait, how did we suddenly jump to Nurmengard again?" Yvonne exclaimed, "Christmas is fast approaching. We should make it in time. I hope dear Gellert 1T refused this kind gesture from his sister." Thus, a day later, the wizards managed to shorten long travel times to an astonishing degree. Yvonne spent half the day selecting yarn, gift boxes, and cards, packing everything together before swiftly making her way to Nurmengard within 2 hours. Gellert sat in his cell, playing chess with himself, when he noticed Yvonne. "What brings you here again?" he asked. Yvonne transformed a bag into a long table, placing the assorted packages atop it, and sliding it toward Gellert. "I merely said I wouldn't take you away. I never said I wouldn't visit often." Gellert fell silent for a moment, shifting his gaze elsewhere. He inquired, "What is this?" Yvonne opened the packaging, revealing the exquisite wool yarn inside, and pressed one bundle into his palm. "Gellert," she spoke softly, "I imagine it must be quite dull in prison. Would you like to knit some woolen socks to pass the time?" As a thoughtful gesture, she also presented him with a book titled Quick Guide to Knitting Woolen Socks, placing it in his other hand. Gellert nearly thought he had misheard her. "What?" "Dumbledore and I went to see the heiress mirror." "Your sister is still your sister," Yvonne remarked, cutting through his surprise with a single sentence. He expressed that his greatest wish was to receive a pair of woolen socks on Christmas Day. Gellert responded. Yvonne gave his shoulder a meaningful pat, gesturing toward the yarn. "Do your best, Gellert. A wife will come, and you will be free again. Is there anything more heartwarming than a pair of hand-knitted woolen socks?" Yvonne felt an immense satisfaction with her decision. Upon learning this, Sirius nearly suffered a cardiac episode. Chapter 38. The brother takes the lead, but Harry is with Gellert. Sirius. "Add more bricks, it's too damp here." Sirius, "Cast a duplication charm on the firewood, or it will inevitably run out." Sirius, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Yvonne, one day you'll find yourself hanging from a lamppost." The interior of Nurmengard was overwhelmingly noisy as Yvonne and Sirius fervently dismantled the anti-magic array, while repairing a fireplace. Yvonne had whimsically decided that sneaking out of school every time she visited her brother was far too cumbersome. She envisioned installing a fireplace in Nurmengard that would connect to the one in her Slytherin dormitory, allowing her to traverse effortlessly between the two locations using Floo powder. In essence, she aimed to establish a private connection to the Floo network, linking just two places. This magic was not particularly complex. Yvonne had, out of curiosity, dismantled several fireplaces before her travels to understand the magical structure. Sirius, wearing a resigned expression, begrudgingly began assisting Yvonne with the fireplace. Both he and Yvonne naturally disregarded the Ministry of Magic's regulations regarding the management of the Floo network, conveniently overlooking the fact that privately connecting fireplaces was illegal. Bricks floated in an orderly manner, guided by their wands, stacking upon one another to leave a space for firewood, which was then reinforced with a spell. Yvonne cast a charm at the newly constructed fireplace, and flames erupted with a crackle, scattering sparks and dispelling the dampness and chill of Nurmengard. All that remained was to connect it to the fireplace in her dormitory. Murmuring incantations, invisible traces of magic extended from the fireplace, swiftly crossing borders. Using her memory as a coordinate point, connecting to a fireplace in a Slytherin girl's dormitory, the commotion from Yvonne and Sirius was significant. Yet it had no effect whatsoever on Nurmengard's sole prisoner. Gellert was entirely indifferent to Yvonne's lively antics, engrossed in a book titled Quick Guide to Hand-Knitting Woolen Socks. Channeling the fervor he once had for studying profound dark magic, as he meticulously compared knitting techniques for wool yarn. He calculated the time. Christmas was fast approaching, and he needed to finish his project, resolving to pull an all-nighter. Suddenly, Gellert's hand paused while flipping through the pages. He sensed a wave of magic nearby. Not from his sister or her attendant, but close, as if emanating from a magical object. Turning his head, he spotted a palm-sized pocket watch floating up from the coat Yvonne had discarded, vibrating as if urging someone to answer a call. Frowning slightly, Gellert reached out to seize the watch, which snapped open with a click in his hand, revealing the youthful, pre-adolescent voice of a boy. Yvonne, have you sneaked out with Sirius again? I just went to the Slytherin common room to find you, but you weren't there. Gellert's brow relaxed slightly, and he raised an eyebrow in mild amusement. Yvonne is quite occupied. What do you need her for, boy? There was an abrupt silence on the other end. After a few seconds, the affectionate tone typically reserved for family faded, and Harry's voice lowered, tinged with an undeniable wariness. Who are you? Like a small lion trying to display its claws, Harry revealed his defensiveness while expertly encasing himself in a protective shell. Why does Yvonne's watch end up with you? Don't say she lent it to you. It's very important to her, and she carries it everywhere. Gellert let out a faint scoff. She is, of course. Here with me, boy. Rather, who are you to her? Why do you call her sister? Who am I? Harry retorted, with bravado, even without blood ties. I am her most cherished brother. Is it strange that I care for her? This time, the silence fell upon the other end. Harry shook the pocket watch curiously. It had been silent since the start of their conversation. Had he not been unwavering in his faith in Yvonne's capabilities, he might have suspected the watch was malfunctioning. After a long pause, Harry finally heard the raspy, ominous voice again, akin to a chilling wind sweeping down from the highest peaks of the Alps, sending shivers down Harry's spine as the savior's instinct screamed for survival. Repeat that. Harry, sensing danger, instinctively recoiled. A what? Beneath Gellert's calm demeanor lay an undercurrent of menace. That statement you just made, repeat it. Who is your most beloved brother? Harry hesitated momentarily, wisely choosing to sidestep the question, tentatively replying, Sir, may I ask your name? He heard a soft, gravelly laugh on the other end, akin to a gentle breath escaping lips. Gellert Grindelwald. Harry suddenly broke into a cold sweat. In this moment, the chosen child of prophecy faced a genuine death threat from the Dark Lord, and his survival instinct surged, prompting Harry to quickly activate the portion of his genetics inherited from Lily. Ah, so it's Mr. Grindelwald, Harry spoke rapidly. That makes sense, since Yvonne is with you. I feel reassured. I imagine her visits to Nurmengard feel just as warm as returning home. Gellert appeared amused. Oh, did you not claim that you were her family, sir? Harry quickly countered. The only one who could draw Yvonne away from her school duties with such focus is her most cherished brother, you. I consider her family. But that does not mean she is confined to viewing me as merely family. That would not be kinship, but rather an abduction. Gellert leisurely replied, Oh, but what did you say earlier? My memory isn't what it used to be. Could you repeat that for me? Harry realized he was being cornered with no escape. How formidable, deftly blocking his retreat with just a few words. Was this truly the power of the Dark Lord? Terrifying indeed. Fortunately, as the savior of the wizarding world, Merlin would not allow him to fall victim to the Dark Lord due to a slip of the tongue during his first year. Just as Harry struggled to find his words, Yvonne's voice cut through like a ray of dawn. Gellert? Who are you talking to? Yvonne rubbed her sore wrist and curiously ascended the stairs, peeking in. Gellert promptly closed the watch, nonchalantly placing it beside him. Nothing. Chapter 39. A Chance Encounter. But in Godric's Hollow. Before leaving, Yvonne reluctantly embraced Gellert, slipping him a large Scottish round-faced fat chicken. Gellert, holding a gigantic owl, wore an expression of rare bewilderment. Yvonne explained, after all these years, this should be the first gift you send to Dumbledore since your separation. Do you want me to send it for you? This owl, she continued, is the largest and most capable flyer I could find among a bunch of frail owls. It will have no trouble flying straight over the Alps to Hogwarts Castle in Scotland. Gellert slowly lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the oversized owl that nearly overwhelmed his arms. The owl gazed back with keen intensity, its round face exuding strength. You can name it Starnel. Starnel. Robust. Gellert pondered to himself how utterly apparent this was. Thus, the solitary tower of Nurmengard gained yet another long-term resident. Regardless of what lay in Gellert Grindelwald's heart, he ultimately accepted his sister's goodwill and began to foster a commendable rapport with the imposing gentleman. Meanwhile, Yvonne returned to Hogwarts. The professors were in the process of compiling a list of students who would remain at the school during the Christmas holidays. Only a handful of students opted to stay. And of course, Harry and Yvonne were not among them. In fact, Harry was eagerly counting the days until Sirius would take them to Godric's Hollow. An excursion he was thoroughly excited about. The Hogwarts Express, billowing steam, approached from the distance, and Yvonne had already packed her belongings, waving to Harry, who rushed over in haste. "Apologies, Yvonne, for making you wait," he said. "Not at all," Yvonne replied, glancing at the time. "Come on, Sirius is waiting for us." The 2-week Christmas holiday was a rare opportunity to escape the rigors of their studies, a time for relaxation and enjoyment. However, what Harry anticipated most was not the festivities themselves, but rather the fact that this Christmas would be the first he truly experienced with the companionship of family. Unlike their classmates, Harry and Yvonne departed later, and by the time their train arrived, there were scarcely any passengers left, granting them a delightful tranquility as they occupied a spacious compartment. Throughout the journey, Harry incessantly chattered about his daily life at Hogwarts, while Yvonne, with a smile in her eyes, patiently listened to his enthusiastic recounting, even if 8 out of 10 of his tales revolved around Quidditch. As the train rolled to a stop, the day had waned. Sirius, dressed casually, awaited them with a relaxed demeanor. The moment Harry disembarked, he dashed towards his godfather. Sirius embraced him warmly, and then playfully patted Harry's back. "Good lad. I hear you got caught out after hours and Gryffindor lost quite a few points?" Harry averted his gaze, feeling embarrassed. "Why start with that? Out after hours is just that. Can it really be called that for Gryffindor?" Sirius remarked, shaking his head with a knowing look, as if he were disappointed. "You're still too green compared to your father, Harry. Back in our day, we hardly ever got caught. Listen, as long as the professors didn't find out, it wasn't a violation of the rules," Harry replied. "So that's where the emphasis lies?" Yvonne walked alongside them, her expression skeptical as she interjected. "You mean to say you were never caught?" "Because we had a certain artifact for our nocturnal escapades," Sirius replied, stroking his chin. "That was James's, and it was meant to be Harry's invisibility cloak." "Invisibility cloak?" "Yes. Not one of those inferior products on the market, but a permanent, perfectly concealing invisibility cloak. It must be one of the Deathly Hallows," Yvonne mused internally, recognizing the significance of the Potter lineage. The Potter family home in Godric's Hollow had remained untouched since the tragic demise of James and Lily, retaining its original state. Deserted and undisturbed, a sanctuary for the heroes. Yet after 11 years, it had become overgrown with moss, cobwebs, and layers of dust, with remnants of destruction evident in the crumbled walls. "Actually, it shouldn't take too long to tidy this place up," Yvonne remarked, drawing Sirius back from his reverie. He nodded and said, "But I can handle it alone." "Yvonne, why don't you take Harry out for a bit?" Sirius lowered his voice. "James and Lily's graves are in the church cemetery. Aren't you coming?" Yvonne inquired, her gaze steady upon him, though a hint of discomfort flickered in Sirius's eyes, as if pricked by a needle. "Are you still afraid? Feeling unworthy to face them?" Sirius exhaled, a mix of a sigh and a bitter smile escaping his lips. "You truly have no mercy, do you?" He scratched his head. "All right, I will go. But only after I've cleaned up this house." Yvonne nodded, taking Harry by the wrist and leading him away from the Potter home. The church in Godric's Hollow saw few visitors for prayer, as its residents enjoyed a tranquil existence, with time flowing leisurely. The cemetery at dusk was draped in a serene hue. Perhaps it was this very environment that prompted Omenes to choose to dwell here. Unbeknownst to him, he might just find a trace of his own past in Godric's Hollow. Yvonne guided Harry to the graves of the Potters, where the boy paused, rooted to the spot. He removed his glasses and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Yvonne believed that Harry had much he wished to convey to his parents, and as this was a private matter, she should not intrude too deeply. Quietly, she stepped away, ensuring Harry remained within her sight as she strolled along a dusty path behind the church. Before long, her steps halted. Before her stood an elderly woman, her white hair like withered grass, clad in simple black attire, bent over as she placed a bouquet of flowers before a gravestone. Yvonne stood still, tilting her head in curiosity and surprise, observing the woman with a meticulous gaze, fearful of missing any detail. Perhaps her intense focus caught the attention of the old woman, who turned to meet her gaze. Upon recognizing the woman's weathered face, Yvonne found herself momentarily speechless. "Aunt Bathsheba," she murmured. Bathsheba stared at her, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before her. She noticed Yvonne's lips moving, but could not quite catch the words. "What?" Bathsheba asked. "What did you say?" "Yvonne. Is that you?" "Yes, it's me, Aunt." Yvonne hesitantly took a step forward. "I never expected to encounter you here." She had not anticipated that, even a century later, a relative of hers would still be alive. Chapter 40. Reminiscing. Yet Aunt Bathsheba, The elderly woman, clad in simple black, her form stooped, stood alone beneath the slanting rays of the sun, her gaze calm and gentle. Upon approaching, Yvonne discovered that Bathsheba had paused at a gravestone, where time had etched faint marks upon the stone, adorned with vibrant flowers that Bathsheba had evidently just placed there. Yvonne's eyes fell upon the name inscribed on the gravestone. Ariana Dumbledore? She whispered softly. Yes, Yvonne, Bathsheba replied, turning slowly to look at the gravestone, her head bowed. The weeds surrounding the stone had been cleared away, leaving it pristine. It's a pleasure to see you again. Time magic truly is remarkable, isn't it? Yvonne knelt, a single knee touching the grass, her hand brushing against the cold gravestone, remaining silent as her thoughts wandered. Bathsheba continued speaking. This is the grave of a young girl. She left this world at the tender age of 14. She was a Dumbledore? Oh yes. She was the sister of Albus Dumbledore and Aberforth Dumbledore. Unlike her two brothers, this girl was traumatized, unable to wield magic normally, closing herself off, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Bathsheba continued, and during that time, Gellert was residing in Godric's Hollow. Yvonne looked up in surprise. She was aware of the events between Gellert and the Dumbledores, perhaps a bond of mutual respect, perhaps a rivalry of love and hatred. This matter touched upon old wounds, and Yvonne felt hesitant to inquire further. She could only piece together fragments of information. Yet, she could never have imagined that their initial encounter occurred so long ago. Bathsheba recounted that when she initially introduced Gellert to the Dumbledore family, he swiftly became inseparable from their eldest son. To this day, she vividly recalls the luminous smile that would light up Gellert's eyes each time he pushed open the door upon his return. All of this came to an abrupt halt one fateful day. Bathsheba was not present at the scene, leaving her unaware of the exact events that transpired. All she knew was that thereafter, the Dumbledore family lost a daughter, and Gellert departed from Godric's Hollow, severing his friendship with Albus Dumbledore and choosing divergent paths. 2 months. Indeed, just 2 fleeting months. Ivan rose in a daze, her wand tracing circular patterns before Ariana's gravestone, causing a wreath of blossoms to unfurl with her movements. Her heart was almost incredulous. In the grand tapestry of a century, 2 months felt as ephemeral as a mere snap of the fingers. What profound, unwavering emotions, what frenzy, fervor, anguish, and regret could have so deeply ensnared their love, binding it irrevocably to that singular day within the vast expanse of their lives? Ivan could not fathom this. She had never loved anyone nor truly grasped the meaning of soulmate for Grindelwald. She speculated that Ariana's death might have been the catalyst, or perhaps the spark, that ignited the latent conflicts between Gellert and Dumbledore. Ivan, would you care to visit my home? Bathsheba's gaze returned, gently resting upon her face, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Oh no. Ivan snapped back to reality, offering Bathsheba an apologetic smile as she gestured to a nearby direction. A dark-haired boy had removed his glasses, trembling slightly at his parents' graves, his sleeves repeatedly brushing away tears. Perhaps you have heard of him, Harry Potter. Ivan's lips curved into a delicate smile. He currently resides with me. My visit to Godric's Hollow is to accompany him as he pays respects to his parents. Ah. Young Harry, Bathsheba murmured, her clouded eyes drifting into a distant reverie. Yes, I remember, he is the child of Lily and James. I even attended his first birthday party. Really? Ivan responded. In a few days, we plan to host a Christmas feast at Potter's residence. Auntie, would you care to join us? If you would have me. Bathsheba replied with a smile, the creases at the corners of her eyes deepening, a testament to her age and kindness. Ivan took Bathsheba's hand. Absolutely. To be honest, I am the one in charge of the household now. Bathsheba teased her with a grin. Wherever you are, it seems you are always in charge. Even little Gellert used to heed your words above all else, did he not? You know, that was little Gellert, Auntie. Ivan shrugged. The current Gellert is quite the handful. Oh, yet your expression suggests otherwise. Even the great Gellert seems but a younger brother in your presence, Ivan. Hand in hand, Bathsheba and she strolled for a while. Sensing it was nearly time, Ivan took the initiative to bid farewell to Bathsheba. She explained that she needed to bring Harry back, lest another person at home grow concerned. Bathsheba expressed a hint of regret. Well, after all these years, it was a pleasure to see you again, Ivan. I truly have so much more to share with you. You are rather unkind to the elderly. One could not help but admire how well Bathsheba understood her. With a single phrase capturing Ivan's essence, Ivan turned her head away. She could not abide the soft-spoken tones of her relatives. Christmas Eve is approaching after all. I will visit you often, Auntie. Just before the sun dipped below the horizon, Ivan parted ways with Bathsheba, seeking out Harry and engaging him in conversation to help him adjust his emotions. Bathsheba remained in place, quietly watching as Ivan and Harry walked away side by side. Only after they had disappeared from sight did she turn and retreat to her home, brushing away the dust that had settled on the shelves before retrieving an old manuscript, well preserved at the back.
Bashida sighed softly. Ah, Yvain Grindelwald.
How radiant and enchanting she was in that era, taking the world as her stage. The very star of the spotlight. Such an Ivan undoubtedly deserved to leave an indelible mark in A History of Magic. Bashida Basharat was indeed the author of A History of Magic, and the textbooks for the Hogwarts course were penned by her hand. However, the sections concerning the Goblin Wars had been excessively revised and censored by the Ministry of Magic before publication. At that time, with the war still fresh, goblins and wizards had only just established a fragile peace, and tensions could reignite at any moment. The ministry, seeking to avoid disputes, whitewashed the history, resulting in a significant reduction of content in the public record. Consequently, the illustrious Ivan Grindelwald, along with her life, achievements and actions, were obscured. Her biography, originally occupying an entire chapter, reduced to a mere line, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Bashida smoothed out the creased manuscript, shaking her head in resignation. In the aftermath, as the dust settled, she repeatedly requested the publisher to amend A History of Magic. Yet her appeals were predictably ignored. How unfortunate for that child. I thought she might resent me. Thankfully, Ivan is quite indifferent. Chapter 41, Christmas, yet a family dinner. Restoring the Potter home proved to be more laborious than anticipated. It was not just the superficial damage, but also the scars left by dark magic that persistently ravaged the house. Challenges Ivan addressed upon her return. All spells returned to nothing. In an instant, the indelible traces of dark magic clinging to the shattered remnants were swiftly erased by an invisible eraser, restored to pristine condition. The spell All Spells Returned to Nothing remained remarkably effective even a century later. With its power, Ivan had no need to worry about the ministry's tracking, as they could not trace her. With another flick of her wand, she repaired the roof, which had been corroded by dark magic, before nodding toward Sirius and Harry. All done. The duo, like a well-rehearsed team, gave her a thumbs up. In the days that followed, the trio commenced decorating the house, transforming it into a pristine abode filled with the spirit of Christmas. A lush green Christmas tree adorned the living room, the long table moved to the center, and strands of tinsel crisscrossed the ceiling, strung with twinkling, colorful lights. Bundles of mistletoe hung above the doorway, while ivy wound its way along the walls, and charming gingerbread figures scuttled about on the table. Various origami decorations were affixed to the ornaments on the Christmas tree: stars, moons, paper cranes, and reindeer, most of which Ivan had folded herself. As Sirius passed by, his curiosity piqued. He inquired further. "Do not underestimate this. It holds great significance." Ivan replied with a grin. "The Slytherin paper cranes fly to their beloved, which is quite romantic, don't you think?" Sirius paused. "I have indeed never heard that before." He watched as Ivan blew gently on the paper crane she had just folded. It came to life, fluttering its wings and soaring around the living room before landing gracefully beneath the conspicuous Christmas tree, entwining itself among the colorful baubles. "Let this be a beautiful wish." Ivan clapped her hands. "I hope you and Harry find your heart's desire." Sirius responded with a complex expression. The Christmas Eve dinner was prepared by the three of them, or rather, Ivan took the helm while Harry and Sirius assisted her. "I have an aunt living in Godric's Hollow. During the Christmas dinner, I invited her over, so I need to prepare a feast for 4. By the way, your aunt?" Yvonne chuckled and replied, "Indeed. Bashida Basharat, a renowned historian of magic. All our textbooks on magical history are penned by her. You must be familiar with her." Harry's expression transformed into one of realization. So she is Yvonne's aunt. The members of Yvonne's family are all quite impressive. Sirius levitated a steak, allowing it to slice itself evenly on the knife. Yes, a prodigious lineage, in every sense of the word. One dish after another, the meticulously prepared food presented itself onto the plates, adorning the dining table. The dinner Yvonne prepared featured classic Italian, French, and German dishes, certainly lacking any British specialties as she would not permit stargazing to appear on such a significant day. The baked escargots were plump, elegantly arranged on the plate, while the pasta was lavishly drizzled with tomato sauce, encircling the roasted turkey, accompanied by Germany's distinctive roast pork knuckle, both exuding equally enticing aromas. Cheesecake and egg pudding served as desserts, while the fruit and vegetable salad had already graced the table as an appetizer, naturally the first to be savored. There was also a selection of prime beefsteaks, perfectly seared and succulent, the meat almost melting in the mouth, friendly even to the elderly with delicate teeth, with mushroom and black pepper sauces readily available on the left side. By the time Yvonne completed the dinner, Harry and Sirius emerged from the kitchen, both nearly dazed by the enticing scents. Harry, with a dreamy expression, remarked, I can hardly imagine how cheerful and optimistic I would be if I could indulge in such delights every Christmas. Sirius shot him a glance. Coward, I dare to dream. With some time remaining before Besida's arrival, Yvonne seized the opportunity to return to her room, cross-referencing her meticulously prepared Christmas gift list. While forming friendships is indeed a joyous endeavor, selecting an appropriate gift for a friend can be quite a cerebral challenge. As Yvonne confirmed that her list was flawless, she prepared to send it out shortly. For Harry, she chose a vial of permanent clarity potion, a formula she had developed with Sebastian before her journey through time, intended for Ominis's eyes. However, they were met with disappointment, as Ominis's blindness was attributed to a genetic condition, a malady stemming from the long-standing inbreeding within the Gaunt family. The potion proved ineffective. Nevertheless, this elixir bore no side effects, and for an ordinary person, it could enhance vision, granting Harry the hope that he might finally cast aside those cumbersome glasses. Such beautiful green eyes ought not to remain concealed. For Sirius, she selected 3 delightful little dolls, certain he would adore them upon seeing them. For Dumbledore, she purchased a package of maple brand candies from a venerable confectionery in Germany, which had been operating for nearly a century. She believed Dumbledore would appreciate them. For Draco, she chose a book of Quidditch highlights, while Pansy and Daphne each received perfumes. Ron was gifted a pack of snacks enhanced with duplication charms, sufficient to last him a week. As for Hermione, Yvonne decided on a medium-level spellbook that she had perused in her study, a tome not available in any ordinary shop. The Grindelwald residence had been destroyed, leaving few surviving books, but fortunately, during her quieter days when she was still voiceless, Yvonne had spent her time in her study, reading extensively and committing much to memory. Indeed, the spellbook for Hermione was entirely transcribed from her own hand. Then came Professor Snape. Yvonne pondered for a moment, biting her quill, before finally placing a vial of warmly hued potion into the gift box. It was her improved version of the dreamless sleep potion, which she hoped Professor Snape would appreciate. As for Gellert, she had made prior arrangements. The thought of Gellert's expression upon receiving her carefully curated Christmas gift made her stifle a giggle. Once she verified that everything was in order, she dispatched the gifts, and just as she completed the last one, she heard a knock at the door downstairs. They're here. Yvonne dashed down the stairs, with Sirius already a step ahead. Having opened the door, Yvonne approached and enveloped Bida in a warm embrace. Welcome, Auntie. Oh, it's beautifully decorated, Bida exclaimed, gazing appreciatively at the surroundings, then turning to Sirius. I hope I'm not intruding on your gathering? Not at all, Sirius replied with utmost politeness. Stepping aside and gesturing for her to enter, you are family to Yvonne. How could you be a bother? We are most certainly delighted to have you. Yvonne? Bida repeated with a cheerful tone, her eyes crinkling in a smile as she assessed Sirius from head to toe. This young man is quite polite, and his attire is very formal. He must have taken great care in his appearance. Yvonne initially thought Bida was addressing her, lifting her face in confusion. What? Nothing, Bida replied, ruffling Yvonne's hair, internally marveling at the king of the fish pond. Ah, yet another. Chapter 42, Gifts but Woolen Socks. Generally speaking, what occurs when an elder is present at the dining table? Yvonne covered her face, convinced that the fireplace's flames were far too fervent, rendering her ears crimson. She buried her face in her arms and weakly uttered, Auntie, please no more. However, her plea fell on deaf ears. Bida continued to enthusiastically recount Yvonne's youthful escapades, completely disregarding Yvonne's protests and struggles, while Sirius and Harry leaned forward, captivated by the tale. With a receptive audience, Bida grew even more animated. Oh, you have no idea. Yvonne was quite the rebel back in the day, openly defying her parents. Sirius's eyes sparkled. Really? That's quite characterful. Indeed, Bida chuckled, slicing into a piece of pudding. At that time, she was only 15, just awakening her magical talents. Perhaps due to her half-British blood from her mother, she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, her father, the head of the Grindelwald family, was opposed to it, wanting Yvonne to attend Durmstrang instead. It was indeed a respectable institution, but for some reason, Yvonne was adamant about not going, leading to quite the uproar. Harry and Sirius turned their gazes toward Yvonne. Yvonne, covering her face, felt the humiliation of her past being laid bare before them, her toes curling tightly. She weakly explained, there was no other reason. I simply wanted to rebel against my family, unwilling to follow their plans. So what if a 15-year-old girl was in a rebellious phase? Besides, having been an invisible presence in her household for so many years, neglected by her parents, with only a younger brother visiting her occasionally, how could she possibly resign herself to her parents' wishes after awakening her magical abilities? Sirius chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively at Yvonne's glare. There's nothing wrong with that. It's commendable to have your own opinions. That's what I say. Bida nodded in agreement, reminiscing, however, Yvonne's decision was incredibly astute. You enjoyed an unforgettable time at Hogwarts. Did you not? Yes. I still remember that the professor who came to fetch you had the surname Fig, correct? Bida smiled. He was truly wonderful. Treating Yvonne as if she were his own child. The mention of Professor Fig cast a shadow over Yvonne's eyes. Yes. The war against the goblins could not occur without sacrifices. The corpses of friends and family had propelled her to the throne of victory. Yet as she stood in the sunlight, surrounded by cheers, her heart ached with the thought that she had no time to bid farewell to Professor Fig. She had watched helplessly as he fell before her. Yvonne managed to mask her emotions well. When she raised her gaze again, no one noticed her earlier distress. In those days, Yvonne was undeniably rebellious, and Professor Figo was perhaps one of the few elders whose words she would heed. Bashida poured a glass of apple juice and remarked, "But you truly matured a great deal that year, Yvonne. During the summer after the war, when you returned with your friends, we could all distinctly sense a transformation in your demeanor. You had become more mature and composed, akin to a crystal-clear mirror, radiating an aura of leadership." Bashida teased her lightly, adding, "No wonder so many boys and girls were drawn to you." Yvonne diverted her gaze. "That is all in the past." No, it is not merely a thing of the past." Bashida leaned back slightly, her gaze fixating on a point on the ceiling, seemingly lost in a faded memory. She continued, "They cannot forget you. No matter how many years have passed since your disappearance, your name is forever etched in their hearts, Yvonne. Like that boy from the Gunter family, Omnis. If I recall correctly?" Yvonne paused, lifting her gaze slightly. Bashida smiled. "He was a wonderful boy. It is hard to imagine such a youth emerging from the Gunter family. He later moved to Godric's Hollow and often visited me. We became somewhat acquainted, and he frequently spoke of you." Memories of the past began to coalesce in clarity. Bashida seemed to envision that pale-eyed Slytherin boy seated before her, his demeanor gentle and serene, possessing an admirable decorum, yet seemingly separated by an invisible veil from his surroundings. Only when the subject of Yvonne arose did that barrier dissolve, allowing him to come alive once more. "I will wait for her, for 5 years, 10 years. Until death withdraws my soul, my flesh decays, and my bones are laid to rest. Perhaps I may not see her return, but Madame Bashida, if you ever encounter Yvonne again, do convey my regards." Yvonne unconsciously set down her knife and fork. "Is Omnis no longer here?" Bashida sighed. "Indeed. He is no longer with us. However, the house he left behind still stands. If you wish, I can take you to see it." Bashida gazed into the girl's blue eyes, as if peering through her to witness the azure skies of a century past. "He said Omnis will always be here, in a place you can find whenever you wish and are willing to turn back." As night deepened, Yvonne switched off the lights, but found herself unable to sleep for a long while. The Christmas holiday still stretched ahead. She reassured herself that she could linger in Godric's Hollow a bit longer to search for Omnis and the traces he left behind. That night was destined to be the busiest for the owls. A robust, snowy owl flapped its wings, journeying from a high tower in the Alps to the lakeside Hogwarts castle, where it dropped off a parcel in the still-lit office of the headmaster. When Dumbledore pushed open the door and entered, he happened to catch sight of the package by the Christmas tree, alongside Star Nell, who had folded its wings and tilted its head in place upon seeing him. "Ah," Dumbledore chuckled, "it appears my old friends have sent me gifts. What a delightful surprise. And you've worked hard, my friend." He took out some treats to feed Star Nell, and the owl, perhaps resembling its master in demeanor, hopped over to nuzzle Dumbledore's hand before bowing its head to eat. Dumbledore then leisurely began to unwrap the gifts. When he encountered warm greetings from some colleagues, he merely smiled gently. Upon reaching the package from Yvonne, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How did Yvonne know I fancy this brand? It has been ages since I last had it. How nostalgic." He placed a piece of candy in his mouth, and the familiar sweetness spread across his palate, making him smile with squinted eyes. Finally, he came to the last package, nestled deep within, covered in a layer of frost, its journey from afar unknown. The warm, plush texture momentarily took Dumbledore aback, his blue eyes widening behind his glasses. "Oh." He drew out the precious gift, turning it over in his hands, a pair of woolen socks. An indescribable emotion rippled in his eyes, reflecting the flickering lights as if they were shimmering reflections on a lake. "It cannot be from Yvonne. I have already received her gift. Nor could it be from Aberforth, so who could it be?" While Dumbledore pondered, his fingers inadvertently brushed against a small, hard card tucked within the gift box, a greeting card. He brought it closer, the front displaying standard printed greetings. Turning it over, Dumbledore's fingers suddenly lost their strength. and the woolen socks slipped to the hem of his robe. Chapter 43. The Fish Pond, yet unaware of its allure. In the Slytherin dungeon. The exquisitely wrapped gift box stood out conspicuously, entirely out of place. Snape was not asleep. For him, staying awake all night to monitor potion brewing was a common occurrence. He watched as the owl dropped off the parcel before flapping away. Snape muttered, "I shall investigate which audacious little troll has sent me a gift." He rose and opened the gift box, discovering a card from Yvonne, adorned with a cartoonish depiction of a chubby, short golden snake, presumably symbolizing herself. "Merry Christmas, Professor Snape. Don't stay up too late tonight. Drink this and hurry off to sleep. Yvonne." Nestled within lay a potion, quietly resting in his palm. It's warm. Pale gold hue reminiscent of Dawn's first light, strikingly similar to the girl's golden locks. Unscrewing the cap, he was met not with an overpowering scent, but rather a gentle, subtle aroma that relaxed his taut nerves. Dream potion. Snape gazed at the vial with a complex expression, placing it on the shelf before returning to the cauldron to inspect his potion. 3 minutes later he silently walked back, retrieved the dream potion, waved his wand to extinguish the floating candlelight, and set the cauldron aside. He drank the potion, feeling a feather-light calm envelop his mind, sleepiness washing over him swiftly. He soon drifted into slumber, and this dream was unlike any he had known before. Absent were the lingering shouts, the chaos, and the green light. He dreamt of a grand tree, a lush green lawn, the faint scent of lilies wafting through the air, and a red-haired girl leaning against the tree, smiling and beckoning him. Severus. He saw himself walking towards her, settling beside the girl, who lazily made room for him, basking in the afternoon sun. Snape leaned against the tree, lost in thought, gazing up at the cascading golden rays filtering through the leaves. The sunlight was just right, warm like her. Tonight. Let us rest well. Wishing you sweet dreams, Professor Snape. In the morning, Sirius, yawning, was the first to awaken. He noticed the pile of gift boxes beside the Christmas tree, and humorously picked one up. After rummaging through several, he finally uncovered Yvonne's gift. To his surprise, he unwrapped 3 dolls, 3 remarkably familiar dolls. As he examined them closely, Sirius stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to contain the laughter threatening to escape his throat. How incredibly lifelike. He picked up a doll, intrigued, wondering where she had commissioned such realistic figures. Surely, she hadn't crafted them herself? Standing in the center was a large black-furred dog. Beside the large black dog stood a majestic stag, its antlers pressing down upon the dog's head, creating a small indentation. To the right of the black dog was a furry wolf, its lifeless eyes resembling those of a wise husky. Sirius nudged the black dog, causing it to recoil from the soft touch, only to poke it again. With a thud, the black dog toppled over. What a predicament! It covered its eyes but continued to chuckle, thinking, how old am I, and yet I'm still receiving such adorably delightful gifts? In the adjacent room, Yvonne slowly stirred awake. Upon glancing beneath the Christmas tree, her eyes widened at the sight of a mountain of gift boxes. She truly had a wonderful circle of friends. The first gift was from Harry. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered a vial of potion, one she was quite familiar with, an elixir for replenishing magical energy. This potion was not overly complex, yet it certainly was not simple either, and certainly not something a typical first-year student should possess. Harry had written a lengthy note on the card, lamenting the arduous journey he undertook to learn this potion. Indeed, let us applaud Gryffindor's remarkable courage. Harry even sought Snape's guidance alone. He spent half the card recounting how he narrowly escaped the clutches of the Serpent King, a time that could only be described as hellish. Fortunately, despite Snape's harsh treatment nearly breaking him, he still managed to learn. Yvonne couldn't help but chuckle as she tucked the potion away. Its sentimental value was immense. Next came Sirius's gift, a blank piece of parchment. Yvonne was puzzled. She retrieved the card, which indeed bore a message from Sirius. Point your wand at it and say my name. Yvonne drew her wand, tapped the parchment, and intoned, Sirius. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded as intricate patterns began to emerge on the parchment, coalescing into a map format, displaying several dots labeled with the names of Yvonne and her companions. She could effortlessly zoom in and out, and the map shifted as she moved. An alchemical creation? Yvonne was astonished. Did Sirius possess such abilities? How intriguing. She had underestimated him, discovering that he still had untapped potential. Continuing to read the card, she noticed a small print below. The Marauder's Map 2-0, a gift from me. No need to thank me. This is not solely my achievement. It was created during our school days alongside Prongs and Wormtail, and I've merely replicated it with some upgraded features. This phrase seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of her words when she gifted Sirius her pocket watch. The Marauders map was indeed incredibly useful. Even though Sirius mentioned its coverage was limited to a few houses in Godric's Hollow, 12, Grimmauld Place and Hogwarts Castle, it was still remarkably impressive. Following that was a hefty potions book from Snape, which could serve as a weapon in its own right. Pansy and Daphne gifted her a color-changing hairpin and a transparent lip gloss respectively. Ron presented her with a silver-green sweater knitted by his mother, while Hermione gifted her a brand new quill that wrote automatically. Draco, seemingly aware of her fondness for Narcissa's handmade confections, generously bestowed upon her a sizable assortment, and invited her to visit Malfoy Manor at any time. The remaining gifts came from Grindelwald and Dumbledore. As Yvonne contemplated the offerings from these two, she found herself in deep thought. Did they both have to be so synchronized in this regard? She was left speechless. Both were notebooks, albeit one was old and the other brand new. Grindelwald had gifted her his comprehensive compendium of spellcraft. As Yvonne flipped to a page, she was met with bold lettering proclaiming techniques and key points for casting the fire shield. She decided this would be her bedtime reading for the night. She then picked up Dumbledore's notebook, initially expecting it to be similar to Grindelwald's, filled with previously noted magical knowledge. However, to her surprise, Dumbledore's notes held a much heavier significance than she had anticipated. On the title page, in a youthful and graceful script, she felt as though she could glimpse the innocent red-haired boy of yore, Albus Dumbledore. From first year to seventh, the notes were impeccably organized and clearly delineated. The mark of an exceptionally brilliant scholar. Dumbledore had gifted her his notes from his student days. Wow. Yvonne gently closed the notebook, cautiously placing it on her desk, and cast several protective charms over it for good measure. After completing these tasks, she flopped onto her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yvonne tossed and turned. Dumbledore had given her his student notebook. Yay! She slapped her cheeks and, after freshening up, emerged from her room, invigorated. Good morning, Harry. Harry turned his head. Good morning, Yvonne. Harry was quick to act. He had already used the eye potion, and the elixir crafted by Yvonne was proving remarkably effective. He no longer needed his glasses. Yvonne scrutinized him for a moment before nodding in satisfaction and patting his shoulder. Indeed, you look much better without glasses. Harry chuckled, scratching his head. Then I suppose I won't wear them anymore. Descending the stairs, Yvonne encountered Sirius, who lazily raised a hand in greeting. Good morning, Sirius. She approached the dining table, where breakfast had been prepared. Yvonne picked up a piece of bread. Thank you for your gift. I truly adore it, though I have a question. Sirius lounged on the sofa, his hair tousled from contact. Yvonne looked at him. Why did you set the map's activation word to your name? Is it to straightforwardly indicate its creator? That seems reasonable. Sirius glanced at her, his bright gray eyes locking onto her gaze before softening with a smile. Guess. Yvonne huffed in annoyance. Fine, if you want to tell me, I'll let it go. In truth, the reason was quite simple. He could never be by her side. And with so many people surrounding her, he often wondered if he was forgotten amidst the crowd. Thus, he had chosen that particular incantation, Sirius. Even when I am not present, I wish for you to call my name 1,000 times over. Chapter 44, Renovation but no Montguard. Horn was an ordinary employee of a renovation company, and on what should have been a delightful Christmas holiday spent with family, he was abruptly yanked from his bed by a barrage of frantic calls from his boss. Upon arriving at the office, Horn found many colleagues wearing expressions of utter bewilderment, much like his own. Their boss, brimming with enthusiasm, waved his hands dramatically. I know you all have grievances about working during the holidays, but I've just secured a major contract. If we complete this job, we won't need to work for 3 years. Horn was perplexed, but it's a holiday. His boss replied, I know, but the lady offered an astonishingly generous sum. Horn fell silent. However, when he saw the address for the renovation service provided by his boss, his weary, overworked expression faltered. Horn screamed, how can anyone live here? Near the peaks of the Austrian Alps, with not a single village in sight? His boss looked solemn. Perhaps this is just how the wealthy operate. I don't quite understand. After viewing the photos, Horn continued to scream, it's even a tower. A tower? How can it be so tall? No. This is impossible to renovate in such a short time. His boss replied, I understand this is a tall order, which is precisely why the company has called back all available staff. Horn stared incredulously at his boss. The boss patted Horn's shoulder, speaking gravely. I didn't want this either, but the lady's offer was simply too generous. Horn continued to glare at his boss, tears beginning to stream down his cheeks. What a price you must have paid to so utterly compromise your own soul. Nurmengard stands as an impregnable fortress, its defenses unparalleled. and the intricate web of magical detection spells woven throughout is both elaborate and tightly interlinked. Yet, what does this matter to muggles? With merely a simple muggle-repelling charm dispelled, they can traverse this place freely without arousing the attention of any faction within the magical realm. In 1991, surveillance cameras had scarcely gained prevalence. As age weighs heavily upon him, Gellert found himself drowsy, lulled by the crackling of the fire in the hearth, his eyelids gradually closing in slumber. It was at this moment that an unexpected cacophony invaded the sanctity of Nurmengard. I shall state 3 things. Precision, precision, and for heaven's sake, precision. We cannot afford to disappoint Ms. Grindelwald and her substantial order. We must protect our company's golden reputation. Do you hear me? The responses from below echoed like thunder. Heard you loud and clear. All right, let us get to work. Following this, a tumult of clattering sounds filled the air, accompanied by the patter of footsteps. As if they were amidst a bustling market rather than the desolate heights of Nurmengard, Gellert propped himself up on his knees and slowly rose. Was it his age that had rendered him prone to auditory hallucinations? Or had he indeed just heard a familiar surname? Moreover, what was the meaning of this multitude of people? Gellert resolved to descend and investigate. He pushed open the iron door. Since his sister had dismantled the alchemical barrier during her last visit, the ores responsible for its restoration had not returned, as the enchantment was costly, intricate, and singular in its design. Only Nicodemus could replicate it flawlessly, and he would rather not return here, come what may. Gellert descended the stairs slowly, pausing midway. His fingers twitched instinctively as he considered casting a nonverbal charm to dispel an illusion. Yet this was no figment of his imagination, for no illusion could manifest such a vibrant throng of muggles, one of whom, balancing a ladder, turned to flash him a grin. You must be Mr. Grindelwald, the resident here. The muggles, full of vigor, are painting the walls, clearing away cobwebs. Do not be surprised. Your granddaughter placed a substantial order with our company to renovate your home entirely. The muggles, setting up furniture, each piece brand new, nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir. This is all a testament to your granddaughter's filial piety. One muggle straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow, surveying the surroundings. But I must say, I've never seen such a grand house in my life. Is this a tower? Do you live here all alone, sir? Others among the muggles busied themselves in silence, diligently transforming the walls, cleaning the surroundings, and installing wooden furnishings. Gellert pondered. He had lived a century, having witnessed countless spectacles, yet this scene was utterly unprecedented. First incredulous, then overwhelmed by an impulse to laugh. How delightful his sister was. Knowing that employing magical means would be too cumbersome, she had simply summoned muggles to labor here? To have a swarm of muggles bustling about in Nurmengard? Such an amusing notion could only originate from her. The absurdity and humor of the situation, compounded by the name of the instigator, left Gellert far from irritated by this interruption. Rather, he found himself in a state of bemusement, ignoring the chattering muggles as he leisurely ascended the stairs once more. Excuse me, Mr. Grindelwald, a muggle called, peering around. I haven't yet asked you what color wallpaper you prefer, sir? But Gellert had already departed. Another muggle patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, you'll get used to it. My grandfather was just the same, old folks, you know. However, they mused, in such a tall tower, doesn't he feel lonely living all by himself? The muggles exchanged murmurs. Indeed, the elderly must fear solitude. It's bad enough that the children don't come around. Where is his partner? Hush. A colleague quickly gestured for silence. The question was too impolite, lest they inadvertently touch upon a sensitive subject. Realizing his faux pas, the muggle fell silent, returning to his work with renewed focus. This flurry of activity continued from dawn until dusk, and given Nurmengard's remote location, they needed to leave early to avoid accidents. One muggle smiled broadly at Gellert, saying, Mr. Grindelwald, take care and rest well. We'll return tomorrow. Gellert's gaze was almost curious, fixed upon the muggle whose smile was near breaking under scrutiny, prompting him to hastily bid farewell, before grabbing his toolbox and making his exit. The renovation of Nurmengard was a monumental endeavor, not to be completed in a mere few days, which promised a lively atmosphere for the foreseeable future. Oh, by the way, sir. A muggle suddenly halted at the stairwell, a light bulb going off in his head. I almost forgot. Our employer, Ms. Grindelwald, asked us to convey 2 messages to you. She said, Merry Christmas, Gellert. Gellert lay languidly in the cold armchair, his eyes half-lidded, producing a barely audible hum. His expression remained stoic, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed by the unobservant. And there's another message. The muggle glanced at the note, then raised his thumb with a flourish, declaring emphatically, Gellert, Albus is splendid. In an instant, Gellert's smile vanished entirely. Chapter 45. Longing but ominous. Evangeline calculated the time, estimating that her special Christmas gift for Gellert should have arrived by now. By the time she next visited Nurmengard, it would likely be transformed anew. She, along with Sirius and Harry, remained temporarily in Godric's Hollow. With the dawn barely breaking, she ventured out alone, embracing the crisp morning light, and setting forth along a rarely trodden path shrouded in mist. Aunt Basilda, now advanced in age, would be disturbed by her presence. Thus Evangeline requested only the address of Omnis, resolving to visit alone. Even in the sparsely populated expanse of Godric's Hollow, Omnis's residence was exceedingly isolated, nestled near a sparse woodland, its branches stripped bare and cloaked in winter's frosty embrace. Evangeline cast a warming charm upon herself. Noticing the fog thickening around her, visibility dwindled, rendering direction nearly indistinguishable. Just then, a small white shape flitted into view, fluttering closer with a distinct sound. It was a paper crane. The magic of the 1,000 paper cranes, dormant for a century, awakened upon sensing Evangeline's magical aura, flapping its wings to guide her through the dense fog. As she approached the garden gate, she found it long untended, overgrown with weeds, and the wooden structure of the house eroded and weathered by a century of rain. Yet Evangeline noticed none of this. She stood outside the fence, gazing upward, entranced by the magical traces enveloping the entire dwelling. A lingering beauty, soft and pristine, reminiscent of snowdrop flowers, uniquely belonging to Omnis. Her fingers brushed against the gate, and in an instant, it transformed, morphing into a grand door reminiscent of a clock tower, complete with a spinning clock face and hands. Evangeline couldn't help but smile at the familiar sight. A line of faint golden letters appeared in the air. The first question: "Do you remember our first meeting?" "I do." Evangeline nodded, articulating each word deliberately. "Our first encounter was in the Slytherin common room. However, the truth of our acquaintance began when I first ventured into the enchanted corridor, which was initially your and Sebastian's secret sanctuary, a fact that Sebastian later divulged to me, inciting your ire." Yvonne stifled a laugh. "Upon exiting the corridor, I fortuitously encountered you in a fit of rage, as I, a mere stranger, had intruded upon your bond. That was likely the first and last quarrel they ever had." The pointers on the corridor began to spin more rapidly, activating the mechanisms and chains, and the door before Yvonne swung open. A paper crane fluttered in ahead, continuing to guide her. She traversed into the garden, where a veil of white mist enveloped her vision. After approximately 3 seconds, the haze dissipated, revealing a garden that had transformed from desolation to exuberance. A multitude of roses bloomed vibrantly, their crimson petals glistening, as the mist gradually coalesced into a pristine white unicorn that gracefully descended, nuzzling her gently, its touch reminiscent of ethereal clouds. Another line of text materialized before her. The second question: "Do you recall the moment you first brought us to the Room of Requirement?" "I do remember." Yvonne caressed the unicorn, recalling that the Room of Requirement was not initially a clandestine meeting place, much like the Enchanted Corridor. "I had shared it with you. On your first day here, Ominis, you fell in love with this place and forged a wonderful friendship with the unicorn Aina." Yvonne softened her gaze. "At that time, I remarked that the unicorn was akin to you, pure, unblemished, and genuinely kind. Little did I know that this offhand comment would linger in Ominis' memory for nearly a century." The unicorn began to fade, transforming back into mist, and the garden reverted to its original state, save for a single rose, as red as ever, that floated into her palm. She followed the paper crane's guidance, moving forward until she stood beneath the eaves, where she opened the grand door, and instantaneously, the light dimmed. The door behind her closed, leaving only a solitary path illuminated by eerie green candlelight lining the walls, accompanied by the faint, hissing sound of serpents. The atmosphere was starkly different from the outside world, chilling, dark and unsettling, yet Yvonne found herself reminiscing. The third question. A shimmering string of characters formed. "When did we ever touch each other's hearts?" "Right here," Yvonne answered without hesitation. "In Salazar Slytherin's private study, a chamber rife with danger. It required Parseltongue to unlock. We ventured here to uncover deeper secrets of dark magic to rescue Sebastian's sister, and..." She gazed pensively at the snake carvings on the door. "Yet, none could have anticipated that unlocking Slytherin's study would necessitate the use of the Cruciatus curse upon a companion. It was there she learned the curse. Ominis stubbornly refused to cast it on them. Fortunately, Sebastian could, but he chose a more complicated route. Sebastian taught Yvonne the curse on the spot, allowing her to cast it upon him. Yvonne complied. In that moment, she encountered Sebastian's obsession, his fascination with dark magic, and there she glimpsed your past. Touching upon your scars, Yvonne whispered, We all harbor unspoken histories. Yet, in the end, we opened our hearts to one another. Ominis. Thank you for your willingness to wait for me. The characters transformed into twinkling stars, and the illusion of the secret passage was blown away like mist by the wind. The door adorned with feathered serpent patterns reverting to its ordinary wooden form. It was then that Yvonne realized she had unconsciously approached the edge of the balcony. Mere inches from a door, she gently pushed it open. In an instant, sunlight poured in, illuminating the scene with warmth as the dawn painted a golden hue across the tableau. The Slytherin boy with white eyes leaning against the railing turned suddenly, offering a serene smile. Yet sunlight passed through his form, rendering him a transparent memory, a mere echo of Omini's Gaunt's profound longing. The snow-white paper crane spiraled around him. Omini's raised a finger, smiling gently, and the crane veered back toward Yvonne, landing softly in her palm, dispelling clouds and mist. The golden-haired boy with white eyes bore a smile upon his delicate lips, exuding grace and elegance. Though he could not see, he rendered his essence into her likeness. Yvonne cradled the paper crane in her hands, gazing at him in silence for a long while. The Slytherin paper crane shall forever fly towards its beloved. Chapter 46. Farewell, yet a century of solitude. Omi. The willow stood quietly, listening to the wind's song, as clouds obscured the slanting sunlight. The winter's snow had lost its color, leaving only the hues of the person before her. The wooden boards creaked as the girl stepped forward, seemingly yearning to reach out, yet drawing back in hesitation. She understood she could no longer touch him. Yvonne. Omini smiled gently. Do not be saddened, Yvonne. You know, I find myself utterly helpless before you like this. Yvonne responded with a muted sound, lowering her head. Lift your gaze, Yvonne. Omini's voice was soft and accommodating, as if the weight of a century's solitude had vanished. He looked at her, and even the ashes of dusk could spark a flicker of starlight. Sensing her with his very soul. You must be proud and fearless, the center of attention. Do not lower your head, do not feel guilt. Your choices have never been wrong, and we have never blamed you. Yvonne's gaze lifted, her eyes slightly reddening, though the corners remained dry, save for a hint of nasal tone betraying her emotions. I abandoned you. Rather, we failed to keep pace with you. Omini shook his head. Yvonne. We all understand why you risked everything to experiment with time magic. When you resolved to do so, we were all prepared. It was Professor Fig, wasn't it? Yvonne's fingers curled momentarily. That was her deepest, most profound wound. A scar that still tugged at her flesh with a tearing pain even today. Yet she was a natural, perfect actress, adept at concealing her emotions so well that no one noticed. She believed no one had realized. But how could that be the case? Though Yvonne was born into a wizarding family, she had never encountered magic until she turned 15. At that time, she was seen as a failure, a source of shame for her parents, a blemish upon the family. They were embarrassed to mention her, and for 15 years, her name had scarcely passed the lips of her elders. Aunt Bashida was one of the rare elders who did not discriminate against her. Yet she was too distant, seldom seen throughout the year. She found no warmth from her biological father. It was Professor Fig who offered her the love of a father. He knocked on the door of the Grindelwald household, ushering her into the magnificent world of magic, meticulously guiding her through the essentials of her magical school curriculum, concerned for her adjustment to the school in England, and if she missed home. The blow from Professor Fig's death struck her deeply. To put it plainly, she was once so dazed that she contemplated seeking the Deathly Hallows to reverse the laws of life or crossing boundaries to converse with the deceased in the realm of the dead. Yet, she ultimately refrained from doing so, choosing a third path, defying the vastness of the world, intending to turn back time and amend her regrets. The results are evident. She failed utterly. Yvonne. Omi, you advised me against acting without certainty. Yet I did it anyway. Omini smiled wryly. Who could possibly be unaware of you? Our leader, at times, resembles a headstrong, obstinate little girl. I had foreseen that we would lose you while I was trying to persuade you. Indeed. But I still owe you an apology. Yvonne stepped forward 2 paces, exposing herself fully to the sunlight. Her elongated shadow fell across the balcony floor as she opened her arms, offering Omini's an intangible embrace. Devoid of tangible sensations, she could only feel the air brushing against her fingertips. Yet she persisted in her gesture, as if striving to convey something that transcended both time and space. A connection that surpassed life and death. 2 hearts intertwining in this moment. I have waited long, Omini's, Elwyn softly declared. From this day forth, I shall move forward. No longer ensnared in my own silken cocoon, drowning in anguish. At the instant the spell of time faltered, I awakened. Upon hearing her words, the golden-haired youth revealed a sincere and profoundly relieved smile. While Omini's Gaunt still drew breath, he had been severed from his memories of her. his very essence driven by longing and love, intertwined with deep-seated worries. Now at last he could find solace. Elwyn. His voice was as gentle as the first breath of spring, when the snow melts and a soft breeze stirs. She closed her eyes. Elwyn felt an exquisitely tender moisture brush against her brow, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, creating ripples that vanished without a trace. When she opened her eyes, a rose petal, twirling gracefully, fell into her gaze, its crimson surface glistening with morning dew. As the rose withered into dust, the youth dissipated like morning mist, rendering the recent events akin to a dream. Elwyn lowered her head once more, only to find the origami crane she had carefully positioned was no longer there. In its place, a crystalline blue key floated in her palm. Elwyn instantly recognized its significance. One of the 3 keys to an ancient magical vault, once entrusted to Omines for safekeeping, now returned to its rightful owner. With her lashes fluttering, she delicately secured the key, casting a final glance back at the manor before her departure. In truth, she murmured, I still prefer the origami crane. The Christmas holiday was drawing to a close. After a brief outing, Elwyn retreated into her room in silence. The next day, though her demeanor remained unchanged, both Sirius and Harry inexplicably hesitated to breathe freely in her presence, engulfed by an uncharacteristic tension, unsure of what had transpired. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the Hogwarts Express arrived as scheduled, and the young witches and wizards, who had enjoyed a merry holiday, returned to school in small groups. As the second semester commenced, if one were to inquire about the most significant change Harry experienced, it would undoubtedly be the surprising comfort he began to find in potions class. Harry found it quite intriguing. In the face of Professor Snape, his sensitive heart allowed him to swiftly discern subtle shifts in the professor's demeanor. Curiosity led him to investigate further, ultimately uncovering a peculiar pattern. As long as he made an effort to stare wide-eyed at Professor Snape with a slightly wet gaze, the professor seemed less inclined to trouble him. On one occasion during potions class, he was unexpectedly called upon with a particularly tricky question that plunged into the depths of Harry's knowledge gaps. At a loss for words, he resorted to his newfound strategy of intensely focusing on Professor Snape. To his astonishment, as Snape turned away and tersely supplied the answer, he instructed Harry to sit down, even forgetting to deduct points from Gryffindor. Harry was utterly fascinated by this revelation, and eagerly shared it with his friends. While his companions were intrigued yet perplexed, they nonetheless congratulated him, except for Elwyn, who seemed to sense something deeper. During the final lesson of the day, Elwyn retrieved her pocket watch and dialed Sirius. Sirius, I recall you mentioning that Harry's eyes bear a striking resemblance to his mother's, correct? Sirius replied, indeed, he resembles Lily quite a bit. Why do you ask? Elwyn, pondering deeply, responded, oh, nothing, I shall hang up now. As she closed the watch, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was this a grand emotional drama titled Who Are You Watching Through My Eyes? Elwyn leaned back, contemplating. How curious it was that Sirius, unconsciously, was living out James's legacy through Harry, while Professor Snape, with full awareness, mirrored Lily's essence through him. Was Harry, at such a tender age, serving as a surrogate for 2 individuals? Chapter 47. Quarrel but heart-wrenching. On another Friday, Elwyn emerged from Professor Snape's dungeon, clutching a stack of books, only to find Draco approaching, barely able to contain his excitement. Elwyn, he whispered, glancing around to ensure secrecy. Do you remember the dragon we mentioned? The Norwegian Ridgeback is finally hatching. The incubation period for dragon eggs is lengthy, and it took months for this one to finally break free, which was considered quick. Unmoved, Elwyn coldly shattered Draco's fantasy. Oh, so you intend to raise a Norwegian Ridgeback at Malfoy Manor? And then watch it scorch your prized flora and peacocks to ashes? Young Malfoy, I must say, you will face the wrath of your parents upon returning home. Draco, his eyes wide, replied Elwyn. Don't you think you are getting a bit too close to Professor Snape? Shocked, it seemed the venom of the dungeon's serpent had started to spread among the populace. Elwyn, now officially diagnosed in the Slytherin common room as a Snape-Grindelwald hybrid, gave Draco a playful tap on the forehead with a hefty tome. You should send that dragon away before it becomes a problem. Cherish the fleeting moments. Draco sighed, I understand, but we can't let the professor find out. How do we quietly send away such a large dragon? Perhaps Harry might have a solution, Elwyn yawned, heading straight to the dormitory. He just received an invisibility cloak for Christmas. The rest is up to you to figure out. Good luck. She had her own matters to attend to. As for the upcoming final exams, she felt no anxiety. She could randomly select answers with her eyes closed. The primary concern occupying her mind was the clandestine meetings of the ancients. Despite her usual demeanor of delegating troublesome tasks to Sirius, akin to a medieval overlord. Elwyn was indeed diligent in her responsibilities. Using the enchanted quill Hermione gifted her, she fervently penned essays while rummaging through potion ingredients, checking her supplies to ensure they were sufficient. Simultaneously, she engaged in conversation with Sirius about matters concerning the ministry. So, have you established contact with the Department of International Magical Cooperation? I did long ago, Sirius replied wearily. Currently, the head of the department is Bartemius Crouch. I managed to connect with one of his assistants through Melrose's network. I've learned that during the Easter holidays around late March, Crouch will be negotiating with the American Ministry of Magic. Do you have any instructions for me? Elwyn counted the bottles and jars in her cabinet, noting that her stock of mooncalf fur was running low. Sirius, you know my ultimate goal has always been Crouch himself. Have that assistant facilitate my infiltration into the meeting. Are they convening at Crouch Manor? That is indeed the case. But do you have a grudge against Crouch? None at all. I simply need to infiltrate Crouch Manor for something of mine. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she raised an eyebrow. What about you, Sirius? Wasn't it Crouch who unjustly imprisoned you without trial? Crouch appeared to be a man who despised evil, yet ultimately placed his career above all else. He advocated for a hardline approach, imprisoning Sirius without a trial, thereby enhancing his own reputation. Sadly, he never attained the coveted position of Minister of Magic. Possibly due to his son, young Bartemius Crouch? If there were grievances, it would be more accurate to say that Sirius harbored deeper animosities towards him. Yet, at that moment, Sirius spoke of Crouch in a flat, unflustered tone. Sirius remarked, the true culprits are that traitor and the Dark Lord. As for the others, they may have a slight connection to the events of yesteryears, yet they are not the ones responsible for Lily and James's demise. Isn't it exhausting to harbor such hatred for the past? His tone suddenly grew weary. This is all thanks to you, my dear boss. As my mind has become so consumed with work that there's no capacity left for anything else. Yvonne coughed lightly. You have my gratitude, Sirius. He tentatively continued, so, about the Easter holiday. Yvonne offered a sheepish smile. You still have to work overtime, assisting me in infiltrating the Crouch Manor. Very well, Sirius replied, fully expecting this. Relying on Yvonne to change her ways was as futile as hoping Snape would suddenly greet the day with a cheerful disposition. Sirius ended the call, resuming his arduous existence as a corporate drone. Meanwhile, Yvonne meticulously counted the missing potion ingredients, planning to sneak into the Forbidden Forest that evening to procure some supplies. Armed with the Marauder's map, she was confident that she would evade the professor's notice. The moon shone brightly, the hour growing late. Once curfew passed, Hogwarts Castle melded into the surrounding darkness. However, for a few mischievous students, it promised to be a sleepless night. Draco turned over, quietly joining Harry and the others, casting a lingering glance at the Norwegian Ridgeback, before slipping beneath the invisibility cloak to accompany them on their final journey with the baby dragon. Yvonne skillfully cast the disillusionment charm upon herself, wand in hand, deftly avoiding the patrolling professors and prefects, her destination firmly set towards the Forbidden Forest. The mooncalf is a furry and exceedingly endearing magical creature, typically found in groups and fond of dancing beneath the moonlight. Although many wizards are aware of their habits, few have been fortunate enough to witness the legendary mooncalf dance. Even Yvonne had only seen it once with Poppy, a cherished memory exclusive to the two of them. Upon entering the confines of the Forbidden Forest, Yvonne dispelled the disillusionment charm. For her, entering the forest felt akin to returning home. As she navigated the intricate thickets with ease, walking alone under the moonlight. Drip. A sudden sound of dripping water halted Yvonne in her tracks. Lowering her glowing wand, she parted the bushes to peer ahead. Drops of silvery blood, still fresh and uncoagulated, snaked away in a particular direction. It was unicorn blood. Splendid. Why was it that every time she ventured into the Forbidden Forest, she stumbled upon someone hunting magical creatures? Following the trail of unicorn blood, Yvonne eventually came to a stop before a thicket, where she beheld the beautiful, pure white creature in agonizing distress, while a hooded figure, a dark wizard obscured from view, leaned down to siphon the blood from the unicorn's wound. Yvonne was taken aback. She had expected poachers, but this was even worse. Without hesitation, she raised her wand and uttered, Cruciatus. Chapter 48. The Killing Curse, but Avada Kedavra's lightning chain. This area of the Forbidden Forest was still under Hogwarts protection. How did you infiltrate it? Speak. Cruciatus. What do you intend to do with the unicorn's blood? Do you have an inside man at the castle? Who are your accomplices? Cruciatus. Still silent, are we? Crucio. Quirrell writhed on the ground, silently screaming, for Merlin's sake, if you're going to interrogate me, at least give me a moment to breathe. The 3 cruciatus curses struck Coral's body, causing him to collapse and roll about, wailing more pitifully than the unicorn had moments before. His hood fell away, and his scarf had long since disappeared, revealing a grotesque visage. He initially believed he was under attack from an unseen assailant, and once he finally caught his breath and looked up, his pupils dilated in shock. Before him stood a girl clad in Slytherin robes, with golden hair and blue eyes, her youthful face still unformed, brandishing a wand directed at him. If he was not mistaken, it was she who had cast the 3 cruciatus curses. Quirrell stammered. What in Merlin's name is happening? A shadow loomed over his head, slowly undulating, a chilling voice penetrating his eardrums. Quirrell, what has transpired? Quirrell lowered his head, lips trembling as he recalled, forgive me, my master. It was a first-year student who just used the cruciatus curse on me. A student? A first year? If Quirrell had not misheard, there was a note of confusion in his master's voice. Yes, but she is no ordinary student. Her surname is Grindelwald. Since her enrollment, she has been deliberately obstructing my actions. Oh, Grindelwald? Voldemort's voice held a tinge of regret, yet predominantly coldness. What a pity, born in the wrong era. Kill her, Quirrell. A single body, 2 souls. How intriguing. Hidden beneath the hood was a disfigured face. Yvonne held her wand steady. You are Voldemort? You should not be wandering here alone at night. Young lady, Quirrell said, slowly rising. Perhaps believing that having evaded the 3 cruciatus curses was merely due to his own lapse in vigilance. With the storm having passed, Quirrell felt emboldened again. He drew his wand, his expression twisted with murderous intent. One could hardly blame Quirrell for his arrogance. Any adult wizard, upon seeing a lone underage girl as their opponent, would feel a swell of pride. Quirrell declared, you are a remarkably gifted witch, but alas, your life shall end here. Avada Kedavra. Yvonne countered, Expelliarmus. Before the green light could emerge, Yvonne unleashed a barrage of spells. The disarming charm shot forth, forcing Quirrell to dodge, interrupting his incantation. In that fleeting moment when he turned, revealing a gap, Yvonne's freezing charm followed suit. The chilling magic latched onto Quirrell's legs, followed by a blinding flash of red light. Thunderous explosions ensued. A patch of grass erupted beneath Yvonne's assault, sparing only the area where the unicorn lay. Quirrell cursed inwardly, what the bloody hell? A first-year wizard? This is outrageous. He recognized that Yvonne's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. His right leg was injured, blood spilling forth amidst the agony. Quirrell raised his wand. Murmuring a spell, he cloaked himself in mist, firing back with a bone-breaking curse. Yet Yvonne's shield charm intercepted it, causing it to rebound. Quirrell, undeterred, launched a fire-making spell. Yvonne countered Protego. A circular barrier appeared between her and the spell, perfectly timed to not only deflect the curse, but also to allow her a moment to retaliate with a stunning spell. As she conjured a torrent of water, Yvonne altered the spell's form, causing a cascade to descend and extinguish Quirrell's flames, narrowly preventing the forbidden forest from igniting. Quirrell fumed, can her shield charm block anything? He crouched low, gritting his teeth in pain as he whispered, Master. Useless. Voldemort berated him. And then Yvonne heard the faint, sinister hissing sounds echoing around her. Pairs of slitted snake eyes gleaming in the dark forest, accompanied by controlled dogs and spiders of various sizes, gradually encircling her. Was this a strategy of overwhelming numbers? Yvonne pondered, recalling that Quirrell had previously been struck by her cruciatus curse. The curse had already taken effect, hadn't it? She was unfazed by the notion of a swarm. If she remembered correctly, the best way to counter was with her own ace. Soul-snatching. Yvonne unleashed her full power. Soul-snatching. Frozen. Shattered. Cruciatus. She rolled out of the way of the spider's toxic spray, delivering a shattering blow to the advancing serpents, then raised her wand high, exclaiming Cruciatus. Her magic surged violently, focusing on indiscriminate assaults, but within the chaotic storm of her power, the telltale markings of the curse, an ethereal green, spread rapidly, multiplying with each passing moment. She narrowed her eyes, calculating the residual magic within her body. Excellent, there was enough left to sustain one final spell. Her wand erupted with a dazzling emerald light. The verdant glow penetrated the colossal spider before her, refusing to dissipate. Instead, like rays refracted through a mirror, the green light pierced through the spider's form, abruptly veering off to strike the venomous snakes that lunged at her. Following the serpents were the vicious hounds. The emerald light branched out and spread with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, ultimately crashing into the distant figure of Quirrell. Like an immense web, the Avada Kedavra's green light ensnared these creatures, the lightning-fast chain claiming the lives of dozens of foes in the blink of an eye. A massacre. Yvonne lowered her hand. Breathing heavily, shaking her head to dispel the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm her, and stepped toward the fallen Quirrell. She crouched down, flipping Quirrell over. He maintained an expression of disbelief, eyes wide and bloodshot, as if he could hardly fathom what he had seen, now devoid of life. She turned him back again, glancing at the back of his head, which was now utterly hollow. Tiske. Yvonne clicked her tongue in annoyance. He had managed to escape. Voldemort, indeed? Infuriating. If only she, at 15, were standing here today, Quirrell and Voldemort's graves would have sprouted 3 inches of grass combined by tomorrow. Leaning against a tree, Yvonne gradually regained some composure, then slowly approached the injured unicorn. Yvonne offered a friendly smile, addressing the unicorn. Do not be afraid. The unicorn recoiled in terror, retreating 3 meters. Yvonne. As her smile began to falter, she raised her wand. I wish to help you. You are injured, are you not? Allow me to heal you. The unicorn, in an instant, sprang 3 feet into the air, galloping away as if it had fully recovered. The creature that had once been on the brink of death now appeared vibrant and full of vitality. A miraculous recovery. Yvonne. This is excessive. Am I truly that terrifying? Chapter 49. Acting but a silver tongue. It is simple to erase the traces left by dark magic. It is equally simple to feign innocence before the professors. The Forbidden Forest was unusually lively this night. The lantern light illuminated the ravaged jungle, where the unicorn had vanished without a trace, leaving only the silvery blood on the ground to corroborate Yvonne's tale. Yvonne covered her face with her sleeve, her shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes tinged with crimson, a pitiful sight indeed. Yes, the professors were terrifying, truly terrifying. You cannot fathom the ordeal I endured tonight. At her feet lay Quirrell's lifeless body, while she herself remained unscathed apart from her depleted magic. Yet now, she wielded her silver tongue to invert the truth, portraying herself as a pitiable victim who had narrowly escaped disaster. Yvonne clutched Professor McGonagall's robe, tilting her head back, her blue eyes shimmering with fragmented light. No one would doubt the horror she had just faced, merely a frightened little girl. Professor McGonagall, initially intent on questioning her audacity to venture into the Forbidden Forest at such an hour, softened in an instant. She thought it cruel. After all, this was an undeserved calamity, and surely the girl did not wish to encounter life-threatening danger. One could only hope that after this night, she would learn her lesson. It's all right, dear, relax. Professor McGonagall gently patted her back. Could you repeat that? The injured unicorn, Quirrell, and how he met his end. Of course, Professor. Yvonne shrank back, glancing at Quirrell's corpse, then lifted her gaze to the approaching McGonagall and Snape. Drawing strength from her trustworthy elders, Yvonne timidly grasped the edge of the professor's robe, striving to recall her account. Yvonne spoke. I entered the Forbidden Forest merely to search for some mooncalf, as I was short on potion ingredients. However, along the way, I discovered the unicorn's blood, and in my haste, I followed the trail, which led me to Quirrell. Professor McGonagall listened patiently, encouraging Yvonne to continue. Quirrell appeared quite off. He was drawing blood from the unicorn. I suspect it was to prolong his master's life. Yes. I saw the dark mark upon the back of his head. It was terrifying. Oh, Merlin! Professor McGonagall gasped, pulling Yvonne closer, realizing at that moment just how perilous the girl's situation had been. Even Snape, who had been observing with a skeptical gaze, furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. And then? Yvonne turned to Snape, recounting. I was petrified, completely outmatched by Quirrell. Just as I thought I was about to be killed, a cloaked figure, whose face I could not discern, emerged and engaged Quirrell in battle. Quirrell was ultimately killed by him, and the kind wizard healed my wounds, but I never asked for his name. He searched Quirrell's body, perhaps in search of the Dark Lord's soul, but soon departed, likely without finding anything. Snape and McGonagall exchanged glances. McGonagall's expression grew serious. Are you saying that a third party entered here and killed Quirrell? Yes, Professor. Snape's dark eyes fixed intently on Yvonne. He remained silent, his demeanor icy, yet exuded an unspoken pressure. Yvonne noticed the deepening furrows on her headmaster's brow, especially after he scrutinized Quirrell's body. You. Professor Snape. Yvonne suddenly lunged forward, tightly embracing Snape, momentarily rendering him speechless, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. She buried her face in his black robes, beginning to sob. Professor Snape. I nearly thought I wouldn't return. I thought I would never see you again. How wonderful that it was you, the headmaster, who came to retrieve me. Snape lowered his gaze to Yvonne's golden hair, his lips pressed together in silence. The flicker of doubt that had arisen within him was dispelled by Yvonne's outburst. He began to ponder whether he had been overly suspicious. A first-year girl, after all, could not possibly confront an adult dark wizard and turn the tables. Even if she bore the name Grindelwald, even if her familiarity with dark magic surpassed the ordinary. The age difference loomed large. Moreover, this was under the inky blackness of night, in the most dangerous forbidden forest, not the well-guarded Hogwarts castle, nor in the company of trusted professors and friends. She must have been genuinely terrified. Hesitantly, Snape placed a hand atop Yvonne's head, awkward and slightly stiff, as if this were the first time he had performed such an action, utterly out of his element. Yet Yvonne perceived within this awkward gesture a deeply concealed comfort from her headmaster. For one who was not adept at expressing emotions, this was more precious than winning the lottery. Enough, Snape said, his voice steady. Since you are unharmed, return to your dormitory and do not forget your detention. Also, he paused, dryly adding, next time you require potion ingredients, come directly to my office. If you have any semblance of rational thought, you should understand how reckless it is to wander into the forbidden forest. Thank you, Professor Snape. Yvonne lifted her face, her smile blooming like sunshine after a rainstorm. Snape turned his head away. He extricated himself from Yvonne's grasp, conferred briefly with Professor McGonagall, then carried Quirrell's body away. The following day, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore leisurely poured a cup of honey tea, offering it to Yvonne with a smile. Please take a seat, Yvonne. I have heard about last night's events. You must be exhausted. The sugar will help replenish your strength. Yvonne eagerly drank the honey tea, blinking innocently. What are you talking about, Headmaster? Dumbledore clasped his hands, gazing at her with a knowing smile. Yvonne held his gaze for a few seconds before her shoulders slumped in resignation, surrendering to the table. Oh. How is it possible that she managed to deceive Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, yet could not conceal her actions from the discerning eyes of Dumbledore? The ancestral silver tongue of Grindelwald proved utterly ineffective in his presence. Very well, I concede. I, Yvonne, raised the white flag. It was indeed my doing. But I found myself in a dire confrontation with Quirrell. When one is threatened with death, it is only natural to retaliate. I understand that such circumstances are unavoidable. Dumbledore reassured her. Did you encounter Voldemort? Yes. It is evident that he is not dead and has escaped. Yvonne poured herself another cup of tea, contemplating his peculiar state of being. His soul was fragmented, not whole. I suspect he seeks resurrection, which explains his manipulation of Quirrell to infiltrate Hogwarts. All for the Philosopher's Stone. Speaking of which, could it be that the object affixed to Harry's forehead is also a fragment of that very thing? A shiver ran through Yvonne. Moreover, this matter is exceedingly delicate. The soul is intertwined with the taboos of the human body, an intricate entity that cannot be trifled with. The presence of such an object on Harry's head is akin to a ticking time bomb, and Yvonne finds herself at a loss for how to address it. A careless move might result in permanent soul damage to Harry, and she cannot afford to act recklessly. Dumbledore mused. I see, Yvonne. Perhaps you have heard of Horcruxes? Taken aback, Yvonne responded, Huh? Chapter 50, Green Eyes but Wholesale. Dumbledore is indeed a person of substance, always willing to confide in her. His attitude towards her has consistently been one of equality, treating her as a trustworthy companion, which she must admit, she finds appealing. Dumbledore knows how to navigate such dynamics adeptly. Clearing her throat, Yvonne replied, Of course I know. In fact, I was surprised to hear the term Horcrux mentioned. It resonates with me far too well. Here, we must once again acknowledge our dark arts instructor, Sebastian. Initially, Sebastian ventured into the restricted section in search of a cure for his sister's curse. When white magic proved futile, he turned to gray magic, and when that failed, he delved into dark magic. His sister, Anissa, had long suffered from a curse that had embedded itself deep within her soul. Even Yvonne, who wielded ancient magic at the time, found the situation daunting. Just as they were at their wits' end, Sebastian proposed a solution that could only be deemed audacious. What if we sever the cursed part of Anissa's soul? Like excising a tumor. Dark magic has the capacity to corrupt one's mind, leading to madness, and Yvonne truly grasped the weight of this statement. Clearly at that time, Sebastian had become dangerously engrossed in his studies of dark magic. Perhaps it was his desperation to free his sister from her torment. Or perhaps an excuse to delve deeper into dark magic. But Sebastian exhibited remarkable resolve in preparing to create a Horcrux. With his talent, he might have succeeded had he not been discovered by Yvonne and Ominis. Without hesitation, Ominis bound Sebastian and dragged him to the dungeon, where Yvonne awaited, wand raised, her expression impassive as she recited the Cruciatus curse 4 times. To heal his sister with dark magic? Let him experience firsthand the pain that dark magic inflicts. This time, Ominis, who harbored a deep disdain for dark magic, particularly the Cruciatus curse, remained silent, arms crossed, coldly listening to his friend's anguished cries. After a prolonged and torturous ordeal, Sebastian's deranged mind finally cleared, and half of his Horcrux creation notes were reduced to ashes. Thanks to Sebastian. Yvonne now felt almost allergic to the term Horcrux, never expecting to hear it again a century later. Good heavens! Yvonne covered her slightly contorted face, pondering how anyone could slice their own soul. These dark magic enthusiasts are truly outrageous. Is Harry's forehead also harboring such a thing? I believe so. But it was likely an unintentional creation by Voldemort. How many are there? 7 is the most potent number, Dumbledore stated calmly. I believe this is the most plausible answer. Very well, I shall remain vigilant. Yvonne wearily stood, preparing to leave, casually inquiring, what of the Philosopher's Stone? Oh, that has certainly been returned, Dumbledore replied, brightly blinking his blue eyes. I regret to inform you, Yvonne, that it cannot be used as a tool for your experiments. Yvonne's face flushed with embarrassment. What? Did I inadvertently reveal my intentions? Surely not. How infuriating that Dumbledore possesses such acute perceptiveness. She stormed out of the headmaster's office. On her way to Gryffindor's common room to find Harry, Yvonne inadvertently spotted a gathering of young lions excitedly surrounding someone, seemingly bombarding them with questions. So it's true? Weasley. Potter, do those eyes truly possess magical powers that can subdue that old bat? Yvonne turned to see Ron's distinctive red hair. He was thoroughly enjoying the attention. Nodding vigorously, indeed. Harry himself told me that his eyes are imbued with a unique power to restrain dark wizards. In a hushed tone, Ron added mysteriously, I heard that when Harry was just a baby, Voldemort attempted to kill him, and it was Harry's sudden fierce gaze, emitting laser beams from his eyes, that repelled Voldemort, allowing him to survive. The young lions gasped in awe. A passing Yvonne could only think, this is getting increasingly absurd, everyone. Rumors cease with the wise. Yvonne thought, realizing that if she did not intervene, by tomorrow the entire Hogwarts would be abuzz with tales of the Savior's laser-beaming eyes. Wading into the circle of young lions, she focused her gaze uncertain, and took another look. What on earth are you all doing? Oh, Yvonne, you're here, Ron exclaimed, waving enthusiastically and clearing his throat awkwardly. He produced a small, lightweight box, revealing 2 green contact lenses within. Ron leaned in closer, whispering, I lost a bet to George and Fred, and now I have to help them market their new joke toy. Look. These color-changing contacts allow the wearer to change the color of their eyes based on their thoughts. Releasing Yvonne, Ron turned towards the intrigued classmates, brandishing the box of contacts, and proclaimed loudly, while we may not possess Harry's extraordinary eye powers, we can emulate his appearance. Surely, those nefarious individuals fear Harry's eyes. So we can employ similar contacts for psychological intimidation. Just like this. With determination, Ron opened the box and inserted the contacts into his own eyes. He blinked rapidly, and to everyone's astonishment, his eye color changed to match that of Harry Potter. The young lions erupted in exclamations, and seizing the momentum, Ron continued, I've heard that Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, is most fearful of the power contained in those eyes. What are you waiting for? Have you not been penalized enough? It's time for us Gryffindors to rise up. In Gryffindor, Snape was almost regarded as a mini Voldemort, and at the mention of his name, the young lions instantly ignited with enthusiasm for the contacts. Give me a box. I want one too. I'll take 2, no. 3 boxes. I'll order one for my sister. I want to have eyes just like Harry Potter. The young lions surged forward, overwhelming Ron. Even Yvonne was pushed aside. Yvonne maintained a look of shock throughout. What a treasure. She mused, I've stumbled upon a gold mine. Who would have thought Ron, usually so unassuming, would prove to be a natural in sales? With this wave of celebrity allure, and the pressure of external demand, the Weasley twins are likely to count their galleons until their fingers ache. One can only wonder what expression Professor Snape will wear when he sees the emerald eyes of all the Gryffindors in a few days. Chapter 51. Desensitization. Initially, when Harry learned of this situation, he felt a twinge of guilt. It didn't seem quite right. Although Professor Snape had a penchant for calling on him in class, he had, after all, defended Harry against rumors. Truth be told, had it not been for Snape's particular attention towards Harry, his potions grades would not have skyrocketed. Hermione lamented, I can hardly keep up. Ron, having fulfilled a wager, leaned back in his chair, relaxed and carefree. What does it matter? Do you really think your eyes have some sort of magic? Can they shoot lasers? Harry exclaimed, how absurd. Ron countered, well, that's just it. It's merely a fun novelty contact lens. Even if the entire Hogwarts donned them and turned into green-eyed beings, what harm could it possibly bring to Professor Snape? Harry hesitated, contemplating that there might be some truth to Ron's words. He mused that even Snape's improved attitude towards his eyes could merely be an illusion. heavily influenced by subjective perception. Besides, given Snape's temperament, would he truly care if students indulged in contact lenses in private? Harry felt a slight easing of his concerns. Ivy turned her head and spotted a figure bursting through the door like a golden whirlwind, almost indistinguishable in its speed. Someone was coming. It was Draco. Hearing the commotion, Draco rushed into the library, striding purposefully towards their table, earning a disapproving glare from Madame Pants along the way. As he crossed the boundary of Ivy's silencing charm, he could finally hear their conversation. With enthusiasm, Draco declared, "I heard you're selling Harry's style of contact lenses. Do you have any left? I want some." Harry was taken aback. Ivy replied, "Draco, there's no need to be such a fanboy." Hermione scrutinized him skeptically. "Everyone else is wearing them to avoid being picked on in class. Why do you need them? Isn't Professor Snape quite partial to you?" Draco sighed as he plopped down into an empty seat. "Let us not speak of favoritism. No amount of bias can compare to Snape's regard for Ivy." Draco cast a wistful glance her way. Ever since Snape had taken an interest in Ivy, all of Slytherin seemed to live in her shadow. Here follows a classic replay of the Serpent King's words. "You're exhausted from writing such a brief potions essay? Were your brains devoured by a troll? As fellow humans, I truly question if you share the same brain structure as Miss Grindelwald. How many times must I reiterate that the snakeskin cutting must be uniform? If you have unnecessary hands, feel free to donate them to St. Mungo's for the disabled, or perhaps in your dreams at night. You can fantasize about using a duplication spell to attach Miss Grindelwald's hands to your arms, and experience the proper handling of potions." The little snakes lamented. "Stop stepping on it. If we get any spicier, we'll disappear." Comparing ourselves to Grindelwald? Ah, is that really a valid comparison? We've resigned ourselves to fate. Lying down is one thing, but struggling to survive under the Serpent King's venom is another. Upon hearing that Harry's contact lenses had special effects, Draco instantly became elated and arrived with a hefty order. As the only Slytherin with connections to Gryffindor, aside from Ivy, Draco took it upon himself to procure contact lenses for the entire school. Young Mr. Malfoy exhibited exceptional business acumen as he sat upright in his chair, adjusting his bow tie and gazing directly at Ron. An immediate sense of pressure enveloped the room. Draco presented his extensive order, feigning a smile as he addressed Ron. "So Weasley, are you going to accept this business deal or not?" Ron, spurred by Draco's assertive demeanor, instinctively straightened his posture. Thus commenced a verbal duel over the order's pricing, with Draco citing references and constructing a logical argument that traced the marketing hype to the burgeoning market potential of the contact lenses, addressing aspects such as timeliness, durability, and aesthetic appeal, systematically dismantling Ron's defenses. In a mere span of minutes, Ron found himself utterly defeated, raising his hands in a mock salute to declare his surrender. Harry and Hermione watched in awe. Ivy remarked, "Malfoy truly is a Malfoy. No matter how many generations pass, he remains consistent. His ability to process information at such an astonishing speed in the business realm is indeed hereditary." Content with his triumph, Draco stood up, but before leaving, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Harry. "By the way, Harry, are you not going to charge the Weasley twins a single galleon for the rights to make those contact lenses inspired by your eyes?" Harry responded, "Huh? Is that even an option?" Ron interjected, "Wait, isn't this whole brotherly thing still unresolved?" Hermione pondered briefly before stating rationally, however, "George and Fred aren't entirely imitating Harry. One could say Harry's eyes merely served as the source of inspiration. These contact lenses are more akin to a magical disguise, enabling one to change their eye color at will based on mood. Yet, given the well-understood demand, it's unsurprising that many would choose to emulate the Savior's eye color." Draco nodded thoughtfully, finding merit in her words. Consequently, he and Ron agreed on staggered pickup dates and left in high spirits. That day, George and Fred became overnight millionaires, destined to be so engrossed in crafting contact lenses that they would scarcely have time for their usual mischief. The Weasley twins aspired to establish a joke shop, placing immense value on their reputation. Every order placed resulted in unanimous positive reviews. Even Ivy, out of sheer curiosity, purchased a box. Though she had no intention of wearing them, she simply sat quietly, waiting in amusement for her housemaster to explode. On an ordinary Friday, during a routine potions class, Severus Snape entered the classroom with a dramatic flair, his robes billowing like storm clouds. He planted his hands on the lectern, his piercing gaze sweeping over the small giants that plagued him daily. Suddenly, a multitude of bright emerald eyes rose in unison to meet Snape's glare. Snape's expression shifted. Ivy thought she witnessed her housemaster momentarily freeze. The Gryffindors, fearing point deductions, collectively donned contact lenses, while the Slytherins, apprehensive of his venom, also followed suit. Amidst the sea of green eyes that could incite claustrophobia, Ivy's own genuine blue eyes stood out remarkably, fresh and unpretentious. "What have you all done?" Snape's tone shifted ominously. He strode toward the Gryffindor section, and poor Neville Longbottom, startled, dropped the contact lens box he was holding. Snape's gaze fell upon it, and he slowly picked it up. Neville, with wide, fearful green eyes, stammered, "PP Professor Snape." The other little lions behind him, also sporting mass-produced green eyes, looked up at Snape with pitiful expressions. Snape inhaled deeply. Ivy swiftly covered her ears. "You dare mock the professor? This is sheer negligence. Gryffindor loses 100 points. And furthermore," Snape spun around abruptly, his fierce gaze now directed at the Slytherin seats, taking in the uniformity of Harry's style of eyes among the little snakes. Nearly experiencing a heart attack. "Slytherin loses 50 points. Snape nearly roared the words. "What fills your brains besides troll snot? Move your necks. That ball isn't merely a decorative accessory, is it?" The little snakes and lions alike trembled like leaves in the wind, too terrified to utter a sound. Goodness gracious, Professor Snape had deducted points from Slytherin, and it was a hefty deduction at that. Ivy chuckled. "Professor Snape, this situation is bound to desensitize him." That night, Snape had a nightmare. He tucked himself beneath the quilt and closed his eyes, yet he found himself dreamily wandering through a dark jungle, where myriad faintly glowing green lights flickered around him. A lion sauntered past, followed by a snake, then an eagle, and a small badger bounced by, each bearing eyes of luminous green. As he turned to glance back, he was met by an overwhelming sight. Pairs of green eyes proliferating throughout the shadowy forest, packed closely together, rustling ominously, enough to send shivers down his spine. Snape abruptly threw off the covers. Chapter 52. Potions but collaboration. The gem hourglasses of the two houses had run dry overnight. Although Slytherin still had a smidgen left, it was a case of the pot calling the kettle black. This significant event had even reached the headmaster's office. Dumbledore initially pondered that this should not be the case. Severus was usually adept at controlling his emotions. What could have incited such a furious outburst? Upon learning the details, Dumbledore thought. Snape stood before him expressionless, emanating a deathly glare. Do not be deceived. Dumbledore was certainly chuckling as he looked down to enjoy his sweets, his shoulders shaking with mirth, albeit only for a fleeting second. His vision was not so impaired. "Ah. Children of that age do tend to be a bit mischievous," he mused. Dumbledore cleared his throat softly, swallowing his laughter. "I believe that once the children notice your unusual reaction, this tempest will soon subside. Severus, do not take it to heart." It was already too late. Snape thought coldly. Thanks to those little trolls, he had not slept a wink the previous night. With his eyes closed, he was haunted by the incessant vision of those countless green eyes, even leading him to hallucinations. During the night, he had pulled back the covers only to find them filled with a ghastly array of green orbs. Sleeping would be a challenge indeed. If you truly cannot move past this, perhaps you might consider Harry. At least his eyes are entirely natural, reminiscent of Lily, wouldn't you agree? After uttering this, Dumbledore caught a fleeting glimpse of Snape's face contorting ever so slightly. "Es n'a periplail, no. Snape, not for the time being. I do not wish to see any more pairs of green eyes. Any at all." The moonlight had transformed overnight into a horror film. Who could possibly understand this sensation? Deeply traumatized by an overwhelming number of fear-inducing green eyes, Snape returned to the dungeon, where Yvonne awaited him. Upon seeing her, he suddenly found her blue eyes remarkably soothing. This was true purity, devoid of green orbs or any inexplicable mental pollution. "Professor Snape?" Yvonne tilted her head, uncertainly waving her hand. "You seem to have had a rather restless night. Dark circles adorned your eyes, and the whites were tinged with blood vessels. A clear sign of a sleepless night, indicating a poor state of mind." Snape cast a dispassionate glance her way, ignoring her, only requesting that Yvonne present their newly established project formula for the month. The duo's classroom was less an intimate lesson and more akin to a potion research team, tackling challenges together, engaging in academic discourse, and inventing new potion formulas. Over these past days, Snape had come to realize that Yvonne's potion expertise was by no means inferior to his own. Thus he felt no hesitation in inviting her to join him in potion research. It seemed rather absurd for a witch so young to possess such profound knowledge. Yet upon considering her surname Grindelwald, it appeared less so. Snape took the parchment Yvonne handed him, his brow furrowing slightly. "A permanently improved version of the Wolfsbane potion? Is this your proposed new topic?" "Yes, indeed." Yvonne approached the cabinet housing potion ingredients, meticulously selecting suitable materials. Currently, The market only offered temporary solutions that merely addressed symptoms. Exorbitantly priced with scarce availability. Why not attempt to develop an improved version of the Wolfsbane potion? Snape emitted a soft grunt, tucking away the parchment. He always approached potion making with an unyielding objectivity, devoid of personal emotions, and directly pointed out a flaw. Even if you can significantly shorten the experimental cycle, repeated trials will inevitably consume substantial materials. Snape stated coolly, the ingredients for the Wolfsbane potion are exceedingly rare and costly moreover. Snape's thin lips curled into a slight, mocking arc akin to a sharp blade, requiring experimental subjects. Werewolves are scarce. Yvonne's Slytherin mindset kicked in. But the pathogen for lycanthropy originates from wolves. We could venture into the Forbidden Forest to capture a few wolves to experiment on. As for werewolves, they can always be found. On a full moon night, we might just encounter one. Yvonne spoke these words devoid of emotional inflection, clearly motivated by a pure desire to tackle the challenging potion, alongside a master potion maker as a teammate. Snape recognized this. Therefore, despite the faint trace of a sardonic smile lingering on his face, he refrained from voicing opposition, setting aside certain personal feelings. The development of an improved Wolfsbane potion was indeed a compelling topic. The two established a general direction, and began refining their research approach through trial and error. This was merely the first day of their initial attempt, and naturally, they ended up with a cauldron full of failed potion. They remained occupied from afternoon until evening, and Yvonne waved her wand to clear the cauldron, exhaling softly. I shall return tomorrow, Professor. Do ensure you get a good night's rest tonight. Snape remained non-committal, allowing her words to pass in one ear and out the other. Yvonne had anticipated this, so she placed a vial of pale golden potion on Snape's desk, successfully catching his attention. I have noticed that your sleep quality seems poor. Yvonne's cheeks bore a light dimple as she smiled cheerfully. It's no trouble at all. I wouldn't mind bringing you a vial next time. Snape glanced at her before indifferent eyes shifted away. There is no need. Do you believe I cannot concoct this myself? Of course not, but Professor. Yvonne gazed at him with exasperation. Even if I were to handwrite the recipe for the dream potion and present it to you, it would likely gather dust untouched, wouldn't it? After spending so many days together, Yvonne had begun to decipher her headmaster's peculiar demeanor. Humans are naturally inclined to seek comfort and avoid discomfort, gravitating towards anything that enhances their quality of life. Yet Snape was peculiar. He gave the impression of not living in a manner that embraced the joys of life, but rather enduring every moment as if in a relentless trial. Such a person would not make an effort to ensure his own comfort. He simply did not care. Even something as trivial as brewing a dream potion to secure a good night's sleep seemed beyond his concern. Yvonne gazed at him quietly, her sky-blue eyes reflecting clarity, revealing the man's heart, which lay still and desolate. She perceived this but chose not to address it, instead saying to Snape, there are indeed people in this world who care for you. Slytherin is not solely driven by self-interest and calculation. Sometimes, we simply wish to ensure that those we care about can rest soundly, even if it means crafting a potion specifically for them, don't you think? She left the vial of pale golden potion behind, smiling as she waved goodbye, flitting away like a delicate bird. Once she departed, the dungeon fell silent once more, the warmth evaporating, leaving the air tinged with a chill. Snape stared at the potion, ignoring the parchment, his eyes blankly fixed on the golden vial, oblivious to his surroundings. His lips devoid of color, pressed tightly together, resembling a monotonous line of sound waves. Such a person? Do not misjudge Miss Grindelwald. Chapter 53. The Boss. But the Howling Letter. It has been proven that deducting house points from Slytherin and Gryffindor are entirely different concepts. In Slytherin, Yvonne reigns as the supreme academic achiever, inspiring the entire house to engage in an unspoken competition. After several weeks of potions classes, Snape, under various pretenses, awarded Slytherin points, swiftly restoring the previously deducted 50 points. Yvonne even managed to accumulate surplus points. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor, Harry and Hermione struggled to uplift Ron, who was proving to be a burden, and occasionally had to assist Neville with his studies. Their head of house, Professor McGonagall, unlike Snape, did not exhibit favoritism, which made accumulating points more challenging. Moreover, Gryffindor's young lions were notoriously unruly, often found wandering at night, and they were certainly not akin to the saviors who could stealthily transport a dragon without detection. The moment they were caught, significant points would be deducted. Over a month passed quickly, and Gryffindor's hourglass plummeted to the bottom of the rankings. Hermione was on the verge of pulling her hair out. It was one thing to have low points, but as exams approached, the formidable competition weighed heavily on her. At this juncture, Harry maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor. He unwrapped a chocolate frog, retrieving the Dumbledore trading card and placing it into his drawer. He seemed to possess an almost magical luck, consistently acquiring the rare Dumbledore cards. Amassing a stack of duplicates he planned to gift to Yvonne at the end of the term. Relax, Hermione, Harry said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I believe your stress stems entirely from viewing Yvonne as your rival. Perhaps you should consider finding a more suitable opponent, like Draco? Hermione shook her head defiantly. No. I refuse to allow myself to become complacent, Harry. Do you even know where Yvonne usually appears? Harry responded with confusion. Huh? Hermione straightened her posture, her eyes ablaze with determination. I am going to seek her out for tutoring. Harry was taken aback. Really? Hermione displayed her decisive nature as she clutched her textbooks and dashed out of the Gryffindor common room, prompting Harry to grab his backpack and call after her. Wait. I'm coming too. Ron watched his friend's retreating figures, his mouth agape in astonishment. He glanced at the calendar, confirming it was only March. There were still at least 9 weeks until the final exams, right? Wasn't that the essence of being a top student? Harry and Hermione searched high and low for Yvonne. But where was Yvonne? She was busy attempting to invent a new spell to instantaneously cleanse and dry her hair. Having spent nearly every day in Snape's dungeon this month for a new potions project, the smoke wafting from the cauldron had left her hair greasy. Yvonne had indeed increased her hair washing frequency, but after one particularly intense wash, when she picked up a handful of fallen golden strands, she fell into a profound silence. Occasionally, when Sirius used a two-way mirror to video chat with her instead of his pocket watch, he couldn't help but ask, Yvonne, has your hair been thinning lately? Yvonne, without a word, sent Sirius a fiery red howler. How dare you speak so flippantly to your employer? This month, I'm making you work harder than ever. Sirius, while reviewing the monthly report at the Leaky Cauldron, had spent months meticulously revamping the area. Although he often jested about being a mere worker, in the context of the ancient secret society, he was undeniably part of the management. The jittery wizards before him were the true laborers at the bottom of the ancient society. Most of them were scattered dark wizards from Nocturne Alley, along with shop owners banding together for warmth, and these disparate individuals and factions were being rapidly consumed. They could never have anticipated the tempestuous changes that had befallen Nocturne Alley over the years, all instigated by the man before them and the enigmatic ancient society behind him. Remembering the devastating scenes of previous encounters where Sirius had left no survivors, the workers could only weep silently, cursing anyone who dared to label Sirius Black as a quintessential Gryffindor. Though Sirius claimed to be an employee of the ancient society, neither the workers nor the officials at the Ministry of Magic had seen any management personnel aside from him. The organization was shrouded in mystery, having risen rapidly, and Sirius Black was the only visible representative. Thus, it was assumed that he wielded the greatest authority within the organization, and his word was law. Until one fateful day, a vibrant red howler was dropped by an owl, striking Sirius on the head. At that moment, he was conducting a meeting in a makeshift location within a shop in Nocturne Alley. Before anyone could react, the howler had opened automatically, its deafening voice echoing through the room, amplified by a sonorous spell, leaving everyone's heads ringing. Sirius Black, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Do you think you can critique your boss's hair? I'll tell you this. Not only is your Easter holiday cancelled, but I've also scheduled you for all the night shifts this month. Everyone loses hair at some point. Let us see if you'll still have hair after a month of night shifts. Don't even think about making excuses. Your boss is very angry. This is non-negotiable. The howler burned to ashes, leaving the sound of the young witch's furious voice resonating for days. Sirius. The others in the meeting room. One of the workers, Augustus, cautiously broke the silence. That person just now was. Sirius silently buried his face in his hands. You heard correctly. That was my boss, my direct superior. Oh no, she wouldn't really be furious, would she? She seemed rather difficult to appease now. The meeting room buzzed with excitement as people exchanged glances, their faces animated with a multitude of unspoken thoughts. Thus, the news of the mysterious ancient society's formidable leader began to circulate quietly, with ministry officials thrilled to finally uncover more information about the society, while also speculating about the true identity of this enigmatic leader. The temperature of the wolf's blood rose, but it needed to be lowered next time. Yvonne swiftly recorded the changes in potion properties with her quicksilver quill. Wolfsbane loses its potency rapidly at high temperatures. Finding a way to maintain its efficacy, while allowing it to react with wolf's blood was a challenge. Professor, how about we try adding unicorn horn powder? Tears would be more appropriate. Snape calmly cleaned out another failed cauldron, attempting to neutralize the toxicity of the wolf's blood, which had largely evaporated due to excessive heat. It needed to be lowered by about 15 degrees. All right. Yvonne saved her progress for the day, stretched, and bid farewell to Snape. I'll head back early. The Easter holiday is approaching, so I wish you a pleasant holiday in advance. The soft sound of her potion bottle meeting the table reached Snape's ears, and he turned to see, as expected, a bottle of pale golden potion on the table. This had almost become an unspoken routine between them. Yvonne brought him dreamless sleep potion, and while Snape neither accepted nor rejected it, there hadn't been any wasted or leftover potions whenever Yvonne returned to the dungeon. Oh, my stubborn head of house. Yvonne left the common room in high spirits. She had ventured out earlier than usual, and intended to visit the library once more when she fortuitously encountered Hermione and Harry, who were seeking her out for tutoring. Yvonne readily agreed. Sure, let us also bring Draco along. Otherwise he'll cause a stir. I'll compile a list of past exam topics for you to focus your studies on. Hermione exclaimed, past exam topics. Harry chimed in, targeted studying. The exhilaration of being guided by an academic prodigy was truly delightful, and the two little lions cheered in unison. Chapter 54. A Sense of Crisis. Yet at Malfoy Manor, Evelyn sauntered around the upper year dormitory, before returning with a stack of past final exam papers, the replicated versions. Draco applauded her. Impressive. How did you manage that? Just a touch of conversational finesse, coupled with perfectly timed expressions, she replied, waving the parchment in her hand. Once you master the art of understanding people, it's quite an effortless endeavor. Draco, would you like to learn? I could teach you. Draco remarked. I believe this isn't merely a matter of desire. It's undoubtedly a talent that one possesses. With a remarkable history of cramming 5 years' worth of curriculum into 1 year, and passing with stellar scores, Evelyn had developed a robust method for consolidating key exam points. Using it to review first-year material felt like overkill. She imparted this learning technique to Hermione and others in the library, opting for a more engaging approach rather than rote memorization. In her role as a teacher, Evelyn was quite earnest, eager to share her knowledge for the benefit of her peers. To her, the more her companions learned and improved, the greater the assistance they could offer her in return. Hermione was enlightened, growing increasingly enthusiastic, while Harry and Draco furrowed their brows, struggling to keep pace with her insights. Only Ron appeared utterly lost. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? He pondered, feeling like the sole underachiever among a group of academic prodigies, clutching his own sense of inadequacy. Studying had always been a fulfilling yet exhausting endeavor. As dusk approached, the group parted ways, with Draco and Evelyn returning to the Slytherin common room. Draco unfurled a letter sent by his family's messenger, glancing at Evelyn in the process. What is it? She inquired, somewhat perplexed. Nothing much, he replied. Draco vaguely recalled Evelyn mentioning the term ancient order at some distant point, but the context had long faded from his memory. The letter from Malfoy Manor contained not only routine inquiries about Draco's well-being, but also a request for him to investigate if there were any individuals associated with the ancient order at the school. This newly emergent organization had garnered the attention of many pureblood families, establishing its influence from Nocturne Alley, and frequently engaging with a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Magic. It had grown to a scale that the Malfoy family could no longer overlook. Lucius Malfoy had keenly sensed the shifting tides but struggled to comprehend the nature of this organization. What were its origins? What were its objectives? Which side did it align with? If it were a faction of purebloods or dark wizards, that would be absurd, considering that the representative of the ancient order was none other than Sirius Black, who had long since been vindicated from his past as a notorious pureblood rebel. Yet, if it were a faction aligned with Dumbledore, promoting goodwill towards Muggles, then the presence of numerous dark wizards within the order would certainly complicate matters. Although scattered, these wizards could pose a significant headache for the Ministry of Magic, as they would be difficult to apprehend, creating a persistent social threat. Now, with the ancient order seemingly capable of managing these dark wizards and potentially establishing order within the shadowy underworld, the Ministry was more than eager to engage, which explained the positive attitude during Sirius's overtures. Neither wholly good nor evil, the ancient order operated within a nebulous gray area, shrouded in an enigmatic veil that left outsiders scrambling to decipher its true intentions. It was too mysterious. Traditional wizarding families, adept at navigating profit and peril, were earnestly seeking information about the order, including the Malfoy family, in order to prepare for forthcoming changes in the wizarding world and seize greater advantages. Regrettably, Sirius Black had rebuffed all unnecessary social engagements, even disregarding tentative invitations from his blood relative, Narcissa. How peculiar the world is. Once regarded as a blemish by the Black family and scorned by purebloods, a source of shame to be avoided at all costs. This very stigma was now fervently pursued by various factions. Did your family mention me? Draco's expression was unmistakable, prompting Evelyn to tilt her head and ask, "Would you mind if I took a look?" "Here." Draco handed her the letter, choosing to lay bare his thoughts rather than engage in subterfuge with a figure like Grindelwald. "I remember you mentioning the Ancient Order." "Oh, is that what this is about?" Evelyn's face brightened with understanding. "Sirius is quite capable, isn't he? The Ancient Order indeed has connections to me. Do your parents wish to meet me?" "Yes. When are you free to visit my home this summer? You could bring Harry along." "Summer, We'll discuss it then." Evelyn replied with a smile, returning the letter to Draco. Before that, she had another engagement to attend. From Draco's family correspondence, Evelyn gleaned insights into the rapid growth of the Ancient Order, which had surged uncontrollably since Sirius had leveraged Melrova to create an opening. Of course, Evelyn had meticulously planned this evolution, having provided a substantial supply of Chinese cabbage to aid in subduing the Dark Wizards, which Sirius later rated with 5 stars, declaring it the most effective vegetable he had ever seen for overpowering a group of Dark Wizards. To this day, Evelyn single-handedly sustained the operational funds of the Ancient Order, as its expansion had been too sluggish to achieve self-sufficiency. The true leader of the Ancient Order was a young witch who had yet to graduate from Hogwarts, adding a layer of concealment to the organization. Draco faithfully recorded Evelyn's words in his reply, informing his parents that she would likely visit Malfoy Manor during the summer. "Malfoy Manor, study room. What's the matter? Haven't you received any news?" "No." Lucius held the letter open for an extended period, exhaling softly as he laid it flat on the table. There was news, but it was likely more complicated than they had anticipated. Upon reading the letter, his eyes fixated on the term Grindelwald. Emerging power, establishing order, Grindelwald. The connection of these phrases sent a chill down Lucius's spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck, instilling an indescribable sense of urgency within him. While Draco merely assumed that his classmate was a member of the Ancient Order, Lucius had a more profound understanding. He was closer to that era and retained the haunting memories passed down from his ancestors. He knew all too well what the surname Grindelwald had signified half a century ago. It was highly probable that the girl was the central figure within the Ancient Order. Yet one question perplexed Lucius beyond comprehension. Why would that Grindelwald be associated with Sirius Black and Harry Potter? Are they not aligned with the iron-fisted Dumbledore faction? What on earth is Grindelwald scheming? Chapter 55, Little Barty, yet twisted and crawling in shadows. As various families extended their probing tendrils, with the arrival of Easter, Crouch became the first pureblood family to directly engage with the Ancient Order. The current director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, Old Barty Crouch, set a date to discuss the prevention of magical creature smuggling with the American Ministry of Magic. The meeting was to take place at Crouch Manor, and due to Old Barty's connections, the Ancient Order smoothly joined this discussion. Old Barty would certainly not refuse. For him, engaging with the Ancient Order presented more advantages than disadvantages. On Easter Day, Evelyn departed from the school, after ensuring that Harry remained at home and refrained from wandering about, and joined Sirius in heading to Crouch Manor. The ancestral homes of pureblood families are predominantly traditional and quaint. As Yvonne cast a cursory glance around, she noted that the decor remained strikingly similar to what she had encountered a century ago during her visit to the Catalina family. This observation served to illustrate the austere and rather tedious nature of the elderly Barty Crouch's everyday existence. "Mr. Black, welcome," the elder Crouch greeted, his expression stern as he briefly clasped Sirius's hand. Fortunately, he maintained a calm demeanor even when faced with the subjects of his past judicial errors. His gaze shifted backward, unexpectedly landing upon an unfamiliar witch. The witch, with her cascading golden locks and elegantly tailored robe, adorned with an embroidered phoenix in flight at the hem, possessed striking azure eyes that seemed to twinkle with mirth. The slight upward tilt at the corners of her eyes lent her an air of uniqueness without appearing aloof. She subtly inclined her chin, as though offering a nod of greeting. Indeed, Yvonne had partaken of an aging potion, and the girl had fully matured, now standing beside Sirius. She was merely a head shorter than him. "Who is this?" Sirius inquired, slightly turning to present her. "Allow me to introduce my lady, the true leader of our clandestine gathering." With that proclamation, Crouch's attention was immediately drawn to Yvonne. Yvonne remained unfazed, maintaining a courteous smile as she addressed the elder Crouch. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Crouch. You may call me Galatea." This was her rarely revealed middle name, known to but a few. Once the representatives from the American Ministry of Magic arrived, the group ventured into the parlor. Yvonne averted her gaze, and a diminutive house elf, startled by her attention, froze in place. She offered the elf a gentle smile, which quelled its trembling. The house elf gazed up at her with round, wide eyes before lowering its head. Yvonne's thoughts were not focused on the discussions at hand. The ancient clandestine meeting was merely a pretext for her true objective: the estate, or rather, the potential existence of a portrait of Catalina within its confines. Perhaps the house elf possessed knowledge of it. She leaned down and whispered something, to which Sirius nodded, subsequently explaining the situation to the other gentlemen. The male attendees displayed a commendable gentlemanly tolerance towards the only lady's early departure, refraining from inquiry, which facilitated Yvonne's intentions. Upon reaching a secluded corner, she employed the disillusionment charm, and began to navigate the labyrinthine estate. Where did that little elf disappear to? Without a guide, Yvonne relied solely on her instincts to wander. She found herself before a tightly shut door, her fingers brushing against the rusted lock. Raising her wand, she softly intoned, Alohomora. Alohomora, one of the essential spells for domestic travel, had once aided her in achieving a record of pillaging every treasure chest in Hogsmeade in a single night. It is worth mentioning that the administrator who taught her this spell was Korean. With a soft creak, she entered the dimly lit room, scanning the walls for any portrait, but finding none. Just as she was about to leave, a sudden chill touched her wrist. Yvonne's heart raced, and the disillusionment charm instantly dissipated. Reacting instinctively, she swung her wand, exclaiming, "Stupefy!" To her shock, it was merely a man, whose icy hand gripped her wrist with an alarming pallor, as if he had not seen sunlight in ages. He lay face down on the ground, one arm weakly raised, clutching her wrist, resembling a twisted specter in the gloom. What struck Yvonne first was the essence of his soul, marred by vast patches of emptiness, not the pure white of a unicorn, but rather a void, akin to something forcibly erased or reformatted. It was reminiscent of those she had subjected to the soul-snatching curse, their eyes reflecting a similar hue. Yet, when he suddenly lifted his head, the chaotic emotions swirling beneath his disheveled hair were palpable. His grip was tenacious, as though he clung desperately to the last thread of hope in a dark abyss. His gaze flickered between confusion and clarity, and Yvonne realized this was a sign of resistance against the soul-snatching curse. How long had he endured such torment for his soul to manifest in this desolate state? Despite the torment, the man displayed an indomitable will, driven by a frenzied determination. He gasped for breath, and after breaking free from the curse's hold, he did not relinquish Yvonne's wrist, instead staring intently at her from the cold tiles beneath him, his eyes igniting with an inexplicable light. "Who are you?" he inquired, his voice carrying a peculiar timbre, perhaps from prolonged isolation from normal conversation, causing his articulation to waver and his mental state to further unravel. "Who are you?" "Perhaps it is I who should be posing that question to you, sir," Yvonne replied, casting a flash of light from her wand that made the man recoil in pain, causing him to withdraw his hand. She then aimed her wand at his face. Was it merely his illusion, or did the focus of her wand intensify his emotional turmoil? His pupils dilated, unblinking, as he remained entrapped in the dim room for far too long. The golden hue before him was exceedingly rare and precious, rendering him hesitant to blink, utterly oblivious to the wand mere inches from him. "Who are you?" Yvonne reiterated. Suddenly, the man erupted into laughter. "I am who I am." "Ah. You are in this house, within this estate, and you question my identity? Ha ha ha." Yvonne lowered her wand. "What is your connection to Barty Crouch?" In truth, she had already formed a hypothesis. Knowing and feigning ignorance, what connection could there possibly be? "I would love to claim there is none, but alas, the Barty Crouch you mention could just as easily refer to me." Young Barty tilted his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixed firmly on her. Suddenly, he raised his hand, seizing Yvonne's wand, drawing closer until the tip nearly grazed his eye. "My dear lady, behold. The infamous Death Eater has not perished in Azkaban as rumored. He was substituted by a sorrowful mother, and concealed by his just and impartial father. Controlled by the soul-snatching curse for nearly a decade. Was it 10 years? I can scarcely recall." His words quickened, rising and falling in a tumultuous rhythm, his previously steady tone now wavering. "Goodness gracious. The notorious follower of the Dark Lord stands before you, and you hesitate? Are you deliberating on which curse to utter? Fear not, it is quite simple. Allow me to guide you." Young Barty held Yvonne's hand with fervor, his laughter manic, as though lost in a delusional reverie. Presenting himself to the wand's mercy, his magic surged, yet it was aimed at himself, seeking to cast a spell using Yvonne's wand, even if it meant becoming his own subject in the experiment. Just as he began to utter the first syllable of some dark incantation, Yvonne preemptively interrupted him. "Calm the mind." The spell quelled the descent into emotional turmoil, akin to a tranquil spring flowing gently from within, soothing all anxiety, unrest, fear, and hatred, restoring serenity. Young Barty froze in place, and Yvonne lightly tapped the top of his head with her wand, observing him with a detached demeanor. Do you feel better? She inquired. Chapter 56. The desire to nurture, yet a flawless clay sculpture. Yvonne gazed at him with calm intensity. Young Barty's skin, pale as parchment from years without sunlight, bore a blend of shadow and light in his slightly shifting eyes. He gazed vacantly into the azure sea, his lips sealed in silence, appearing almost obedient in his stillness. He differed from Sirius. The latter had endured a decade of torment in Azkaban and emerged nearly skeletal. In contrast, young Barty had not spent long in Azkaban. He was exchanged for his beloved mother, yet due to his adoration for the Dark Lord, he had been subjected to his father's relentless soul-snatching control for 10 years, rendering that period in his life a complete void. While young Barty's physical age continued to advance, his psychological age remained almost frozen at 19. It is precisely for this reason that young Barty, tilting his head as he gazed at her, exuded that fervent and wild youthful spirit, his eyes resembling an obstinate thread, tightly knotted around her. Yvonne was also scrutinizing him, finally realizing where that inexplicable sense of déjà vu stemmed from. He truly resembled a small black snake she once tended to. She was certain that the individual before her was undoubtedly a Slytherin, and among all the Slytherins she had encountered, he was the one most perfectly molded by serpentine qualities. It was not merely his appearance, but rather his essence. Or perhaps the aura he projected, that instantly reminded Yvonne of her former pet, adorable yet devoid of a head. A cold-blooded creature, glistening with chill, hissing as it flicked its forked tongue, appearing elusive and unpredictable, yet when she withdrew, it would cling to her arm with its tail, serving as a pendant. It delighted in rubbing its scales against her, playfully startling her, mischievous and cunning, yet undeniably charming, often clumsily ensnaring itself in knots, only to swish its tail to capture her attention. Hiss, how she longed to keep one. You do not despise me. Barty's emotions settled, his words light as a whisper, the breath flowing like a gentle breeze across her ear. Why? At that moment, Barty was unaware that the witch before him, lost in thought, was sculpting him in her mind. Yvonne remarked, it seems you have been anticipating malice from the outside world. I wonder, is it because you consider yourself a Death Eater? A dark wizard? Her expression shifted subtly. Perhaps our standards for judging dark wizards differ. If having used dark magic qualifies one as a dark wizard, then I must be a dark lord of the highest order. Yet she steadfastly believed herself to be a force of order. Observing Barty's soul, which was largely occupied by a void, with only a few scattered hues crammed into the corners, she mused that even Sirius Black likely possessed a greater proficiency in dark magic than Barty. Barty blinked rapidly, as if incredulous at his own ears. Is that the conclusion you've drawn? Goodness, how could you think that? Or can you see something others cannot? He leaned forward, pure curiosity illuminating his eyes. Examining Yvonne's face, his gaze seeming to dissect her, desiring to insert himself piece by piece, yet simultaneously gentle, an intangible caress. Yvonne gently pushed his head away. Mind the social distance, sir. If you truly wish to know, I wouldn't mind revealing that I do not see those glaring, foul, blood-red hues upon you. The piercing and cruel black magic, in a sense, could surpass the instant death of Avada Kedavra, as it epitomizes a wizard's heart and intent. This was the conclusion Yvonne had drawn. If Barty Crouch had indeed committed the crimes chronicled in the Ministry of Magic's ancient records, his essence would not resemble what it is now. Frankly, her own soul had seen crimson. She rarely erred when observing other souls. I find it curious that your blood-related father did not believe you at all. Was it stubbornness or ambition? Yvonne clicked her tongue. This Ministry of Magic is doomed. Barty's body momentarily froze, then as if suddenly bereft of strength, he slumped against Yvonne's shoulder, emitting an absurd, intermittent laughter. Barty covered his face, shaking with mirth. You figured it out? You saw through me? We're only meeting for the first time today, and you've discerned me better than my so-called blood-related father? Years of confinement had utterly eroded Barty's sense of normal human interaction. When his emotions shifted, he expressed them outright. At this moment, the venomous snake eagerly coiled around her. The breath mingled, sweet honey laced with poison, offering the princess a red apple. Objectively speaking, you did not misspeak. I did not partake in the torment of that unfortunate couple, yet I have always been a mere observer. He still vividly recalled the chilling sensation that had made his soul tremble. Barty slipped into reminiscence, as if transported back to that bloody night a decade ago. His pupils dilated, his gaze unfocused, a pale complexion flushing with an intoxicating hue, as he heard the call of dark magic, the abyssal demon extending its enticing hand, the serpent of Eden tempting him to partake of the forbidden fruit. He did not engage in that frenzied, excruciating interrogation. He merely lingered nearby, recognized as a Death Eater, watching in rapt fascination, allowing himself to sink into that dark mire. Barty chuckled softly. I allowed them to suffer. I ignored that atrocity, remaining indifferent to the calamity inflicted upon that couple, coldly observing the feast of dark magic. You truly are a little villain, Yvonne remarked without altering her tone. Flat as water, adding the latter half. Were you eagerly anticipating my saying so? What? I have encountered many of the kind you speak of, Barty. Yvonne gazed at him with eyes that embraced the depths of the ocean. They never troubled themselves with the number of lives they had extinguished or the torment they had inflicted. Even when occasionally mentioned, it was with a tone of pride, as if flaunting a badge of honor. You have bared your dark and ugly side before me, emphasizing the tragedy of the Longbottoms, as if you were forcing my head to witness your malevolence, revealing how deeply it weighs upon your heart. Yvonne's voice softened. Is it because of your cold detachment that you consider this your wickedness? In Barty's eyes, it seemed as if something was on the verge of freezing. He fluttered his eyelashes, desperately seeking to retort, yet suddenly fell silent. This golden-haired witch, casting her gaze downwards, had seen through his very soul. All his flowery words and deceitful lies crumbled into mere thin paper, shattering at the slightest touch. Yvonne quietly smiled. Dear Mr. Barty, you are but a blank canvas yet to be filled with color. You are far too susceptible to the allure of dark magic, too easily ensnared in that mire, for you have always been alone, devoid of any guidance. A small viper, struggling between instinct and nature, profoundly conflicted, yet this viper was now without a master. That phrase seemed to convey a certain message. The serpent gracefully and silently attached itself. What is your name? Barty's breath was nearly brushing against her face, tilting his head. His gaze as innocent as that of a 19-year-old boy, albeit tinged with darkness. Please tell me, what is your name? What if I wish to see you? You don't seem like an Englishwoman. Yvonne made another attempt to shift his head. Barty completely relaxed, allowing her to move him, his entire focus awaiting her response. Yvonne sighed. I suppose you wouldn't want to hear a false name, so very well, remember this. Yvonne Galatea Grindelwald, currently a guest at Crouch Manor. In search of something. Oh, Grindelwald. Barty laughed heartily, clapping his hands. How splendid. You managed to infiltrate Crouch Manor. No, you walked him brazenly right under his nose? A Grindelwald. After a moment, he reined in his laughter, turning to Yvonne. What are you searching for? Even confined. Barty Crouch should have a range of activities beyond a mere narrow room. After all, this was his family estate, perhaps he might know. Yvonne pondered and replied. A blue key likely sealed away for quite some time. Well, you might not be familiar with it. Let me ask this. Do you know of your ancestor, Catriona Diodor Crouch? Barty's expression was one of confusion. Yvonne sighed. Well, I suppose it is unwise to expect much from someone who has been a fool in his own home for a decade. Life is fraught with challenges, and Yvonne sighed. Just as she was about to take a step forward in her aimless wandering, she noticed little Barty suddenly snap his fingers. With a sharp sound, a house elf materialized before them, the very same one Yvonne had encountered in the living room not long ago. Master Barty, the house elf exclaimed, have you awakened? Surprisingly, it seemed that the elf, named Flash, had failed to notice that he was a mischievous creature. Very well, Flash, young Barty spoke in a gentle tone. Please escort my new friend to see the portrait of Catalina Crouch. You know the way, don't you? Yes, master, Flash is delighted to assist. Yvonne observed that little Barty treated his house elf with remarkable kindness, yet he would suddenly become frenzied whenever the name of old Barty Crouch was mentioned. What, she wondered, did this house mean to him? Flash would not inquire into Yvonne's presence. She was solely devoted to her master's commands, leading Yvonne and little Barty down the corridor. The flickering lights crackled around them. Yvonne turned to gaze at the profile of little Barty. When he was calm and composed, he certainly exuded an air befitting a young master of an ancient pureblood family. Indeed, he resembled one quite closely, Yvonne mused. Little Barty tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Yvonne. Do you mind if I take you away once I finish my business here? Yvonne earnestly asked. So you truly wish to keep me? Chapter 57, The Key but a Dual Instance. An overwhelmingly potent gaze enveloped her, akin to hot syrup melting and clinging to her skin, causing her spine to feel ablaze. Yvonne could not resist glancing back at little Barty. That stifling syrup did not dissipate. Instead, it thickened and intensified with the air, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. How long had this fellow been staring at her? He neither rejected nor accepted her, merely fixating on her, sending shivers down her spine. Flash halted before an empty room. Bowing to Yvonne and little Barty, Yvonne stepped inside first, her eyes immediately drawn to the most striking portrait hanging prominently in the center. The painting depicted a youthful and stunning woman with dark hair, her eyes arched like the sharp blades of leaves, radiating an intense and almost aggressive beauty. Yvonne gasped softly, exclaiming, "It has been too long, Catalina. You have grown even more beautiful." The figure in the portrait fixed her gaze upon Yvonne, her eyes piercing. And after a long moment, she crossed her arms and addressed Yvonne in a deliberately cold and harsh tone. "Humph. What is there to discuss with the portrait of a deceased person? You seem quite at ease. Time magic resolves everything, doesn't it? After all, this is merely a matter of 2 or 3 years for you, right?" "Foolish creature." Yvonne replied helplessly, "I truly apologize, Catalina. Please. Do not. I cannot bear the thought of your return," Catalina retorted, turning her head away. "Who cares whether you come back? You could die out there for all I care. You never regarded us as important. Did you really think I would wait like those fools? What a joke. Then why have you remained at Crouch Manor for all this time, never marrying?" Catalina's tone was anything but amiable, hard as stone, her temper fierce and volatile, now directed squarely at Yvonne. Yet Yvonne maintained a gentle and apologetic gaze upon the portrait, causing Catalina's anger to diminish, her voice growing softer. "Catalina," Yvonne said gently, "I miss you." All fury instantly froze, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The woman in the portrait regarded Yvonne, her lips moving, yet no sound emerged. After a long pause, Catalina attempted to mask her emotions, exclaiming, "I do not miss you. Not at all. Do you think saying such things to me holds any weight?" At that moment, a head peeked out from behind Yvonne. Little Barty Crouch looked curiously at Yvonne, and then at the portrait. "Wow. It seems your secrets are even more numerous than I imagined. What is this about time magic? Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." "Little one," Catalina interrupted sharply, furrowing her brow. "Which branch are you from? Surely not the offspring of my imbecile brother?" Little Barty forced a smile. "Who knows?" Yvonne sighed, shielding Little Barty from Catalina's indiscriminate wrath. She lifted her chin, steering the conversation back. "Catalina, I wish to know the whereabouts of Poppy. I heard she entrusted the key to you." Catalina glared at the half-hidden Little Barty behind Yvonne, as if she intended to devour him with her eyes. If the portrait could exude tangible malice, Little Barty would have been engulfed by a death ray from their ancestor. "Who told you that Poppy entrusted the key to me?" "Oh, it must have been that foolish Sirius, right?" She scoffed, crossing her arms, her tone dismissive of her ancient companions, though it softened slightly when discussing Poppy. He was not entirely wrong. Poppy did initially harbor that intention, but later I found her. I am not foolish enough to leave such a significant oversight unattended, allowing my friend to vanish into the wilderness alone. Catalina continued, "I was concerned for Poppy's safety, so I divided the key into 2 halves, creating a pair of interlocking keys. Each of us holds 1 half. If Poppy encounters danger, she can use it to find me, and I can seek her out as well." Yvonne anticipated the next development and calmly replied, "But Poppy has not returned, and you cannot find her." Catalina inhaled deeply. "Yes. Damn that Merlin, with his lace-trimmed stockings. Who knows where she has gone?" The key broke as it touched the boundary at the edge of the forest. "Foolish, truly foolish. I cannot fathom what she is so fixated on, comparable to those 2 imbeciles, Sebastian and Omenes." Catalina's ire flared, her language colorful as she vented her frustrations. Until at last, she seemed to calm down. With a dismissive glance, Catalina addressed Yvonne, "My half of the key is buried in the storeroom. Enter from here. It's in the 3rd drawer on the left. Since you are so adept at Alohomora, just unlock it yourself." The portrait shifted aside, revealing a door that blended seamlessly with the wall, once Catalina's private study, now shrouded in dust. "Thank you," Yvonne said, ushering Little Barty inside, leaving Catalina's indignant shouts echoing behind them. "Who asked you to say thank you? I didn't preserve this for your sake, so why should I accept your gratitude? Take it back." Yvonne lightly tapped the drawer with her wand, and an old, small box revealed itself. As she reached for it, the box opened smoothly at the moment it touched her palm. Yvonne was momentarily taken aback, while Little Barty grinned at her. "A trigger-based alchemical product? Designed to open for a specific individual? It seems my ancestor is quite concerned about you. Perhaps a relic from a century ago? Were you friends?" "It doesn't seem that way." As Yvonne extracted the half-key, Little Barty patted her shoulder. "Didn't you notice? She was on the verge of tears just looking at you. If portraits could cry." Yvonne clutched the key tightly, and at that moment, a powerful pulling sensation surged through her, causing both her and Little Barty to vanish from the study in the blink of an eye. The surroundings twisted like a kaleidoscope before finally settling in a dense forest. Little Barty steadied himself, gazing around. "The key, so this is the last place Poppy Sweeting visited before she disappeared." Yvonne brushed off the dust and grass clippings from her robe, gazing toward the vast expanse of the forest, the Congo rainforest. Little Barty paused for 2 seconds, slowly turning his head. So we just transitioned from the plains of England to the tropical rainforest of the Congo? The sudden change in climate rendered their previous attire unsuitable. Yvonne cast a cooling charm and dispelled the insulating fleece from her lining, finally feeling somewhat refreshed. She even modified little Barty's clothing. The key to ancient clandestine meetings. This distance is mere foundational practice. Sit down. I intend to delve deep into this forest to seek the traces left by Pobby. Yvonne regarded him, adding, it could be perilous if you choose to accompany me. Yet. Little Barty's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Yvonne's hand tightly. After a moment of silence, Yvonne slowly continued, perhaps we might end up trapped together. The Congo rainforest was indeed a zone of lethal life, teeming with dangerous species. Besides the harsh environment, one also had to consider the magical predicaments that lurked within. Boundaries that even a key could not breach might hide ancient formations that suppressed magic, leaving too many unknowns for anyone to guarantee safety. However, little Barty's smile only broadened. Upon hearing Yvonne's words, he felt as if he had received a reward. What? That is fantastic. If we're trapped, then we die together. Flesh consumed by maggots. Bones scattered and finally decaying into water. We'll merge, Yvonne. His grip on her hand was so tight it began to hurt. As little Barty whimsically envisioned their demise. Intoxicated by his fantasies, nearly losing track of the present moment, Yvonne remarked, you're even more twisted than I imagined. Chapter 58. The mural, yet Aphrodite. The humid and sweltering forest, with its densely layered canopy, obscured the slanted sunlight, rendering the interior dim, even shadowy. Yvonne was certainly not wandering aimlessly. There was a peculiar resonance between the two pieces of the key. Even though the key's function was severed, this enigmatic sensation could not be obscured by anything. Following the key's guidance, she navigated through the thickets, casting several protective charms upon herself and little Barty. As she stepped on a dry twig, it snapped with a crisp sound. At that moment, a python coiled behind a branch suddenly lunged forth, its serpentine body transforming into a lethal arrow. Without turning her head, Yvonne waved her wand to the side. The killing curse. Splat. Snake blood splattered into the air, a massive gash appearing on the snake's skin, penetrating deep within. The audacious snake that sought to ambush was gone in an instant. Little Barty whistled and applauded. What an extraordinary spell. Did you create that yourself? No. It was taught by the professor, Yvonne replied, perhaps to avoid witnessing my use of Avada Kedavra. Little Barty chuckled, That's quite uncouth. I think the color of the killing curse is beautiful. Such a profound green. Especially when it bursts forth from your hand. It's simply stunning. I assentee it? Yvonne turned her head, observing him quietly for a moment. What's wrong? Little Barty inquired. Suddenly, Yvonne realized a serious issue. She frowned and asked, Barty, do you carry a wand? Little Barty scoffed, spreading his empty hands with a nonchalant demeanor as he walked through the so-called zone of death. As carefree as if he were in his own backyard, despite lacking any means of self-defense. As you can see, he retorted sarcastically, do you think someone who has used the killing curse on his son for 10 years would keep a wand close by? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you even come along then? Yvonne was exasperated. This fellow truly seemed to disregard his own life. Little Barty tilted his head, smiling brightly as he leaned closer. I don't want to be apart from you. Yvonne pushed his head away and rummaged through her outer robe's pocket. The space enchanted by the undetectable expansion charm was quite large, and it took her a while to find what she sought. She handed another wand made of purple wood to little Barty. Use this, Yvonne stated succinctly. Little Barty, as if confronted with an unexpected turn of events, paused momentarily to process, then quietly accepted her wand. This was my previous wand, made of purple wood with unicorn hair. I don't know if you'll adapt to it, but it's better than nothing. Only then did little Barty retract his gaze from the wand, which he had been examining as if it were a rare treasure. He looked up at Yvonne, somewhat bewildered, and repeated, unicorn hair? Yvonne chuckled softly, yes. Unicorn hair generally repels dark magic. That's what you were going to ask, right? She lifted her chin slightly, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Her eyes glinting with a hint of sharp pride. Unicorns are inherently like that, but this wand has long since bowed to me, rejecting the universal virtues etched into its kind, choosing to obey my unique interpretation of morality. It belongs solely to me, driven by my own order. Good and evil are merely definitions by humanity. So who dares claim that the path I uphold does not align with the unicorn's nature? Her heart was as steadfast as a rock, and thus dark magic in her hands would also be embraced and accepted by the wand. Little Barty gently stroked the wand's handle with his fingers, Sensing that this was an extraordinary wand, he felt the magic joyfully surging within him, akin to boiling water being introduced to hot oil. The magical particles springing to life in his cells, trembling, eager to break free from their shackles. He became mesmerized. And upon noticing the look in his eyes, Yvonne smiled gently. It seems I need not worry? Perhaps there exists a certain similarity between us, Barty. As she turned to continue forward, her soft voice was carried by the wind to his ear, resonating against his eardrum. Otherwise, why would half of me be so fond of you? This wand is a gift for you. Yvonne suddenly stopped before a cave. She pushed aside the tangled vines and burned away the spiderwebs covering the cave's entrance. Watching the dwindling flames, she pursed her lips and glanced down at her wand. You were right, madam. The Grindelwald family truly has no prophetic bloodline, do they? Little Barty remarked. Both he and Yvonne felt the palpable, oppressive heaviness in the air as they stepped into this region, especially as they neared the cave. The magic within them seemed to be blocked by something, leaving only a narrow passage for it to flow, causing the spells they cast to lose much of their potency. Indeed, there was a formation that countered magic here. Their powers were shackled by layers upon layers of restraints. Had an ordinary wizard stood here, they would likely be incapable of casting any spell. After pondering for a moment, Yvonne looked at little Barty. Can you still cast spells? Little Barty raised an eyebrow. No problem. All right. Yvonne stood up, brushing the corners of her robe, allowing her wand's tip to glow. Then let us proceed. Inside the cave, it was pitch dark, relying solely on the light from their wands to illuminate the path ahead. Occasionally, a spider would scuttle across the uneven rock walls, its minuscule sounds brushing against their ears. Yvonne raised her hand to extinguish a large spider, unable to suppress a shiver. How disgusting. Little Barty retracted his wand, revealing a heap of deceased small spiders before him. Perhaps you should get used to it? How long have we been walking? Haven't we reached the end yet? There were no torches within the cave, clearly devoid of any signs of human habitation. Yet the deeper they ventured, the stronger the resonance of the clandestine key became. Out of the corner of her eye, Yvonne caught sight of something, causing her to halt abruptly. In the narrow field of vision, little Barty almost collided with her back. What is that? Ivy raised her wand slightly higher, illuminating the entire rock face before her. She beheld an ancient mural, depicting a magnificent five-colored deer, ethereal and pure as a celestial being, adorned with dazzling, colorful patterns that defied belief. It stood proudly amidst the dense forest, while before it knelt a group of bare humans, reminiscent of an uncivilized primitive tribe. The five-colored deer, murmured little Birdie, I feel as though I have encountered it before. This creature, existing solely in legends, had yet to be documented in any tome of magical creatures. Its essence captured only in fragments of long-forgotten historical records. Ivy, well-versed in the annals of magical history, pondered. I have indeed heard of a tale regarding this miraculous five-colored deer. It is said to fulfill any wish one may harbor, though its appearances are more often confined to fairy tales. To stumble upon its mural here, while Ivy sought traces of Pobby, was entirely unexpected. The wand's glow shifted to reveal another mural, starkly contrasting the first. This one was steeped in blood, ugliness, and malevolence. The five-colored deer lay tragically amidst a pool of its own blood, its jade-like antlers severed by human hands, its resplendent hide stripped away, and its bones fashioned into exquisite jewelry. Surrounding the corpse of the deer were humans clad in opulent attire, resembling highborn nobility, raising their goblets in celebration. Ivy's breath caught in her throat. It appeared that all hope was lost. Little Birdie gazed coldly at the mural, recognizing the death of the five-colored deer. The vast rock face bore only these two murals, chronicling the bloody history of human sin. Ivy believed she had seen all there was to see, but just as she prepared to lower her wand, Birdie suddenly spoke. Wait, there's something more. He brightened his wand, crouching down to illuminate a rather inconspicuous corner of the rock wall, where a line of English was etched. The corrosion on this inscription was noticeably less than that on the murals, suggesting it had been carved long after the existence of the five-colored deer. Ivy leaned closer to inspect. I am deeply sorry, my friend, for you are tormented by pain, trapped in bitterness for countless years without release. Hearing your mournful cries shatters my heart. The inscription read, You have been ravaged by human selfishness, and yet I approach with my own desires. How shameful it is. My friend, will you forgive me? It continued. I shall remain by your side until our obsessions fade, until the latter part of the inscription was less legible. But Birdie seemed determined to decipher the obscured letters, piecing together the words. It appeared to be a name, inscribed not in English. Birdie's lips moved as he murmured the characters, revealing it to be Greek. Ivy was taken aback. She echoed the name Aphrodite. the goddess of love and beauty in Greek mythology. But what relevance did it have here? Chapter 59. A shock, yet thunder strikes. Regardless of the enigmatic presence of the Greek goddess's name etched here, Ivy felt a surge of exhilaration. It cannot be mistaken. Ivy crouched beside little Birdie, examining the inscription together. This was indeed the mark left by Pobby, but to whom was he speaking? Who knows? But Birdie's words were abruptly cut short by a violent tremor that erupted, causing jagged rocks to fracture and clouds of dust to fill the air. The creatures hidden within the cave, poisonous insects and beasts alike, fled in terror. Ivy struggled to maintain her balance, bracing herself against the rock face as she scanned the surroundings. Birdie steadied himself against a boulder, the quaking ground necessitating support to keep him upright. With a resounding crash echoing from the cave's entrance, the tremors momentarily subsided, yet an ominous foreboding loomed larger. Birdie slowly turned to Ivy. Ivy, do you suppose the cave's entrance has been blocked? Ivy forced a smile. If you could refrain from speaking, Birdie, that would be appreciated. Moreover, the strength of the anti-magic barrier seems to have intensified. The glow at the tip of their wands began to flicker ominously, as insects and creatures scattered in panic. In the blink of an eye, only the two of them remained within the cave, their magical powers severely diminished, rendering any attempt to cast a spell futile. Ivy's mind raced. Suddenly, she heard Birdie exclaim in awe. Wow. She looked up to see a grotesque, fleshless beast slowly approaching from the darkened path ahead, its empty eye sockets glowing with two clusters of eerie green flames. Clearly its leader, it was followed by an increasing horde of undead. At this critical juncture, Birdie's voice bore an unexpected hint of hope. Could it be that I was right? Darling, are we truly destined to perish here together? Yes. You ought to have a clear understanding of your predicament, my companion. Ivy narrowed her eyes, her chest rising and falling gently as she exhaled, retrieving 2 vials of potion, swiftly consuming their contents before discarding the empty bottles. The tide of undead slowly advanced toward them, and they felt akin to driftwood on the verge of a tsunami, facing inevitable annihilation. Ivy's voice rang out, imbued with unparalleled calmness. Birdie, I have but a single question for you. Birdie responded with an inquisitive hum. Go on. Ivy fixed her gaze unflinchingly on the advancing undead. Can I trust you? Birdie abruptly turned his head, fixating on her with unwavering intensity. He sensed the profound weight behind her words, a sweetness so potent it nearly overwhelmed him, an intoxicating allure that demanded his full attention, compelling him to scrutinize her eyes. Ivy smiled serenely. I need you, Birdie. She had voiced it. She truly had. So plainly, Birdie felt as though he had been struck by a firework. A cacophony of sounds echoing in his ears, vibrant bursts of color exploding before his eyes. Just as he questioned the nature of this illusion, she had unveiled the sweetness that ensnared him, drowning him in its allure. You need me? Indeed. Oh. Birdie's gaze became dazed, a flush creeping into his ears. Of course. Of course. Ivy nodded. Then for the time to come, I shall entrust matters to you. Ivy lowered her gaze, silently attuning to the surging magic within her, boiling and roaring, nearing a critical threshold before erupting like magma suddenly released from a dormant volcano. In that moment, the constraints of the anti-magic barrier were torn asunder, unleashing Ivy's torrential power like a flood breaching a dam. She channeled this immense energy into her wand, condensing and compressing it. She heard the echoes of ancient sighs, and beyond the clouds, thunder rumbled in wrath, shaking the very earth. She raised her wand high, its tip transforming into a radiant silver, the whirlpool of ancient magic swirling upwards. Then, with a sudden stroke, she struck down. Boom! Thunder descended from the heavens. In an instant, the lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the surroundings in a blinding white flash, as bolts of energy rained down like divine retribution, obliterating all obstacles in its path. The undead were instantly reduced to ashes, the ground scorched by the thunder's fury, deep fissures carved into the earth, while the once solid rock shattered like tofu. The overhead wall erupted, creating a massive opening through which beams of light cascaded into the cave. Silence enveloped the world. Ivy felt a sharp pain in her eardrums, as if the echo of that thunder still reverberated in her ears. She remained rooted in place, head bowed, her golden hair flowing silently. Birdie, witnessing this spectacle, nearly forgot how to breathe. The sheer might, overwhelming and dazzling, was beyond comprehension. He beheld the incomprehensible, a lightning that humanity could never hope to touch. Summoned by her will, the magnificent force of nature was transformed into blades in her hands, wielded at her command, capable of effortlessly shattering the undead, reducing them to mere remnants, not even leaving ash in their wake. What a tremendous power this was! Could it truly be possessed and mastered by humankind? Young Barty felt as though he were on the brink of madness, his heart pounding uncontrollably with a rapidity that could lead to demise, pumping fervent blood that surged through every vein and cell, inundating him with reverence and admiration for such overwhelming magic. The heart that yearned for strength, belonging to Slytherin, was collapsing. Barty recognized this sensation, reminiscent of the times he had followed the Dark Lord, thirsting for that formidable power, looking to the Dark Lord as his spiritual anchor. His heart racing with the same fervor. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward her, striving to suppress the physiological tremors born of overwhelming excitement. Yet, as soon as Barty made contact with her, Yvonne fell like a statue, rigid and unyielding. The body's response outpaced the mind, and Barty caught her, gazing at the golden-haired witch, her eyes closed, while her form gradually shrank, the adult robe hanging loosely around her, engulfing her in its fabric. The once formidable witch had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a youthful, endearing girl, as delicate as a doll. Oh heavens! Barty stared at the unconscious girl, his tone wavering. Are you trying to kill me? She had pleaded with him, claimed to need him, yet now displayed such vulnerability, unveiling her true self and secrets, showering him with profound trust. Did she truly wish for him to drown here? Chapter 60. Wishes and the reunion with her. Yvonne awoke to the gentle caress of a warm breeze. She drowsily rubbed her eyes, the blanket draped over her forming a cozy nest, and as she rose, she inadvertently brushed off a corner of the cover. Glancing at her hands, she found them restored to their original form. The aging potion had worn off. However, the robe clinging to her felt remarkably comfortable, and with the inexplicably appearing blanket, Yvonne smiled at Barty, who was tending to the fire with a branch. She jested. Your transfiguration skills are quite impressive. How many have you graduated by now? Barty shot her a sidelong glance, grunted in response, and countered, Dear lady, could you enlighten this poor soul, who has been perplexed for quite some time? As to your age this year? In terms of soul age, I am nearly 17. Yvonne mused, stroking her chin. But for physical age, let us just say I haven't even taken my first grade final exams yet. A refined smile graced her lips as she looked at Barty, whose hand had suddenly frozen in place. Yvonne added, surprised? Age is of little consequence. What truly matters is capability, and you should know this well. Barty muttered a few words under his breath, somewhat petulantly, jabbing the branch into the ground before snapping it with a sharp crack. Little girl, he squinted his eyes, the last syllable rising in a playful tone. All right. I'll heed your words. Where shall we venture next? During Yvonne's unconsciousness, they had not left the cave. A large hole above allowed beams of moonlight to filter in, and the damp night breeze chilled the air. Yet somehow, Barty had managed to keep the cave warm. Unexpectedly, you're quite the caretaker, Yvonne remarked, tilting her head. Barty replied with a grin, that depends on the person. I couldn't bear the thought of you catching a chill. Yvonne nodded earnestly, I understand, thank you. You're welcome. The outside world must have descended into deep night, and Yvonne rubbed her fingertips together, feeling the abundant magic coursing within her, pulling Barty along as they moved toward the entrance. The original entryway had been sealed, but exiting through the overhead hole was straightforward. The silver moonlight bathed the forest, fireflies flickering like stars scattered across the sky, and as Yvonne gracefully landed, she dispelled Barty's levitation charm, both of them gazing ahead. Yvonne blinked, sensing a fleeting, splendid iridescence dancing before her. She softly inquired, Barty, did you see that? Barty furrowed his brow, replying with confusion, what? I can't see anything. Yvonne immediately recognized this. The colorful glimmer flickered ahead, seemingly guiding her forward. Yvonne took a step ahead, with Barty following closely, ever vigilant for any beasts that might emerge in the night. Surprisingly, the journey was exceptionally smooth and tranquil, with only their footsteps and breaths breaking the silence, the shadows of the trees casting dappled patterns in the cool, still night. It's foggy, Yvonne halted, finally discerning the beautiful creature partially obscured within the mist. A deer cloaked in iridescent hues, gracefully alighting beside a rock in front of her. Quietly gazing her way, Barty still saw nothing, and Yvonne turned to him, saying, Barty, wait here for me. What about you? I can sense something guiding me ahead. Perhaps it's a path only I can traverse. Rest assured, I will return shortly. With that, Yvonne ventured into the misty woods without a backward glance. As she entered the fog-laden grove, her vision sharpened. The creature, indeed, was the ancient being depicted in the mural, the multicolored deer. It paused intermittently, glancing back to ensure she was following. Yvonne also noticed that the deer's form was translucent, ethereal as a spirit. Fireflies wove through the air like a galaxy on the ground, their starlight shimmering dreamily amidst the lush forest. And the rainforest's depths appeared as enchanting as a scene from a dream. She traversed the pathway, emerging into a vast expanse of fragrant blossoms, where the multicolored deer leaped to the side of a dark-haired girl, halting before her and affectionately nudging the girl with its antlers. Yvonne watched in awe, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disrupt this fragile dream. Poppy! The girl turned in an instant, her playful black locks framing a charming visage. Her cat-like eyes sparkled with joy, her every expression infused with the innocence and kindness unique to a Hufflepuff. She raised her arms high and dashed toward Yvonne. Bubbling with excitement, Yvonne instinctively lifted her hands to catch her, but just before Poppy could leap into her embrace, she abruptly halted. Oh dear, Poppy paused, sheepishly scratching her head. I almost forgot that you shouldn't be able to touch me right now. Hee. I'm just so happy to see you. Yvonne's hands froze momentarily before she discreetly lowered them. However, Poppy was undeterred, her voice ringing like a lark, her incessant chatter a melodious rhythm in Yvonne's ears. Poppy twirled around Yvonne, eager to share all the moments they had missed and the regrets that had welled up over the years. Yvonne, after you left, we all searched for you tirelessly. My family even urged me to give up, but I couldn't bear to do so. Poppy glanced at the ethereal deer amidst the flowers, her lips curling into two small dimples, her smile both bashful and serene. Time magic is far too intricate for me, so I have been seeking other means. Until I came across ancient texts detailing the true existence of the multicolored deer, I ventured into this rainforest in search of it. Poppy's smile gradually faded, her soft brows tinged with guilt and sorrow. She reminisced, the five-colored deer can grant any wish. Such legends have persisted throughout time. Have I been too naive? With humanity's extensive history, how could one not harbor greed, not seek her out and harm her? The five-colored deer had long since perished, leaving behind only her remains and the malevolent spirits drawn to this place by her lingering resentment over the centuries. Poppy was heartbroken by the scenes she witnessed. After all, had she not come for her own selfish desires? Poppy, she said softly, I have let go. I no longer cling to my own desires. I wish to be by her side, to heal her soul as much as possible, to quell her anger. Even if just a little, I must atone for humanity's transgressions. Yuen stared in silence, quietly observing her profile. This is Hufflepuff. They are forever kind and fervent, steadfast in their pursuit of light, gentle in compassion, yet resolute in justice. It is precisely for this reason that Yuen cherished Hufflepuff so dearly. The girl before her had left countless unforgettable and beautiful memories in her heart. Poppy spoke of her intentions, and she acted upon them. In truth, Yuen was uncertain of what to do. She had spent an extensive amount of time accompanying Poppy, and to shield her from disturbances, she had reactivated the anti-magic array of this rainforest for 20 years, severing any outside intrusion and, of course, her own connection to the world beyond. This was why the keys could not reach her, and why Poppy had been out of touch. Yuen crossed her arms, letting out a light huff. An anti-magic array? What a bother you've caused me. But no trouble can truly hinder you. Poppy replied with an air of certainty, smiling. Even before you arrived, I sensed your presence. Although I cannot leave this floral expanse, the five-colored deer will fetch you for me. How could she bear to let her truly become ensnared? Even if Yuen had been unable to break free at that moment, the five-colored deer would come to her aid. With the gentleness and love of a lifetime, she purified the deer's soul, dissipating her resentment. In return, the five-colored deer was willing to embrace her kindness, remaining by her side even as the resentment faded, waiting for the fulfillment of Poppy's wish. That was the most genuine friendship in the world. Yuen blinked, capturing an essential point. Your wish? Poppy smiled shyly indeed. Her soul would linger here. Was it not also due to Poppy's unfulfilled obsession? A gentle breeze swept through the vast mountains and forests, the moonlight shining brightly, casting a soft silver glow over the flowers and leaves. Meanwhile, a faint sound emerged from not far away, drawing closer from all directions. It was the moonlit beasts, many moonlit beasts. Yuen's blue pupils widened in astonishment, her eyes brimming with wonder as they reflected this dreamlike scene. These furry, adorable moonlit beasts emerged from the woods, joyfully frolicking among the flowers, basking in the moonlight and singing to an enchanting rhythm. As they leapt, blossoms erupted in their wake, painting the vibrant canvas of life with the hues of a child's fluorescent markers. Poppy turned around, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuen, their gazes entranced by the jubilant dance of the moonlit beasts, their eyes reluctant to stray. Poppy's lips moved, softly whispering an unspoken wish amid the song of the moonlit beasts. I truly wish to witness the dance of the moonlit beasts with you once more. After a long while, the moonlight began to wane, and the five-colored deer gracefully approached, looking at Poppy with affection and compassion. Poppy nodded, and when she raised her gaze again, tears glimmered in her bright eyes. Let me be willful just this once, Poppy said without turning, addressing the five-colored deer. My friend, can you fulfill this small request of mine? The five-colored deer silently nodded. Yuen's heart skipped. She suddenly realized something and stepped forward. Wait. The obsession had dissipated. She was meant to depart. Amidst the scattered starlight, Poppy suddenly leaped forward, embracing her tightly this time. She finally touched her. The vibrant colors enveloped her body, creating a momentary miracle that transcended life and death. Poppy's tears fell onto Yuen's neck, cool and blissful. In her final moments, she said nothing, merely holding Yuen close. Laughter mingled with tears, awaiting the gradual dissolution of her soul. Suddenly, a beam of dawn broke through, the morning light brushing aside the clouds, illuminating the sea of flowers in golden splendor. Farewell. Poppy's figure gradually faded from her embrace, the last tear evaporating into nothingness beneath the morning light. She departed as dawn arrived. Yuen held onto her, eventually embracing herself. Her head bowed, bangs obscuring her eyes, silent. Were there unexpressed sentiments left? No, this was sufficient. Please embrace me, my Aphrodite. Chapter 61. Stealing away, yet openly. Little Barty Crouch immediately sensed the unimpeded flow of magic within him. Had the anti-magic array failed? Or had Yuen done something to make the array accept them? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, but when he saw the girl stepping toward him, silhouetted in the dawn's light, all thoughts froze. Yuen, he crouched down, meeting her gaze, one hand gripping her shoulder while the other tenderly brushed her tear-stained eye. Why are you crying? Yuen froze, quickly blinking, and just as she was about to raise her hand to wipe her eyes, little Barty grasped it firmly. No te ars. He murmured softly. Yet anyone could see. Yuen, you are crying. Are you feeling unwell? He leaned in closer, gently embracing her, soothing her as he almost tenderly stroked her back. Poor girl, he sighed. Don't cry. It pains me to see you like this. Little Barty's embrace was gentle, applying no force, allowing Yuen to easily break free with a mere shift. She stepped back, patting her cheeks, taking a deep breath, and regained her usual composed demeanor. I met an old friend. It's nothing. We've secured the key. Let's go, Barty. We must return. Yuen pulled little Barty along for a couple of steps before suddenly freezing in place. Wait a moment. She had arrived relying on the door key, traversing 2 continents in an instant. Now several days had passed. The journey back would undoubtedly not be so convenient. Even as a witch, it would take time. Furthermore, she had left without a word to Sirius, and the Congo rainforest was shrouded by the anti-magic array, severing all connections to the outside world. Thus, the question arose. How would she explain her unexplained absence to Sirius? Is he doing okay? No, not at all. It's dreadful. Sirius had long forgotten the rage that consumed him when he first discovered Yuen's disappearance, nearly unleashing a curse upon old Barty Crouch. The talks had ended several days prior, and the representatives of the American Ministry of Magic had long since departed, yet Sirius was still searching for his boss, only to suddenly find her missing. He had initially thought Yuen had left without notice. However, after pressing his watch to no avail, and inquiring at Harry's home without finding her return, Sirius had returned to Crouch Manor. Standing before the dimly lit, empty room, Sirius held his wand in his palm, turning his head slightly to regard old Barty Crouch with a semblance of a smile, his voice disturbingly soft. Mr. Crouch, may I inquire? Sirius enunciated slowly. A calm before the storm. Where has my lady gone? Old Barty's expression was hardly more pleasant than Sirius's, particularly upon discovering the room had been vacated. He regarded Sirius with an expression of suspicion and malice, demanding, question me? Mr. Black, she only spoke with you before she left. And I have yet to inquire why that lady approached this place. Winky. He suddenly bellowed to the side. What is the matter? Winky's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes. I'm sorry, Master. Winky doesn't know. Winky knows nothing. Master Barty and that lady vanished after leaving the house. Old Barty's face turned a deep shade of gray. The sudden intrusion of the ancient order cast a shadow of conspiracy over the situation. First, the disappearance of that blonde witch, and now the vanishing of young Barty Crouch. They left together. Was this not a plot of theirs? Old Barty once again fixed Sirius with that malicious, scrutinizing gaze, as if appraising a Death Eater. If their target was indeed his son, the ancient order's position would necessitate a new conclusion. Sirius felt a bitter laugh escape him. The anger over Yvonne's disappearance had nearly obliterated his reason. The fact that he could still engage in a rational conversation with old Barty was solely due to his lingering concern for Yvonne's safety. What could have happened to Yvonne? Was it merely the retrieval of a key to the order? That was rightfully hers. How far could she have gone and for how long? This unexpected turn of events, was it not a trap laid by old Barty Crouch? And young Barty Crouch was laughable. Old Barty himself had sheltered his son, who should have perished in Azkaban, and now he suspected him. He was still a Death Eater. A Death Eater. Next to Yvonne. Sirius's gaze turned as frigid as frost as he rapidly contemplated. If this was indeed a trap aimed at Yvonne, baited with the key to the order, how much did Crouch know? How exposed was the order? Or was there a mole among them? The atmosphere was thick with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. As both Sirius and old Barty engaged in a storm of ideas, conspiracy theories tumbling one after another, it was then that a sudden noise shattered the suffocating silence. Sirius paused, hastily retrieving his pocket watch. Yvonne. The voice emanating from the watch responded, "It's me, Sirius. I've encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. But I am safe. I'm unharmed." The taut nerves that had plagued Sirius for days instantly relaxed, and he exhaled deeply, wholly disregarding old Barty's probing gaze. "That's good," Sirius replied with a hint of anxiety. "I nearly feared the worst. Where are you now? Do you need me to come get you?" "No need." Yvonne hesitated, then added, "Oh, there's something I should tell you. Young Barty Crouch II. He is still alive and right beside me." Sirius glanced back at old Barty, who was fixated on the watch, his complexion grim, yet silent. "I'm aware of that. Is there anything else?" Yvonne calmly responded, "Yes. I wish to take young Barty away." "Sirius." "Old Barty?" Yvonne, perplexed, inquired, "What's the matter? Is someone there with you, Sirius?" Sirius had already grasped his wand firmly, smiling as he replied, "Yes, old Barty Crouch." A curse shot forth like an arrow, and Sirius swiftly dodged it, the spell colliding violently with the wall behind him, leaving a charred mark. Yvonne inhaled sharply, issuing her command without hesitation. "Take his soul, Sirius." Sirius evaded two more malevolent curses, countering with a strike that forced old Barty to stagger back 2 steps. In that fleeting moment, Sirius lunged forward, seizing old Barty's arm and sweeping his leg to destabilize him, yanking him toward himself. The red oak wand nearly jabbed into old Barty's eye, causing him to glare in fury. Soul Extraction. Chapter 62. Dialogue. But Sirius and young Barty. Sirius Black, having studied at Gryffindor for 7 years, spent 10 years in Azkaban, during which he exhibited no delinquent behavior, no truancy, no skipping classes, no all-nighters, having never stepped outside even once, making him an exemplary graduate of Azkaban. A well-aimed soul extraction curse struck true, executed with familiar precision. Old Barty Crouch's eyes turned vacant, utterly unable to escape the powerful curse. Today, Sirius once more demonstrated the remarkable prowess befitting an Azkaban graduate. "Let us applaud him," Done Sirius remarked, tucking his wand back into his pocket while casting a glance at the trembling house elf, Winky. "Yvonne, you can now explain the entire situation, yes? We agreed to infiltrate Crouch Manor together, yet you vanished without a trace. However, since you've returned unscathed, I shan't dwell on it. Just one thing. What is young Barty Crouch's situation?" Sirius asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, in the temporary lodging, Yvonne slightly moved the watch aside, glancing at the eager young Barty Crouch, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. She pulled the watch back, but young Barty lunged forward like an excited goose, grasping her wrist and preventing her from moving the watch. Young Barty exclaimed, "What? Sirius Black, I remember you. You've come out too. Did you cast that soul extraction curse just now? Well done." Sirius ground his teeth. "Don't conflate me with a Death Eater like you, young Barty Crouch. Why are you beside Yvonne? You had better not have done anything to her." "Done anything? What could I possibly do?" Barty mocked. "You're quite the foolish lion. I haven't even had the chance to ask you. Aren't you a Gryffindor? One of Dumbledore's people, now following a Grindelwald? Ha! Your vision is at least worse than mine. It must be rough since Voldemort's fall, right?" "Ah!" Sirius retaliated with scorn. "You were wrongfully imprisoned for 10 years in Azkaban. Didn't he enjoy it much, did you? Oh wait, you had a great father who sheltered you, smuggling you out of prison. What a touching love that is." Young Barty's face twisted in disgust. "You dare speak of a wrongful conviction without trial for your own son, then subject your own son to a decade of soul extraction curses, claiming that as love? Would you like some of that love? Perhaps it was the inherent rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, or perhaps young Barty and Sirius were simply incompatible. These two, who had hardly interacted before, began to exchange verbal blows the moment they heard each other, even to the extent of mutually assured destruction. Yvonne interjected, "I say you both are victims of old Barty Crouch's machinations, so why not cease this mutual tearing at old wounds? Doesn't it hurt? Must you boil in your own juice?" Sirius merely huffed, awaiting her to speak. "Yvonne, what did you mean by that statement earlier about—" "Oh yes, I wish to take young Barty," Yvonne calmly reiterated, contemplating, "though now it should be called openly taking, right? In any case, I intend to raise him. Sirius." He squeezed the watch tightly, the sound echoing sharply. The words escaped him like they were forced through clenched teeth. Why? On what grounds? Yvonne looked at him quizzically. I'll do as I please. Mind your own business, boss. Besides, Sirius, weren't you just lamenting about wanting to split yourself into 8 people? Now that I'm adding a helper, why are you so displeased? The crux of the matter is he truly an ally? Sirius Black nearly choked on his breath. Even though he was still quite a distance away from Yvonne, and had yet to encounter the two of them face to face, and his interaction with young Barty had been limited to mere exchanges of words, Sirius was unequivocally certain that this fellow harbored no benevolent intentions. He endeavored to persuade her. Yvonne, please remain composed. Barty Crouch Jr. is not like me. He is exceedingly perilous and unstable. And he once followed the Dark Lord as a Death Eater. It would be unwise to leave him here. The risks are far too great. To this, Barty made no retort, instead merely raising an eyebrow and turning to Yvonne with a grin. He formed the words silently. He says so. Yvonne gently patted Barty on the head, urging the serpent to behave. I am quite calm, Sirius, but I do not perceive your concerns as problematic. She replied earnestly. You claim he is dangerous, yet I remain unconcerned, for I believe no one in this world could be more perilous than I. Sirius could only mutter in resignation. You say he is loyal to his old master and lacks fidelity. Yvonne met Barty's gaze, and the young serpent slowly approached, a malicious glimmer in his smile. He suddenly relaxed his support and rested his head in her palm. Barty had never concealed his obsession with dark magic or the unstable, frenzied aspects of his personality. Yet in moments like this, he was willing to seek comfort in her hand, inching closer. After a brief silence, Yvonne continued, having made this decision, I will take full responsibility for it. There is no need for concern, Sirius. If one day he dares to abandon us and return to his former master's side, she raised her fingertip, playfully scratching Barty's chin as if petting a cat. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the weather, I will personally take care of him. On the other end of the pocket watch, there was a prolonged silence before Sirius's voice returned, subdued and heavy, as if he were reluctantly conceding. I understand. Yvonne, please return soon. With that, the line fell silent, and Sirius ended the call. Yvonne tucked away the pocket watch and gazed intently at Barty, who lay languidly at her feet, his eyes half closed, seemingly unfazed by the conversation that had just transpired. There are no longer any issues with your father, Yvonne patiently stated. Barty, do you have anything else to say? Barty let out a lazy sound, shifting his position. He is not my father. Very well, he is not, Yvonne replied indulgently. It appears you have nothing further to discuss? Then prepare yourself. We must be on our way. Stretching, Yvonne ventured downstairs to summon room service, leaving Barty alone in the empty room as the wooden door closed behind her. Barty reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly he covered his face, desperately trying to suppress the heat rising in his cheeks, rolling back and forth as he struggled to contain the smile that threatened to break forth. What had she just said? She had mentioned she would take care of him, kill him in fact. To use that as a condition to bind him implied she would always keep a watchful eye on him. Did it not? Chapter 63. A newcomer, yet joining this family. With less than 2 days until the end of the Easter holiday, Harry had, 2 days prior to the holiday's commencement, diligently completed all his assignments. In contrast, most students would have been reveling in the festivities by now. However, Harry remained alone in the Black family home, his appetite waning. His eyes vacant as he mechanically chewed his food, anxiously prodding the pocket watch, again and again. Sirius and Yvonne had been gone for quite some time. Sirius had returned once, bearing even more disheartening news. How could Yvonne have gone missing? Harry lay awake, filled with worry, knowing he could do nothing to assist. Rushing out would only burden his family further, leaving him to endure day after day of anxiety. He had tried several times to contact Yvonne through the pocket watch but had ultimately given up. Sirius had promised to find her, and Harry could only begrudgingly wait at home, resenting the fact that he was still a child. Yet today, fortune finally shone upon him. Yvonne. The moment the grand door of the old house swung open, Harry burst forth like a cannonball, colliding fiercely with Yvonne, causing her to stagger back 2 or 3 steps. Supported only by Sirius. Hey, Sirius said disapprovingly. Harry, is it only Yvonne you can see? And you too, Sirius? Harry exclaimed, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Welcome back. As he looked up, he noticed a 4th individual present, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. It was a pale young man, reminiscent of a vampire long deprived of sunlight, with irises reflecting a faint blue. Yet compared to Yvonne's azure eyes, his appeared closer to the ice of a frigid glacier, indifferent, disdainful, seemingly uninterested in anything at all. The initial impression he left was far from favorable. But since this youth had come with Yvonne and Sirius, Harry felt little apprehension, even displaying a hint of friendliness. "Who is he?" Harry inquired, turning to Yvonne. "Is he a new guest in our home?" "No." Barty stepped forward, leaning slightly as he offered Harry a congenial smile that immediately dispelled the coldness of his demeanor, making him appear more approachable. "You must be Harry Potter?" Both Sirius and Yvonne regarded him closely. In the presence of the prophesied boy, the one who had caused his former master to perish from a rebounding killing curse, Barty maintained a demeanor that was consistently gentle and soft-spoken, a slight smile gracing his lips, betraying not a hint of negativity. He did not shy away from revealing his identity. "I am Barty Crouch Jr. You may call me Barty, just as your sister Yvonne does." Harry tightened his grip on Yvonne's robe, looking up at her questioningly. "Barty, for certain reasons similar to those of Sirius, cannot easily go out," Yvonne elucidated. "After all, he is a former Death Eater. However, she is confident that one day he will manage to deal with the dark mark. Thus it is merely a matter of the past." Her heart was remarkably expansive, unconcerned with the history of her employees. To her, as long as they were capable, that sufficed. "He may need to stay with us for a while." In truth, it would not have been impossible for Barty to return to Crouch Manor, considering old Barty had been soul-snatched. Yet Barty had resolutely refused, throwing tantrums and pouting at the mere mention of it. What could she do? Barty emitted a sound of surprise, taken aback that Yvonne had so openly acknowledged his past as a Death Eater. However, upon observing Harry's expression, he noted the calmness that belied his 11 years. Harry then asked, "So will he pose a threat to our family?" This was his foremost concern. "Oh boy." Barty suddenly laughed, addressing Harry earnestly. "You need to understand one thing. I am here to join this family, not to tear it apart." Sirius silently drew his wand, his hand inexplicably itching. Harry glanced between Barty and Sirius, turning back and forth repeatedly, until the realization dawned upon him. "I see. He is Yvonne's new cough. I understand now. Welcome, Mr. Barty." The boy offered a polite smile, and having spent ample time with Yvonne and Sirius, he was no longer the bashful child he once was. Harry had transformed into a sunlit, jovial lion. He extended his hand, shaking Barty's before rejoining the family inside the house. Evelyn and her companions still reside in the Black ancestral home, primarily due to their accustomed lifestyle, and the presence of the portrait of young Sirius, with whom she enjoys conversing during her leisure. Thus, despite the fact that the Potter residence in Godric's Hollow has been tidied up, they have chosen not to relocate. Through the diligent efforts of Evelyn and her friends over several days, the Black House has undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding its former ghostly appearance unfit for habitation. The permanent sticking charm placed by Walburga has been undone by Evelyn, and the cacophonous portraits have been systematically removed, leaving behind a bright and inviting interior. As for Creature, the elderly house elf paused, turning his gaze toward the 4 individuals at the door. Upon noticing the addition of young Barty Crouch to the group, Creature silently turned away, muttering to himself as he busied himself with a cloth. Young Barty was engaging in light conversation with Harry, attempting to bridge the gap between them. In less than half a day of interacting with this unconventional household, Barty had keenly discerned the hierarchy within it, which included Evelyn's family dominion, Sirius's familial subordinate position, and Harry's ambiguous status. While Sirius was firmly under Evelyn's thumb, she rarely denied Harry's requests out of a sisterly instinct, and fostering a good rapport with the chosen one could yield significant benefits. Consequently, young Barty approached Harry. "Harry, may I refer to you as such?" Barty smiled gently. "I must admit, I am quite surprised. You do not seem to harbor any aversion towards me. Perhaps my perceptions are a bit outdated, but in my mind, Potter was a protégé of Dumbledore." "Well, you are indeed outdated," Harry replied without hesitation. "I am thoroughly aligned with Grindelwald." "Ah. A mere insect in the presence of my sister, hardly worth mention." Barty pondered. Is it true that these 2 godfathers share no blood relation? How can they be so strikingly similar? Just then, Evelyn's voice echoed from upstairs. She poked her head out from the stairwell, and called to Barty, "Come here and help. Clean your room." Harry distinctly noticed the noticeable glimmer in Barty's eyes upon hearing Evelyn's command. "I'm coming, Evelyn," Barty exclaimed joyfully as he ascended the stairs, prompting Harry to fall into deep contemplation. He mused on the notion that, given the intermarriages among the pureblood families, the Blacks and the Crouches might indeed be related. Did the Godfather and Mr. Crouch truly lack any blood ties? How could these 2 be so eerily alike? Chapter 64. A duel, yet mutual vulnerability. The Black ancestral home still held numerous vacant rooms. Aside from Regulus's chamber, Creature assumed a valiant stance, vowing to defend the young master's last bastion. Declaring that anyone wishing to enter must first step over his lifeless body, which rendered that room off limits. However, all other vacant rooms were open to Evelyn and her companions. Naturally, residing here required one to be self-sufficient and to contribute by undertaking household chores. Though young Barty Crouch had spent a lifetime as a master, often clashing with his biological father and enduring soul-sucking torment, he contemplated whether he should return home to fetch Winky, realizing the house elf in the black household was utterly useless. When Barty looked up, he noticed Sirius had rolled up his sleeves and donned a serious expression as he began to tidy up. Observing Sirius's fluid and adept movements, Barty surmised he must have done such tasks frequently at home. How delightful, Barty thought, his mood instantly balancing as he brandished the wand Evelyn had gifted him, pointing it at a damaged wardrobe. Restore to its original state. He then turned to a corner cluttered with useless items, declaring, "Cleanse this mess." At last. "You are willing to lend a hand, sir," Sirius remarked, initially intending to mock Barty. However, upon noticing the wand in Barty's hand, he abruptly fell silent. A chilling aura enveloped the room as Barty's reflexes kicked in, causing him to step back and raise his wand defensively. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, a palpable tension filled the air, crackling with hostility. "Where did you acquire that wand?" Sirius inquired coolly, his wrist flicking as his own wand slipped into his palm unnoticed. Barty glanced at his wand and suddenly chuckled. "You're feigning ignorance about this Vinewood wand, aren't you?" Of course, it was a gift from Evelyn. Sirius ground his teeth in frustration. That was Evelyn's wand. She used it. Barty replied with a mischievous grin, using the gentlest tone to provoke. "Indeed, it was once hers. But she bestowed it upon me because she quite fancies me. Is there an issue with that?" Sirius retorted. "Don't you possess your own wand?" Barty replied nonchalantly. "My previous partner was shattered long ago. This one is mine now. My favorite. What, are you unhappy about it?" Sirius fell silent, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, Evelyn was inside, setting up a cauldron and rummaging through the remaining potion ingredients in the cupboard to prepare a few doses for Barty. Suddenly, she heard a cacophony of noise from outside, causing the very floor beneath her to tremble. She pondered, what on earth is happening? Just as she was about to step outside to investigate, her door swung open, and Harry rushed in like a whirlwind, skidding to a stop before her, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. "Quick, Evelyn! You must intervene!" Harry exclaimed, pointing outside. "Sirius and Barty are fighting. It's quite intense." Evelyn blinked in surprise, but before she could respond, spells began to whiz past the window, with stray incantations striking the walls with a resounding crack. Evelyn immediately paused her potion-making and followed Harry outside. The two were still rational enough to realize they shouldn't battle indoors, but not by much. Outside, spells flew chaotically, colorful lights bursting across the ground like a machine gun. And with only a few meters separating them from the ancestral home, it would be all too easy to cause collateral damage. Evelyn, bewildered, questioned how things had escalated so suddenly. Hadn't they been getting along well? Harry replied honestly, "I'm not too surprised. They were never really on good terms." Upon seeing Barty, Harry had anticipated a confrontation between him and Sirius. He just hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. Evelyn reached an open area outside and raised her wand to conjure a firework, shouting, "Stop! Cease fighting at once." However, the two combatants remained oblivious to her words. Evelyn's smile gradually faded. She redirected her wand and swiftly petrified both Sirius and Barty. Instantly, the evenly matched combatants froze, akin to two geese caught by the throat. Unable to move, their eyes pleading toward Evelyn. With a glare, Evelyn admonished them, while Harry, standing behind her, crossed his arms and sighed like a miniature adult. Shaking his head, Evelyn first lifted the petrification curse from Sirius, asking, "How old are you? And yet you still resort to fighting? How am I to trust you with newcomers in the future?" Sirius huffed in discontent but remained silent. "Newcomers? Who's newcomers?" he thought, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Evelyn then released Barty from his petrification, also reproaching him. "You are not typically this impulsive, Barty. Infighting will only bring me more trouble. Don't you understand?" Barty's eyes widened in surprise, his double eyelids forming a perfect arc, making him appear somewhat aggrieved. "Evelyn, I didn't instigate anything. You must ask him why he suddenly attacked me." Evelyn turned to Sirius. "Why?" Sirius crossed his arms and coldly remarked, "What are you pretending for? Who was the one who provoked me first? Just because you wield that wand, does it mean others aren't allowed to ask a couple of questions?" After all this, it turned out to be a matter concerning the wand. Yvonne finally grasped the sequence of events and found herself astounded by the childishness of the two. She affectionately ruffled Barty's hair and addressed Sirius. "This wand is quite compatible with Barty. Besides, a wizard cannot function without a wand. I simply handed it to him." "Sirius, with a hint of envy, retorted, so the wand can just be given away? You never did that for me. Barty nestled in the palm of Yvonne's hand, casting a sidelong glance at Sirius, his lips curling into a subtly provocative smile. Yvonne gently shook her head and said, but Sirius, your wand is unique as well. And I haven't mentioned this to you yet. The red oak wand you hold is the only wand I helped create years ago. The ancient runes engraved upon it were inscribed by me, and the core is made from the feather of a phoenix I nurtured. It has a significant connection to me. Sirius was taken aback, his expression brightening with joy. Really? He exclaimed. Barty was left utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 65. Tutoring, yet habitual. Some partnerships yield a synergy greater than the sum of their parts, while others result in a negative efficiency. Yvonne found it perplexing. Despite both Sirius and Barty being exceptionally capable individuals, their collaboration seemed to slow progress, hindering one another. However, she understood that forcing incompatible dynamics would yield no fruit, so she decided to separate them. Sirius continued to primarily oversee the Nocturne Alley area, a domain familiar to him, as the previous rapid expansion had left many matters unresolved. Yvonne instructed him to slow down, focusing on managing operations and striving for self-sufficiency within the ancient society. As for Barty, he was dispatched to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, where the former head had been possessed. Sirius later transferred control to Barty, facilitating his establishment in the political arena, gradually extending his influence elsewhere. Barty was elated. After so many years, the wheel of fortune had turned. He had transformed from a fool into his father's legacy, which was amusing to him. He presented Yvonne with a newly crafted pocket watch, saying, "This is yours. An alchemical product." Barty examined the watch, admiring the ancient magical emblem atop it, exclaiming, "Wow, it's truly beautiful." Remember to communicate timely, Yvonne cautioned earnestly. Do not argue with Sirius again. Your work overlaps. Sirius scoffed, while Barty wore a bemused expression. Both adults were metaphorically planted into their respective roles by Yvonne, commencing their beneficial work endeavors. Meanwhile, Yvonne and Harry were packing their belongings, as the Easter holiday had arrived, signaling their return to school. With the end-of-term examinations approaching, Hermione had already sent several anxious letters to Yvonne inquiring when tutoring sessions would resume. Yvonne felt gratified by her friend's eagerness for knowledge and cheerfully announced, "In that case, let us all convene in the library for intensive study every weekend." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Upon returning to school, the temperature gradually warmed, and Yvonne settled into a routine of attending classes, lounging in the common room, and spending time in the dungeon. Every weekend, she would gather Draco and the three Gryffindors to form a study group. Typically, they would master the material first, then painstakingly assist Ron in catching up. To ensure their friend did not lag behind, they dedicated considerable effort. Not to mention Hermione. Even Draco and Harry were nearly driven to madness by Ron's pace. In a nondescript corner of the library, encircled by soundproofing charms, the study group convened. "Wesley, are you sharing a brain with the troll?" Draco slammed the table, emboldened by the soundproofing as he unleashed a dragon-like roar. "How many times must I reiterate that one of the primary causes of the Goblin Rebellion was the wizard's legislative refusal to allow goblins the use of wands, thereby exacerbating racial tensions? Answer with clarity. Can you differentiate? The primary causes and the consequences of the rebellion cannot be conflated. You may have remembered correctly, but your answer is wrong." Indeed, Draco and Ron had developed a more amicable relationship following the troll incident. But that did not prevent Draco from wishing to poke Ron's head with his wand to see if it was filled with weeds. Ron retorted defiantly, "Who remembers all that? Just filling the exam paper is enough, right? Anyway, the history of magic is just a reiteration of the same points. Hard work can make up for a lack of talent, Ron." Harry, reciting from the textbook, chimed in, "The more you memorize, the better. If I drop out of the top 5 in the finals, I won't be able to face my sister for an entire year." Ron asked incredulously, "Are you serious?" Hermione, even more determined, glanced up at Yvonne, who was engrossed in writing with her quill, a fiery resolve igniting in her eyes. "I will not relinquish my position at the top," Hermione declared, clenching her fist, "even if it proves to be extremely challenging." Draco narrowed his eyes, snorting softly as he sat down, dragging his half-finished notes back to him. "Count me in." Ron looked around, as if hallucinating, envisioning the backdrop ablaze with flames. He silently donned a mask of anguish and buried his head in his books. Written examinations are not particularly difficult. One merely needs to memorize the key points. Moreover, Yvonne had access to previous year's exam materials, and the questions in the history of magic remained largely consistent. Diligent memorization could ensure a secure pass. The more challenging aspect lay in the practical classes, particularly potions and transfiguration. Just as the group was preparing to gather their things and return to their respective dormitories, Yvonne interjected, "We need to change our location." She stroked her chin, acknowledging that while the library was convenient for research, it was too small and didn't enhance practical skills. "Let us meet at another venue next time." "Where?" Yvonne pondered briefly. "On the 8th floor of the castle. You will see a tapestry depicting a troll beating a simpleton named Barnabas. Wait for me there." The friends exchanged puzzled looks, their heads filled with questions. Yet they ultimately nodded in agreement. After dispersing from them, Yvonne made her way to the Slytherin dungeon, where she had made new progress with Snape's modified wolfsbane potion. However, she had other matters to attend to during the Easter holiday, so she set it aside for the time being. Upon entering, the cauldron emitted a cloud of smoke mixed with a pungent odor that made Yvonne cough. She waved away the smoke and asked, "Professor Snape, have you determined the suitable dosage for the unicorn tears we discussed last time?" Cough cough. Snape glanced at her, flicked his wand to disperse the smoke, and replied in a detached tone, 0.5 milliliters, controlled within 3 seconds. Otherwise, the purifying effect of the tears will be diminished by the potion as properties. As expected of a professor, Yvonne praised, giving a thumbs up. Inventing a new formula from scratch requires meticulous experimentation concerning ingredients, dosages, and appropriate temperatures. And Yvonne's talent allowed her to significantly shorten the experimental timeline, yet it did not exempt her from frequent failures. She smoothly integrated her contributions into today's experiment, bringing new ingredients. The potion materials for the wolfsbane potion were exceedingly rare, and their ample supply for experimentation was thanks to the ancient society's influence over Nocturne Alley. Snape was uninterested in the secrets of others, merely glancing at her before allowing her to proceed, without inquiring about the origins of those materials. Once again, it was a long day of experimentation. Yvonne shook her hair, which had grown increasingly greasy from the cauldron's steam, and pointed her wand at it, uttering a spell. In an instant, the grease was washed away, and her hair returned to a soft, dry state. She glanced at Snape, her hand with the wand itching to act. Snape, alert, questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Ivy regretfully set aside her wand and obediently remarked, "It's nothing, Professor." He narrowed his eyes, his expression rife with skepticism, while Ivy, with a beaming smile, approached and slipped a vial of potion into his embrace before waving goodbye. Observing her retreating figure, Snape made no effort to examine the vial of pale gold potion in his hand. He could discern its nature merely by the feel of the bottle. Calmly and accustomed to the routine, he placed the potion on the edge of the table. Chapter 66. A wish granted, yet a secret meeting photo. This should be the place Ivy mentioned, right? Harry turned back, glancing at his companions who had accompanied him, uncertainly inquiring. Hermione offered him an affirming nod. The 8th floor of the castle, with the tapestry depicting the troll striking the hapless Barnabas. This is indeed the right spot. However, the reason behind Ivy's choice of this location remained a mystery. Ron, somewhat bewildered, looked around. This corridor was decidedly desolate, rarely frequented by students. And weren't they supposed to be searching for a tutoring venue? What purpose did this corridor serve? "Let's wait and see. Ivy is here," he said. At the end of their line of sight, 2 golden figures appeared, one deep, one light, with Ivy at the forefront, waving to greet them. She smiled and said, "You all arrived earlier than I expected. I know what you wish to ask. Allow me to demonstrate." Under the gaze of her companions, Ivy approached the wall she remembered. Concentrating on the scene she desired, she paced back and forth 3 times along that stretch. Then, amidst their gasps, a smooth door quietly emerged from the wall. Time, long sealed, seemed to flicker as she arrived at a familiar location once more. The door creaked open to reveal Ivy, her face alight with joy. "Welcome to Ivy's elegant abode of wishes," she greeted with a graceful bow. This place could be regarded as one of the clandestine meeting bases from a century past. It held an abundance of Ivy's memories. Here she expanded her space, connecting numerous outdoor scenes, nurturing magical creatures, including her phoenix, Lyra. Of course, there was also the coastal lord, the tempestuous Ammon, who, unlike Lyra, was known for his fierce temperament. With a single charge, he could send a dark wizard flying. Initially, Ivy had to use force to subdue the formidable creature. A century later, these magical beings had either departed or dispersed. Perhaps Lyra still remembered her. But Ammon had likely embraced freedom long ago, reveling in his role as the coastal king. Ivy's memories of the original clandestine meetings were vividly clear, and thus the abode still retained its appearance from 100 years prior. At the forefront hung a massive tapestry, displaying the insignias of the 4 houses, meticulously arranged. In the center, names were inscribed in gilded lettering. At the top of the list was none other than Ivy Grindelwald. Majestic griffin statues stood guard on either side, while a technologically advanced potion station bubbled industriously, producing vial after vial of potions. A magically controlled loom, governed by ancient spells, created garments imbued with magical properties. A deep red carpet with golden patterns lay beneath a long table capable of seating a dozen individuals, flanked by leather sofas. At the front stood a white screen for magical projections, a quintessential setting for a small conference room. If one were to descend the staircase at the right rear, they would find the herbal cultivation area Ivy had designated, akin to a potion cauldron, fully automated for fertilizing and watering, producing herbs on a schedule, liberating humanity's hands a century in advance. Most striking was the enormous photograph visible upon entry. An old picture framed upon the wall behind the left sofa. A closer inspection revealed that the figures and their positions corresponded perfectly with the names inscribed on the tapestry. Hermione was momentarily awestruck, inhaling softly as she stepped forward to scrutinize the frame. "This person looks just like you," she murmured. "Ivy, even the name is identical." "Indeed. It is remarkable," Ron replied, staring at the photograph in astonishment. "Merlin, I see Weasley there. That's my ancestor." "And mine," Draco added, his mouth slightly agape. "So the Malfoys and Weasleys were truly part of the same group a century ago?" "I told you so," Ivy chimed in, her gentle smile illuminating her face. She lifted her gaze to join the children as they collectively observed the vivid photograph, a testament to their past vibrancy. Hermione's curiosity about the room was fully ignited as she began matching the names on the tapestry with those in the photograph. Harry was engaged in the same pursuit, though his emotions were more complex, as he understood this was Ivy's past, one he could never touch. In the magical world, photographs could move, as if the subjects were still alive. In the photo, a 16-year-old Ivy Grindelwald sat gracefully at the center of the sofa, her demeanor poised and elegant, golden curls cascading over one shoulder. She gazed softly at the camera, her smile warm. On either side of her were two young men. One with golden short hair and peculiar, unfocused white eyes leaned against her shoulder, their hands intertwined. The other, a dark-haired boy with slightly curled brown locks, crossed his arms and gazed at the camera with a confident smirk, exuding a sharper presence than his golden-haired counterpart. Hermione whispered their names, Omini's Gaunt and Sebastian Sallow. "Gaunt," Draco softly remarked. "That's Gareth Weasley," Ron pointed out, eyeing the red-haired boy behind the sofa with a scrunched nose. "Wait, is that Malfoy beside him? Goodness. Back then, my family had a girl." Draco nodded seriously, Elvira Malfoy. "I believe I recall that name." Elvira and Gareth stood side by side behind the sofa, both smiling, devoid of any familial animosity. "And two Ravenclaws," Harry exclaimed as he leaned in closer to examine the photograph. The two Eagle House students, adorned with blue ties, stood slightly behind Sebastian, yet their expressions were starkly different. The dark-haired Catalina Crouch wore a proud demeanor, while the boy beside her, Amit Tacker, held a stargazing device and wore a shy smile. "And Hufflepuffs," Ivy interjected. "Yes, that short-haired girl is Poppy Sweeting. Isn't she adorable?" The lively Poppy stood at the center behind Ivy, bouncing forward in an attempt to embrace her, only to be discreetly thwarted by Sebastian. Next to Sebastian stood the dark-haired boy, Sirius Black too, smiling at the camera while playfully wrestling with Sebastian, both their hands bearing marks of their playful struggle. Their outward camaraderie belied the rivalry beneath. Yet for the sake of this rare group photo, everyone maintained a smile fixed on their faces. "Wait. There's an inscription on the edge of the frame." Hermione, ever observant, called excitedly to her friends. Ron leaned in, squinting as he read aloud, "To our everlasting youth." At this moment, Draco turned sharply to Ivy, his astonishment evident. Ivy, however, simply smiled quietly, awaiting Ron to finish reading the inscription. Chapter 67. Rising Intelligence. Yet Draco. A shared secret base inherently fosters a sense of community, which in turn becomes a powerful instrument for bridging distances, enhancing a sense of belonging and identity. Once renowned for its clandestine gatherings, the ancient secret society initially stemmed from a remarkably simple group psychological phenomenon, gradually coalescing into something greater. Ivy opened the gates of a century-old base to them. How could this not signify their inclusion within her domain? Draco, Hermione, and Ron surveyed their surroundings with expressions of wonder, while only Harry turned his gaze, unblinking, towards Ivy. "What's the matter?" Ivy questioned, perplexed. "Aren't you going to join them?" Harry averted his eyes awkwardly, then offered Ivy a faint smile, taking her hand and saying, "Let us go together, Ivy." Draco paused in his playful examination of a plant's leaves, silently glancing back to see the golden-haired girl finally approaching, accompanied by Harry. Harry and her. Draco pressed his lips together, the pallor of his thin lips becoming even more pronounced. He understood that his housemate harbored numerous secrets, and he persistently endeavored to draw closer to her, to unravel her mysteries. Yet Ivy was adept at maintaining boundaries. She regarded them as friends, but only ever truly opened her heart to her chosen brother. Harry possessed knowledge far beyond Draco's, always remaining the one closest to her. At this moment, the atmosphere between Harry and Ivy, impenetrable to outsiders, left Draco feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. Perhaps it was the stark contrast, or perhaps the imbalance of effort and reward that left him discontented. Harry could comfortably draw near her and share secrets, while Draco could only guess, always guessing. This unnameable discomfort compelled Draco to stride over, tugging at the other sleeve of Ivy's garment, saying, "Ivy, didn't you mention you'd help us with our studies here?" "Oh right." Ivy snapped back to reality, calling over Ron, who had scampered upstairs, and Hermione, who was ensconced at the potions table, urging, "Come back quickly. The tools are all set. Let us start with potions." In her mind, Ivy envisioned the scene. The room of requirement responded to her will, and in an instant, a small room was carved out beside the meeting chamber, arranged like a classic classroom, with potion tables for each student, while Ivy positioned herself at the lectern. As she flipped through the textbook, reminiscing about the teaching content, Draco settled beside Harry, nudging him with his elbow. "What's up?" Harry inquired. Draco lowered his voice, casting a glance at the two seated across the table to ensure they were oblivious to their exchange before quietly asking, "Harry, is Ivy that person? The one from the photo we saw in the hall?" It was no wonder Draco conjectured thus. The connections were glaringly evident, and Ivy had made no effort to conceal her intentions, practically plastering the clues onto their faces. It was only the oblivious Ron Weasley and the muggle-born Hermione Granger, still insufficiently acquainted with the wonders of magic, who remained unaware. After all, time magic was indeed a rarity, a phenomenon occurring once in a century. Harry regarded Draco with an expression of astonishment, as if to say, "You've only just realized?" The boy's previously pale complexion flushed with embarrassment. "Just say it." "Indeed," Harry affirmed, pride swelling in his tone. "Ivy is an incredibly skilled magical master. She leads the ancient secret society." Though suspicions had long been harbored, the affirmation struck Draco with a wave of exhilaration. Thoughts of the letters from home, the tumultuous undercurrents within the wizarding world, and the realization that the core figure of the ancient society was right beside him, a friend, sent shivers through him. Merlin, this. Draco felt his breath quicken, excitement swirling within him, compelling him to whisper even more fervently, "So, Ivy is actually older than us? Why else do you think I call her sister?" Harry retorted, "Ah. Sister is beginning the lesson. We can discuss this later." Harry swiftly transitioned into study mode, opening his textbook and diligently striving to keep pace with Ivy's instruction, fully absorbed. In contrast, Draco's performance that day was lackluster. Even after the tutoring session concluded, he remained in a daze, akin to having downed 2 bottles of vodka, cheeks flushed yet eyes sparkling as they fixated on Ivy, oblivious to the surrounding noise, completely immersed in his thoughts. Had Ivy diverted a portion of her attention to observe Draco, she would have easily recognized that gaze, one she was all too familiar with. It was a gaze of yearning. At the end of the session, Draco, as if resolved, gathered his belongings and, with an unusual seriousness, addressed Harry. "Rest assured, Harry." "Ha." Harry responded, puzzled. Draco's expression conveyed understanding as he patted Harry's shoulder. "I will safeguard this secret for Ivy. I swear, I won't even tell my father." Ivy's willingness to bring them to her former secret base and openly share the photograph was a profound testament of trust. Draco walked out of the room of requirement, head held high, like a worker enchanted by a boss's grand promise, invigorated. "Huh?" Harry murmured, utterly baffled. As May blossomed into spring and summer approached, the days dwindled until the final examinations, intensifying the competition for the House Cup. Ivy and Snape's research project finally yielded groundbreaking progress, a cause for celebration. The potion is roughly in this state, but adjustments will still be needed moving forward. Ivy, her face alight with satisfaction, handed a potion vial to Snape, expressing confidence in its theoretical success, though clinical trials remained a crucial factor. "Unless we can capture a real werewolf, otherwise it will be indefinitely postponed." Snape, having cleaned the cauldron, bore the fatigue of several days of intense mental labor, yet the satisfaction from the preliminary results was an unquenchable source of fulfillment. Rarely did he exhibit a softened demeanor, and he refrained from uttering his usual biting remarks, simply responding with a curt, as Ivy approached the cellar's exit. Just as she was about to bid farewell, Snape's sudden words halted her in surprise. "You need not come tomorrow, Miss Grindelwald." "What?" Ivy queried. "May 7th. Snape, still engrossed in the numerous pages of experimental records, did not glance up, emphasizing his reminder in a tone reminiscent of his habitual reprimands regarding Gryffindor points. It was precisely this that made Ivy question her hearing. She blinked, then blinked again. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Thank you, Professor Snape. After all, her birthday was indeed approaching, and he was the first to wish her well. For a professor typically indifferent to his students, to take the time to remind her not to come because of her upcoming birthday was not to be taken lightly as a gesture of goodwill. With a flick of her wand, she regarded the shimmering digits of the year above her with a sense of nostalgia. Her birthday was nearly upon her. Chapter 68. A birthday, yet at the Gailey household. Ivy opened her eyes to behold the familiar sight of the silver-green Slytherin bed curtains. The crackling flames of the fireplace filled the room with a cacophony that, instead of being monotonous, transformed into a delightful melody in Ivy's ears. Her spirit soared, rendering the world around her breathtakingly beautiful. She was acutely aware of the significance of the day, and the number of people who held her in their thoughts exceeded her expectations. A glance to her bedside revealed an array of gifts piled high, a colorful mountain of wrapped boxes, a spectacle typically reserved for Christmas. Cards brimming with birthday wishes surrounded her, the handwriting varied, yet the messages largely echoed the same sentiments. And Ivy eagerly perused each one, savoring the heartfelt greetings. Indeed, young Barty Crouch and Sirius Black have each sent her a letter. They refrained from using their time-turners. Perhaps out of concern for disturbing her slumber? How considerate of them. Barty's letter, sealed with silver-green wax emblematic of Slytherin aesthetics, bore a delicate daisy nestled at the center of the envelope. The flowing script on the parchment was a visual delight, and the edges of the stationery were adorned with specks of golden foil, exuding a subtle fragrance. Happy birthday, Yvonne. Is today your 12th or your 17th? It should count as both, right? On such an important day, let us not remain cooped up at school, shall we? I miss you terribly, I truly do. How long has it been since we last met? I feel as though I have nearly forgotten. Unfortunately, I often find myself at a loss for excuses to see you. But at last, the most significant day of the year has arrived, not only for you but for me as well. Come out, as long as you desire it. I have 1,000 ways to sneak you out. But then again, Yvonne is so remarkable, perhaps she doesn't even need my assistance. If only you would step outside. I promise to grant you anything you wish, truly. Yours, the lovesick Barty Crouch. How does he manage to maintain such a tone in his correspondence? Yvonne, unable to sleep, turned the parchment over and over, scrutinizing it for the better part of the day, deciphering the underlying messages of wanting to play, longing to see her, and so forth. She mused, how old is he, yet still so playful, wanting her to join in his merriment. However, considering Barty's exceptional performance this month, as her superior, she felt inclined to grant her employee some leniency. She then retrieved Sirius's letter, which he had penned long before Barty joined the Ancient Order, and it bore the unmistakable tone of a report to a superior. No matter, Yvonne found it quite entertaining. Sirius had utilized half a sheet of parchment, meticulously detailing his official duties, and only after exhausting his reports did he cautiously extend an invitation at the end of the letter, inquiring whether she would like to step out to celebrate her birthday. Yvonne, this is your first birthday celebrated here, and we all value it greatly. I hope you can find joy in your time here, and if you wish, you can bring Harry along. It's perfectly acceptable to leave school without permission. You've done it before, haven't you? Goodness, both of them seemed to disregard school rules entirely. As Yvonne swiftly gathered her belongings, preparing to invite Harry to join her, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. She made her way to the Slytherin common room, cheerfully greeting the most conspicuous blonde head in the crowd, which caused young Mr. Malfoy to momentarily freeze before turning slowly. What are you doing? Ahem. Nothing at all. Draco donned a flawless smile and asked, are you going out? Make sure to return soon. Yvonne strode out of the common room, initially intending to find Harry in Gryffindor Tower, but Harry had already anticipated her and arrived early. Happy birthday, Yvonne. Harry embraced her. Shall we go? Certainly, let us go. Yvonne patted his shoulder. Wow, exclaimed Barty. Wow, echoed Harry. Wow, Yvonne joined in. What are you all so amazed about? Isn't this your own accomplishment? Sirius remarked. The wind howled, biting cold, as the four of them stood like wooden statues before the tower entrance of Nurmengard, a rather comical sight. It was Yvonne who suggested they visit her long-lost younger brother, and thus the birthday outing was planned for Nurmengard, a prison renowned for its notoriety, perhaps even more than Azkaban itself. Their visits here were becoming increasingly reminiscent of holiday family reunions, since two of them had never been here before. Yvonne opted not to use the fireplace in her dormitory, and instead led them on foot. However, upon completing the journey, she found herself questioning her life choices. Was this truly the Nurmengard she knew? The glossy white walls, the gleaming floor tiles reflecting light, the newly constructed walls made of top-notch insulating materials, due to the high altitude and frigid temperatures, and the carpet that extended up the staircase, all replete with every conceivable furniture and facility. A standalone tower, a luxurious villa, 15 rooms and 9 halls, decorated in various national styles, with a view overlooking snow-capped mountains, and offering indoor hot springs for leisure. This was a lavish establishment indeed. Barty, incredulously, exclaimed. You call this a jail? Wow, he had never felt that his suffering in Azkaban was so unbearable. Sirius shrugged it all off. I haven't even said anything yet. Just sit down. If anyone were to blame, it would be for not having an elder sister named Yvonne Grindelwald. Smiling bravely, Sirius turned. You arranged the renovations. So why are you surprised? Yvonne slowly stepped into Nurmengard, maintaining her astonished demeanor. I've never seen it in person. I merely asked Gellert if he was comfortable living here, and he said it was fine, so I didn't inquire further. Barty felt a pang of jealousy rise within him. You call this fine? The entire tower prison had transformed into high-end luxury real estate. He dared to say that. Across the wizarding world, even some self-proclaimed noble pureblood families did not reside as well as this. Look at that figure descending the staircase, exuding an air of languid indifference. Clearly corrupted by the sweet poison of capitalism. Someone was coming down the stairs. Who was the only prisoner residing in Nurmengard? Harry jolted, instantly alert like a lion cub. A shiver of dread washing over him as he instinctively shrank behind Yvonne. Little did he know, his actions only intensified the gaze of the individual at the staircase. Gellert casually surveyed the group, dismissing the others, finally fixing his gaze on Yvonne. Happy birthday, sister, he said with a light laugh. Chapter 69, Siblings. Yet imparting their ideologies to one another. Happy birthday, Gellert. I brought the family along to celebrate. Yvonne waved her hand, disregarding the varied expressions of those nearby. Cheerfully greeting Gellert. Humph. Gellert strolled down leisurely, narrowing his mismatched eyes, and with a tone reminiscent of the nightmares that once haunted Europe 50 years prior, he intriguingly echoed. Brought the family along? His gaze swept over Sirius, over Barty, and then landed on Harry, who emitted a faint, seemingly mocking, monotone sound from his nostrils. Boy, Gellert said, lowering his head and offering Harry a slight smile. It's good to see you again. Harry's hair stood on end, but he did not show fear. Instead, he defiantly clenched his fists, lifting his chin to return Gellert's smile. Mr. Grindelwald, it has been a while. I see you are in good spirits. I trust my sister Yvonne is also at ease. Harry spoke politely. Quite bold of you. Gellert raised an eyebrow, noting how Harry had been astute during their previous exchanges through the time-turner. Yet now, face to face, he seemed to have grown audacious. Was it because Yvonne was present? Gellert, you two have met. Indeed, Gellert replied nonchalantly. I've spoken with him through your time-turner. It seems you've gained a fine younger brother, Yvonne. Yvonne suddenly froze. Huh? What else with this inexplicable tension? Gellert, are you feeling jealous? She inquired directly, tilting her head to scrutinize Gellert, her eyes blinking playfully as she added with a smile. You used to get jealous whenever I mentioned anyone else in my letters. You always counted and made it clear. Such possessiveness isn't good, Gellert. Gellert replied. You're overthinking it, sister. Harry and the others watched in astonishment, internally exclaiming, wow. So this was the nature of the sibling relationship between Grindelwald. Yvonne cheerfully dragged Gellert upstairs, waving to the other three with her free hand. Gellert followed her lead, casting a sideways glance at the others trailing behind. The 11-year-old boy could be disregarded, but the other two initially he thought their relationship was purely hierarchical, but now it seemed otherwise. Jelai, what are you smiling about? Nothing. Gellert replied, meandering along, effortlessly drawing Yvonne closer to him, obscuring most of her figure. Perhaps he had been a bit lax lately. Unbeknownst to him, numerous fish were once again leaping forward in a desperate attempt to capture his sister's attention. A century ago, it was the same, and a century later, it remained unchanged. It was amusing. Did people truly believe Gellert Grindelwald was dead? Despite his denials, the European king of jealousy, Gellert, harbored an immense possessiveness, akin to a century-old vinegar jar with a heart the size of a pinhole. Yvonne, huh? What riddle are you and sister playing? Immersed in the warmth of familial affection with her brother, Yvonne remained oblivious. However, the three individuals behind her, particularly the two men, were certainly not as dull. Little Barty softly clicked his lips, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze fixated on the partially concealed figure of the girl. How annoying, he muttered under his breath. Sirius sighed. Upon ascending the stairs, he turned towards the kitchen. Indeed, the kitchen at Nurmengard was well furnished and equipped, and with the ingredients they had brought, they could start cooking at any moment. Harry followed his godfather's lead, but, possessing a sliver of kindness, he offered a gentle reminder to little Barty, who had been sulking since entering Nurmengard. Mr. Barty, don't overthink it, Harry stated plainly. In this world, the only one who could potentially shake Gellert Grindelwald's position in your sister's heart is likely Albus Dumbledore. Little Barty, being led toward the kitchen by Harry, exclaimed, "Huh? What does Dumbledore have to do with this?" After all, Dumbledore's allure to Grindelwald is likely an innate talent that cannot be envied, Harry replied. What talent? What allure? Savior, elaborate. Little Barty protested. As the kitchen door closed, their conversation was muffled. The godson and his father had the foresight not to disturb the sibling reunion, and Harry seized the opportunity to enlighten the newcomer about the undeniable facts. Little Barty remained in a state of shock. Wow, what a massive revelation. So, the battle that determined the future of the wizarding world half a century ago was actually domestic abuse, or a bitter breakup. Little Barty, you all have me completely floored. After hearing this, the ever-committed Sirius, who had long established roots in the mountains, silently shifted a position for this new resident. This was precisely why, in his sister's heart, Gellert's status was unparalleled. Harry let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and shifted the conversation. However, I possess an advantage. I am still very young. Sooner or later, I will outlast the other, thereby becoming Yvonne's one and only brother. Little Barty shot him a sidelong glance. Your fighting spirit is commendable, but Harry Potter, do you dare to repeat that in front of Gellert Grindelwald? Outside the kitchen, Gellert was subtly employing his eloquence to instill some much-needed caution in his sister. My dear, you always have a tendency to envelop others under your protective wing. But do they truly require your safeguarding? Gellert wrapped an arm around Yvonne's shoulders, his eyes reflecting the blend of sky and water. A soft hue of white mingled with blue. He expressed his affection for her without reservation, the sentiment flowing gently. Sister, you must open your eyes and truly see them. Have you not realized? Those who gather around you, what exactly are they seeking from you? Do you genuinely need them? Or is it merely them who are in need of you? In your insatiable indulgence, you are nurturing the growth of a demon, my sister. Yvonne lowered her gaze, absorbing Gellert's words. After a moment of contemplation, she confirmed that she had reached a completely objective stance, devoid of personal emotions or biases, and raised her head to respond earnestly. I understand, Jelly, Yvonne said. But no one is ever willing to invest in me without reason, are they? All transactions in this world ought to be based on the principle of equivalent exchange, be it emotional or material. Both ends of the scale must bear something. What people pursue are merely power, wealth, status, or spiritual fulfillment, the realization of their self-worth. And I can provide them with all of that. Yvonne smiled faintly, confidently declaring, Do not underestimate your sister, Jelly. Gellert gazed at her intently for a moment. As Yvonne began to feel uneasy, reflecting on whether he had perhaps said something unnecessary, Gellert suddenly smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. He gently patted Yvonne's shoulder. An unspoken understanding passed between them. Gellert felt immensely gratified. How wonderful it is that, after a century, my sister remains as steadfast as ever. Chapter 70. Joyful, yet endless. The rectangular dining table, adorned with natural wood grain, was filled with classic French dishes tailored to Yvonne's palate for her birthday celebration. She needed not lift a finger, merely indulging in the feast. The fire in the hearth flushed her cheeks a rosy hue as she raised her glass. I am 17 now. 17. I can drink. Let me drink. She lunged to snatch the bottle of red wine from Sirius, who quickly shielded it from her reach. Little Barty, rarely aligned with Sirius, intercepted Yvonne, gently advising, Yvonne, you are only 12, well fine 17. But even at 17 you are not yet an adult. Can you please wait a bit longer? Why should I? I am the boss. Yvonne exclaimed, brandishing her knife and fork, indignant at being controlled even a century later. Gellert smiled as I said, Dear Yvonne, you shall not touch a drop of alcohol tonight. With a single hand he effortlessly pulled his immature sister back, his words commanding the room. Yvonne, my brother has grown. His wings have strengthened. Little Barty chuckled, Mr. Grindelwald speaks the truth. A toast to the great first Dark Lord. Harry enthusiastically raised his glass, filled with juice. Hooray! A toast to the great first Dark Lord. Sirius instinctively joined in, to the greatness. Cough cough, not that. In any case, Yvonne, you have classes tomorrow. If you dare to drink, do you wish to make your Slytherin peers suffer from an abundance of gemstone hourglasses? This tactic proved effective. As Yvonne placed great importance on collective honor, and would not typically jeopardize her house for a moment of personal whim. She relented, picking up her fork to poke at her steak, muttering, "When did you all become so harmonious?" She recalled the tense atmosphere when she first arrived at Nurmengard. Little Barty shook his wine glass with a smile, thinking his emotional intelligence had not sunk to that level. Regardless of Harry and the others' private attitudes, during the feast, they could not afford to disrespect Gellert, who was Yvonne's own brother. With just that, he had already won the contest. Moreover, he sensed that whatever Gellert and Yvonne had discussed privately had softened his prior hostility toward them, adopting an extraordinarily calm, patient demeanor. Yvonne sipped her juice in small gulps, her words flowing freely as she animatedly shared daily trivialities with Gellert. Should someone who had experienced the Great Wizarding War witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. Left speechless. Regarded by multitudes as a harbinger of calamity and a symbol of terror, Gellert Grindelwald now finds himself seated at the dining table, a mere mortal among the throng, cradling a goblet in his hand, occasionally savoring a sip. His eyes twinkling with mirth as he quietly observes the lively girl beside him engaged in animated conversation. This scene, so unremarkable, so gentle, so mundane, embodies a part of existence that is inextricable from the human experience, yet one cannot help but feel a disconnection from him in this moment. Yet, when this tableau unfolds, it feels remarkably harmonious, devoid of any discord. The gathering forms a wondrous, incredible tapestry. Former Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr., former Order of the Phoenix member Sirius Black, the current savior Harry Potter, and the erstwhile Dark Lord Gellert. Under any other circumstances, their presence in the same vicinity would suggest a deadly confrontation. Yet here they are, celebrating the birthday of one amidst a serene ambience. Ivy serves as a peculiar adhesive, bridging the gaps of animosity, and binding together those who ought to be strangers. Perhaps even unbeknownst to her, this unparalleled talent. "Rest assured, Gellert," I've inquired. "Dumbledore has received your gift and has not discarded it." Ivy's voice brims with encouragement. Not being tossed aside is a monumental step forward, Gellert. Sirius interjects, "Is this the standard for your courtship, Grindelwald?" To Sirius's astonishment, he observes Gellert genuinely exhibiting a hint of delight. Ivy, with a beaming smile, nonchalantly boasts about her own gifts. "Well, I did receive his present, on Christmas. And for my birthday, Dumbledore gifted me his notebook, and this time he bestowed upon me his spell insights. How did he know I would adore this?" Gellert raises a hand to interrupt, his expression inscrutable. "That will suffice," Ivy cease. "Oh, Dumbledore has showered his sister with numerous gifts." Oh. She was absolutely overjoyed upon receiving Dumbledore's offerings. Gellert finds himself at a loss, unsure of whose jealousy to entertain. The conversation meanders to various tangents, and Harry and the others express curiosity about Ivy's past, urging her to share more. When Ivy recounts her thrilling experiences, she does so with an air of nonchalance, deeming them unworthy of excessive mention. Yet even Gellert listens intently, as he has always held a fascination for her school life, a passion that remains unchanged despite the passage of time. Inevitably, the conversation shifts to her post-war accolades. "The Order of Merlin? That trinket holds no significance for me." Ivy waves her hand dismissively, pouring herself another glass of juice, resting her head on Gellert's shoulder, languidly remarking, "If it remains unacknowledged, so be it. I do not believe my capabilities warrant only that singular accolade in this lifetime. I am already sufficiently conspicuous." Ivy furrows her brow in distress, particularly when her name is called, always eliciting a response akin to Harry's treatment. Candidly, must it always be because of the Grindelwald surname? Harry and the others instinctively cast their gazes towards Gellert, the man who has singularly bestowed a dark reputation upon their surname. Gellert remains unfazed, chuckling softly, shallow and mundane. Humanity often operates in such a manner. Once labeled, it marks the commencement of yet another cycle of arrogance and prejudice. Sighing, Ivy gently pats her brother's shoulder. "Yet this reflects on you, Gellert. You truly are remarkable. A half-century has passed, and the stigma remains unshaken." Gellert smiles, lightly clinking glasses with Ivy. "Thank you. I await the day when our name is etched anew in the eyes of the world, dear sister." Sirius, stroking the rim of his glass, muses, "Are they discussing something of great significance?" Barty cheers exuberantly, "Huzzah! Let Grindelwald be great once more." Harry chimes in, "Huzzah! Let us applaud the new generation of Dark Lords." Sirius, aghast, exclaims, "Harry, you have truly become a full-fledged acolyte of Grindelwald." Sirius glances at the supportive atmosphere, then lifts his gaze to the girl who has long since imprinted herself in his heart. He rests his forehead in his palm, shaking his head gently, as if in reluctant admiration, his lips curling into a wry smile. Ultimately, Sirius raises his glass and declares, "Very well. Let us await our queen's arrival in her loyal magical realm. Cheers. Following the familial gathering, Ivy feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, nearly melting with delight. Taking advantage of the early night, she and Harry glide through the fireplace of Nemontgard, returning directly to her dormitory. Harry, with foresight, dons the invisibility cloak and, draping it over himself, bids her farewell. Goodbye, Ivy, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Ivy perches on the edge of her bed, watching Harry open the door and stealthily depart. As tranquility envelopes the dormitory once more, she prepares to tidy her blankets when she is suddenly startled by the sound of the doorknob twisting again. It is Harry, returning with an exhilarated expression. Ivy, hurry. We're off to the room of requirement. Ivy, intrigued, is pulled along by Harry's hand as they dash up to the 8th floor, where Harry, breathless, halts before the room of requirement. Ivy steps across the threshold and is momentarily stunned, enveloped by a flurry of floral snow. The room is adorned festively, with her likeness prominently displayed at the center. It turns out that upon returning to Hogwarts, more surprises await her. Ahem. Draco adjusts his bow tie and extends his hand towards Ivy. My lady, might I inquire if you would honor us with your presence at the birthday party we have prepared for you? They have utilized the room of requirement's unique qualities to create a small dance floor, with Draco orchestrating everything from the musical selection to the decor and attire, showcasing the Malfoy penchant for exquisite aesthetics. Ivy blinks in wonder, entering the room, transforming her school robes into a fitting gown, lifting the hem to the floor, and gracefully curtsying to the young gentleman before her. With the utmost pleasure, sir. Hermione and Ron, witnessing this, burst into applause. She takes Draco's hand, following his lead, and with a smile, she twirls into the dance floor, her skirt blossoming like layers of blooming petals. The music swells, the night stretches on, and only the sounds of joy seem endless. She wishes for this day never to end. What a beautiful world it is that has laid such a tapestry of surprises before her. Chapter 71, End of Term, but the House Cup. Following the exuberant birthday celebration, the end-of-term examinations arrive as anticipated. In the first week of June, students enter the examination halls, some brimming with confidence, while others are fraught with anxiety. Despite mutual agreements to refrain from discussing answers post-exam, once pens are laid down and they emerge from the testing rooms, they can't resist pulling their friends into fervent discussions about the answers. The corridors echo with the cacophony of students chattering, some lamenting their fate while others exhale sighs of relief. For Harry and his friends, this round of exams proves unexpectedly manageable, not to mention Hermione, the epitome of academic excellence. Even Ron, upon glancing at the exam paper, recognizes all the questions fall within his realm of knowledge, and promptly seizes his quill to fill the page. Practical classes present no greater challenge, having undergone Ivy's rigorous tutoring. They navigate the oppressive gaze of the Serpent King with composure, skillfully handling ingredients and brewing potions within the allotted time. How do you feel? After the final exam, Ivy leans against a stone column, smiling as she waves to them. Absolutely splendid, Ron exclaims, unable to contain his excitement. I dare say my family will see me in a new light once the results are revealed. That is largely thanks to Ivy, Weasley. Draco coolly remarks. If you can't handle an exam after Ivy's tutoring, you might as well consider yourself hopeless. Ron's fists were clenched tightly. Can you utter a kind word, Malfoy? Harry cheerfully interjected. All right, doing well is indeed a good thing. After we receive our results next week, we can nearly head home. Draco, were you serious about inviting us to your house this summer? Of course. Draco was instantly diverted. I've already written to my father about it. Harry, you better not stand me up, or I shall hold a grudge. Evelyn and Hermione did not join the boys' banter. Hermione immediately latched onto Evelyn, pressing her for answers, seemingly having accepted that Evelyn's responses were equivalent to the textbook's correct answers. Oh, for that question, I should have broken it down into 2 points. I merely touched on the other point. Hermione began to spiral into a mental turmoil. Oh no, I hope the professor won't deduct points. Calm down, Hermione, Evelyn said, patting her shoulder resignedly. You must believe in yourself. If you miss the knowledge points, how many others could possibly answer them? Hermione muttered, I don't know about others, but you, Evelyn, would definitely manage it. The report cards for the final exams were generally distributed in the second week of June, and when the rankings were posted, the students gathered below could not help but gasp in astonishment. The little group led by Evelyn was already quite renowned among the first years, as it consisted of a unique mix of purebloods, half-bloods, and muggle-borns spanning both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Given Evelyn's overwhelming strength, coupled with the cautionary tales of some, the students regarded this group with a mix of admiration and trepidation, having heard of them but daring not to engage too closely. Of course, some scattered comments persisted, primarily from the younger wizards caught in the inter-house rivalry, perplexed by the composition of this group. Yet at this moment, regardless of their perceptions of Evelyn and her companions, they were all genuinely awed by the stunning final rankings. The leaderboard would not reveal specific scores, but the string of golden names at the top was undeniably impressive. First-year final exam rankings. First, Evelyn Grindelwald second, Hermione Granger third, Draco Malfoy fourth, Harry Potter. A mere 5-person group had swept the top 4 positions. Even Ron Weasley, who had struggled academically, managed to secure a spot in the top 10. Power was always synonymous with authority, and in the face of such monumental achievements, those who enjoyed gossiping behind closed doors within the house would do well to learn silence. Some even mused quietly. Could the combination of Gryffindor and Slytherin truly yield a 200 efficiency in learning? The detailed subject report cards would be sent to the students and, of course, to their parents. After the results were released, Ron's smile seemed to stretch across his face. He was indeed at the bottom of the group, but so what? He was in the top 10 of his year. Even without comparing himself to those 4 academic prodigies, he stood tall at Hogwarts. My parents are absolutely thrilled. In the room of requirement, Ron sank into the cushions of the sofa, beaming with joy, eagerly sharing his happiness with his friends. My mom said to reward me for my excellent grades. Our whole family is going on vacation this summer, and I get to choose the destination. Ron had never felt such a height of status within his family before. Congratulations, Ron. Harry clapped enthusiastically, stuffing his cheeks with snacks, resembling a hamster with bulging cheeks. It must be said, a good mood certainly whetted one's appetite. Harry was equally pleased. Evelyn and I have also spoken with our families, and they all agreed to let us visit Draco's home this summer. Evelyn smiled softly as she poured herself a cup of tea, thinking that it wasn't quite as harmonious as Harry suggested. To be precise, Sirius was somewhat grumpy, muttering under his breath about why it had to be Malfoy. But he would not oppose Evelyn's decision. Can little Barty come with me? Can he come? Can he? Can he? He was relentless. And it took Evelyn considerable effort to dissuade him. After all, Evelyn and Harry's visit to Malfoy Manor was merely a matter of friendship among classmates. The Malfoys would never put their son in an awkward position. However, the moment adults like Sirius stepped foot into Malfoy Manor, the situation could become quite precarious. It was rumored that the Malfoy family had recently been dabbling in ancient secret meetings, testing the waters without sincerity. Sirius decided to leave them be for now. Hermione sighed as she sipped her tea. I was just a few points short. With summer break approaching, this was their last gathering of the semester, each with their holiday plans. On the final night before the express arrived at the London platform, the results of the House Cup were finally unveiled. I believe we have all experienced an unforgettable academic year, acquiring knowledge, expanding our horizons and forging friendships. Hogwarts always offers unexpected joys, does it not? Dumbledore stood up from his seat at the staff table, winking, provoking a wave of laughter from the students below. This semester, we bid farewell to some old friends. The graduates waved their hats, their faces aglow with smiles. Others prepared to ascend to greater halls of knowledge, the applause thunderous, countless young wizards' eyes sparkling. Dumbledore continued, of course, we must not forget this year's honor. The House Cup still has its rightful owner. He wore a smile. I am heartened to witness the potential for reconciliation between our two houses. During our youthful days, we ought not to be burdened solely by the animosity and exclusion that exists between houses. To effect change, to open our hearts to one another, and to embrace trust, this surely requires courage. For the sake of this pure and noble friendship, I award an extra 100 points to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Everyone knew whom Dumbledore referred to. Thus, amidst the students' astonished gasps, countless eyes turned to Evelyn and her 4 companions, particularly focusing on the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, where the scrutiny intensified. Evelyn lifted her head, meeting Dumbledore's gaze, a warm smile silently flowing from her eyes. She nodded in acknowledgement. Those seemingly deep-rooted inter-house prejudices were not insurmountable barriers. With a touch of empathy and a willingness to try, one could discover that, regardless of the house, people were not so different after all. This was a marvelous beginning. Perhaps Draco and Harry were unaware that they had, in a sense, become role models. The hourglasses for Slytherin and Gryffindor filled rapidly, surpassing the other 2 houses in an instant, with Slytherin slightly elevated above the rest. Dumbledore beamed. I hereby declare that this year's House Cup belongs to Slytherin. At that moment, the Slytherin table erupted with thunderous applause. The Slytherins cast aside their usual decorum, tossing their wizard hats into the air, jubilantly celebrating not just for the honor, but for the ones who had brought it home. 7 consecutive House Cups. The glory still belongs to Slytherin. Long live Grindelwald. Long live Malfoy. Chapter 72. Progress yet the Ministry. Mr. Landers, please hold on. In the Ministry of Magic. A well-dressed wizard from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement stopped little Barty Crouch. Barty turned around, still holding a folder, distractedly making a sound to indicate he wished for the man to hurry up. The wizard before him, Atacold Seenies, found his gaze lingering momentarily on the folder Barty held, his throat gently constricting. He was exceedingly anxious, his palms sweating profusely, as a sudden surge of blood rushed to his head, compelling him to confront this newcomer who had ascended rapidly within the Ministry of Magic, now serving as the Assistant Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Rumor had it that this individual had been transferred from a foreign Ministry of Magic, previously holding a position within the Auror Command. Perhaps that was why, when he cast his calm gaze downward, he inadvertently exuded an air of formidable pressure. Adoker had heard the whispers surrounding this newcomer. The Assistant Director held many secrets of others in his grasp, making it imperative not to offend him, for doing so could jeopardize one's career for the remainder of their life. The origin of these rumors and the reasons behind the focus on this new assistant were of little consequence. What mattered was the likelihood of their truth. Just recently, a captain from the former law enforcement squad had been dismissed for suggesting, during a casual conversation at the Hog's Head Inn, that this Richlander was of dubious origins, suspected of bribery and power-seeking. The very next day, he found himself ousted from his position. Dismissal was one thing. The key was that it was well-founded and without error, as subsequent investigations revealed that the captain had indeed accepted numerous bribes, allowing some offenders to escape punishment. His unsavory deeds laid bare for all to see. He was but one example. Other officials within the law enforcement department had initially been skeptical, some observing coldly, others attempting to engage with him. Yet all those who harbored ulterior motives, or ill will found themselves ensnared by misfortune. This was enough to send shivers down one's spine. With no traces of magic or curses involved, those who suffered were all undeniably tainted in their own right. Even if there was indeed someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, what more could others say? The officials each had their own vested interests, entangled in familial ties and past misdeeds. They had all turned a blind eye, mutually complicit, until this foreign transfer, a person of high rank, arrived, shattering their fragile peace. What was most perplexing was that this individual was the Assistant Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, seemingly unrelated to the Crouch family. Yet, why did old Barty Crouch protect him so fiercely? Anyone attempting to undermine Richlander through indirect means had met with failure, leaving them utterly perplexed. The usual tactics were rendered ineffective, compounded by the rising tide of rumors. Consequently, some astute officials contemplated an alternative strategy. Since they could not be adversaries, why not become allies? Mr. Richlander was new to the British Ministry of Magic, and likely still unfamiliar with the surroundings. This man was no ordinary individual. Establishing a rapport early on could yield immeasurable benefits in the future. He might possess a wealth of confidential information, and forging a connection could allow them to leverage him against their political rivals. Adoker de Seenies approached with this mindset. May I ask what brings you here, Mr. de Seenies? Young Barty inquired amiably, noting that there should be no overlapping responsibilities with the law enforcement department. This statement clearly delineated their boundaries. Yet it caused Adoker's expression to slightly contort. Haven't you reached out to other departments often enough? Oh, it's nothing, Adoker replied, forcing a smile and deliberately averting his gaze from the documents in young Barty's hands. I merely wished to inquire if you might be available next month. We are planning a gathering among colleagues, and I thought it would be a splendid opportunity to befriend Mr. Richlander. Would you be able to attend? Young Barty raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly the bait had been taken. The rumors had, of course, originated from him, and investigating backgrounds without employing magical means was not a challenge. It was merely a matter of accumulating strength and gathering useful weapons. The objective was rather straightforward. The ministry had become fragmented, with intricate webs of interests making substantial changes difficult. The best approach to create a breach was to encourage them to approach him willingly, thereby opening their networks to him. This would allow him to play both sides, initially showcasing benefits before delivering a strategic betrayal to dismantle these interest groups discreetly. He had now successfully taken the first step. I recall this individual. He was once one of the radical members suppressed by Fudge, wasn't he? Young Barty flashed a feigned smile, extending his hand for a brief handshake, signifying acceptance of the overture. Of course it is my honor, Mr. de Seenies. As the workday drew to a close, young Barty did not linger for small talk, exchanging a few words before turning to leave. Seizing the moment to forge ahead, Adoker ventured, speaking of which, My daughter is about to graduate from Hogwarts. She has received 2 outstanding grades, and I am so proud of her. Young Barty noncommittally replied. Madoka pressed on. Mr. Richlander seems to value family as well. I often see you rushing home after work. Do you have children? Not at present, young Barty said, tilting his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. But family is indeed of utmost importance. Always, isn't it? The conversation unexpectedly flowed smoothly, and Madoka breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had struck the right chord. He felt gratified, thinking that Mr. Richlander was indeed a man who cherished family. Yet, he pondered why he claimed not to have children when it was evident he spoke of a certain girl at home. Someone he seemingly cherished dearly, perhaps even more than some doting fathers. Upon returning to his old residence, young Barty's polyjuice potion was nearing its expiration, and his appearance reverted to its original state as he surveyed the surroundings. Where is Ivan? He asked, his face clouded with frustration, glancing at Sirius, who was seated on the sofa reading a newspaper. She has gone to Malfoy Manor with Harry, Sirius replied, equally wearied. For a week. Young Barty gasped in disbelief. A week? For so long? And without me? Damned Lucius Malfoy. You're finished. Once I bring down Fudge, you'll be the first to pay. At that moment, young Barty was in a frenzy over Ivan's absence, provoking Sirius to raise his wand and engage in yet another skirmish. Meanwhile, Ivan, enjoying a lavish stay at Malfoy Manor, remained blissfully unaffected. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy, Ivan said, extending her hand, seemingly oblivious to Lucius's cautious scrutiny, as she shook hands with him with composure. Lucius offered a courteous smile. Welcome, Miss Grindelwald, and this young man. His gaze shifted slowly to Harry. Mr. Potter, your dragon has received considerable care at school. Lucius spoke with elegant grace, embodying the demeanor of a gracious host, hoping both guests would enjoy their time at Malfoy Manor. Harry's presence was no surprise. After all, his son had idolized the savior since childhood and was in the same year. He would naturally seek to forge friendships. Yet, Lucius was taken aback by the fervor of his son's friendship, not only befriending the savior, but also acquiring a bonus in the form of Grindelwald. When he read in the letter about the visitors coming to Malfoy Manor for the summer, including a Grindelwald, Lucius sat upright, instantly alerting Narcissa, as they prepared with utmost diligence. If his suspicions were correct, this might very well be a signal from an ancient clandestine meeting. One must never underestimate her due to her youth. A person bearing the name Grindelwald is unlikely to be simple. Even if she has not yet extended an olive branch towards the Malfoy family, it is imperative that no negative impression is left. Harry, Yvonne, that golden, blurred figure rushing towards the threshold, could it be Draco? Following closely behind him is Narcissa, approaching with a graceful composure that seems etched into her very being. Compared to her husband, she exudes a more welcoming warmth, smiling at Yvonne and the others. Draco often speaks of his good friends. Narcissa softly intones. I am delighted that you enjoy the desserts I prepared, Miss Grindelwald. Like Draco, you may simply call me Yvonne. As Yvonne engages in polite exchanges with the Malfoy couple, indulging in the customary trifles that noble families relish, Harry and Draco have already dashed off to the garden, skipping the small talk altogether. These two ardent Quidditch enthusiasts, upon meeting, undoubtedly prioritize unveiling their brooms, as their first-year restrictions on broomsticks have left them quite stifled. Ah, boys. Narcissa shakes her head in mild exasperation. Casting an apologetic glance towards Yvonne, Draco can be rather thoughtless. I hope you will forgive him. It's quite all right, Yvonne replies, following Narcissa into the estate. A light laugh escaping her lips. Quidditch, who doesn't he adore it? The task of entertaining guests has fallen to Narcissa, while Lucius, after briefly making an appearance, has retreated to attend to his own affairs. Nevertheless, the lady of the Malfoy household proves to be quite amiable. Yvonne refrains from partaking in the boys' flying antics, instead settling in the parlor to savor the floral tea and pastries prepared by Narcissa, her generous compliments eliciting increasingly genuine smiles from the latter. To be honest, I have never tasted such exquisite treats in Germany. Narcissa, poised with her hands neatly folded in her lap, replies softly, Thank you for your kind words, Mississippi. However, I believe the offerings from the Grindelwald household would rival these, perhaps differing in style? The mention of Grindelwald piques Yvonne's interest, and she nonchalantly responds. That is a matter of long past, madam. Who remains in the Grindelwald household now? Forgive my impertinence, but another Grindelwald. He is indeed my relative. Yvonne nods confidently, a blood relation. It seems our suspicions were not unfounded. Narcissa muses inwardly, feeling a slight relaxation as she contemplates. Indeed, a direct descendant of the original Dark Lord. Judging by her age, she must be of granddaughter or great-granddaughter lineage. You must have heard of the Malfoy family's previous entanglements with the Grindelwalds. Yvonne casually remarks, perhaps you are familiar with the name Elvira Malfoy? Narcissa's expression shifts to one of recognition as she nods. That great-aunt is indeed the last female member of the Malfoy family. I have certainly heard of her. It appears that Yvonne has successfully gleaned some information regarding Elvira. Unfortunately, Elvira has always held a disdain for portraits and being obsessed with alchemy. Had a unique perspective on certain magical artifacts. In the moment a portrait is created, time, thought and knowledge are frozen in that instant, and portraits are mere replicas. Only a weak wizard would use them as solace against the pain of longing. I shall not permit replicas of myself to exist in this world, including portraits. This explains why Elvira left no portrait behind a century later. As their conversation winds down, Narcissa rises to leave, and Yvonne, unencumbered, begins to meander through the Malfoy estate. The two boys outside have become thoroughly engrossed in their play, while Yvonne wanders to a certain storage room at the end of a corridor. A glance at the door lock causes her to pause. Stepping back 2 paces to examine the lock's position more intently, the shape of the truth reveals itself. She murmurs softly. The walls and floor fade from her sight as traces of a century-old slumber are awakened by her magical resonance. There lies an inscription, etched beneath the lock. Yvonne. Guess what gift I have prepared for you? It is engraved by Elvira. Yvonne stands in shock for a moment before decisively using Alohomora to unlock the storage room door. The light within is dim, as the windows are obscured by piled clutter. Yet Yvonne continues to employ her magical insight, which guides her forward. She approaches a bookshelf and retrieves a thick volume, which manifests as blue, opening to reveal Elvira's handwriting on the first page. This compilation chronicles the life experiences of all members of the ancient clandestine meetings, their locations, photographs, and recorded words. Elvira would never leave behind so-called replicas. Thus, she has captured the past in written form. The second and third pages detail her companions' life trajectories from the age of 17 to 80, filling in much of the century Yvonne had missed. Gently, Yvonne closes the thick tome, closing her eyes briefly. Thank you, Elvira, I truly appreciate it. Fearing she might overlook something else, she employs her magical insight once more. But Elvira's magical presence has dissipated. This time, what catches her attention is another antiquated diary tucked away in the corner of the bookshelf. Dark strands of magic subtly entwine around this diary, carrying a familiar essence she has encountered before. Yvonne retrieves it, flipping open the cover to reveal the name of its owner. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Chapter 74. Dialogue, but throwing down a trump card. Yvonne exits the storage room clutching both diaries, taking care to relock the door behind her. Back in the parlor, dusk has settled, and the dining table is laden with dishes. Draco and Harry, having indulged in a lengthy Quidditch match and taken refreshing baths, now sit clean and fragrant at the table. Harry has changed into loungewear, the green-eyed lion clad in a robe of ice silk, naturally cool to the touch, embellished with golden embroidery on the cuffs and collar. And perhaps due to the Malfoy household's ambience, Harry now resembles a Slytherin more than ever. If only he would refrain from speaking. Yvonne. Yvonne. Harry's keen eyes catch sight of her, and he joyfully bounces up from his chair. Where have you been? I was hoping to play with you again. I told Draco your flying skills are amazing, but he didn't believe me. Draco immediately counters, I never said I didn't believe. We attended flying lessons together. After all. But being good at flying and excelling at Quidditch are not synonymous. Teamwork is also a crucial aspect. Yvonne, seizing the opportunity, admits, I haven't played Quidditch before, but perhaps tomorrow, if there's time, I'll join you. Oh, splendid. Harry claps his hands. Really? Draco, too, lights up with excitement. Narcissa covers her mouth and chuckles lightly. All right, I must interrupt you too, young lady and gentlemen. If we don't eat now, the food will grow cold. Thank you for your hard work, Mrs. Malfoy. Yvonne responds with utmost politeness, nodding to her. And only after the hostess gestures does she pick up her utensils to begin dining, while Harry beside her mimics her actions with decorum. The Malfoy estate has ample vacant rooms, and repurposing 2 into guest rooms is certainly feasible. Yvonne selects one directly opposite Harry's. Yet as night falls, she does not rush to sleep, but instead lights a lamp and retrieves the diary she previously found belonging to Riddle. Yvonne's curiosity about this diary, which seems far more intriguing than a mere journal, prompts her to wonder, is it truly just a diary? Dipping a feather quill into ink, she inscribes upon it. Hello? Almost immediately, the line of black ink fades away, rendering the paper blank once more. Yvonne waits in silence, and sure enough, new words begin to materialize on the page. Hello, may I ask who you are? The handwriting mirrored that of the title page. Elegant and refined. The word choice is exceedingly polite, reminiscent of a model student. even raised an eyebrow, decisively penning her next sentence in the diary, her self-introduction. Even Grindelwald, Slytherin. Soon to be a second year. And you? The ink faded away, as if the very essence of the diary had momentarily become ensnared. Taking a couple of seconds to manifest a response. Grindelwald. Oh, what a remarkable surname. At least within my understanding. Those who bear this name have long since exited the stage of the magical world. Even felt an inexplicable sense of joy and continued writing. Clearly. You are all bound by conventions. You still haven't answered my question. You have already seen my name on the title page, have you not? Like you. I too am a student of Slytherin, perhaps with a longer tenure. Yet encountering you from the same house here is indeed a serendipitous fate. He continued to write. I have been alone for far too long. You have drawn me from that endless darkness. Are you a friend bestowed upon me by Merlin? Even regarded the diary with a mix of wonder and intrigue, thinking it quite unexpected. The enchantment attached to this diary, along with the familiar essence of its soul, had allowed even to recognize its nature the moment she first laid eyes upon it. However, this diary bore a striking contrast to that wretched fragment of Voldemort she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest, which clung desperately to Quirrell's nape. That creature, parasitically attached to another's body, revealed only the grotesque madness of a life forsaken, marked by extreme arrogance and selfishness, ensnared in the remnants of past glory, ultimately a fragile paper tiger with no virtues save for its ability to flee. Yet this diary was courteous, measured, and adeptly navigated the conversation, neither crossing boundaries to elicit disdain nor overtly asserting control, subtly guiding the dialogue towards its desired direction. Had she not been herself? Upon hearing the diary proclaim their shared Slytherin affiliation, she might have been drawn in, reveling in the prospect of acquiring a marvelous private companion. The sweetness of his words surpassed even the honey tea consumed by Dumbledore in a month. A friend bestowed by Merlin? Such eloquence. In simpler terms, even pondered whether a fragment of Voldemort's soul had somehow retained a semblance of intellect. She boldly inquired, should I address you as Tom Riddle or Voldemort? You feel quite different from the other Voldemorts I have encountered. How old are you? Riddle. He admitted that, at that moment, his mind had briefly faltered. This girl. So unorthodox. Was she truly so outrageous simply because she bore the surname Grindelwald? Skipping the customary dance of suspicion and pretense, she had plunged directly into candidness? Perhaps her question bore another implication. Stop pretending. I already know what you're about. Riddle mused, fine, I shall drop the act. Indeed, you are quite the Grindelwald. His handwriting transformed, abandoning its previously restrained elegance, the ink flowing with increasing fervor. Did you discern my true nature upon our first encounter? You are even more remarkable than I anticipated, Mississippi. As you can see, Voldemort is indeed me. Do you wish to eradicate me? For I am the infamous Dark Lord? Will you champion justice like that absurd Dumbledore, seeking to vanquish evil? Upon being exposed, Riddle swiftly altered his tone. No longer the friendly voice coaxing a naive girl, his words turned sardonic and arrogant, laden with provocation, deliberately questioning her. A wizard bearing the Grindelwald name, aligning with Dumbledore? Even amused. Even penned with a smile. You ought not to dismiss love so readily. I hold great admiration for Dumbledore. Do you know where your greatest disparity lies? Riddle. Even sincerely continued. You have never experienced love, lacking the capacity to feel it, and you deride it, much like someone unable to reach the grapes declaring them sour. However, Dumbledore himself has endured the cruel, failed love that left him scarred, yet he continues to believe that love is the greatest power. Riddle. Nonsense. Even. Let me enlighten you. The one who ignited Dumbledore's fervent love is none other than my family's Gellert Grindelwald. Riddle. Question mark. Even continued to write fervently. Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore once shared a romantic bond. The page was instantly filled with large letters. What did you say? Chapter 75. The Diary but of Eloan. Surprised are you? Grindelwald and Dumbledore are kin. After showcasing the strength of European camaraderie to Riddle, Even joyfully closed the diary, unconcerned with the seismic shift in Riddle's worldview. She knew she would sleep well tonight. What? Attempting to ensnare her with words? Seeking to exploit her vulnerabilities? Attempting to control her thoughts? Dream on. Grindelwald is your ancestor in that regard. Even had never afforded Riddle a sliver of opportunity to seize conversational dominance. Both were shrouded in significant informational voids, yet she found no inclination to engage in veiled inquiries. She dropped a bombshell instead. Indeed, she had no intention of immediately destroying this fragment of Voldemort. Harry bore a mark on his forehead akin to a Horcrux, yet it lacked maturity. even aimed to eliminate that object without endangering Harry's soul, first requiring a specimen for experimentation. As if in a dream, a pillow had been offered just as she pondered how to study Horcruxes. The diary had presented itself. In the following days, even disregarded riddle. She sensed the silent seep of the Horcruxes' magic, which over time would yield effects akin to the soul-snatching curse. Yet regrettably, it bore no influence on her. She indulged in several exhilarating Quidditch matches alongside Draco and Harry, showcasing her flying prowess to win their admiration, before diving into her bedroom, eagerly perusing the diary left by Elowen. It chronicled not only the life trajectories of old friends, but also numerous amusing anecdotes, bringing even immense joy as she felt as though she glimpsed the faces of those familiar friends through the written word. 189,294 Clear weather. Catalina berated Sirius, Amit, Omenes, and Sebastian again. These four earned titles of Little Fool, Moderate Fool, and Two Big Fools. Thank goodness I wasn't there, otherwise, I would have likely faced the same fate. Sigh, can't Poppy do something about her? 189,296, Overcast. Speaking of which, this is a graduation year. Most of us are nearing graduation. And I have no idea where I will go after leaving school. I have no interest in inheriting the family business. I shall leave that to my brother. Perhaps I can inquire about Nicoleme's address. I have much knowledge regarding alchemy I wish to seek. 189-2915 Overcast. To prepare for exams, I must frequent the library more diligently. However, I encountered a first-year student there, a redhead with blue eyes, quite charming and very polite, who sweetly addressed me as senior. Clearly, he is the type Even would instantly like. Thankfully, Even was not present. October 21st, 1892 Clear weather. Although Yuen is no longer with us, everyone still gathers at the All Request House every weekend as a matter of habit. I intended to inquire about their life plans, but was met with another quarrel, which was quite tiresome. Why does Catalina explode at the slightest provocation, and Sebastian too? They should refrain from brandishing their wands during discussions. Gareth and Poppy attempted to mediate, but their efforts only exacerbated the chaos. Ultimately, Omnis quelled the uproar, as expected of him. Yuen's remark about Omnis being like a mother was indeed not misplaced. This diary, spanning several decades, is exceedingly thick, with Yuen reading a little each day, reluctant to finish it all at once. From the entries, she learned that Alira ultimately visited Nicoleme, after which she devoted herself to academic pursuits, and even served as a potions professor at Hogwarts for a time. The diary entries from that period are rife with complaints, filled with her exasperation at the students' maddeningly ignorant minds, questioning why such simple knowledge eluded them. After resigning, Alira's writings took a more serene turn, her spirit noticeably lifted. Indeed, the best cosmetic treatment for a woman is often to leave her job. She also documented Sebastian S. and his sister S. subsequent paths. Feeling guilty towards his sister, Sebastian wished to offer her a fresh start, taking her across the ocean to America, where Anissalu completed her studies that she had not finished at Hogwarts. Following graduation, Anissalu became a beloved charms professor at Ilvermorny. However, Sebastian S. whereabouts became a mystery, and when asked about him, Annis merely shook her head, saying nothing. At this juncture, Yuen's brow furrowed slightly. Annis, that unfortunate girl, was one of the most direct victims of the war. Her soul bore an indelible curse that inflicted excruciating pain upon her during its episodes. They had exhausted every effort to find a remedy for the curse. It was clear that Sebastian's descent into dark magic was heavily influenced by his sister, Annis. Fortunately, Yuen managed to awaken him from a state of despair with a few piercing words, and with Omnis watching over him, Sebastian dared not stray further. Eventually, Yuen unearthed a method to heal the curse from ancient texts, employing archaic magic, and the tormented girl finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. According to Alira's accounts, Annis led a fulfilling and prolonged life thereafter, but what became of her brother? As Yuen continued to peruse the pages, she found no further clues regarding Sebastian. A veil of melancholy settled over her heart as she closed the diary and let out a soft sigh. Very well, America, Yuen murmured to herself, hoping to locate Annis or her descendants. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Yuen, alongside Harry, bid farewell to the Malfoy family. Before departing, she turned back to reveal the riddle diary she had in her bag, showcasing it to Lucius. Upon witnessing Lucius's sudden stiffening expression, Yuen maintained her smile. Addressing him, "This diary of yours is quite intriguing. It possesses a certain flair and eloquence that I find delightful." Lucius quickly managed his expression, clearing his throat. "Ah, the Malfoy lineage is ancient, and many items in the storeroom are beyond my recollection. In any case, if the young lady finds it appealing, I can certainly part with it. Lucius was well aware of what it was. He had even contemplated slipping it into Hogwarts discreetly, but before he could act, this Miss Grindelwald had exposed him with barely a thought. Was this a warning? It was hard not to speculate. His smile faltered, relying solely on muscle memory to lift the corners of his mouth, while Yuan cheerfully replied, "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Malfoy." Yuan naturally took the riddle diary with her, leaving Lucius in a state of mental turmoil, standing there absorbed in his thoughts. Chapter 76. Shattered, yet the dark mark remains. After visiting the Malfoy estate, Yuan's spoils included Elira's diary, Riddle's diary, and a cheerful little Harry. She returned to the Black family home with a light heart, exclaiming, "I'm back." Sirius, seated on the sofa with his gaze averted, remarked, "Oh, just descending the stairs." Barty chimed in, "You actually remembered to come back?" Two pairs of somber eyes turned toward her, and the atmosphere in the living room turned peculiarly chilly. Yuan glanced at both of them, somewhat perplexed, and said, "You weren't waiting at home for me, were you? I'm surprised you don't have anything else to occupy yourselves with. Contemporary adult wizards should not present themselves like forlorn widows awaiting a suitor," Yuan thought disapprovingly. The two wizards replied, all right, you're right about everything." Harry dashed upstairs, eager to tackle the assignments he had neglected at the Malfoy residence, feeling quite uneasy. Meanwhile, Yuan organized her luggage, carefully setting Riddle's diary aside, recognizing the need to treat such a dangerous dark artifact with caution. Yuan. She had yet to rise when Barty approached her, his tone filled with eager anticipation for praise. "I've completed the task you assigned. The faction suppressed by Fudge has begun to reach out to me, just as you anticipated." "Excellent," Yuan replied, freeing a hand to ruffle Barty's hair. "Tonight, you shall have an extra helping of chicken leg." Barty beamed, sticking close to her, but just as he turned, he suddenly halted. "Barty." Yuan turned her head. "Nothing." Barty retracted his hand from his left arm, lowering his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor as he exited the room alongside Yuan, not glancing back. Yuan silently scrutinized him for a moment. After dinner, Yuan returned to her room and retrieved Riddle's diary. "What have you done?" "I haven't done anything. Merely addressing some intriguing historical remnants, my lady," Riddle replied languidly. "I too am quite astonished that my most loyal servant is residing in your household." Yuan stared at the diary, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Do you truly believe he still belongs to you? Why wouldn't he?" Riddle countered. "Do you genuinely believe you can usurp the Dark Lord? His dark mark, I sense it. I can read him. He was once supported and affirmed by me, guiding him towards his life's purpose, revered by him as a father." Riddle seemed to mock her. "Do you think you can replace him? Barty has been avoiding the issue of the dark mark, even subtly suggesting that you delay. Can you guess why?" Yuan's gaze fixed intently on the words in the diary, an inexplicable fury igniting within her. She knew this was irrational. Another part of her mind urged her to calm down, reminding her that Barty Crouch was a blank canvas, one that she could imbue with color, just as Voldemort could easily do. Barty's obstinacy would lead him to cling to her, so why would he so readily abandon the first figure who validated him? Voldemort? What justified that? Her rationality tirelessly dissected the situation, swiftly conjuring countless logical explanations, attempting to persuade herself to remain composed. Calm down indeed. That was her person. Was he trying to undermine her right before her eyes? Was Yuan Grindelwald truly dead? Yuan sprang to her feet, even knocking over a chair in her haste, and rushed out calling for Barty. "Barty," she stood on the staircase, her silhouette casting a shadow obscuring half her face. "Come here for a moment. I need to speak with you." The young man halted, turning back to look at her. "Barty." Yuan locked the door behind her, her blue eyes piercingly fixed on him as she cut to the chase. "Is your dark mark causing you pain?" Little Barty instinctively raised a finger, only to forcibly suppress the gesture. "Dear Evan," he spoke in a nonchalant tone, "we both know that the Dark Lord is not dead. As one of his former followers, I naturally remain attuned to his summons. So, will you respond?" Evan had already drawn her wand, aiming it at little Barty, her eyes shrouded in a veil of somber gray. She enunciated each word with precision. "So, will you respond?" Barty, his voice softened, revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Listen to me. In the Dark Lord's eyes, I remain his most loyal follower. I was indeed steadfast in that belief, but what relevance does that hold now? He has neither appeared nor summoned me." "You are stalling." Evan scoffed. "What a little deceiver you are. The dark mark, which should have been resolved long ago, has somehow lingered until today." Little Barty's eyelashes fluttered rapidly. His keen intellect had begun to grasp the situation, a fleeting look of panic crossing his features. "No, Evan. What are you afraid of?" Evan pressed, towering over him. Is it the lies or is it my forthcoming actions? Erasing the dark mark was an unfinished endeavor. In truth, Evan could have forcibly removed the dark mark from the very beginning. But she had refrained from doing so due to the excruciating pain it would inflict upon a human body, far more agonizing than a mere bone-deep ache. She sought a spell that would alleviate the pain. Yet it seemed that was no longer necessary. Her grip tightened around little Barty's left arm. Her wand poised to pierce the very flesh bearing the mark. Obliviate. The magic was violently stripped away, piece by piece, akin to countless blades flaying the flesh. And under the weight of unbearable agony, little Barty collapsed to the ground, writhing and gasping for breath, his body convulsing from the overwhelming torment. No. He wept. Tears streaming from those beautiful eyes once praised by Evan, soaking his garments and dripping onto the floor. His cries were hoarse and filled with anguish. Not merely from bodily suffering, but from the deeper torment of a spiritual connection being forcibly severed. He knelt beside Evan, resting his forehead against her knees, his voice trembling, nearly pleading. No, please, Evan, don't do this. Don't make me lose this sense, Evan, I beg you. Yet Evan only regarded him with indifference. She had already stated that if he exhibited even a hint of betrayal, she would show no mercy. He should consider himself fortunate. It was merely the initial signs. And Riddle had yet to act, just as he had yet to do anything. Otherwise, what awaited him would not be merely obliviate. It was you who chose to come to my side, Barty. Evan cupped little Barty's face, observing his pitiable state. But this is what you deserve. I offered you choices. I inquired about your thoughts. Since you chose me, you must be prepared. Little Barty stared, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, tears still cascading down his cheeks. Oh, Evan, I beg you. He sobbed, his voice weakening. He is my father. I see another self in him. He needs me. He gave me value. Little Barty murmured, his voice dwindling to a whisper, his gaze growing vacant, as if ensnared in a whirlpool of memories, caught in a haze, unwilling to confront the painfully stark reality. What he can give, I can give too, Barty. Evan remained composed, unflappable. Do not provoke my ire any further. She uttered once more, obliviate. Little Barty clutched his arm, emitting a pitiful whimper. Thus, the dark mark was completely obliterated by her fierce magic. Evan gazed at the now smooth skin of his arm before raising her wand again. With deliberate slowness, she traced a wondrous arc with her wand, and as she did, strands of silvery light enveloped little Barty's left arm, where the dark mark once resided. A spiral of silvery luminescence ascended, reminiscent of a branch from the pure white tree of Eden, resplendent and etched upon little Barty's arm, an ancient magical mark, uniquely hers. Once the marking spell was complete, Evan refrained from uttering another word and silently exited the room. In the dim chamber, little Barty curled up on the floor, clutching his still tingling arm, burying himself in the shadows. Deprived, brutally and forcefully, the very essence he once sought to pursue throughout his life had been crushed before him. He should feel hatred. He should rebel. Yet, what truly plunged him into the abyss of despair was the realization that he was not as unwaveringly loyal to the Dark Lord as he had believed. For even after Evan inflicted such torment upon him, shattering his faith of over a decade into dust and severing it at the root, he could not summon hatred toward her. Unable to harbor animosity, he found himself mired in self-inflicted anguish. The only sentiment he could not diminish was his affection for her. He clung to so little, with only these two things tightly grasped in his palm, yet his greed had angered another. Evan. After a long silence, a faint, pitiful whimper echoed in the empty room. Evan. Chapter 77. Replacement. Yet the defense against the dark arts professor. Evan silently approached the doorway of the study, pausing there without entering, merely observing the silhouette of Sirius Black. Evan? Sirius returned a thin volume to its place, glancing back at her with concern. What happened? He crouched slightly to meet her gaze, his heart tightening for a fleeting moment, for he had never witnessed Evan in such a state. She appeared as if she had just endured a cataclysm, the raging waves having obliterated all life from the surface. Trees lay shattered, houses collapsed, and flowers trampled, leaving only an oppressive silence in their wake. Evan's fingers moved slightly, yet ultimately fell still. Serious, she relaxed her upper body, allowing her head to rest on his shoulder. He was momentarily taken aback, yet even more at a loss. Evan's voice was soft. It's nothing, Sirius. I know you are different. You won't leave. Nor would you ever betray me, right? Of course not. Sirius furrowed his brow. Betrayal. Do you know that is my most detested word, Evan? Has someone said something to you? It's my own issue. Evan finally regained her composure, closing her eyes and exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration. When she lifted her face again, her smile was as it always had been. Her emotions were typically stable, provided no one crossed her threshold. just as when she first arrived at New Mongard. Encountering the aged Gellert Grindelwald, she could never predict how far she might err in an emotional outburst, leading to extreme actions. Marking someone was, in Evan's view, an egregious act, tantamount to stripping another of their complete persona and freedom, coercively subjugating them. Thus she had never done so, and she was at a loss as to why little Barty's provocation led her to that point. Forget it, Evan thought wearily, I can't be bothered with this anymore. So be it. Even if little Barty harbors resentment toward me, it serves no purpose, regardless of his soul. He can never escape my shadow in this lifetime. His physical form now belongs to me. Evan patted Sirius on the arm. You've worked hard lately. Take a break next month. I'll have others cover your duties. You can take some time off. Sirius. In an instant, it was as if 5 thunderclaps had struck simultaneously, and Sirius's worldview was utterly reshaped. He stood frozen in disbelief, witnessing Yvonne depart with an air of liberation, as if she had cast off some heavy burden. Sirius thought to himself, what is this nonsense? Merlin. She has granted him a reprieve, an actual reprieve, without any conditions for overtime. What on earth is going on? What has she experienced to provoke such a change? Yvonne returned indoors to tackle her assignments. The first grade summer homework was indeed simple, but that did not imply she could neglect it altogether. After completing her essay, she even found the time to tutor Harry, and thus, life passed by in a tranquil manner, like still water. For a considerable period thereafter, Yvonne refrained from seeking out little Barty. Naturally, Barty had also ceased to be as clingy as before. He remained in the manor with them, but only sought Yvonne's company when serious matters arose. Yvonne's demeanor towards him remained largely unchanged. Yvonne rolled up her parchment, placed it into a cardboard tube, and locked it away in a drawer. She addressed Barty, her gaze unwavering. Thank you for your efforts, Barty. The young man's lips quivered, momentarily devoid of sound. Is there something else? Yvonne inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Barty, he said, leaning his hands on the table, his pale irises seemingly reflecting a fragmented, glimmering light. You haven't visited me in quite some time. Yvonne replied. But we see each other every day in the Black Manor. How else am I supposed to look at you? It's not as if I haven't been to your room to check on you. You did do that thing to me, Barty said softly, fixing his gaze upon her. And now I have only you left. Yet it seems you do not hold me in your thoughts. What thing? Yvonne asked, pausing in contemplation. I assumed you wished to maintain some distance? That is perfectly understandable. Transitioning to a new leader can indeed be a challenge for some loyal subordinates. I thought Barty's reduced visits were merely a reflection of his struggle to overcome that mental hurdle, so I had even provided him with the personal space to process his feelings. Barty half-squatted, his upper body just reaching the table, crossing his arms and resting his head upon them, his eyes slightly widening, revealing a hint of innocence. I don't know what you mean. Yet. He was merely afraid that she might come to despise him, for he had erred, and in her eyes, such transgressions were unforgivable. She was all he had left. The ties to his past had been severed by her hand, painful, yet bearable. What mattered most was that it was she who had taken that action. You are too cold. Yvonne. Barty sighed despondently. I find it increasingly difficult to endure. Yvonne slowly placed her hands upon the table, asking, what is it that you wish to do? There's nothing urgent from the ministry. The preliminary groundwork is complete. Now we simply await the next steps, and I need not remain there. After a lengthy exposition, Barty finally revealed, so I wish to become your defense against the dark arts professor. Yvonne exclaimed, what? Barty continued, my marks in defense against the dark arts were. Yvonne interrupted, wait. I'm not questioning your abilities. Where did this idea even come from? Barty blinked innocently and replied, just now. Yvonne was taken aback by Barty's unexpected notion. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was ever-changing, and the wizarding world faced a perennial shortage of qualified instructors, especially for that subject. As long as one dared to interview, Dumbledore would be inclined to offer the position. The only concern was whether someone had already applied. I shall investigate shortly, Yvonne promised, pondering whether Dumbledore had already made a selection. Even if he has, it matters not. Barty smiled. We can use Polyjuice Potion to replace him seamlessly. Making someone disappear without a trace is quite simple. Yvonne remarked, you seem quite determined to secure this position. Very well, if you wish to pursue it, I shall allow it, she conceded generously. The risks with Dumbledore were minimal, after all. Yvonne contemplated momentarily, recognizing that he was her ally rather than a Death Eater. If discovered, it would not be a significant issue. He should merely exercise caution to avoid any pitfalls. Should he falter, He must be forthright with Dumbledore without hesitation. She had no desire to rescue anyone from Azkaban again. All right, Barty replied. Yvonne truly trusts Dumbledore. Yvonne countered. What else should I expect? Do you not understand the comfort of having a reliable ally? Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart, having just secured the position of defense against the dark arts professor, emerged with the self-satisfaction of a flamboyant peacock, only to suddenly feel a chill creeping up his spine.